254. Twilight. I push Earl from the hug as tears drip from my eyes, staining my vision. The man stutters to reply as I shove the arm back to him. Thank you, Earl. I love it. The moment you are done, I want to see it. No, I want to see any progress you make with it. This is incredible. A mechanical arm. How? How does it even work? For the first time in my life, I need to know. How did he make this? It might not be done yet for operational, but I know it will be. Earl has never failed to make anything he set his mind to. But in reply, the man scratches the back of his head, almost falling from the heavy weight of the arm. Well, I took some inspiration from your bulwark and the bloody palm. Plus, Marshall had engineering books about how the steam train was made here. After all, it stops at Bent once a month, which was the main reason it was made. Oh, and the almanac has a bunch of mechanical stuff in it about wires, gears, pulleys, and pipes. I'm pretty sure if I find the right sigil, probably a priest and scholar combo, or maybe an occultist, I could get the arm to work without external support. The former would likely work independently, while the latter would take from you to bolster itself. Which one would you prefer? I'd wager that the occultist would make it a more powerful arm, while the P and S would reduce its power for sustainability. If you have any other ideas, too, feel free to hit me with them. A blur of babble leaves his mouth, and I only understand the last few parts. Strength at the cost of siphoning from me, or sustainable force? Well, I'm not sure. I sit down with them and spark a few ideas out as Elizabeth merely smiles at our back and forth, Esther on her lap. I'm leaning toward occultist as I think it would synergize well with the bloody palm. And could you put a Comanche in it for the sense of touch? I feel like that might work. Earl nods, tapping the arm as he replies. I was thinking the same, but it's your arm. So, I wanted to make sure. Now, I'm likely going to be limited to 2 or 3 sigils for this, as I won't have much time to practice when I get my craftsman. But, in the future, I promise to make you something that can keep up with you. Possibly even handle your explosions without breaking. I wave his worries as I'm simply glad I will get a right arm at all. Don't worry if it's weak. I'd take it just for the limb, even without the usefulness in combat. Elizabeth then chimes in as Earl goes to speak again, his never-ending rants put to a stop. Well, I'm happy you two got something going, but Wyatt, there are more people here than us. Go talk to them, and then come back. We'll still be here by the time you're done. Smiling, I bob my head and stand before stepping over to Virgil's table, where his family sits. Dakota also hops and taps beside me. As I do so, I wave to the 3 I'm leaving. Be back then. I want to hear more about how things are going when I return. I get a series of nods before I join Virgil and his siblings. Erin shouts at me to sit beside her, and so I do. The spot is perfect for watching Victor paint, the man barely older than me fussing as he creates a scene on a piece of canvas. Using scant few colors, he produces a single-story ranch house with a horse in front of it. The man then details in farmland and a woman with long, brilliant dark hair on the porch, waving her hand. As he does so, Erin runs her mouth to the whole table. Wyatt and I were supposed to go do something, but he's been so busy and ignored all my attempts to get his attention. What do I do, brother? I sputter, trying to defend myself as Erin rolls her head back in laughter, even a tiny giggle coming from the pale Nora. I didn't ignore you. I know, I was lying. Haha, you shouldn't be so quick to believe things, Wyatt. We'll go on that date when we make it to Blackreach in a while or so. We have no hurry, you know. Bent is an awful place to do a first date. Say, Nora, you want to join? I know you're lonely. Erin's words from her smiling face make Nora and I's faces turn beet red as we glance at each other, the older twin changing her mind. Never mind. Nora's too embarrassed. What are you drawing, Victor? Is that a bear? Victor sighs as he flicks a bit of paint at Erin. No, it's a horse, you dunce. Erin pouts as she lightly bangs her hands on the table, making it hard to notice if she's still joking. But Virgil quickly stops her. Enough, Air. You're torturing them. Erin, called Air by her older brother, simply smiles as she flicks her hair back. I know. Virgil can only sigh as he slides back into his chair, his hood now covering his face from the sun. I miss being able to see his facial expressions all the time. They weren't too detailed, but it's still something. I can't help but wonder where Vernon would fit into this family. I never got to see him with all his siblings. My heart stings seeing the empty seat beside Virgil, the cult of his brother already placed there. Vernon will always have a place at their table even if he's gone. Victor quickly wraps up his art before handing it to me, saying a few words. Virgil described to me your old home from what you told him. I hope it's accurate, or at least close enough to fill some part of your heart. Here you go, your gift from us. I take it with joy, taking in the careful strokes of paint and the kind face detailed on Ma's face. She might not indeed be what's depicted here, but I'll take it. Aniwai spoke the truth when she said I was given a solid childhood, one to look back to and anchor onto. Even months after I learned the honest reality of what happened, I still smile when I see Ma. I can't help it. I know it's nothing like what Earl's got in the works for you, but I still hope you love it, Wyatt. And if you want more, just know Victor charges $10 per piece. Virgil cuts into my staring at the painting, but I don't fault him. I turn and hug him as well, the older man patting me on the back. Then, he pushes me with a whisper. I might not have raised you like the others, but you are welcome to any Boone family gathering, okay? Now, go say hi to the monsters that came. And I'm not talking about Primrose and Autumn. Chuckling softly, I step away and place the painting of the table with Earl, Esther, and Elizabeth before moving toward Johnny and the Rougarou. Though they don't speak much, Johnny does most of it for them. It takes a while to get much information from these two, but I brought them because I have to watch over them. Happy birthday, Wyatt. I hope you're doing well. I'll have to slip out soon as Marshall has a meeting about the mother-bound hidden in our ranks. It's just him, Millie, Tomas, and me. Or else I'd have you and Primrose come too. I'm pretty sure something is up with either Heath or Bonfire. Probably Heath, as we can't find him anymore. I nod to him as the shorter Rougarou beside him growls out a word. W-Y-E-T. Grinning, I raise a hand to Ka, replying to her. Nice to see you too, Ka, and you as well, Ro. Ro only grumbles back to me with a low pitch before Johnny takes it over for him. They are here for food and recovery. I doubt they will go with us any further than Bent, as forests are rare in Valens and do not exist at all in Blackreach. But they are good guards while I sleep, so I can't complain. Anyway, have a nice 2 days late birthday, Wyatt. I'll see you later. Johnny turns and with wave, leaves, the two Rougarou following him out as he departs shortly after arriving. After he leaves, I move over and join the poker table for a round, lamenting inwardly about the missing Bonfire and the others. It isn't enjoyable, even with Silas as the dealer, offering real money for winning. So I leave after a bit and rejoin the table Earl heads. I spend minutes talking to them, learning how Elizabeth is leading soldiers, Earl is crafting things, and Esther is being taught by some wounded soldiers how to fight. I ensure they are going easy on her, but I don't tell her to stop. She needs to learn it eventually, better sooner than later. Yet, after an hour, people start leaving, and after 2, only the 4 of us, and Dakota, are remaining. Then, Marshall bursts into the pit when the time nears 2.5 hours. All right, get out of here, runts. You've had your fun with him. Now, it's my turn. I give Earl and Elizabeth the go-ahead to leave as Earl promises to work on the arm as much as possible. And once he goes, I offer a proposition to Marshall. Earl is making me a mechanical arm to substitute my missing one, but he needs to have that craftsman sigil. Could you spare a concoction so he can skip some of the time to gain ether? Marshall shakes his head in the negative, throwing out a warning as he raises his palms. No, that is highly dangerous, and while it might work sometimes, there is a reason it is not widespread. The chance to become a mother-bound from that is non-zero. In fact, it's probably close to 50% of the time. Damn, well, I guess I'll just have to wait. I suppose that's why the skip isn't so well known. In the meantime, I should try and land a hit on Marshall. I can do that, right? Sand enters my mouth as I'm slammed into the ground, Marshall's balled fist throwing me to the ground. Every muscle, tendon, and bone in my body aches for rest. Yet I order them to move, to stand. They refuse. 2 weeks into training, and I can't move anymore. It's just too brutal. I only get to rest when I'm practicing ether during the sieges, and even that slowly wears me out. I just can't. Day in, day out, I am constantly doing something that either tears apart my mind, body, or both. My arms push, but no force comes out. My legs kick, but no momentum comes. I try to roll onto my chest, but zero effect ensues. The whole world is blurring, and sleep has been escaping me for several days. I think I got to fall asleep a week ago during a particularly successful defense. Marshall is doing this on purpose. He has to be. I just don't know why. Yet as I lay here, a solid boot taps against my head. Marshall speaking to me. His voice is firm yet unhurried despite the time running out. I've made much less improvement than the first few days, and even then, he ignores it. Get up. Another round. Sputtering, I finally tell him the words I've wanted to say for the past few days. I can't. You're just too strong. I can't keep up. The unyielding wall scoffs as he lifts his boot off my skull and places it back on the pit's sand. I get it. You're afraid. You're afraid that you aren't good enough, that I'm too powerful, and so are the foes that matter, that you will simply get smashed into the sands of time, forgotten and unimportant. I instantly refuse, knowing it is not fear but, instead, hopelessness that holds me back. But Marshall does not care. I'm not. You need to put something in that thick skull of yours, kid. The strongest are not to be feared. Marshall bends down, his knee pressing into the dirt of the training ground as he looks me in the eyes, his brown meeting mine. It's those who stand back up. Those are the ones you fear. I've never met an angel unwilling to get back up. Each possesses forces of will equaling that of our stature. He stands again, offering his impossibly marred hand to me. What is it we say here, boy? I take the hand, lift it into the air like a rag doll before stabilizing my feet. Then, I reply, spouting the words from memory as my breath leaves me ragged and tired. Into the long dusk, we always rage against the inevitable end, the long darkness that never ceases. Until the very last man, we fight. No candle may be snuffed without a sound. Even as the dark takes us, we burn with rage as unending as the dark. And as the very last man falls, he too shall spread the fire. Marshall nods deeply, his head sinking low, but he corrects me. You are missing a part, the one I have only told to others. A phrase that keeps me going even when I can't see the light. The words I said to myself before that crowd days ago. Marshall admitting weakness to me widens my eyes, and I step back in surprise. But the man doesn't care. The wall speaks only truths, equals the dark fears, not the man, but the light he can spread. Marshall strides forward, his boot crunching upon the dirt as he taps a weighty finger into my chest. I nearly fall backward simply from the light pressure he applies. I do not care who you are, where you are from, or how you got here, Wyatt. I care not even for the methods you use. I can only for the light you can spread. That is the only thing that matters. We stand at a precipice, boy, and while you aren't our only hope, you are among short company. The unyielding wall then pushes harder, his fleshy finger more steel than meat as it digs into my body a quarter-inch. The pain makes me want to step back, but the man's eyes keep me still. So, you need to stop with the bullshit if you want to be consequential. That hand you have there, that is the only hand you'll ever get, and you need to use it. Honestly, use it. I've watched you fight the past 2 weeks, refusing its aid. Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously. Next, remove your caution over your Colt. If the time ever comes that you need to fire it, do so. Tell me the words I want to hear. My head sags as my body teeters on the brink of collapsing. Yet I answer him. He's been beating this phrase into my head countless times in the past while. What is it with him and mottos? Hesitation is death. He nods, ambling several feet in reverse before waving his hands outward, the scars shining under the moonlight. Indeed. Now, kill me. And don't do it alone. I want to see you do it together with your artifiction. I've been building you to this. Old text from the attack on the Hollows I dug into recently spoke of Twilight being a stage only reachable when both artifact and man are on the brink. So come. I don't believe the bloody palm is tired yet. Let's make it that way. Lose control if you have to. I know you've gained it back before. Fall, Wyatt, and show me you can stand back up. Marshall so effortlessly tells me to lose control, to let the bloody palm take over so that we may become closer. I hesitate shortly, staring at the artifact that is my left forearm and hand before breaking out of it. Hesitation is death. Glancing at Marshall, I return my focus to the bloody palm. It's time, isn't it? Sighing, I release the figment of madness in my arm, the physical and mental block within my flesh fading away. Yet as it does, no attack comes, only a curious tendril of dark energy. But that is just what it is, dark. The bloody palm cannot help its nature any more than I can change mine. Broken, shattered, beaten. Yet, we both get up again. Me, from endless wounds and losses, and the artifact from actual death. I wonder, who did you come from? What failures, injuries, and triumphs have you gone through? Who are you? So many thoughts I never was willing to ponder rush me as I fall to my knees, my legs giving out, and as I do so, the darkness of the bloody palm's ether welcomes me in a precarious embrace, and I don't push it back. For once, I accept it, allowing it to dig deep and burrow itself around me as I stare at Marshall, the man encouraging me. Twilight can only be reached by blending night and day, of man and monster. Only when both break down can the two marry. You need not worry about your artifact breaking. I will do it myself. You must only crawl out, Wyatt, and form a deal. No matter how tenuous, you must make one. Otherwise, you will never reach the angelic realm, for no hollow has ever done it before. Marshall pauses a moment as he reveals some hidden information before the darkness takes me. And to be an angel requires you to be pure of mind. In truth, one can be an angel without ever fighting a day in their life. Technically. Yet, few, so very few, are pure of mind in any other time than the moments where they glide against death. A sigh escapes his lips as he lets out a declaration worse than a death sentence to my fading ears. The shadows creeping in as the bloody palm slowly takes me, its instincts doing as they should. Unless you reach dawn and can separate yourself from your artifact at will and merge seamlessly together, you will never become an angel. It's as simple as that. 255, Ballad of Cassidy Monroe. A wave of negative emotions crashes over me like a relentless storm. Sadness, deep and profound, seeps into my core, weighing me down with its oppressive presence. Grief washes over me, a torrent of anguish threatening to drown my spirit. Hopelessness engulfs me, its suffocating grip squeezing the last remnants of optimism from my soul. Like a tsunami of sorrow, I am bashed against the shore of my own skull. As the dark, consuming artifact engulfs me, I feel an immediate sense of despair creeping into every fiber of my being. Its tendrils wrap around my body, constricting me, merging with my essence in a disturbing fusion. Yet, the feelers from the bloody palm don't seem to be directly antagonistic. They are harsh, negative, and awful, but I can't help but feel that is merely its nature. It doesn't mean to throw it at me. Within this consuming darkness, I am thrust into a haunting journey through the artifact's past. Dim fragments of who it was are revealed to me. Yet, the dimness starts with a bit of light as I take over the artifact's original form's eyes. A young man rocks upon the wood of a chair, the creaks of the furniture mimicking the echoing birds. Before my eyes lie a vast ranch, fields of wheat as far as I can see in the distance. But that's not where the bloody palm's focus lies. Instead, it is on the woman beside him in a rocking chair of her own, a babe resting upon her shoulder. The woman is at most in her early 20s, her face youthful in bliss as she addresses me, my mind slowing joining the memory. "Did you see Spot today, Cassidy? It's been real quiet. I wonder where the little bugger ran off to." The BLOI shake off her worry as everything brightens, the colors gaining saturation as the woman, Josephine, glows with a beautiful radiance. "Nah, not today. He's probably out playing with the sheep or cattle. You know he likes to sleep with them at night to ensure their safety, too." Josephine nods, continuing to rock our child, Pierce Monroe, my son. I can't help but smile as I enjoy the fantastic weather. We're all up early, and Pierce isn't whining or crying. It's bliss. I close my eyes and allow the chair to roll me into a slight nap, but Josephine brings Spot up again as I fall asleep. "You sure?" I'm starting to worry. I haven't heard anything from our animals all morning. Not a rooster or a cow. I know we don't check on them for a while longer on Saturdays, but could you? For me. Sighing, I stand up from my looming nap. Then, I step over to Josephine and lay a quick peck on her forehead, my childhood sweetheart smiling from the touch. Her bright smile widens mine even further. "Of course, anything for you, dear. I'll be back in a few." She thanks me, whispering as Pierce begins to wake. Saying sorry quickly and leaving her to deal with him, I step away, heading toward the cattle pen. The cows and chickens aren't too far from the house, and I hastily approach them, but as I do, it seems off. All of it. It's dead silent, and I don't even hear the slight movement of any of our cattle. My heart skips a beat as I drive myself forward, my arms pumping by my side as I run with all my speed. The morning sun follows me as I get close enough to get a look at the pin atop the hill beside the house, and I almost falter as I reach the top. All I see is red. Red liquid, red solids, red fences, red building. Nothing is left besides red. I stumble forward. My mind cannot comprehend anything as I reflexively call for Spot. Spot, boy, it's morn. Nothing meets my yell, so I follow it up with a whistle. Nothing follows that, either. With shaky steps, I push forward, pulling open the red fence of the pen as I step inside. A squelch at my foot. My eyes widen as I look down. A crushed head with multicolored dog fur surrounding the eyeball that splatters under my boot, while rises within my chest as I freeze. Spot? Again. I get no reply, only the noiseless pin. I shakily move my vision toward the nearby chicken pen, only to find a similar red that covers it all. It's all red. My breath hitches as I back up, tumbling, throwing my arms, and fumbling to get myself over the fence as I run back to the house. I scream for Josephine as I run, hoping that whatever happened is isolated to the pins. Josephine. Nothing, even as I approach the house. No one is on the porch, either. Again, I try, praying for any god that is still benevolent that she was simply hungry or had to feed Pierce inside. Josephine. No reply, my feet pounding against the wood of our porch, leaping over steps to get inside, skipping the empty chairs. But as I force open the door, I meet resistance, something inside preventing my entry. Josephine. Bile continues to rise, my stomach aching for release as my vision swims. But I hold for Josephine. She must be scared. She needs me. Pierce needs me. So, I wrench open the door, slamming my meaty shoulder into it. Yet, it still doesn't open. Panicking, I try again, and again, and again. Finally, by the fourth try, the door opens, but not without a similar squelch. Trembling, almost unwilling, I peek down as I burst inside, only to see a string of intestines ripped apart by the opening of the door and smashed against the wall. I release the bile, my stomach hurling its contents as I see Josephine's body in more segments than the many bricks I used to build our house. My wife lies lifeless before me, her body brutally torn asunder, a grotesque floor of shattered flesh and bone. The once vibrant and loving woman who shared my childhood, adolescence, and adulthood is now reduced to gore. My mind reels, unable to comprehend the unfathomable cruelty. Yet beneath that, beneath the shakes, I remember our vows. I promised her to take care of Pierce, our marriage happening after she was well through her pregnancy. Despite the grisly scene, Pierce is nowhere to be found. Panic surges through my veins, my thoughts racing in a desperate frenzy. The echoes of my desperate cries mingle with the suffocating silence hanging heavy in the air. Where is my baby? Is my child safe, hidden from this unknown monster? Where are the hunters? How could they? Pierce, I scream, knowing the 8-month-old cannot reply. Where is he? Who took him? What took him? Driven by a potent mix of fear and determination, I push forward through the blood-stained corridors of my home. The red only continues. The red suffuses each portion of the walls I painted. Each step feels weighted with the weight of my anguish as blood squashes underfoot, the anticipation of what I may find clawing at my sanity. I break through the doors, unwanting to waste time opening them, working from the downstairs rooms towards the upstairs, yet I find nothing as I move, only more blood. The house seems to mock me with its empty rooms, the walls silently witnessing the unspeakable tragedy. My movements become more frantic, fueled by a surge of adrenaline as I tear through the remnants of our once peaceful sanctuary. Furniture is overturned, and belongings are cast aside in my desperate quest to find a glimmer of hope. I slam my fist into a wall, the wooden interior cracking under my force as I ignore the searing pain. Only one place remains, the cellar. He has to be alive. He has to be. As I continue my fevered search, heading outside toward the cellar, leaving in a way I don't have to see Josephine, My mind oscillates between terror and a flicker of hope that refuses to be extinguished. I dare not entertain the darkest possibilities, clinging to the sliver of a chance that Pierce may still be alive. He has to be. If he's not, he is. I trip over the stairs out of the house, but recover with a scream. Pierce. My voice cracks as I call out for Pierce, my pleas growing more desperate for every step toward the cellar, peaking when I lay my hand upon the metal handle. The silence that greets me as I touch it feels deafening. The weight of grief presses upon me, threatening to crush my spirit, but I refuse to yield. With a force of effort, I yank open the door to the cellar, the clamorous squeak breaking the fragile silence. With trepidation clawing at my insides, I descend the creaking wooden stairs that lead into the dimly lit abyss of the cellar. The air sinks with the must and decay that forms around me, casting a suffocating shroud over my senses. I rely solely on the feeble rays of dawn that trickle through the forcibly opened door, casting elongated shadows across the stone floor. As I step further into the cellar's depths, my eyes strain to pierce through the murky darkness that envelopes the space. The sound of my own heartbeat echoes in my ears, an unwelcome reminder of my mounting unease. It feels like cotton is in my eardrums, preventing any sound but my heartbeat, as that is all I hear. My gaze sweeps across the disarrayed shelves, stacks of forgotten belongings, and worn-out tools lurking within the obscurity. And then, my gaze falls upon a figure huddled in the farthest corner of the cellar, partially concealed by the gloom. My heart leaps in my chest, a glimmer of hope reigniting within me. But as I approach, a chill runs down my spine, a primal instinct warning me of imminent danger. There it hounds, a grotesque abomination, defying the boundaries of nature. Its size rivals that of a wolf, its body contorted with twisted limbs. A beak akin to that of an eagle juts out from its hideous visage, while a sinewy tail and razor-sharp claws resemble those of a rat. Its presence exudes malevolence, its mouth gnawing on a string of muscle, a puddle of blood beneath him. Fear intertwines with concern as my eyes search desperately for any trace of my child amidst the monstrous form before me. My voice quivers as I call out their name, my plea lost in the heavy silence that permeates the air. Pierce. The creature's hollow gaze remains fixed upon me, its intentions shrouded for a moment before its beak widens, the mouth working unlike a bird's as it stretches and elongates, grim laughter bouncing off the walls. Tasty. For a short moment, all I see is red. My hand moves instinctively for the knife at my hip, a deep, burning red that encapsulates it all. A rage, one so deep and furious, comes forth with a hideous scream that I thought impossible to my lungs. It contains no words, just violence. For a moment, I regain my individuality from the memory, and my vision cuts forward in time. Another scene replacing that one as I slowly return to myself. I don't get to see what happened with that beast monster thing, but I do know that Cassidy killed it, earning him a crippled arm. Straining, I force myself to stay separate from Cassidy. I can't imagine it would be good to become too immersed in such a thing. Cassidy, the man who was the bloody palm before he died and his sigil was corrupted, sits silently at a bonfire as throes of men and women dance around him in a drunken stupor. He ignores the depravity as his ruined arm, only capable of holding light things, bears a portrait of Josephine from when they were young. The man's eyes, my eyes, never leave the portrait, even as a lady sits beside Cassidy. She calls out to him with worry, but he reacts with fury, hiding the paper. His non-ruined arm, his right, latches onto the Colt at his hip, drawing it as the party pauses. "Leave me alone," the woman gasps as she steps back, a drunk man telling her off. Cassidy don't like no women. Pretty sure he don't like no one. Don't take it personal. Cassidy simply scoffs as he stands, his gun rising toward the man. The predecessor of the bloody palm slams the trigger before even speaking. Indeed, and this is nothing personal, just a job. Need me some coin. Screams ring out as Cassidy begins a dance of death. Dozens of regular men, first and second sigileds fighting against him. A fourth sigiled. He mows through them, his blood bursting from his ruined arm to defend himself as he proceeds with deadly celerity. The man joined them for over a month, taking the time to make them used to him before killing them for his bounty. 60 seconds later, Blood pools at his feet as he staggers, taking an eye from each person he killed before stumbling off into the trees. Cassidy sits at a table, chains wrapped around his wrists, as a burly man with a thick beard speaks to him. Yet, Cassidy's eyes don't leave the granular wood. You either fight as a dead man for the deways or die. Simple as that. You killed one of them. After all, no other way about it. You had to have known how this would end. The widow speaks simply, nodding along. Whatever. They got Josephine killed. Daryl, they got Pierce. I had to. The Sigilled opposite him shakes his head with a sigh. You know that's not true. And even if it was, which of course, I'm not saying it is, there's no point fighting them. You're but a man, Cassidy. Cassidy's reply is simple, succinct, and filled with the same darkness I see within the bloody palm daily. For now, but they will pay. A battle rages, bullets flying everywhere as two lines of carriages meet, each adorned with a different banner of an estate. The Doways versus the Grimes vying for trade rights and supplies. Cassidy steps off the wagon he's set to guard, while all the men under him, a fourth Sigilled, focus on the Grimes. Cassidy's eyes refuse to budge from the tall man 10 feet from him. An ornately dressed young man barks out orders to the rest of the dead men as they rush to battle the Grimes. Go. You won't be paid unless you fight well, and if you don't fight, I'll kill you. Cassidy Monroe cares little for the orders as he carefully moves toward the commanding Grimes, an emblem on his vambrace. Undetected, he shambles, shifting from cart to cart as he cloaks himself with the effect of some artifact he carries on him, ignoring the negative repercussions of it. Pain tears through his form as the artifact turns him translucent, but to Cassidy, he's already a dead man. Pain doesn't matter to him. He is silent until he gets just behind the Grimes, lifting his Colt to the back of the head. Yet, the man doesn't speak or gloat. Cassidy simply pulls the trigger before slinking away in the heat of battle, dead set on killing more. But the moment after he pulls the trigger and the Grimes scion falls limply to the ground, his body is racked with pain, throwing him to the ground. Cassidy grits his teeth and tries to stand but can't. The pain is simply too much in his head for him to move his subordinates from the man he killed rush for him. Without hesitation, Cassidy bites the flesh of his non-ruined right hand and forces his claymore into his left hand, the flesh violently bending under his ether to hold the blade. And then, he stabs the blade of his claymore into his right arm, the pain biting through the agony of whatever curse placed upon him by the Grimes' highest occultist. But it's not enough, and the men are close. So, he goes further, ripping off his right arm as he finally darts away. As he moves, his ruined left arm slams against a wall from his abrupt movement. Yet no pain is felt, the ruined limb unfeeling and useless without ether. Days pass as Cassidy is constantly in pain, chased, and weakened by blood loss. All the while, he curses the Grimes for ignoring their duties, allowing a powerful infield to make it into a safe portion of Kuhn. They knew it had entered, but instead of killing it, they allowed it to roam, figuring it would save time and effort to let it go on a rampage to the common folk. More time passes, shadows skipping past him as throngs of dead men come to claim the bounty from their betrayer. Cursing, Cassidy finally stands his ground, fighting one last time as he attempts to kill as many as possible. He screams, the yell inundating the entire forest he uses as his escape and final stand. The scream contains no words, yet this time, it is not a simple shout. It contains love, sorrow, joy, sadness, hope, hate, serenity, fury, and violence. Cassidy tears into the many men who have come after him, slaying dozens and wounding dozens more in his last moments. Yet, the man dies quickly, a swift dagger to the throat ripping off half his neck. Life exits him just as fast, even as his desire for life, for more blood, for more killing, is not yet satiated. As Cassidy falls, he reaches out with his ruined hand, grasping for those who left him behind. My mind swims as I reappear at the ranch, the cheerful sight of Josephine returning to me. I get devoured into it once more, the emotions overpowering mine as I slowly relive more and more of Cassidy's life with every consecutive relay of it. But I hold on. I know the purpose of this. The artifact is trying to make us become one. It wants me to join it, to become Cassidy, but I refuse. We are our own people, Cassidy. And if you ever regain your sanity somehow, the artifact past your death reaching the angelic realm of Arca, I will finish your goal if that's how it works, of course. You have done enough for me at this point. And the Grimes deserve death. All the estates do. I have yet to hear a single positive from them, besides the fact that the prime comes from the Harveys. So, I push back against the emotions, leveraging my exhausted mind as I ignore the happenings in these memories, clawing for air and reality. I close my eyes, reach, cleave, and reave with my mind, imagining everything breaking around me and delivering me unto the pit as a daydream fulfills my want. And so, I do. Yet, what I find before my pupils is not what I expect. My body controlled by another far hungrier for death than I. 256. Hullabaloo. I can only observe through my eyes as the bloody palm that was once Cassidy Monroe's malevolence engulfs me, wresting control of my body and unleashing its wrath upon Marshall. Absolute hostility and lethal intent twist and contort my form unnaturally, bones shattering from the sheer velocity, only to mend in a fleeting moment. Flesh morphs and spins, forging weapons from its own grotesque form. My legs wrench themselves, bone and flesh splattering to create bursts of power that propel me with an agonizing speed. And while I hurtle for Marshall, those ruined legs repair themselves, muscle and flesh returning to force my bones in place. Yet the moment before the bloody palm that controls me reaches Marshall, my left arm is transfigured into a lance of flesh and bone, the tip reflecting a hazardous glint of bone. Yet, despite the demonic force that drives me, my instructor stands tall, radiating an air of unrivaled power. He meets my onslaught with calm confidence as if engaging in a mere game. A swift, closed fist slams down as he sidesteps, dodging the drilling strike from the bloody palm. And that hand of his impacts the back of my skull, turning my vision black and intertwining my whole form with the sand below. Yet, no matter how forcefully he strikes, the creature within me regenerates, healing my wounds with unnerving swiftness. My vision rapidly returns, even as I attempt to regain control, only to be rebuffed as the bloody palm shakes my head with a low growl. Yet, Marshall cares not, for the unyielding wall simply beats my head again, forcing me a half-foot into the ground. With eyes of nothing but the dark dirt, I hear him speak through ringing ears as the bloody palm stands again, its persistence unbreakable. Alone, you are both formidable. I am sure you two have felt it. That power. Together, you are. The bloody palm wrenches its head up again, our eyes meeting Marshall before he hits up again. The impact is fast and imperceptible, returning us to darkness as blood leaks everywhere from my shaking skull. Rude. I hope you can hear me in there, Wyatt. I will keep beating this thing down until you two come to an agreement. If you don't, then you will die. Simple as that. Get to it. Another crash of my skull proves his point. The bloody palm cannot even see the light for more than a split second before I am put back into the shadows of the sand below. Will he kill us? No, he won't. He can't. Right? Or, no, he has to. If I don't come back from this, I won't be me anymore. He will do anything he must to protect people. Even killing himself is on the table. But even through this dire circumstance, I am in awe of my Marshall's prowess yet again. His mastery over his strength and how to apply it leagues above me. The old man can hit me and keep even the bloody palm shaking without going overboard and instantly killing me. Additionally, his speed is high, but it's not unreachable currently. He's keeping us back with pure technique. But still, the bloody palm and I are alike in many ways. Ruthlessness toward ourselves is one. The overwhelming instinct for survival is another, regardless of the cost. I can feel the artifact surge with emotions, slivers of sorrow and mourning raging in its partially developed reason as it heaves with effort. The warm yet sticky ether of the darkness of the bloody palm flows through my body as I feel flesh fade, hard-earned fat, skin, and even particles of bone from constantly eating vanishing as the artifact sacrifices them for strength. I even feel the recently eaten cake fully fade, the sweetness lingering in my mind. Instantly, I sense a rush of power flow through my body, the totality of the rush 10 times that of adrenaline as the energy all goes into one place. My muscles. And that energy translates to speed as my eyesight blurs before stabilizing. the bloody palm 30 feet from Marshall Travis. The old man simply smiles as blood trails down my head and into my eyes from the many strikes. Interesting. Occultists are always an odd bunch to fight. What else you got, Mr. Bloody Palm? A growl is his only reply, the sound scratching its way up and out of my chest as I turn to run. The Bloody Palm chooses to retreat from this undefeatable foe, but Marshall isn't having it. I leap upward, reaching for the edge of the pit as my flesh extends and elongates, but I only make it halfway before 5 fingers wrap around my ankle. Turning back, solely due to the Bloody Palm machinations, I find Marshall grinning up at me before he acts. Again, my vision blurs before a deafening crash results in both the Bloody Palm and me reeling. It tries to clear our sight, to fight back, but it can't. Another slam ceases its labor, then another, and another, until finally, even my artifact struggles to keep up. After the 5th impact, Marshall pauses, peering down at us while he grips my purple and bruised ankle, the bones undoubtedly annihilated underneath. The Bloody Palm returns his gaze with a stare as I, with harrowing trembles, raise my hand. Again, I fight back, attempting to wrestle control back, but I don't affect its depth of authority at all. I can only watch the beatdown passively. A pang of pain runs through my body as the fingers of the Bloody Palm, the pinky and ring fade into meat and bone, joining the rest of the hand with a sludge. Another sacrifice. The artifact is going all out. Yet again, a strength fills my body as I lurch forward, striking at Marshall's face with a claw seeped in shredding bone and corrosive flesh. As I relentlessly assault him, the unyielding wall's demeanor remains unwavering. He regards my onslaught with detached amusement, as if testing his limits rather than fearing my artifact's might. His confidence shines through as he swipes at each individual attack, brushing aside each of my murderous attempts at hurting him. Despite the artifact's sigil and emotions surging through my veins, I cannot help but feel a sense of admiration for my teacher. He navigates this deadly brawl without repositioning, treating my wicked onslaught like a mere diversion. His nonchalance fuels my frustration, driving me to push harder, to break out of the Bloody Palm. Yet it also fuels the artifact's scorn. I am a pawn in his game in this duel of contrasting forces. Marshall effortlessly weaves my attacks in obscurity, biding his time, waiting for me to do as he said. And finally, I begin to consider it genuinely. I keep attempting to simply break out on my own to prove that I don't need it. But I do. That one time, months ago during the siege of Rustbank, when Johnny pulled that skill over the Bloody Palm and me, forcing us to work together with all our strengths momentarily, we were almost unstoppable. Together, we cleaved through hordes of beasts and dozens of outlaws until Hura ultimately put us down. Through my eyes, I continue to watch the Bloody Palm get beat down, smacked, slammed, stabbed, and mutilated as our blood dyes the sand. More and more, the yellowish-brown turns red as Marshall edges the Bloody Palm toward exhaustion. I can feel it. The artifact's efforts are growing labored, each movement more demanding than the last. And it's not because I'm injured, for the artifact heals me constantly, never tolerating something crumbling entirely before it is repaired. And so, as it approaches its limit, I reach out with my mind, with words and with emotions, hoping it doesn't fight back as I come without hostility. How about we do this one together? I get no reply from the artifact verbally as it surges forward once more at Marshall, but I do get a memory. This is a tiny snippet where Cassidy was betrayed by a friend he once called a brother, the reason why he was so easily found after his escape. Again, we are canonied into the floor, sanding flying everywhere as the Bloody Palm struggles to make us stand. I won't betray you. Another snippet blasts at me, the one where we were forcibly merged during Rustbank. As it does so, we emerge upright, arms hanging low as lengths of flesh reconstitute. That? I have paid for that already. You made sure of that. I am asking for a truce, a deal. We are stronger together. We can survive longer if we fight as one. The Bloody Palm still ignores me, dropping to all fours as it clashes with Marshall again, only to be smacked into the wall. The impact that establishes a crater in the wall shakes the foundations of the pit. I try again, unwilling to give up entirely. I offer it one more accord, this one perhaps a bit too violent for my own liking. But I am not wholly against it. I found none from the estates pleasing. Only that one man Virgil spoke of being his friend after getting exiled from his estate. I'll help you kill the Deways, the Grimes, any estate, all of them. You simply point and we kill. This makes it pause, the artifact ceasing its wanton desire for murder as it seems to consider my thoughts. Marshall's eyebrows raise at our hesitance, and a throng of emotions meets me as a series of faces cycle through my mind, each one leaving a lasting imprint. Close to a dozen sting me with their significance, two of them being people I've seen in posters before, not pillars, but certainly forerunners. I think I get the idea, though. You want these people dead? My response is a single word, the one I hear most often from the artifact. Kill. Again, the faces flash by, and I recognize one of them. Sylvia Dewey, the slick slider. She is the pillar of Seaside, the only other coastal territory along with Onyx Gate. I hesitate to agree to kill a pillar for a moment, but I don't linger on the thought for long. If she indeed did orchestrate Cassidy's death or his family's butchering in some way, then I have no issue with it. And so, I agree, conceding on the death of the pillar. That is fine with me. My agreement ends with calm as the surroundings seem to freeze, my senses all returning to me. Deep-seated agony runs through my frame as my nose is chock full of blood and my mouth of broken and regenerated teeth. A stumbling step sets me forward as I struggle to maintain my balance, the shift from a passenger to a controller of my body an odd feeling. But I briskly regain my authority and stand still, gazing forward. Marshall lies opposite me, his frame unchanged and uninjured despite the pools of blood around us. A rumble comes from within, a hungering desire to fight, to win, to survive. My eye flickers over to Reckless over by the side near where I placed Lily, the norm for our training sessions. Lifting my hand toward the sword, the bloody palm satiates his hunger, flesh stretching and emerging outward from my arm as it reaches the weapon and drags it back to me. Meanwhile, Marshall eyes me with an inquisitive glance. I disregard him for now as I focus on cementing our accord. I offer it a gift in return for power. The artifact takes it gladly, devouring Reckless as my flesh covers the claymore, the bloody palm ripping into it. I feel a discontented sigh as Reckless breaks apart, as if the artifact is disappointed that the blade is not an artifact. Still, ether, a nightly red, a crimson so deep it's almost midnight, flows through my veins, bulging my veins and muscles with energy, returning me to how I was before the battle began. My sight swoons from the change as the claymore shatters, its sigil illuminating the sky as it dissipates into the world. Glancing down, I clench my fist, relishing in the sensation. I then ready myself to fight, tightening the muscles on my legs as I shift my ether into motion. I haven't recovered much, but I'm not alone anymore. Yet as do so, Marshall Travis utters his words of wisdom, his vigilant gaze noticing my motions. Just keep fighting your demons, Wyatt. They may not get any weaker. Hell, they might even get stronger. But so will you. Nodding, I let my fist relax, putting my hand to the side. I don't need to fight. I can't repeat what happened long ago with Earl. I must control these urges, for while they may not be insidious and stained with malintent, the emotions of the bloody palm are volatile. Violence is not always the answer, even if my artifact may push me toward that end. I should relax, take a few hours to unwind, or perhaps even sleep a whole night's rest. I let my body decompress, my ether and muscles losing their force as I walk forward to Marshall. The bloody palm asks for violence, its imagery tainted with the sensation, but I remind it that Marshall is not on his list, and his violence that calls for ours was simply to strengthen us. He did it for us. The heat of the artifact cools significantly from my words as it focuses on digesting whatever it devoured from Reckless, the warmth causing me to want to sigh aloud with how pleasant it feels. Thank you, Marshall. I think I did it. It listens to me a bit and The general nods sagely, stepping to the side and waving toward my things. It is a shame you ruined such a good claymore, but I suppose things have a price. Is that all your artifact wanted? Is there anything else? If not, you should go rest. Even with its healing, I did a number on your body. I was careful not to exceed its limits, but I'm not perfect. I bob my head over to him as I pick up my belt and holster with Lily inside it, settling the two on my hip as I leave the pit with Marshall. The old man follows me out, noting the plate on the table. Happy birthday, Wyatt. Good things are hard to come by. Savor them, hold tightly onto them, and when push comes to shove, never let go of them. That memory alone may not take you far, but if you add them all up, they will. Now, have a good rest. I need to join Millie for some investigation. It seems we have a manipulator in our walls. Your buddy Heath was taken at some point, and whatever replaced him tried to sabotage the fort by starting a rebellion. I beam at the first half of his words, but I quickly grow solemn by the end. Heath? Really? Fuck. Johnny. That was one of his oldest friends? I open my mouth to offer my help, but Marshall pats me on the shoulder, a stark difference compared to his earlier slaps. No. Rest. If I need you, I will call for you. I know it is hard when a friend is taken by the dark light, but we must persevere. Persevere for them. Each fallen man and woman along our paths chain us down, but as I'm sure you know, not all chains are bad. Some are powerful support. Some are wide-ranging weapons. Some are simply weights that slow us down. But in the end, their effect is what you allow them to have. The mind is our most powerful weapon. I finish his words, remembering the phrase from the first book, and Marshall nods before leaving, departing from me at the stairs. Indeed. Oh, and you are exempt from needing a partner around you. I reckon she couldn't take you even if she tried. It's common knowledge that none can puppet a Wendigo other than their artifact. Once he leaves, I shamble toward the cot he set up for me within the inner fortress beside Earl's and Virgil's. Non-combatants and different genders have separate barracks, so when I walk in, I'm the only one. Earl is currently busying himself with my soon-to-be mechanical arm, while Virgil virtually never sleeps. I'll have to find Johnny later. Oh, and Bonfire. So many things to do. But first, I need to sleep. So, I claw my way into my bed and read a short passage from the first before drifting off to sleep, the words aiding me in the act. The part is about artifacts, my weary mind seeking more advice. Artifacts are born of lingering will, desire, and attachment. They are like ghosts, barring one thing. They have a form yet no soul, opposite a formless spirit. Instead, their emotions and direction come from the remnant will. Yet, if an artifact develops enough or is born from a being high enough, they produce its own soul. For, at the end of the angelic, the soul and the sigil become one. It merely happens a bit sooner for artifacts. 257. Partner. I wake up gradually, my sleepiness fading as I rub my eyes. No threats, no hurry, no exhaustion. My dreams were simply a short discussion with Lily before darkness. Peaceful. My hand hauls me up and off my cot as I prepare myself for the day, going through my routine. 15 minutes after waking up, I step out of the inner fortress, finding that I overslept through the whole night. It's morning, and the battle against the pygmies has already begun. I want to help, but Marshall would kick my ass. Instead, I walk to the pit, thinking about Willful Strand as soldiers hurry around me. I notice that there are far fewer than there used to be. The hallways and corridors previously were nearly filled to the brim with people at all times. Yet now, I don't have to push through anyone to get to my destination. The lack of motion and people sends a sour taste in my mouth as I step down the steps toward the pit. Either more and more soldiers are dying, or they are running. Whichever way, it's not good for us. Sighing, I grab some bread and meat left in the prep room and eat before striding to the proper arena of the pit. No one is present, and I really want to have that duel with Virgil soon. But I want to wait. I want to postpone until I can completely surprise him with my progress. The distance I've come since arriving is already massive, but most of it has been regarding physical techniques or the bloody palm. Marshall hasn't coached me on ether at all, nor has he been liberal with how I should best combine all three. I figure he will soon as my progress with close-quarters combat has nearly stagnated. The more you know, the harder it is to progress. Maybe he's waiting for me? Perhaps. He's waiting for me to reach Willful Strand. But isn't that above expectation for a fifth sigil? Aren't we only supposed to have Steam Strand? Though, Marshall is one that expects that which is beyond expectation. He wants me to fight like a master brawler and cooperate with my artifact like a hollow, and I suppose using ether like a forerunner would also join those two. Shifting the sand until I stand in the center of the pit, I plop down onto the ground. Then, I pivot my attention inward, concentrating on elevating my concept of ether. Once more, I conjure leash and focus my mind to keep it stable, forcing the ether to remain with every ounce of will I have. It lasts a bit longer each time. Not much, only a fraction of a second. Still, that is progress. All manipulation types are spectrums, which one is not said to possess until one reaches a minimum level of mastery. For Willful Strand, it is to extend a skill 5 times what it should go without it, either distance or time. Meanwhile, for something like Steam, it is simply to use a skill with only gaseous ether. I'm a far cry from reaching Willful, but I will. It will just take a great deal of time and effort. Better get to it, I suppose. The faraway rumbles of cannon fire, gunfire, and war drift aimlessly in my eyes as I fall into focus, continuously endeavoring to mold my ether with my mind. Hours fall away, leaving me only to practice. It's tranquil. I like it. A hand upon my shoulder breaks me out of my ether training, Marshall's face welcoming me. I glance up at him as he speaks, crackling his knuckles. The man seems more tired than usual. That's not good. My focus hangs on his slight wrinkles as he addresses me. Less time than usual. The pygmies are slowly diverting more and more of their forces from their battlefields toward the outlying south and west, where they fight demons or the gray men far south. Soon, an 8th sigil will appear, of that I am sure. But for now, we have time. So, let's start. I nod to him and stand, shaking off the rust from my legs as I ready myself, hopping from foot to get the blood flowing. I watch Marshall stare at me with a raised eyebrow before softly chuckling. Feel free to use the bloody palm to fight. I simply don't want to see any of your own. Find a way to integrate it. You can do this. If I see you doing it wrong, I'll hit you extra hard. Okay? Not sure if I'm ready. I give him a half-hearted agreement before we start. Are we prepared to fight together? Already? Maybe. I suppose this is why I'm not using my ether. Marshall, indeed, likes his basics. And the old man charges at me first, so I react with a backstep, asking for help from my artifact. A low groan comes, reminiscent of a complaint for no violence, and I sigh. Watching Marshall approach, I test out the bloody palm again, stepping to the side early and swinging my arm out, mentally asking for the artifact to strike with flesh or bone. To my surprise, it does. Warm darkness juts from my hand as my flesh curdles and bone extends from my forearm, slashing a blade of bone at the general. The bloody palm made the edge extend 2 entire feet from my fingertips, allowing me a reach advantage. I can't help but beam as Marshall steps back to avoid the slash that grazes his uniform. I grin even wider at his words. Nice trick. Be more creative. A blade is good, but that is expected. Few beings can control flesh and bone as it does. Use your strengths. Nodding, I reel my arm back, the flesh and bone transmogrifying back to normal, the bloody palm sighing with discontentment. I promise it a reward if we do well. If we impress him 3 more times, I'll find you an artifact to eat. Promise. A content and expecting whine greets my mind as Marshall once more charges at me. Another idea arises as he does so. Stepping back, I swing my arm at him again, this time asking for the flesh to elongate significantly, and it does. Despite how bizarre it looks, my arm extends out almost 5 feet toward Marshall. The general wraps his knuckles around my hand, chuckling as he yanks me in. This was a stupid one. Come here. Yet, he's never seen just how flexible the bloody palm is. Detach that part of the arm. Kill. You can certainly try. The bloody palm secedes my entire hand, leaving the artifact as only my forearm as it pulls itself back to me, regenerating at a visible speed. It should only take 10 seconds at most for the flesh and bone of my palm to be back and maybe another 5 for the fingers. Yet, Marshall holds the palm oddly, gazing at me as if I'm a dumbass. What is the point of? Then, he senses it. Before, a long time ago, the bloody palm detached a portion of its body that burrowed into an amakuk and killed it from within. As Marshall speaks, the flesh creates a sharpened tip and stabs into his flesh, drawing a few rivulets of blood. But the attack is fast shattered as Marshall wraps his other hand around the meat and throws it against the wall, exploding it as if it were a bomb. My attempt might have been ruined quickly, but I'm not disappointed. No, I'm ecstatic. I finally drew blood. The unyielding wall shares some of my excitement as he brings his head up to look at me, a broad smile creeping toward his ears. This time he doesn't laugh or distort my attack in any way. He simply grins stoically as he encourages me. Good, good, very good. I want more of that. You may be a brawler, but that doesn't mean you must be superficial. Spice it up. Make some sucker punches that people won't expect. Create some that, even if they do, they have no way out. A haymaker or two can end a fight entirely or smart as well. Just think about the combinations with your ether as we fight. Marshall steps forward, taking his time to let my hand heal as I feel all the food I ate this morning going right into my hand. Worth it. Totally worth it. At least the palm doesn't devour my muscle anymore without reconstituting it. That's the power of a hollow and a Wendigo. The only difference is that those from the Nocturne tribe, those we call hollows, use their connections with wisdom. Meanwhile, Wendigos fight like brutes, relying solely on that relationship. Once you get your willful strand, we'll move up to full fights where you combine everything. But for now, rely only on your artifact. Nodding, I realize my ideas from the past were correct. Then, I raise my hand as my fingers finish recovering, the nails even adorning my fingertips. Though, I wonder for a moment about the artifact upon my arm. Why does it want to eat other ones? I used to think it was merely some odd thing regarding them, but that can't be it. The bloody palm desires them. Reckless seemed to give it ether to use, or something of the like. But what does it actually do? I asked the man most likely to know. Why does my artifact want to devour other ones? It doesn't take their sigils. Marshall pivots his step at that, stopping his burgeoning assault, to answer my question. The old man taps the trimmed beard on his face as he considers it. To be truthful, I've never seen an artifact devour another for anything other than a sigil, and I did find it odd how the bloody palm broke the claymore. Perhaps it can consume the remnant emotions in the sigil? A cultist has some authority over emotions. After all, I'd reckon it probably wants sensations. Just as we like entertainment, I ponder his thoughts as I spark another idea. So, you mean it's entertainment for it? That, in the same way we would rather not be bored, it wants to eat other artifacts. Marshall bobs in agreement, finishing the discussion as he waves me to fight. Probably. It is a sixth sigil one. After all, for the most part, they are close to sentient with quirks and whatnot that appear at the fourth sigil. Those below are primarily free of bizarre traits compared to wondrous ones. Though, Arca are chock full of peculiar effects. Some even have to be treated like sacred objects. Now, that's enough. Time to fight. We only have an hour left. He ends his words as he rushes at me, the sand lifting underneath each of his steps. The unyielding wall moves with such swiftness I cannot dodge. Instead, I raise my arm, letting his incoming fist impact my forearm. The strike sends me spinning, grasping for balance as another barrage of blows follows. Cursing, I force myself to remember that the bloody palm virtually grants me all the skills of a sixth, sigil's many trips to the cabin. And so, as I get hit with impact after impact, my bones rattling from the strikes as Marshall dances around me, I ask for help. I call for a shield to block a punch coming for my face, and the bloody palm obliges, the bone bulging from my forearm. Pivoting my frame, I let his fist slam against my forearm as the bone leaves my skin and muscle, elongating like a shield to cover the weighty assault. The force of the impact is brutal and compels a backstep for me as Marshall follows up with an uppercut, seeking to knock me out. Gritting my teeth, I twist to the side, moving my forearm to deflect his hand instead of hitting the flank of my head. I use the impact's energy to back up further, creating distance as I wave my arm, reigniting that reach advantage. Our battle quickly devolves as I struggle to find more and more things to throw him off with, constantly resorting to a bone shield or flesh bullet to keep him off me. An hour quickly ends as I fall to my knees, exhausted without using even an ounce of ether. Marshall pats me on the back of my neck as he walks out, the bloody palm groaning in tiredness as he does so. Good work. Later, I stumble upon Blake, walking alongside Silas and Lennox, her trio partners, as she is moving toward her quarters, likely seeking rest. She doesn't seem to notice me, so I call out to her. Hey Blake, you all right? She glances at me as if I just kicked a puppy, but she doesn't walk away. My concern shoots through the roof. Blake? Her face distorts before Silas sighs and pushes her toward me. Finally, deal with her. Will you, Wyatt? I glance toward Lennox as he bashes on Blake, too, even with her standing right here. Yeah, she's been so down lately. She won't answer anything. She's like a stone wall. Oh, haha. Shaking my head at Lennox for his peculiar as always behavior, I keep my focus on Blake. Hey, come on, what's up? Blake peeks up at me, then glances at Silas, and the undead man sighs before flicking up a coin. Here you go. Hold one side. And you can only hear each other. Thanking him, I catch the coin and offer it to Blake, the woman taking it inside the noisy fortress. I can imagine there is very little privacy with being forced to be in trios to stay safe. I can't imagine what it's like for Esther or Virgil's family. Though, I suppose the Boons are a trio without Virgil anyway. But once I feel Silas' ether run through us, his sigil multipurpose as always, Blake finally speaks. I'm sorry. I shake my head, not understanding. For what? Her eyes tear up as she wipes them with her other hand. I got Skychaser killed. Then, even with an absolution, I didn't help with the fight in Tornridge. And even here, I didn't do much. All I do is shoot from atop the walls, too scared to use my absolution. I don't want to see Skychaser. He scared me the last time. I don't want to disappoint you guys, though. Where is this all coming from? Why is she? Why? Sky Swain, despite being a baddo, is doing so much more than me, even with her grief, killing 100 a day. If I hadn't gotten her mate killed, I tap her forehead with mine, unable to let go of the coin without my voice being hurt. Hey, stop that. None of that is your fault, okay? Skychaser died for you. He took that hit for you, and Bonfire survived, so you don't have to worry about him. He's fine even right now. As for your absolution skill, well, they take some time to get used to. After I used mine for the first time, I think it was a whole month before I did it again. She tilts her head up, showing the vulnerable side that's rare for her. Really? I nod profusely as it is the truth. No one is ever ready for their absolutions. The cabin itself tells us that, don't blame yourself for any of this. And so what if you aren't doing as much as Sky Swain for the sieges? I'd rather you be safe than risk your life like I'm confident she's doing. That woman, she's gone off the deep end in grief. Take your time, Blake. How about you guys come and practice some ether with me? Marshall was teaching me about willful strand. Blake's face lightens up, even if there is a bit of jealousy hidden. She quickly hides it, however, and agrees. Of course, I haven't slept in a while, but that can wait. I wish I could be taught by Marshall Travis, but just seeing him fight is enough for me. He's like a walking god of war. I smile at her as I extend the offer to Silas and Lennox, the two that have to come with her. The rules by Marshall are strict, and only Colonels, Johnny, and I are exempt. Not even Virgil is, as the man is forced to join a team with Abraham and Sky Swain. I can't even imagine Earl's life right now. He finally escaped Primrose, only to be ordered to stay near her and Elizabeth for a month. But Silas and Lennox quickly agree, the two having their own, similar reasons. The former whispers the middle part of his answer. Of course, I don't sleep anyway. Oh, don't let Lennox know that. Sounds like fun. I get you to ask you questions, right? They don't answer me when they sleep. Shaking my head, I lead them to my quarters, where it is silent since they are off duty right now. Ether practice is always enjoyable, and I'm surprised that Lennox doesn't know that for Silas, sleep is optional. I assume the man didn't tell any colonel or marshal that fact either, as if he did, he'd be fighting nonstop like Virgil and his 2 hours of sleep a day. But the Stoneclad's inane questions start before we even make it to the barracks. Wyatt, what's the name of your cult? What's it do? Can you show me? Fuck. Should have said no. 258, packing iron. Earl Garner. Ow. Snapping back my hand, I suck on the tip of my index finger, the cut only going deep enough to draw a few droplets of blood. As I cradle my minor wound from trying to get this arm how I want it, the gears and springs not quite adding up, a voice mocks me from behind. Maybe, just maybe, you wouldn't have to get paper cuts if we could go fight? I'm so bored watching you do this. What about you, Elizabeth? I twist around, prepared to retort Primrose, only to find Elizabeth quiet, her gaze focused on the map before her. Glancing toward the door, I notice that Elizabeth's relayers, the ones who send her orders, are outside the door, waiting. She's not the end-all commander by any means. Millie, Tomas, Marshall, and even several other majors are above her in the chain of command, but she's got the knack for it. So, being considerate of her ruminations, as her recent third sigil gave her some insights into leadership with another lawman, I stay my hand. Instead of bursting out at Primrose, I choose to be the bigger man. Not that she is one, anyway, nor will she ever snag one with that horrid personality. Can't she just relax? Ever? Primrose always has something to say. Shaking my head, I return to my gift for Wyatt for everything he's done for me. There is simply too much for me to even name. There are absolutely too many examples, from saving my life to getting me a sigil to allowing me to do what I love. I just want to pay him back, even if it's only a little. So, I get to work. A long road is ahead, and I only get to work when I finish brewing and mixing all the medicine needed from the almanac for the day. There's so much to do, and while I used to think I loved alchemy, I've learned that art is not my ideal course. Instead, it is magnets, electricity, and metal, mostly metal. Twisting things with gears and springs is positively satisfying. The first two are essential merely because they are the next step beyond gunpowder, but I'm not entirely there yet. Coil still has many issues, the least of which is its power. The weapon breaks easily, overheats quickly, and cannot be produced by anyone other than a wealthy madman for how much it costs. The only thing I can do for now is wait until I feel ready for my next sigil. I'm almost sure it's soon, and someone experienced like the unyielding wall can tell with a mere glimpse if I ever am unsure. So, I focus on Wyatt's arm, waiting until I have the tools and resources to continue my coil. Only a few shots remain in it, as I've used up all my spare crimpfear to keep it operational, and Marshall will only sell the steel as it's that uncommon. My hands dig into the arm for Wyatt, peeling back layer after layer while I work on the inside. The frame is made with a mix of pigmented bronze and a dense, etherized form of silver so nothing reacts to the magnet in the shoulder. The magnet, of course, uses my blend of crimpfear, as I started this project before I ran out. War is costly. I can't even imagine how the pygmies keep up their arsenals. Oh, no, I know, slave mines. Speaking of, well, not really. I wonder if I could make a sigil for the arm such that the magnet could push more than only materials consisting of iron. Most bullets are, but not all are. And many weapons contain anomalous materials that are immune to magnetism. A powerful enough mentalist would if Abraham's force skill is any indication of the impact that can come from a mind. But that would be an active defense, something unsuited for sneak attacks like I want this to be able to prevent. A trapper, perhaps? But it would need some combination to give it substance. Freak? That could work. It's all about explosive strength, after all. If I could somehow twist the sigil to allow Wyatt to plant charges of something that reacts on a condition, say, lethally fast object, it could passively defend him. I like that. I like that a lot. But that idea will have to wait. Twisting the sigil that far sounds like something I could do way later in my expertise. Hell, I haven't even put a sigil in an item yet. Maybe when I create another arm, one with a higher sigil, I can include that. For now, I'll go the occultist route. All the while I ponder the possibilities of sigil combinations, I meticulously tinker with the intricate gears, adjusting their alignment with precision. Minute movements change how far the elbow can bend, and I want it to be flexible yet firm. Each screw, pulley, and lever play a crucial role in the seamless operation of the arm. Yet I must ensure each is ideal. This is for Wyatt. After all, unless I make it perfect according to my talents, he will break it in an hour. However, I also tighten up the surprises within the mechanical arm, gliding my fingers toward the wrist that conceals a deadly secret within its design. I pop it open to inspect it. A hidden blade emerges from within the wrist, ready to strike with lethal precision as it gleams with a deadly silver. Mercury. This is questionable. The element is hazardous, capable of simultaneously eroding the mind and flesh, but that is precisely why it's here. A hidden blade to end any fight. Taking a moment, I slide on gloves and sharpen the edge over a bowl, infusing ether into it constantly. I'm still no craftsman, but anyone can learn fortify. It's merely that few have a need for gradually infusing ether when they can't do anything with it. It consumes days of work simply to enhance the object by a minute percentage, but it's better than nothing. This bit of mercury already had a craftsman work on it, using their own brand of fortify to make the mercury solid instead of liquid. Once I feel it's as sharp as possible with my recent enhancements, I close the hidden blade carefully. It's dangerous, but so are all weapons. But that's not all. Within the depths of the forearm, a scythe-like blade awaits its moment to be unleashed. Its curved form and razor-sharp edge evoke caution as I rotate the weighty arm over my table, sliding the bowl of shaved mercury into a sink for temporary storage. Taking a moment, I tap the ejector tab, extending the scythe hidden inside. I've got to find a better way for Wyatt to use these things when he has the arm, but as it unfolds, it adds an air of intimidation to my already formidable invention. I can't help but beam as I take it in. The idea came from seeing a bear mantis in the Alchemist's Almanac, quoting how deadly the swing of their arms is and how valuable their carapaces are. This one doesn't have any mercury or anything else odd, as the blade is too long. The mercury would literally crumple under its own weight. Instead, I used tungsten, non-magnetic, and the reason why the arm is so damned heavy. For a moment, I watch the blade, thinking of any possible improvements. I stare at it, falling into deep thought, sparks burning in my mind as I consider my options. Lifting my thumb to my mouth, I pause before removing my glove. Then, I gnaw on my nail with my tooth, my ideal way of thought. What else could I do to enhance this? The blade is already serrated, curved, and made heavy enough to inflict the most damage. It's got lethality, power, and momentum already. Indeed, I'm missing something. Come on. My thought is broken by Primrose's complaint while Elizabeth carefully trots across the room, handing her paper through the slot in the door. Meanwhile, the slightly older woman is spread out on a table, her arms crossed while her cheek is pushed against the wood. Sue bored. Frustration builds since she ruined an idea that was blooming. I can't recall where I was going with that at all. Damn it. Come on. Can't we go and fight? I know you want to use your coil. This shit is killing me. People are dying while we sit in here wasting time. Johnny needs us to help him. Finally, she goes too far. I feel a vein almost pop on my forehead as I shout at her, startling Elizabeth. People will die if I leave. We are doing important work here, Primrose, and I can't use my coil anymore. Or it will be irreparable since I'm too low on materials. Just fucking shut your trap and let me work. Shit, do you ever shut up? It feels like you exist only to drive me insane. The room quiets entirely, so much so that a pin falling could be heard as Primrose looks at me, her face falling into contemplation. For a moment, I think she's about to argue based on how she starts talking, but she finally relents to me. You aren't working on medicine right now, but I know. I've just spent my whole life fighting, and instead, I'm forced to sit in this command room and watch while literally everyone I know risks their lives without me. I mean, I could be fighting alongside Marshall, the Marshall Travis. Elizabeth could still give orders on the wall while I strike with my fumes, but I know how important your little project is, especially after what you pulled off with the coil. Primrose pauses as she leans back in her chair, her legs kicking off the wood as she stares at the ceiling. I'd instead help them be quiet. Is there anything I can do to help your alchemy mumbo-jumbo? The room quiets again, but this time in shock and awe. I meet Elizabeth's eyes as she breaks into laughter, almost falling onto the ground. In response, Primrose whirls around with a shout of her own, sending me to the ground as I hug my chest, trying to breathe. What's so damned funny? Hey. Elizabeth recovers first, her seriousness overwhelming all as she stands and drags herself to the chair, a slight giggle on her tongue. You, Primrose, are the absolute last person I'd ever expect to want to help Earl work. But go ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. If you're going to speak, at least be productive. Gradually, I pull myself back up to my work table, hardly containing myself as I watch Primrose's face turn red, the color approaching that of her scarf. I expect her to storm out like usual when she gets embarrassed, but instead, she walks over to me and reaches for the bowl of mercury. What's this? Stop. I scream at her to not touch it, and she faintly reacts in time, yanking her hand back. Then, she looks at me, hurt, as if she's sad I don't want her help. Grabbing my face, I sigh. That's solid mercury. You touch it, and it will soak into your skin, eroding your brain and muscles until you die. I'll gladly take your help, though. Your gaseous form will actually be helpful. We could do. I attempt to make peace with her. Even after all our arguments, she is still a friend. Primrose's face shows a bit of fear at my words because of the mercury, and she points at the bowl. You work with this stuff all the time? Nodding, I show her the hidden blade, explaining its purpose. Yeah, it's a soft metal, normally a liquid, that is highly toxic. So a clean cut could spell death hours, days, or even years after, depending on the dose left in the body. It's meant to break off and melt inside the target's body. A tiny bit is enough to kill a normal human. 5/10,000ths of a pound is lethal. For a sigiled, it would be more. But I doubt many are immune besides occultists and perhaps freaks. Her face twists, a grin entering her countenance despite the grim reality of what I said. That's genius. If I could find a way to use that with my fumes. I nod at her, understanding her meaning. It would be insane. Though, I find it hard to believe you could manage that with ether alone. Maybe if you become an angel? Something at that level is for sure a Zill. She nods, egging me on to continue. So I do. This is the scythe made of a dense metal, and speaking of it, I could use your help. I want to make it burst out with extreme speed, allowing it to stab or cut through anything at a standstill, and I think we could use your gas. How far can you condense it? I've seen you do concussion bombs before, but what is your limit? Primrose tilts her head, unsure. Dunno, never tried. Seemed pointless. Shaking my head, I turn to the next part. Of course, none of you ever test your limits. You only ever meet them when you need to. Now, this is the magnet. It's meant to minorly divert strikes that contain metal due to the rapid spin I have going using the other magnets inside the frame. Alongside the movement of the arm itself, the magnet stops spinning if it goes a while without momentum, but with a powerful enough movement, even more of a magnetic field is generated. Altogether, it produces a slight current, but I need to make significant changes for it ever to be a game changer. Eventually, I want it also to charge the wires of a miniature coil that I have been putting together in the wrist. The magnet is also why the whole arm includes no ferromagnetic material. Surprisingly, Primrose doesn't scoff or pull away like usual from my long rants. Instead, she gets close and pays attention. She must be bored out of her mind. Whatever. I can use an assistant. Anything else? She questions me as I pull back to reveal the tunnel where multi-layered wires lie, waiting for me to perfect my magnet. I shake my head as I get to work. Not at the moment. However, I have a canister over there. That one. Yup. Try to push as much of your gas through one side to pressurize the inside. When you feel like you're at your limit, close the front and twist the knob all the way before letting go of your ether. Once that's done, I can test the force of your skill's explosion. I'd rather not have to use gunpowder in the arm if I can make a tiny container for gas to expand and push the blade out. She raises her eyebrows but gets to work, doing just as I said. Meanwhile, I continue to thread the wires inside the wrist, tightening any screws or fixing any things that seem off. It needs to be perfect. I will give it to Wyatt only when I can improve it any further. As I think this, though, I see Elizabeth smirking in the corner of my eye. Turning to face her, I see the woman tilting an eyebrow behind me at Primrose. All I do is shrug my shoulders before returning to work. Primrose is weird, annoying, irascible, and downright antagonistic, but she's reliable. The lady with the scarf that somehow always stays clean has never not been there when we needed her. I respect that. Boom. The air shatters as Primrose slides across the floor, rolling as her face is covered in soot and grime. I glance at her, and missing any blood, I focus on the container she was filling a second ago. She broke it. She broke it? What? That. I once put the equivalent of a stick of dynamite in that thing, and it held. And she ruined it with pressurized gas. Oh, this is gonna be fun. 259. Burnt fingers. Abraham Ulrin. Fucking hell. Can we take a break? Either of you? My legs give out as I slide backward, falling painfully on my ass against the stone railing of the wall. The noises of war have paused, yet these two refuse to rest. The first, Virgil, in his clothes that hardly show an inch of skin with that mask resembling a crow, doesn't need to rest, or at least not that much. Meanwhile, Sky Swain is pushing herself to her precise limit, running herself dry with wounds lacing across her form all over. The poor woman's wings are even injured. Soon, she won't be able to glide, let alone fly. I mean, no, I don't want to sleep, but I could use a few hours of rest. Who the fuck thought it was a good idea to put me with these two? I'd rather be with Bonfire right now. How is he doing? I want to check on him. I'm sure he's in pain. Two of the friends he's known since he was a rat in Blackreach are gone. Forever. Sure, they may be in the underworld in their own way, but it's unrealistic to get there anymore. Just as impossible as it is to even bring the dead back. Only Silas, a man with a sigil that literally lets him make a wish, made it through the gate as an undead. I can't imagine Cigar or Woody having something to pull them back. Fuck, I want to see him. Emmett, he's beaten, burned, and now he has to bury friends. I know he knows it was inevitable, as few can keep up with him, but that doesn't hurt it any less. Shaking my head, I yank myself from an accidental override, the skill coming down and allowing the world to slow for a reply from Virgil, the man leaning against a wall as he watches the distance. In 4 hours or so, the demons will come. At least I can fight from a distance with my nightmares, but I have to keep these two in my sight. Soon. His only word is enigmatic and annoys me to no end. The family man has no idea. Soon? What do you mean by soon? I haven't laid down in 4 days, slept in 9, and touched a woman in months. Sky Swain scoffs as she struts beside me, lightly slapping my head with her claw and sending my white hair tussling. The first is your only argument, Abraham. The second is your own fault, as we've only been here half that time. The third? Here you go now. Shut up. A low chuckle rings out of Virgil's mask as I shove Sky Swain away. At least she's kinder now. She would have just walked in the opposite direction from a conversation a month ago. But still, it's annoying. This woman is going to kill herself from exhaustion. How come you're so energetic? You know, this will kill you if you keep it up. I notice Virgil twist away, his whole visage pointing outward from the fortress wall. Bastard, he's letting me deal with this one. I guess he had to deal with Wyatt's suicidal craziness for a while. So, left alone with me, the Bato woman bites back, her accent strengthened by frustration with her beak clacking. I'm fine. What do you know, Nahalo? Bato are tough when we aren't killed in our homes. Sky Swain goes a bit too far, and I take back everything I thought about her kindness. The hell you say to me? I'm not a Nahalo. I'd rather kill a dozen council members than be one. Her eyes squint, staring into me as if not entirely believing me. Sure, if you say so. I can see the condescension and derision in her eyes. I don't let it slide. I am not one of them and never will be. You? Fine. We'll take a break. Just shut up, you two. You're squabbling like Earl and Primrose. I can't take care of another 2 children. Virgil cuts in, moving with the swiftness of night and putting his hand on both of our heads, ruffling them as I see his stark eyes through the hole in his mask. Go on. Where to? Abraham, you get the first pick. The Nightshade offers me first dibs on where we go for a breather. Smiling, I answer him. I can relax later. For now, I need to do something. Let's go check on Bonfire. Frozen and Clumsy are with him, but I'm still worried. Sky Swain scoffs at me and steps away, but the moment she takes a step, a hand smacks the back of her head. My lips curl at the sight of Virgil sticking up for me. I knew he had to be a nice guy, simply based on all he does for Wyatt. Knew it. You want to play. Virgil pulls me to my feet as he berates Sky Swain. I take his hand, surprised by the strength, as I'm hauled to a stand. Oh right, the sun's down. Shut it. Bonfire is hurt. 2 of his friends are dead. I know you are committed to your people, but you must pay more attention. If Abraham had a short fuse, this would not be a forewarning. This would be a fight. This gets her to turn around, and I finally see her entirely face to face as I stand. Her eyes are slanted, with dark circles surrounding them, as she appears to be hurt by his words. The Bato takes a moment upon the wall before speaking. While she waits, I take in the signs of exhaustion. I've had them all before, and I have them now. I don't think she knows how to deal with the irascibility of not sleeping. She also probably hasn't gotten used to the hallucinations that sometimes come. I'm sorry. I don't want to fight anyone. I'll sleep while you spend time with your injured friend. Then, can we go to my nest? Skyup's chicks should be ready soon. My eyebrow raises as she apologizes, but I suppose it makes sense. She's been getting more comfortable over time, but I'm sure this prolonged fight has only made her more and more stressed. I'll let it slide. Though, my surprise rises further at the mention of chicks. Was one of the Bado pregnant? I don't recall any of the few remaining Bado women having the countenances of a pregnant woman. However, I don't know how their race has kids. They look like birds. So, do they lay eggs? I have to ask the question, right? Virgil speaks before I get the chance, pulling us out of the way of a repairman for the nearby cannon. Most of the time between fights for those coming onto duty is spent reconstructing the walls or fixing equipment. Apologies, sir. We'll get out of your way. Come on, you two. Let's go see Bonfire. Glancing back as we move, I watch the man kneel down with a box of parts beside him as he starts fixing shit on the fly. To his left and right are his trios, working on sections of the wall as well. I'm damn glad I am one of 3 here with a 6th sigil. I don't have to do any of that shit. Just fight. Oh, and if Johnny ever gets too wounded, I'm to run to Scott and daymare him. That's my secondary duty, but I hope I never have to do it. However, as we walk through the fort, heading toward the inner section that has walls above our heads, so many questions arise that I have to ask despite never imagining them before. Sky Swain, do your people have live birth or lay eggs? The woman halts full stop, twisting to stare at me. What? I repeat, assuming she misheard me. Do your people lay eggs like birds or give birth like humans? The woman's eyes squint at me again, like those of a hawk. Guess that glare runs in the family or something. That is an odd question. We give live birth, typically 2 to 4 at a time, though most chicks die before they mature. Anything else? Asking another question, we enter the inner portion of the fortress, the din of the outside gradually falling away. So, why didn't I notice anyone pregnant? And why were they? I mean, we've been fighting pretty heavily for a while now. Minimal relaxation. She sighs but doesn't stop walking this time. Bado women don't show their pregnancies outward. Our children come out tiny and malnourished, or they don't come out at all because enemies prefer to kill upcoming parents. As for why Skyips and Skyhowler are having chicks, this is our life. We Bado always fight. The only difference is we don't have a home anymore. Her words send the conversation into a depressive mood as I fall quiet. Damn, I didn't think of that. Makes sense, I suppose. Sighing, I stride through the fortified walls of the fortress, my boots echoing against the cold stone floor and joining the footsteps of my forced companions. The scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood suspend in the air, mingling with the sounds of distant gunfire. Someone clearing the battlefield for wounded must have found a hiding pygmy. Sucks for that bastard. I glance upward as I enter Bent proper, the inside of the extensive fortress that holds the wilds at bay. The fort stands as a blatant contrast to the open expanse of the untamed frontier I've expended most of my days in. But I push forward, fueled by my worry for Bonfire. The corridors are crowded with soldiers, their uniforms a stark reminder of the clash happening every few hours just outside these walls. As we make our way through the winding maze of the fortress, I pass by soldiers on guard duty, their weary eyes mirroring the fatigue etched across their faces. However, I ignore their superficial complaints. These are the lucky ones, simply having to guard the wounded, non-combatants, and such. The fortress is a convergence of worlds, where the harsh realities of the wilds meet the disciplined structure of military life. I catch glimpses of men and women in armor conversing in hushed tones, their gazes fixed on maps and battle plans. I even notice Elizabeth and Millie, the commander, beside them, joining their conversation as they outline strategies. Behind the strategists are Earl and Primrose, the two sleeping on opposite sides of a long table, their heads slumped on the wood. Objects are strewn all over the table near them in mismatched patterns. Lucky bastards. Forcing myself not to read their emotions from curiosity, I move forward toward the medical tents for the severely wounded that the medics haven't gotten to yet. 2 pairs of footsteps follow mine. For a moment, I hear a third but quickly realize it was only a hallucination from lack of sleep. Finally, I reach the medical cots, canvas walls blocking the entrance to the grand room of medicine. Swiping them across, feeling the stained blood on their surface, I step through. Inside, the scent of antiseptic intermingles with the pained moans of the wounded. The sights and sounds strike a chord within me, reminding me of the horrors left behind by the demons and pygmies. not to mention those possessed by the highest god. I search among the rows of cots, my heart pounding with a mix of anxiety and determination. And there, amidst the injured, I find my friend. Bonfire's face is lined with pain, both physical and emotional, but his eyes light up at the sight of me before flickering to the two behind me. Beside him are Clumsy and Frozen, the two playing a game of happy families on Bonfire's end table. The two wave as I step closer, pulling a chair nearby to sit beside Bonfire. The man doesn't speak, instead preferring silence as I do so. It's unlike him. You all right? A wry smile shoves itself onto his face as he tries to wipe away my worry, but with a subtle allude, I know the truth. Yeah, I'm fine. Just need a few days to get back in action. The doc said Scott can't spare the effort to heal me fast, so I have to take my time with the lesser medics. Unless you can get Wyatt to spare the fill I am, with my ether connecting me to his mind. I feel not pain, but a raging inferno of wrath. The fury is so hot that I have to haul myself out not to show it on my face as it physically hurts. You? What happened? I asked the question I've wanted to know for the past 12 hours as I haven't had the time to find him until now. Bonfire glances to his side, behind Clumsy and Frozen. As they shrug, his gaze lands upon a sitting soldier, one with a gun in his lap. I'm not sure. I just know Heath did something to Woody. He went to him to get healed from a gnarly wound, but he didn't come back even after an hour. I went to go find him and found Heath standing over his dead body. Bonfire then stops momentarily to take a drink, his hands scarred and shaky. All that I hear so far is that it sounds like Heath messed up his medicine. Nothing sounds like murder quite yet, but the man continues after a slight pause. I thought it was an accident for a second, but then Heath turned around and mocked me. He said that I was worthless for letting a friend die to him, that I should have paid more attention, that I failed to see the truth because of my naivety, that I should have stayed to protect my sister from my drunkard of a dad instead of running. I didn't understand anything besides what he was saying about the fact he killed Woody. Again he halts, a tremble in his voice stopping him before he forces himself through it. All the while, I'm quiet, even as his knuckles wrap around his cot with a white luster. I get angry sometimes. I'm kinda like my dad, and that's why I spend so much time playing games, to keep it all down. But that, hearing his words, they brought it all up. Speedy's death, Orange's fall, Cigar's death, and then Woody's. Bonfire finally stops articulating, his voice trailing off. I wait a moment before saying something, wanting to try and encourage him or make him feel better. But before a word comes out, he turns and looks me in the eye. Then, the fire came out. You saw it before at Debrinback in Timberlands a few years ago. You know what it's like. Could you tell Wyatt I'm sorry? I don't think he took it personally, but I don't want to lose him as well. My mind flickers to 2 years ago when I first met Bonfire. One of his old buddies, Speedy, was killed in a bar fight from getting too drunk by a hunter, and well, Bonfire went scorched earth. He forced himself through the bar, entering it mere minutes after the death, and threw the man against the wall. Regardless of what anyone told him, he ignored it and incinerated the man's head until it was nothing but a skull. Struggling to, I shake away the memory as I agree to Bonfire's request. Of course, I'll speak to Wyatt about it. I'm sure he'll forgive you. He nods but still comments on it. Yeah, but I went blue. The last time I did that, I finish his words, marking the time in my head. Was against Darkstep, right? Bonfire shakes his head, correcting me. No, you're thinking of white. My flames have never gone blue before, not even with Woody, Clumsy, and Cigar's help. I hope he's okay. I have no clue how hot they are since my senses kind of turned off. Waving him off, I remind him who he's talking about. He's fine. Do you really think you can hurt Wyatt? The little fucker took down the phantom pain and is being trained by the unyielding wall. He's fine. Bonfire. Emmett nods, his head sinking with a depressive air. I sit quietly for a few moments until Frozen speaks up hesitantly. So, are we going to sit here and pout? What about Heath? Aren't we going to get him? Bonfire's head rises, acknowledging the idea. I breathe in with a sigh as I imagine him fighting so wounded. Of course, I will make him, or whatever took him over, pay the moment I can. People always look down on me, expecting little. Even that damned mother does. They poke the flame, but don't expect to get burnt. Otherwise, I'd probably already have an absolution like Sleepy here. I don't retort to him as I know exactly what he means. Bonfire has consistently been underestimated, overlooked, or frankly straight up neglected. Johnny was the first to notice his potential and care for him honestly. Previous groups I've worked with have ignored my recommendation for him, touting that he is a weak braggart. In reality, he probably could have killed all 12 of us on his own at the time. I have no doubt the mother below is the same, refusing to bet against him. Wait, no, that's not how it works. That'd be if she overestimated him. Does she? She must know his potential, expecting him to survive deadly moments and choosing to save her force for a better alternative. Otherwise, he might have gotten an absolution facing Hura, the Nahullo, Darkstep, or even Wyatt. But he didn't. Those white, blue, and black flames are all his. None of it comes from an absolution. I can't wait until he achieves one. I can only wonder what it will be. Though, I know it will be fire-related. Taking a few moments to think, I nod to Bonfire. Go ahead, but let me know when you do. Woody was always a nice guy, even to me. I'll help you get payback. Bonfire beams at my proposition, and I feel the rage within him simmer momentarily, my sensitivity heightened due to proximity. The man reaches up and offers a hand. I accept it, yielding a firm handshake that he consummates. Together? I nod. Rarely have we truly worked together, but the few times we have, it's been fruitful, to say the least. The pyro simply needs someone to point him in the right direction, and my skills pair well with investigation. I'll find him. You burn him. Emmett Knox smiles as I finally see a hint of what he once was, a cornered city rat, willing to risk it all for a bite of food or a friend in need. I also see a bit of his fabled father, the fire in his eyes blazing with zero remorse. The man bares his teeth as he releases the handshake. Of course, to a crisp, 260, a look to the future. Wyatt Graves. More and more days have passed while I perpetually perfect my ether. It's been 2 weeks since my stint at Bint began, and I can almost extend leash out thrice the distance and twice as long time-wise. Willful Strand is close. So close. I'm only missing one last jump to be good enough at it to say I know it. It's so odd. The more intensely I focus, the more difficult it becomes to use the style of ether. It seems that relaxation is a part of letting your mind and ether mingle, allowing the two to resonate and amplify each other. And so, once again, I sit in the sands, focusing on my ether. Recently, Marshall has shown up less and less, the battle's getting more and more heated beyond the wall. I can't help but squirm and plead to help, yet he always refuses. Maybe he will let me when I show him a successful Willful Strand. But while he's only appeared here to guide me 2 days ago, others have joined me instead. Blake, Silas, and Lennox are constant company whenever they have spare time. The little bugger even made it to the second sigil yesterday. Blake and Silas are consistently tired, but always willing to help me train. Virgil and Tomas show up when they have time as well, but those two are night owls. For night combat and reconnaissance, their teams, or Virgil's team and Tomas' lonesome, are sorely needed for the defensive effort. They are also the reason I've made so much progress. Silas came up with the idea of having one of them try to break apart my leash while I endeavor to hold it together while practicing Willful Strand, and it's gone a long way. Lennox does love to tear it apart with his increased strength from his newly emerged freak. Grinning, I tap the vial in my pocket. Abraham finally returned the fill I am 2 days ago. He used it to heal Bonfire's burns, but they've been so busy between searching for Motherbound to fighting on the front that he only now had time to deliver it today. I glanced down at the red vial, noting just how crimson it is. The color is all-consuming and stains even the sides of the glass of the container. So far, we've only garnered tidbits of information about it. For one, it heals tremendously, but it only does so for recent wounds. It basically ignores scars and the like, preferring to taint one's ether with a crimson blur. Secondly, that bloodiness that comes from it gives all ether used by the imbiber a dangerous edge, allowing all actions to have more force than they should. I tested it out yesterday under the supervision of Earl, and from arbalest to leash, it enhanced everything with a bloody edge. The Phileum didn't change any of the core traits of a skill or my ether. It only made them more powerful, longer-lasting, and farther-reaching. It did also affect my reason minorly, giving it a feral tinge. Elizabeth was able to help calm me down, however, alongside a shot to the foot from Primrose. It felt weird, like the whole world was dyed red and asking for me to beat it up. Though, it did seem lesser compared to how the woman who found Edmund's artifact acted in that vision. I still did get the extreme senses, however. I could smell the battle from the pit, creating images of the struggle through smell alone, ignoring my hearing entirely. For a moment, I consider using the Philiam for training, but I disregard it. The artifact should only be used if I have someone to watch over me. The healing is powerful, and so are the enhancements, while the feral part is equally potent. So, instead, I turn everything toward Leash, allowing myself calm and conjuring it of ether. Sitting in the quiet sands of the pit, surrounded only by dried blood, sweat, and dust, I lie back, letting Leash fall over me. My gaze fixates on the leash, yet I don't furrow my brows or force the connection. Instead, keeping the thing in my mind, I relax. I close my eyes, shutting out the distractions of the outside world, and take a deep breath. In the stillness, I seek the tranquility I acquired yesterday, the one that let my leash extend a whole distance further than usual. The ambient energy of ether swirls around my hand as it descends over me, a pacifying maelstrom of untapped possibilities. Moments pass, the ether above my closed eyes slowly dissipating. But instead of forcing the skill to linger through sheer will, as it has shown time and time again not to be the way, I choose a different path. I surrender myself to the ebb and flow of the ether, allowing it to guide my actions. I release the tension in my muscles, the racing thoughts in my mind, and let a sense of serenity wash over me. The sounds of cannons strike at my ears, blasting chaos into the order, but I ignore them. At this point, chaos is order. As I delve deeper into this placid state, my body plunging inches into the sand, a symbiosis between my consciousness and the ether begins to form. The substance responds to my tranquil presence, resonating with my inner peace. I can feel it slow, the pull of the leash more lax and undemanding. The leash calms as I do, the ether unfazed and sluggish to move into the air. With this newfound connection, the longevity and reach of leash extend beyond their previous limitations. I open my eyes to witness my skill elongate several feet, coiling itself around me. Then, the whip stretches further, its spectral tendrils reaching out with enhanced vigor. I smile, watching it extend, and with every inch it slides, the calm overtakes the din of war. I revel in this harmonious dance with the ether. It feels right for its presence to course through my mind, a small portion of me connected even after I relent my grasp on the skill. I have found a new path toward mastery, not through forceful control as I typically do, but instead through a tranquil surrender to my ether. Letting the ether do as it pleases and taking a portion of me is new, yet not disliked. Slowly, gradually, unhurriedly, the ether stretches out to 5 times the average distance, the trademark of willful strand. Laughing and jumping up, I immediately stand and feel the connection break, the ether quickly dissipating from my movement. Few hours later, I reach up toward the top of the pit with a leash, grappling something on the outside of the wall over 20 feet tall. Before, the skill only extended at most 4 feet. Now, I'm at close to 30. I can't wait to see what this does with my other skills, as leash is more a sharp whip than a leash anymore. Tugging on the solid ether in my hand, I sense that it is wrapped around something dense enough to hold my weight, so I climb up. Step by step, I make my way up the wall, frustrated still by the ether. While I've managed to use willful strand on leash, I failed to do it for anything else. Learning Payne's Forge is still a long road that lies ahead. Hopefully, Marshall still takes it as a success, and we can move on. Because sure, I've learned a whole bunch from him, but I still haven't fully developed how I want to. I still fight like a rabid dog, according to Virgil, learning how to throw a punch, duck a swing, and when to backpedal alongside the many other techniques Marshall Travis has shown me is good and all, but it's not what really matters. Plus, much of it I already know from Eleanor's book. Though, Marshall is a far better teacher than some notebook. I'm also thankful for the progress with the bloody palm, but still, maybe I'm just greedy for power. Who knows? My feet and hands haul me up the wall, and I expect to find a desolate spot or something when I reach the top, as I never hear much discussion from below. But when I crest the pit and enter above ground, I find Marshall standing a foot from the edge, holding onto my leash. My eyes widen as I realize he was what I grabbed, his strength sufficient to make it seem like a tree or wall I lassoed myself on without a single budge. The old man chuckles before kicking me in the head, sending me right back into the pit as I roll backward, head over heels. The hell you think you're doing? Get back down there. I tumble right into the sand, feeling the impact throughout my body. The ground smacks me so hard that air comes out of my body, enunciating my internal curse. Fuck. Another laugh resounds as boots slam beside me, Marshall yanking me to my feet. I notice blood on his face as he wipes it away, a jovial smile on his lips. Good work. I saw what you did there. We can move on now. Grinning despite the prank he pulled on me, I try to tell him that I haven't mastered it yet, but he waves me off. I haven't. I know. That's fine. A bit is enough. You'll get the rest later, whether you were given time or not. 2 weeks. Not bad. I remember it took me a little over a month and Tomas almost a week. Different aptitudes for different things, though. Anyway, come. Sit. Furrowing my brows in confusion, I sit across from him in a section of unbloodied sand. He speaks once I lay my ass on the spot he tapped with his boot before sitting himself. I want to know more about you before we move on. I want to know your strengths, your weaknesses, and your worries. I want to know your family, your past, and your future. Only in this way can I help you the most. The next step for you is to create your own way of fighting. Yes, you are a brawler like me, but your skills are far more nuanced than punching hard. So, get to talking. Start wherever you like. His request is bizarre, but I'm not one to refuse. At this point, everyone knows as much about my family as I do, maybe more. And so, I start with my childhood, working my way through the years. So, I was born 17 years ago and raised by a demon's clone. My story works slowly, but with almost every step, Marshall calls me out on something, asking a question about my life. From having to explain on EY to my double childhood, I run through it all with him as the old man nods along. It takes an hour to merely get to the point I met Edmund, another one before I reach anywhere of significance, namely Edmund's death. Frustration builds as I speak, the past coming out, but the unyielding wall puts a hand on my shoulder, encouraging me. Go on. The past is over. You've already beaten it. Those demons are gone, and you'll be stronger for those to come. Nodding, I keep going, though I speed up and lessen my explanations significantly for time's sake. After another hour, I reach entering Bent, ending my story with what he asked, my strengths and weaknesses. I've been told that I am fearless, for even the cabin calls me the intrepid strife, able to face down any terror. But at the same time, I'm starting to think facing down those terrors is pointless. They are all so powerful, like you, and I'm running low on time. How long is left until she awakens? A year at most? Does anyone even know? Marshall's face falls to my worries, his countenance joining mine. But the old man only is discouraged for a second before he rises again, his eyes striking mine. Vincent, the prime, gave Eli, Ed, Maddox, Joseph, and me an order about a timetable from whatever faraway land he was in. This was 2 years ago. He warned that the one below was shuffling, nearing wakefulness, and that he would do what he could to prevent it and postpone it. The warning was that we had, at most, 5 years and, at the minimum, 3. The letter was short, delivered by the Blight Raven, and ended with a short order. He said to keep humanity alive, under any circumstances, and within any means, until he finished his preparations. The unyielding wall pauses, his fist tightening a fistful of sand as he speaks. The actions of Eli Weiss might make a bit more sense if they are in direct compliance with the Prime's orders. Any means necessary? Huh? I do not know what he is preparing, but I do know it must be massive. Undercurrents swell between Eli and Vincent, and I worry for the result. It is likely to change the world, whatever he is doing. No one knows the exact time frame we are dealing with here, for we can only believe that our eldest can handle the threats thrown at us. Even I am but a pawn, Wyatt, when it comes to the games of gods and those who stand at the gate. At most 10 in the world stand at the gate, however. Most are hidden, sleeping, or missing. Again, the old man halts as I still have not heard any reason to continue. All he has said so far has made things seem even more pointless. And when he speaks once more, it starts with a sigh. When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room that I would defeat the forces of evil in this world. Back then, I lived alone, my parents missing in action from years of being hunters. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences of proclaiming my purpose. For years, I battled, I trained, and those around me died constantly. As I got older, I realized that there were no real winners or no real losers in warfare. There are only those who survive. This world isn't a mouse versus a Goliath. It's a watch eternally swaying between the dusk and the dawn, and the brighter the light shone, the darker a shadow it cast as it ticks toward damnation. Marshall stops himself, his eyes falling to the sands below our bodies, the eyes in his sockets shifting constantly. But eventually, they quit, and the orbs turn to me, a gravitas dwelling inside. We are only human, Wyatt, and while many say we are limited by our potential, our circumstances, and our times, I would refuse. Our limits are either self-imposed or garnered over many years of failings and wounds. You are bound by nothing but that which you believe you can do. Too young to be held down by endless faults, and already too mighty to truly self-impose a limit by yourself. There is a reason why the powerful become powerful young. The old man taps a crooked yet firm finger against my chest, amplifying his point with force. My mind can't help but imagine the opposite of his words, and how he has grown so old and limited over the years. If his words were valid, wouldn't he be the strongest in the world? The old man thinks differently. You might wonder why I do not stand at the pinnacle then, which is simple. I may be strong, of will, of body, and of mind, but I've made too many mistakes. And in all honesty, the four above me, they are all monsters in their own rights. Ed, with his skill in ether and manipulation of Demon's Bane. Maddox with his grit and ruthlessness that exceeds even that of demons. Eli with his cunning that trumps the Viceroy's. And finally, Vincent, with the firmest will I've ever found built atop the most fantastic combat skills on the continent. That man, he doesn't even need ether to kill most things. Anything below an angel is simply a child to him. Even some angels. Marshall still isn't providing me with permission to speak, even as I attempt to. Instead, he ignores me and continues. Wait before you speak. Listening is important to us all. Learning and growing is what separates humans from the rest, from angels, from demons, and from gods. They all develop, just as we do, but we learn so much faster with so much more depth. Those above, even me, might seem insurmountable, but fear not, young man. Do you want to hear a well-kept secret? I nod instantly, wanting to know what he has to say that is so critical to my situation. The unyielding wall nods as he relinquishes information that makes me gasp. The Prime, when he became a Dominion, was only 21 years old. That elderly man has stood upon the steps for nearly a century, grasping for any way forward while defending our lands. The First? Most believe he was similarly young. Even as for me, I was 25 when I became an angel. Most are young when they reach their peaks. The most rapid development is when you are young. The mind and body are malleable. But that is not all. The older one gets, the more responsibilities they have, and the less time they have to perfect themselves. Marshall shakes his head sadly, lamenting on lost time. The lost light in his eyes shines brightly as if looking back onto a past that he misses. As at the angelic realm, Wyatt, prerequisites for advancement change drastically. I don't know if Johnny has told you or not, but to go from the 7th to 8th sigils requires far more than before that. You need a second absolution, a proof, and you must develop a zil. It is simply a requirement, for no one ever who has gone beyond the power threshold doesn't have one. The 8th to 9th are even more difficult, requiring the step above a zil and complete mastery over solid ether. Only Vincent knows the requirements for a 10th, but even then, he is notably missing the biggest. These things take so much time that only those with plenty can master them. And despite what some may say against Vincent, he does still fight. We simply cannot see his battles. The weak cannot witness what one might call a demigod fight, because, frankly, that is what Vincent, the War Master, and the Lords are. Some other beings out there, too. The many pieces of information all strike me like a series of cannonballs. Were they all that young? Really? So, I still have hope? But does Marshall? Is there a chance for him to still advance? I can't not ask the question. What about you? Are you at your limit? You have a Zill, right? Maybe even two? Marshall nods to both of my main questions, sinking my chest. Yes, I believe so. There is a chance for me to grow, but it is slim. It is simply not worth exploring. Better I aid you all in your explorations. The many mistakes of my past hold me back. I chose the wrong road to go down for my sigil, and I don't believe I can reach another absolution. To do so, I would have to achieve something so impossible I can't even imagine it. As he finishes, I fall quiet. But the old man is unwilling to sit still. Standing, he hauls me up by my arm to my feet. When I reach my balance across from him, he points to the center of the pit. Now, that's enough depressive talk. Let's teach you how to really fight, shall we? 261. Sockdolager. I hop side to side before steadying myself, raising my hand to face Marshall. The old man stands as unyielding as the wall he's named after, merely smirking as I prepare. But after a moment, he extends his palm out, challenging me. This may be our last battle, young man. I hope it is not, but without my spy, Florence, I have no knowledge of the movements behind their lines. Any day now, Uzra may show themselves. So, give it your all. Try new things. Combine the old. Integrate the bloody palm with all that you already know. Meanwhile, I will do what I can to aid your development. He finishes his words and brings his arm back, signaling we can begin. I wait a moment. It's not hesitation, but instead preparation. I breathe in deep, not one of ether yet, as I simply take in the air, enjoying the stormy smell that is on its way. Then, I exhale, removing the air from my lungs before moving my ether. Slowly, unhurriedly, I expand my ether throughout my body as I inhale a gasp of ether. The bloody palm and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a central area of thought the past few weeks of training. How do we combine? Truly? Here and there, we have worked together, but only once have we ever genuinely fought together. It was when Johnny used his fixation skill on us, which he's never tried again because of the after effects of the artifact's anger. How did that go? I was hauled along behind the bloody palm and let it fight foes as I fought my own. It wasn't even authentic cooperation. It was false. Yes, that's the only word for it. It just felt false. There is no other way to put it. Yet, how do we do it then? What is the optimal way to fight with my artifact? Those were the questions I had days ago. And when I cannot think of an answer to a question, there is a man I go to. For I can't do what I usually do, that rabid method. Sure, the bloody palm will keep me alive, but I've only ever won those battles for a simple reason. My brutality and desire to survive even the balance between my enemies and me. Perhaps they were traditionally more powerful than me, but I outlasted them because I'd ignore wounds and trade injuries for injuries. I was never alone, no matter how much it felt that way. It was always a 2 versus 1. That can no longer happen, or at least, it won't matter as much in the future. The threats to my future are too strong. That gap, intrepidness is not enough. The strife cannot be overcome like that. The constant battles against Marshall have taught me this. The last straw was the moment he beat the bloody palm into the ground repeatedly days ago. So much so that only when we worked together could we even scratch him. Never before were we thrashed so one-sidedly and clearly. No one else battles like I do. For a while, I thought maybe they were cowards or that I was special, my body capable of handling the trauma. But that's a lie. The truth is that it is inefficient, a waste, an unnecessary risk, nor can I truly handle the trauma. These days, I feel aches. They're uncommon, but they are there. I can only imagine what the injuries will feel like decades from now. So, how do I remove that risk? Earl had an answer when I had none. I attack, defend, and retreat intelligently, using the bloody palm to the utmost degree. We combine our greatest assets with synchronicity. While I'm still limited to one arm as Earl is creating my other one, that does not mean I cannot fight like others with precision and careful actions. And perhaps I was like that in the past from the bloody palm swaying me partially, but I believe that brutality has always been in me. Ether swirls in my body to extreme amounts. Struggler's gasp, struggler's defiance, breakneck, release, and daydream all enhance me in their own ways, with daydream focusing on the bloody palm and release on my legs and arm as a whole. Straining my mind a bit further, I construct 3 iron bounds, one on my right knee, one on my right side, and one on the right of my head. The bloody palm can mostly cover my left, but I need some defense on the right. An arbalest readies itself in both feet and the bloody palm as I ask the artifact to begin, speaking to it softly in my mind. Meanwhile, I grit my teeth, merely containing all this ether, Ironheart working overtime. Before I attempt Earl's idea, however, I want to see if mine holds any splendor. You want to hurt him, right? A harsh response comes, shuffling through my skin to my ears.
Yes.
Nodding, I give it the go-ahead. Okay, sacrifice the pinky for speed. Then, start with a spear, the blade, and the shield. He'll be fast, but so are we. A rumble agrees with me as I burst off, Arbalest instantly sending me forward at full speed. My whole form is tinged red like the crimson taint of blood as my artifact consumes a finger to flow its uncomfortable ether through my body. As we move, I raise my left arm, the flesh transmuting and shifting until the hand turns into a spear of bone crafted from my forearm. The distance between Marshall and us turns to nothing, the many feet reduced to a few. Sand flies up, obscuring part of my form, but I know it will do little to distract Marshall. The wall is never distracted. I stab forward with my spear of flesh, the tip pointed at his midsection. Yet, expecting him to dodge, I yank back the last second, the flesh twisting into a blade of bone that I sweep from left to right. My prediction is correct. The hours of battling the unyielding wall bearing fruit. But the man is even faster than I expect as he begins to take me seriously. His whole form twists, the man standing on one leg as he lurches over horizontally under my swing. Cursing inwardly, I pull back, raising my arm to block my head as a fist slams me in the gut. The force is so much more than usual that I almost puke out my ether rather than spit it out, but the bloody palm constricts my lungs as a second fist impacts the bone shield into my chest. The world spins as I land up on my stomach, my guts wanting to run for the hills. Looking forward, I see Marshall fixing his stance as he pats his uniform. Fucking hell, what was that? Did he just punch me sideways while on one leg? The fuck? I can only manage not to exhale my struggler's gasp as I push myself to my feet. Progress. Keep going. Internally sighing at his encouragement, I try something else, grasping for a tool to help us from the bloody palm. Time to get serious. I never truly expected my plan to work. It could on a lesser foe, but not Marshall. Time for Earls. Madness grows from insight within my cult several feet away as I see a surge of visions. I planned with Lily what to do with this, and for her to draw what I needed her to do so, I could conjure it. I pull all three of my figments at once, the drain on my ether palpable as it leaves my form and enters the constructs in my hand. Earl spent hours with me going over madness, making me wish I had him with me earlier. On the way to the fortress, I should have spent far more time with him, but that's over now. The genius taught me a way to use this skill at the highest level of lethality. I'm limited to 3 non-living constructs that I understand, which are simple in design and size. Earl expended only an hour to outline a plan for me, and 4 more to explain it. It all came down to one sentence. The plan is simple to execute. Just follow my directions. Taking the 2 parts of a hand crossbow, I twist them together, a glass-like creak telling me they are in place. Yet, the man across from me is not going to simply wait. So I backpedal toward the wall as I fit the bolt onto the weapon. Then, the draw weight of this will be with the toughness of your figments. At least a ton. The bloody palm twists, flesh and bone turning into levers and gears as they connect the limb to the imagined weapon. Meanwhile, Marshall charges at me, but I use the last of my ether saturation, feeling it hazardously build as I erratically use Arbalest repeatedly to keep the old man off me. My speed with the skill is still slower than Marshall's dash, but it buys enough time for the bloody palm to do what Earl envisioned. I must say, this man, he is a genius with no equal. I have no idea how any of this works, only how to make it. And so, as Marshall gets within 5 feet of me, I complete the plan by forcing all the ether from Struggler's gasp into a hone of the bolt. The action calculated by Earl as the effective length of the bolt extends half a foot from the actual head. Your hone will increase its lethality majorly by making people underestimate its timing. My only worry is that the bolt may break from the ether put into it. That part is up to you. I can't do math with something like that. His limits run to things he cannot reasonably calculate or estimate. But that is fine. That is why I have a simple yet effective solution. Now that the bloody palm is done knocking the hand crossbow, I divert my daydream to the bolt, dreaming that it holds itself together despite the pressure it's under as my ether flows into it. And as Marshall takes another step of his dashing, getting within striking distance, I squeeze the rudimentary trigger of the weapon, releasing the bolt. The force of over 2,000 pounds, and with the sharpness of the greatest ether I've ever put into either wetting or hone hurdles toward the unyielding wall with a screech. And just as fast as the arrow moves, the hand crossbow shatters into translucent ether, Earl only designing it for one shot. But that screech immediately turns to a sonic boom that has me stumbling backward as I see the after effect of my arrow. Grasping my hand in pain from the explosion of the figments and the recoil, I stare forward in awe as Marshall pants, his hand holding the tiny bolt just before his heart. Instantly, I sigh, Earl's warning smacking me in the back of the head. Now, if this doesn't end the fight, you're done for. I can't even imagine the ether you're whipping up for this sort of thing. But it seems to lay you out after one attempt. So, be careful with it. I promptly fall to the sands beneath, sticking out my arm to catch me as I struggle for air. The short battle was exactly that. Short, but it took so much out of me. In and out, I force air into my lungs as I try to recover. Meanwhile, the flesh and bone of my left arm rights itself, returning the limb to normal. I say a quick thanks to the artifact, but Marshall's voice pulls me from it. I must say, a cough cuts him off, the man stumbling for a moment before continuing. I was not expecting that. I had to use Payne's Forge for a second there alongside bullet speed. Who came up with that thing? Paying close attention to his body, I see the old man taking deep and long breaths as he attempts to stabilize himself. I made him try that hard? Could I have really hurt him? No way. He's Wyatt. My attention rises again, and I answer the question I forgot about. Yeah, Earl designed it. Well, most of it. The first part was me. The crossbow was him. Marshall laughs and joins me on the sand, slapping me on the back. Well, tell him he did good work. I see a young Eli within him. You just have to be sure to keep him on the right track. Those of high minds tend to see the dark the clearest. That thing with a crossbow is ingenious and is definitely a game ender for most. The old man pauses for a second as he thinks, his chin twisting in concentration. Of those I can think of, only 10 or so would be fast enough, or have some way to avoid that arrow. Many could endure it, sure, but they would be severely injured. I say that it could kill an angel if adeptly placed and timed, though so can a similarly coordinated cannon. But you get my point. His compliment makes me beam. The idea of finally being helpful in a battle between angels excites me, but the man quickly diminishes them. Still, you must be careful, for you only have one shot at that. From now on, you are to train here with Tomas should time allow. Get that creation time down. It needs to be a seamless process, and never use it twice on the same enemy. I will come when I can, but they will be shorter, more concise lessons of ether or skills. Now, I must be going. You should go above and rest. Perhaps spend time with the soldiers? He offers me to hang out with the soldiers, the same people that recently endeavored to rebel against him. I refuse. There is no reason for me to do so. We have nothing in common. I'd instead go see Earl's progress with the arm, check out Blake and her absolution with Lennox and Silas, or Abraham and Bonfire with their search for Heath. I'm fine. They don't seem like nice people. Marshall snorts as he stands, refuting me. Don't hold that stint against them. Forces here are trying to break us apart. From Nahullo spies and mother-bound manipulators to simple estate espionage, we are at an impasse, constantly assaulted of mind and body. If it were any other force, they would have broken weeks ago. Sure, some have left, and some are traitors, but Tomas and Millie are dealing with that. The rest? They are good men doing their damnedest to protect their families, friends, and homes. I fall silent for a moment, finding his meaning. Then, I nod, seeing his point. Sighing out my exhaustion, I stand alongside him. All right, I'll go eat dinner with some. He smiles at me and ruffles my hair. Not wanting him to, I push off his hand and pick up my hat from the ground I put down when the battle started. Good. I'll see you when I see you. Have fun, kid. Bye. I wave as he leaves, saying my goodbye shortly. He knows I hate when I'm called a kid, and that slight smile after he says it only makes it worse. Then, I take a moment to gather Lily, the colt set on a bench aside from the spar. After that, I leave the pit, taking my time to find a group of soldiers near the pit. It feels odd searching for people to spend time with. Just glancing around at these men and women gives me an uneasy gait. Everyone I find is in a group larger than 3, 4 martial outlawed solos and duos from walking on their own. I get some odd looks, but a quiet whisper from another stops the stories as people seem to recognize me. The stares are uncomfortable, mainly because more and more soldiers are doing it. I guess with the new rules, I'm easy to notice when alone. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll just do this for Marshall, then go see Earl. I want to tell him how we almost got the unyielding wall with the ballista. I step further through the fortress, finally finding a group of only 3 as they sit around a relatively small campfire. They seem quite friendly and don't gape at me oddly, so I choose to join them. I wave to them as I sit across from the 3. The one on the left nods to me while the one in the middle smiles, greeting me. Wyatt, right? You're a kind of famous round air boy. Hope you settle in nicely. Dinid, Holt, and Rich. Air gots the fingers of the devil. The man in the middle points to the woman on the left, Dinid, then himself as Holt, then the man on the right is Rich as he introduces all of them. And after he ends, Rich thrums the instrument in his hands, a kind of fiddle or guitar. The tune is soft and low, continuing as the sun rapidly sets. Cooks come around in teams of 3, dropping off cooked rations that we all eat except for Rich. The man leans back and stares skyward, his fingers moving in a strange melody. I glance back at Dinid and Holt, but the 2 are simply eating and listening to Rich. So, I join, not wanting to ruin anything. And of course, because the music is good. Yet, after only a few bites of the soup I'm given, something definitely not enough to sustain the bloody palm and me. Rich lets out a voice. The stone-cold man, lithe in form with a thick red beard, has a deep rumble, one that adds gravity to his melody. It starts with a hum before ascending into gradual song. Oh, darlin', darlin', what have I done? Well, you've been gone so long, and all my days have turned a darker stain, and I believe my core has turned to stone. Oh, darlin', darlin', what have I done? Now I'm left here all alone. Oh, darlin', darlin', what have I done? I do my sleeping with a gun. I do my talking with lead. Spill blood that's only just begun, and stain rivers with the dead. Oh, darlin', oh, tell me what I've done. Can I stop at one? Or have I just begun? Rich pauses momentarily, his lungs inhaling a breath from his constant melody. Every note turns darker, just as the sun does. Yet, at the same time, it feels good. Good to hear, good to feel, and good to let out the emotions. I can see the catharsis visually within his frame. I resonate with his words. The remorse. He's felt the pain of killing. The pain of killing a lot. A long time ago, I spent most my time talking with Ma, learning, or farming. Now, I spend most of it spilling my blood, someone else's life, or preparing to do so. Exactly as I wonder if he'll continue, the musician-turned-soldier does. He's a 4th sigil, equal to the 2 beside him, yet I can hear it. He hates what he does. Oh, darlin', oh, tell me what I've done. Can I stop at one? Or have I just begun? I don't reckon I'll see you again, hun. My body's aching. Every bone a-breakin'. Nothing can shake it. It just keeps keepin' on. There is no peace here. War is never cheap. You hear? None will walk from here. We just get sold a plot. I cannot resist it. All the world accepts it. Blink open to a gun. Let your torments run. Again, Rich pauses, his eyes staring into the fire as he breathes in. This time, it is slower and more depressed than before. But he's right. This world is broken. So many are ready to draw a gun at a slight inconvenience. I'm mostly left alone due to my reputation and my last name, but not all are. I wanted to be the very best there ever is, the quickest draw, the toughest motherfucker in these lands. I wanted to be the very best, yet it was just for show, a way to hide from those that were. Without getting a bullet in my head, home is a far wish, death is close, only a block away. My mama is gone, my daddy ne'er showed, there is nowhere to run. Without getting a bullet in my head, home is a far wish, death is close, only a block away. A day from now, I'll be giving hurt. A year from now, I'll be in the dirt. 262 by the by. Rich finishes his song, and shortly, the remnants after his words are left by the thrumming of his guitar. My food is all right as I've eaten worse, yet the music makes it taste better. Maybe more digestible? I'm not sure. It's odd. I've never listened to much music in all my life, barring the rare trip with Ma to the nearby town where a musician was on the road. But this man's words are unique, able to influence me with simple notes. Is this from his sigil? Or is he merely that good? When Rich is done, Holt whistles appreciatively with a raised eyebrow. You showing off for the kid, Rich? Rich, the dark-skinned man with a voice as sable, shakes his head, speaking quietly, opposite his singing tone.
No.
His reply evokes a hearty laugh from Dinid, the woman almost spitting out her soup. Rich, talk more. All we ever hear are your songs. Her words hide a depressive fact that I quickly realize. If Rich only ever talks through his songs, and they are all as sad as that, is the man okay? My thought provokes a deeper examination of the man, and I find that his shoulders are hunched, his back is bent, and his eyes don't leave the ground, even as he thrums light notes on the guitar. I endeavor to speak up for him, but Holt beats me to it. Now, Dinid, you know he's not much of a talker. Let him get out his grief in his own way. Throw your concern toward the kid here. Dinid does as he says, but not without a scoff and a smidge of backtalk. Yeah, if you say so. Oh, honorable major. Say kid, Wyatt. I mean, where you from? We folk don't know much on you other than that the old man is training you. Tomas won't let much else slide. The woman twists to face me from the other side of the campfire, still eating her soup. I fix my seating, shifting from lying on my ass to crossing my legs as I finish eating. Then, I reply to Dinid. Tornridge, born and raised. What else you want to know? I don't like hiding anything. Dinid squints as it's Holt's turn to raise an eyebrow. The woman presses me on my homeland. Tornridge, you say? Hard to find people from there nowadays, seeing as we only had it for a handful of decades. What's it like there? Or what was it like? I'm a city girl from Blackreach. Holt was born within these walls, and we are relatively sure Rich is from Gravecross based on his songs. Yet, her words are not only questions, as she also gives me some information about herself and her companions. I return the favor some more. I miss home. From Butter to the Ma I used to know. It was peaceful, very much so. A lot of trees, a lot of farms, a lot of caves. Ma didn't let me play in the latter much, but sometimes I snuck off anyway. Of course, that all changed last fall. Holt shakes his head sadly, furthering my story with anecdotes of his own. Yeah, kid, that sucks. Killian Graves was a hell of a man, but something worse must have gotten him in the wilds. I remember Tornridge's fall. I was actually stationed not far at the time and was overseeing a range of towns outside the border. The shit that came through. A huck? The man shivers as he pokes the fire with a stick, moving the embers inside. Quiet then befalls us as no one has words to follow up. That is until Rich, surprisingly, breaks it. Where in Tornridge? I can't help but hum a question back at him as I don't quite hear him. The musician loudens himself after clearing his throat. Where in Tornridge are you from? His question has Holt and Dinid looking back and forth at each other as they quietly whisper. Is this man from Tornridge? No, probably not. He must have just been there. I answer him the best I can. For Ma, and I didn't really live in a town back then. My Ma and I had a ranch a few days out from Elderfield and a week from Cragsink. Rich nods, running his hand up his guitar while the other holds it aloft. Then, he glances at me, showing me a scar that runs along the bottom of his chin to his collarbone. Damn, that's gnarly. My wife was from Elderfield. The week we came to visit her family. The man pauses his sentence abruptly, the quiet rumbling into a white-knuckled grip of his guitar. He doesn't need to finish his words, however. We understand what he means despite the half-done declaration. The sorrow of his songs. That can only come from loss. I pipe up, trying to pull him away from it. Is that why you're here? To get revenge? Rich nods in agreement for a split second before shifting it into a shake of the head. No, once, I was. Too much time has gone by. Too many deaths. Holt heaves out a sigh as he reaches for Rich's shoulder, but the moment he touches the man, a gunshot resounds from a distance in the direction of the wall. The carrying man jumps slightly from the sounds, turning to Dinid. Time to go. Get your shit, Din. Nice meeting you, Wyatt. But there is no rest for the weak. Come on, Rich. Let's get your mind off it. Rich has his shoulder patted before Holt offers a hand to help him up. The musician takes the hand and is lifted to his feet nearly effortlessly. And once he stands, The man arranges his guitar into a case before sliding it onto his back. I can only give the three of them a weak wave as throngs of soldiers stand from their campfires, reading their weapons alongside Holt, Dinid, and Holt. The weary men and women gather in the moon's dim light with Holt, a fifth Sigilled, as their point of contact. The exhaustion etched upon their faces tells tales of battles fought and victories won. They stand tall, their worn boots grounded on the dusty earth, preparing for yet another fight. I want to stand, to help them, to fight with them, but I know that it is the wrong choice. Marshall has shown me that I will mean little in the wars as I am now. But, just as my demons grow, so will I. The weariness has taken its toll, and the comrades of those around me rest, many awaiting the break of dawn to join the battle against the pygmies. I can see that only about 2/3 of the groups eating around campfires stand, the rest off duty. Tonight, it is a war against the demons and those beasts that they have forced into servitude. With tired hands, they check their weapons, each movement slow and deliberate while those on the wall wait for them. The glint of steel catches my eye, a testament to the misfortunes endured. Their guns, I'm sure once polished and gleaming, now bear the marks of countless clashes. They barely have time to feed and take care of themselves right now, let alone their weapons. I can feel the weariness in the air, a heaviness that hangs over them like a thick cloud. But their determination remains unyielding, their eyes burning with a flicker of defiance. They may be tired, but their resolve is unwavering. The signs of rebellion from 2 weeks ago are gone. The faint of heart have left, leaving the insidious forces to break those who have hearts built of stone, just as the walls are. Yet, I know somewhere amongst these people are traitors. It's simply that even with insight, I can't check them all, and I don't see any apparent indications of darklight, even with my enhanced vision of chains. Though, I think I know why that manipulator, or whatever it is, killed Woody and incited that moment of rebellion. It got rid of many, many soldiers. From at least 1,000, we are down to several hundred. And with me right now are only a 200 or so, the rest spread out in every which way. And that's not all. It weakened a powerful fighter, Bonfire. His gouts of flame are worth dozens of the other soldiers. However, whoever did that must not understand Bonfire. They must only know him at a surface level, for within that cheerful and playful countenance rages his namesake. That face? That fire he had after Woody's death? I can feel the pain even now. Bonfire hides his anger behind veils of smoke, mirrors, and clumsiness. I feel a little bad for whatever has to meet his blue radiance, for that heat is not something a fifth Sigilled should have. He almost incinerated me through both absolutions, Lily's help, Frozen's aid, and Adumbral's protection, all while being choked out. Shaking my head, my thoughts return to the soldiers as Holt leads them to the walls toward the southwest side. Fatigue weighs upon their shoulders as they adjust their gear and tighten their belts. In the cover of darkness, they ready their worn firearms, blades, and ammunition, their hands moving with practiced ease as they from ether for the coming struggle. Their movements are not affected by marching, either, and the discipline is evident. All these soldiers have fought for much longer than me, except for the first or second Sigils. Some might have more time than me, but it is still debatable as many are twice my age. The night envelopes us, its silence broken only by the sound of their tired breaths. But a quiet determination fills the air, a shared understanding that this fight is not yet over. Their tired bodies may ache, but their spirits remain unbroken. These men, until Marshall breathes his last, they won't leave. I can see it in each of their eyes. Some may be depressed like Rich, others a hopeful jovialness like Holt, and a few with Dinid's assuming callousness. Yet, they all heed the call of gunfire, not waiting or delaying at all. I stand to my feet, glancing toward the innards of the fortress to go and find Earl, but I pause. I need to see the battlefield. The change it has gone through is something I have to see, and so, I kick my legs forward, moving toward the wall. I sprint at the towering walls of the bent, where the clash between soldiers and demons reverberates through the air. The scene is chaotic, filled with the thunderous roar of cannons, the crackling of ether and the various skills powering them, and the indomitable, echoing strikes of the unyielding wall against the demonic angels. As I approach amidst the chaos and the cacophony of battle, I catch a faint melody carried by the wind. It dances through the air, like a whisper of hope cutting through the darkness. Intrigued, I turn my frame to its source. The only person I have heard that makes music here is Rich. Is this him? He shouldn't be too far, right? They only left a few minutes after me, and so I slam my feet into the stairs and carry myself to the top. At the top of the walls, through the haze of smoke and the flashes of magic, I see a figure. A man shrouded by the moon perched upon a makeshift stage. With skilled hands, he strums his guitar, his fingers dancing across the strings, conjuring a melody that resonates with the souls of those who listen. Rich's voice is low, resonating, and with my eyes of chains, I can see the man's ether swirl around his fingers, lungs, and mouth. Gazing deeper, it appears as though his chains extend to his guitar, the man thrumming not only the strings of the instrument, but also his own phantasmal chains. His voice, unlike before, speaks not of sadness only but also of hope. It gains speed as he goes, the tense voice achieving only alacrity, not pitch. I shall stand beside you again. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So cower at the man I've become, when I sing from the top of my lungs, that I won't retreat. I'll stand in your heat, inspire the meek to be firm, and when I'm gone, my spirit will rise. In the music I've left, eternally alive, fierce and unyielding, relentless and true. We're two sides of the same coin, me and you. There's some that's born lucky, and there's some that's not. One sudden movement in a world of possibility is all it takes to expose our mortality. Burn, 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 burn. Another domino falls. In a world with those endlessly tall, some say we're only human. That is simply an illusion. Look ahead into the night and see he who fights. Rich's words are quick, with little reason or rhyme, but I can feel his words inundate my body, filling it with energy and relentlessness. My hands unconsciously tighten as I step beside him and gaze out into the distance, where his eyes end. Far away, thousands of feet, two humans rage against a quartet of demons. Marshall fights in the front, the head of the bullet as Johnny supports him, glitching demons, himself, and sometimes even Marshall Travis to aid the old man. Together, they force back the demons, constantly causing injuries and wounds to their foes. But with their numbers, they can retreat and get healed by another before returning. Unless the two can kill a demon instantly, they will return for another round. I observe the back and forth in the distance as men and women around me fire rifles, let loose cannons, and drop boiling oil alongside a dozen other tactics to slow the horde. I even catch a glimpse of a flying sky swain drop Virgil onto an unsuspecting demon that he proceeds to kill while Abraham clears the drop-off point with his nightmares. And through it all, Rich plays his music until he finishes whatever song he makes. When his conclusive note plays, the man draws his own pistol from the holster on his hip and joins Holt at the bottom of the wall near the gate, guarding it alongside other wondrous sigils. He disappears from my vision with a silent nod, and as he leaves to join the war, I can't stop myself. Ether spirals in my body as figments of madness form from Lily, and a quiet ask of the bloody palm arises. Can you pull the bolt back? I'll find you an artifact from the demons. A rumble of agreement comes as my flesh twists, turns, contorts, and hauls the string back on my ballista, formed from all three of my figments of madness. I'll have to thank Lily somehow, though. All these deaths are probably plenty. The high-pitched screech of my ballista is overpowered by the roar of cannons, and I lift my arm up as the bolt falls into place, the extreme force waiting as I finish it all with a hone, daydream, and release. Squinting my eye, I look for a target and quickly find one. Marshall is closer than he used to be, only about 1,000 feet from the wall. And while the everyday demons are unwilling to strike at him, some headstrong creatures like Urayuli are not against it as a sixth sigilled giant humanoid moves toward him. So, I take aim at the beast. The bolt should reach from this far and kill it, right? With how fast it moved, there shouldn't be a problem at all. So, I begin to press down on the trigger, but as I do, a force to the side of my head sends my focused brain reeling. Twisting, I turn the ballista to my side as Tomas shouts at me over the din of the battle. Stop that, dumbass. You're supposed to save that. If the angels know you have such a skill, how will you kill one in surprise? Go back. Now, you aren't supposed to fight, so you don't fall into your old ways. Tomas leans forward, whispering as quietly as he can so I can still hear before leaping off the wall. I know you want to help, but just wait. I'll deal with the Urayuli. It's my job to keep the old man safe, not yours. Let him reshape you entirely before you fight. And with that, he's gone into the night, and the moment he lunges from the stone bricks, rain begins to fall, clouding the battlefield in droplets of water. My head falls as I step backward toward the stairs. I only want to help. My words meet no one but Abraham, the illusionist of sorts sitting on the wall nearby, conjuring his nightmares to aid his team members from afar. He sighs and hands me a small finger, one with dark blue skin. The flesh of my hand devours it entirely the moment I take it, hiding it from the light of the moon and cannon fire. Don't take it to heart, Wyatt. Here's the fuel for the bloody palm. I'll come to see you later, and we can practice a bit. How about that? I nod and reply before shambling down the steps, trying not to get in the way. I'd like that. 263, Eye of the Deuce. Ed, hallowed one summers. My head swims as I gradually regain consciousness, the world around me elucidating itself. I expend only a single moment of thought before struggling to move, realizing the chains and bonds holding me to a chair in a dark, unrecognizable room. I move the ether in my body, preparing a plethora of skills, but the instant they flow, pain yowls through my body. The agony comes from spikes piercing into my flesh, disrupting the flow of ether. I attempt to force myself through the challenge, to escape, but the torture only worsens, more and more spikes entering until my ether refuses to shift at all. My head hangs as I gasp for air, the misery pointless. Instead of continuing the pointless struggle, I search for my captor, and he waits little time before showing himself, pulling a chair up to me. The only light is above him, casting him in downlight as Eli Weiss greets me. Sorry about this, friend. This is the only way it can go. I must follow the words of the 8th Prime. His divinations will be the key to our victory over the gods. Too many of you endeavor to fight destiny, but only the Wastelander can bear the weight of the apocalypse. But I do have concerns that remain, and while we are enemies, perhaps irreconcilable, I must ask for your wisdom. I grind my teeth in a mixture of agony and frustration as I stare at my once closest ally. So far, has he fallen since reading the past stories of the previous Prime? 10 years ago, he dug up a prophecy that the heraldic wolf, the 8th Prime, left behind. The ruiner of lands and the giver of sands is damned to bear the weight of eternity. Upon the gates of hell into the world's core, as the world collapses by the Elder's wakening spell, one shall seek to rebel, and he will assume the final farewell. The man of knowledge has latched onto this omen, quoting that all other ones left behind from the heraldic wolf have come true, except for this one. And he says this final divination is the most important, left inside its very own book in the Prime's archive. I have attempted to convince him it is false, but he refuses to believe me, even if Vincent has never done as the prophecy says he has. Ruiner of lands? Giver of sands? That sounds more like Behemoth than the Wastelander. Vincent is a guardian, even if a not very present one, and sure, he can manipulate sand, but he's still a guardian. Yet, even with my urges, he continually endeavors to make it come true in his own ways. There is nothing I can do but speak in my current situation, and our goals are the same, if only different methods. So, I agree. Even if he may kill me, knowing that I aided humanity in some way will give me peace of mind, as long as it does not include Kate, of course. Go ahead. What is your question? I speak roughly, my throat parched and unwatered, but I ignore the discomfort to focus on his mannerisms. There is always still a chance I make it out alive. Eli sighs, the man's old shoulders, similar in weariness to mine, sagging as if disappointed by my cold response. Too bad, Eli. You chose this path. You were the one to decide only you were right, that everyone else simply can't understand. How would one best hold back a lord without Vincent? His word stuns me, the man of science, experimentation, and planning, projecting a measure of power to me. He wants to know how to fight Leviathan or Behemoth. Is he mad? Even with Demon's Bane I am no match. Once, only once, did I strike at Behemoth, traveling to aid Vincent. Never again. The bastard nearly killed me in 5 seconds from the start of the tussle and in the process, left me with unhealing scars. How Vincent and his sand can fight both at once. The Prime is a legend amongst legends, the most powerful human ever to live, not merely to be living. Too many underestimate him and both of the binary lords. Each lord could wipe out humanity if Vincent or another Prime were absent, while at the same time, should both demons cease to exist, Vincent could liberate the whole continent of angels, allowing humans to far easier spread out. The duo of demons doesn't strike at the pygmies because their creator can match one. Meanwhile, the War Master of the Nahullo, using the Pale Cavity, can check the other. Together, the Nahullo and pygmies strike a fragile balance. But to hold them back, that is different from fighting them head-on. Diversions and misdirections may work against Behemoth with enough preparation, but Leviathan would see through them all. To hold her back requires sufficient power, as she can peer into any illusions with her intellect and hardly fathomed proficiency with ether. What is Eli planning here? Why does he need to hold them back? What is his goal? My thoughts continue, and Eli merely observes my thinking, giving me ample time to ponder. The man is patient, even toward me, who he has captured and locked into a torture chair that disables my ether flow. Eli is the most patient man I've ever met, and still, his knee trembles in anxiety. Is that fake? No, it's not. He's nervous. The next steps in his plan are either incredibly risks or painful. Am I? Oh, I am. I'm the preparation, aren't I? That is fine. I suppose. Better me than anyone else. I push away those thoughts and instead focus on how I can be of help. Eli may have a wildly different path toward survival than I do, but they don't have to be entirely antagonistic, despite how much he might think they are. In the end, I can only come to one conclusion, an answer that might not be one in the slightest. The best way to hold back the binary lords would be not to do it at all. I give him a short answer, with hidden pieces beneath it, knowing he'll find them immediately. And just as I expect, Eli's eyes widen at my answer as he snaps his fingers at me. I can almost see the sparks flying inside the depths of his mind as he develops the idea in front of me. That's genius, Ed. Why fight them when I don't have to? I can make others do it for me. Oh, but how? Tunyun and Etern rarely leave their abodes. Wait, no. Etern left recently for someone, and Tunyun, I can get him moving if I locate Timimi. Perhaps. Yes, bait. I need the bait to pull all the strongest together, not just the demons. Eli stands from the chair, the creaks almost deafening in the silence after his maddened rant. The man walks forward and thanks me before walking away, leaving me in the dark silence again. I appreciate your insight. Now, I will have to put you back under. Can't have a threat like you awake until the plan unfolds. I may return for some more questions at another time, but for now, this is farewell. The underground tree snaps his fingers as several figures surround me, each stabbing needles into my flesh. The syringes inject a liquid into my system, causing my vision to quickly blur before returning me to nothingness. My thoughts can hardly even fathom that this might be my last time seeing any form of light. Wyatt Graves. Twisting beneath a swipe of Tomas' claws, I flip myself around, and using the bloody palm, arbalest myself backward. Sightlines shift as I catch my balance, pivoting to face Tomas again. Air comes in heavy and labored from my lungs as I spend the moment recovering, the wolf gazing at me with furrowed brows. I've spent many hours since he sent me off the wall training with this man over the past 6 weeks from learning Willful Strand. Martial has been a rarity, but Tomas has come commonly, teaching me how to fight just as the wall would. Marshal Travis asked for only another month from his soldiers, but in total, I've been at Bent for 2 months, and the battles have only become more fierce. The men are running low, either from deserters, deaths, or betrayals. Yet Marshall refuses to retreat as reports consistently come in of slowed evacuations and problems in the escape of civilians. Johnny thinks it's Eli, and I'd have to agree, as the scheming old man is making issues for us even now. But in the meantime, I've learned much, improving old skills and remastering some others. As I stare back at my opponent, I run through and bolster the ether in my body for them to enhance me. Reach, an aged skill that saved me several times before it lost much of its usefulness, has been vastly improved with Willful Strand. No longer does it extend my reach a mere inch or so. Now, It can move the flesh in my arm or legs up to an entire foot, increasing my height, gait, or wingspan while at the same time lasting longer than just an instant. The difference is vast in close quarters, surprising and providing me an advantage even against those taller than me. With it, my legs extend, increasing my speed as I prepare the miniature detonations in my air for a strike later. Hone and wetting, the duo of enhancing the sharpness of something, has only expanded further. Again, with willful strand, they have improved, mostly hone, as the skill now extends a similar foot far from the edge of my hand, blade, or even the barrel of lily should I apply it. The effectiveness has also improved. With hone, I clad the bloody palm in a dangerous blade. The following skill vastly improved by my recent enhancement is arbalest, the ether able to extend its influence beyond my foot or hand. Tomas said this one is not far from the level of Adzil, only missing a few steps forward to reach one. And while those steps may be arduous and nigh impossible, they would be rewarding. With it, I suffuse each limb, preparing them for instantaneous actions later. And the final skill improved by Willful Strand is Daydream. Well, also Insight and Madness, but those are simply range increases, allowing me to do them from further away. My Daydream, as I am best at letting the skill fade from focus and remain still, extends beyond the mere focal point and enhances the surroundings. My concentration lies on my knees, yet the loosening of chains stretches to reach my whole legs. I only wish I had managed to improve Breakneck, but alas, I could not. To improve the skill any further would be to near Adzil as well, and I have nowhere near the mastery for something like that. And as I gaze at Tomas, the bloody palm does its job, transmuting the flesh of my hand into a bladed claw to match the wolf's. Tomas returns the favor before we dart at each other, sand exploding beneath our feet from our speed. My legs kick underneath me as I remove my reach from my legs, lowering my height to evade a swing at my head as I backpedal and swipe out with a reaching blade of flesh. Tomas leans backward massively, the edge slicing a thin line of red onto his forehead as the man snaps back, his very jaws biting into my artifact. Pain shoots up my arm as the wolf's teeth sink halfway through my limb, crunching into the bone with more power than a bullet. Sucking in a gasp from the pain, I strike out with a kick, arbalesting the limb toward Tomas' side. The older man merely endures the extreme strike, his whole body shifting under the weight as my shin impacts his ribs, and the man takes his other claw and sinks it into my calf, digging inches deep with his nails. Fuck. Tomas has the strength of Marshall, the speed of Kai, and far more versatility and cruelty than either. I go to suck in a gasp of ether to force a gap between us, but as I open my mouth, a voice booms across the air, ether definitively enhancing the sound. Where's my welcome party, Travis? Oh, am I early? The words carry an accent, eliciting thoughts of concern from me. Is that the pygmy we've been waiting for to show up? Uzra? The virtue? Tomas pushes me off as his eyes turn focused and almost rabid. The man forms my worries into words. My flesh remolds itself as he speaks, the bloody palm healing me. She's here. Uzra, follow me now. We are done training. Stick beside me always, and do not, under any circumstances, leave me, okay? Tomas points at me while growling out a series of solemn words, and I give him a thumbs up. The man returns with a shake of his head as he pivots and moves toward the edge of the pit. With an effortless jump, he makes it almost to the top before stabbing his hand into the wall and flinging himself up the rest of the way. Forcing myself into motion, worry gripping my heart, I follow him, leaping and climbing up after him with chain-link boots. My flesh mends rapidly from our training, the bloody palm doing its job for us too. As I do so, I hear cannons detonate their payloads, and gunshots grace the air hours before typical. Not good. Not good at all. Most of us have fallen into a rhythm, and I think too many will be caught off guard by this attack. Breakneck flows into my body as I preemptively form an ironbound on my palm, just in case. Meanwhile, my saved arbalest on my left leg propels me forward with extreme alacrity as I struggle to keep up with Tomas. We hurry through the fortress, hurtling past soldiers gathering their weapons and similarly moving toward the noise. My legs kick me off the hard stone of bent as distance disappears, and the wall in the distance grows closer. But as it nears, I notice dust and smoke rising from the towering structure. No, 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 no. Not now. It can't fall. I push myself even harder, Struggler's defiance joining breakneck as I nearly catch up to Tomas and Gate. We turn corner after corner, achieving the fastest path possible to the main gate before turning the corner to the massive square that opens up to our destination. My heart sinks at the sight of what lies before me. The wall for nearly 100 feet in both directions is collapsed inward, with stone bricks covering the entire square. The blood of many soldiers meanders in the debris as their bodies lie unmoving. Meanwhile, a short being stands upon the wreckage of the wall, an unwieldy object in its hands that looks like a javelin pointing upward. It is Ezra, the 8th sigilled High Architect, sent to end Marshall. The Pygmies only have 5 total of these beings, and most are constantly fighting demons or other enemies south of the Pygmies. For one to be sent now shows the earnestness of the Creator and how they want Marshall dead and gone. The Pygmy woman faces Tomas and me, the only 2 figures to enter her vision, as she beams, her face covered in violet fetor. Yet, that is not all. The weapon in her arms is similar, with 8 sigils as well. Behind her, 3 more angels follow behind, each clad with magenta chains. One is a woman with some kind of weapon that spews light licks of flame as she stands. Another is a man with mechanical wings on his back, and the last gender is unknown, hidden within a steel capsule of an armament. Tomas puts his arm in front of me, pausing my movement as Azra speaks again. Ah, here comes the cub. Where is your general, human? I come here for him. The rest of you can die to my lessers. Azra steps down from the rubble with a light, unassuming step, her weapon pointing toward us with an unmistakable threat. She is small, built more like a disproportioned child, but the danger hidden within her is palpable. Tomas forces me to remain still with a tight grip. Inside my chest, my heart pounds thunderously at the threat as the bloody palm roars with the challenge, wanting to stride forward without caution. Tomas growls out a reply to the virtued pygmy, being stubborn as usual. Wouldn't you like to know, midget? The pygmy's smile contorts slightly, twisting from jovialness to bitterness in a wink. Azra taps something on her ordnance as he aims it at Tomas. Didn't your betters ever teach you respect? You are quiet when a better is present. How about you die? A rumbling, disastrous sound emanates from the ordnance in her hand as Tomas crouches slightly. I join him, and the bloody palm reacts in turn, an extensive bony shield forming from my forearm to protect my upper body. And the rumbling only increases as Azra smiles, and for a split second, I see utter whiteness. Oblivion, death. But the next, it fades. A man stumbling next to me, holding his left eye. Johnny grips Fate Sealer with his other hand as he curses Tomas and me. Can't you two not antagonize her? Marshall is on his way. He had some issues getting up this time. The latter half of his words are whispered as he ambles forward. Meanwhile, Azra has only a fading memory of what happened as Johnny glitched her backward the moment she began to use her ordnance. And as such, she bursts out toward Johnny. How did you get here, River Tamer? I did not see you arrive. The gunslinger slides forward on his feet, closing the cylinder on his gun as he does so in a kind of threat. Azra seems to not care about his actions and nods backward as the angel with armor approaches her. Yes, High Architect? Azra shakes her head of hair and points the ordnance toward Johnny. Deal with him for now, Acrid. Amarin and Timian. Wreak havoc and kill as many as possible so the little ones don't struggle. Today, we take over this unbreakable wall. The High Architect orders her. Meanwhile, Johnny simply stares at her, waiting. And when she finishes speaking, the one in the armor, Acrid, prepares to strike Johnny. At the same time, Azra raises her ordnance to us once more. But before she can even begin to charge it, a projectile lands in the center of the square, shooting debris and dust into the air as a silhouette gradually forms in the center. Then, that figure removes itself from the smoke, revealing the muscled form of Marshall Travis as he steps up to meet Azra. His skeleton, tall and mighty for a human, towers over the miniature Azra. The wall comes with a proclamation of his own. You may seek what is mine, Azra, but it can only be over my dead body. And do you remember what happened to the last virtue who tried me? A deep breath fills Marshall's lungs before his threat ends with a pronounced edge. The man reaps a single step forward as his fists clench, the sound of them closing similar to a cannon's firing. Their skull lies embellished in my study as a paperweight. 264, no stickling. Marshall's threat ends as Ezra scoffs, her tiny shoulders ignoring the height difference. Then, she lifts her ordnance and points it at Marshall. The old man twists around the moment he sees it and yowls backward at Tomas and me. Get away. Then the next instant, my vision goes black as a man faster than me tackles me to the ground and beneath cover. A roaring deafness inundates me for a second before light returns as Tomas rolls off me and stands, his back shaking and smoky. I barely have time to worry about him as I see a new street carved into bent, a 10-foot wide and tall lane of melted stone, wood, and steel. Detonations of force ring out as Marshall strikes toward Azra, and blinding shots propel themselves from Johnny as he endeavors to kill an angel. The world itself seems to shake under the brief exchanges of angels before me. My whole body trembles in surprise at the instant death that almost occurred, and I pivot to look at Tomas as he falls to his knees. I gasp aloud as I see his entire back has been reduced to the point that I can see his spine clearly, the bone charred and black. Tomas grunts out a word to me as he tumbles forward, his knuckles the only things propping him up. Run. He tells me to run, but where? In front of us are two angels, one with an armament and another with wings. The pygmy with the fire-throwing Colt now battles Johnny, the two constantly trading shots as the pygmy already calls for help. And it gets it in the form of nearly a dozen sixth sigils that harry the gunslinger with a wide variety of attacks. Meanwhile, I can hear the discussion of the two in front of me. Timyon, you want to strike at the fort? Your wings are better for that. I'll deal with the wolf and the kid. Timyon, the pygmy with the metallic wings, nods before shooting into the sky. As they do so, however, an impact shakes the sky. Marshall slams his fist into the ground as Azra manages to dodge, and the force almost knocks Timyon from the air. Azra shouts for Timyon before the male pygmy flies away. Timyon, come back. Marshall's getting rowdy. The flyer darts back with her wings instantly, moving to make it a 2 versus 1 for Marshall. I move to do something, anything, but Tomas grunts at me once more. Go. I turn away, about to accept his order and pull him with me until I see a man rushing toward me. Scott, the foremost doctor of Bent. Around him is his guard detail as the man moves with an alacrity inconsistent with the man I know. He waves and points to Tomas as I hear a voice behind me. Where do you think you're going, kid? I twist to hear a garbled and distorted voice coming from a dark steel artifact. Merely 20 feet away, and getting closer, is Amarin, the third angel present. My heart shoots up to 1,000 beats per minute as my ether surges, and my lungs inhale a deep gasp of ether. Arbalest prepares my legs as I reach forward and latch onto Tomas with leash, the newest form longer and more stable. Then, I shunt myself backward towards Scott, flinging Tomas at the doctor as I retreat as hastily as possible. Of course, Amarin, the steeled body, pursues me. A clash of metals reckons onto the world as he stampedes at me, and while I'm faster than him at first, moving down the ruined street, he accelerates with unstoppable momentum. I glance towards Scott as I see one of his men catch Tomas, and the rest sprinting for the pygmy and me before I cease my escape. I want to use ballista, but not yet. I need to get through that armor first. There is a chance it can take a hit from it. At the very least, I need to damage it. So, instead, I daydream of a tougher, denser, and more extensive bloody palm as I frantically urge the artifact to extend into a bony shield. And it does, my flesh expanding to fit the more significant bone as I pivot and slam my feet into the ground facing Amarin. Release flows into my knees and arm as I endeavor to become an immovable wall. I aim to be just like the idol 100 feet away, fighting what would be an impossible battle for anyone else in his position. And at a glance, it seems Amarin was not expecting this, as he chooses to barrel into me instead of drawing a weapon. I brace for impact with everything I have, and the bloody palm joins me as bone juts from the massive shield in front of me to create tendrils into the stone beneath for stabilization. Then, the angel reaches me. My whole vision goes pale as everything shakes and swims before gradually returning to me. I blink my eyes open as I realize I'm prone on the broken stone dozens of feet from where I was hit. I don't notice the tumbling way, the impact itself, or even the after effect. The pain slowly unfolds as I look down to see my chest caved in despite all my preparations. The bony shield and my ribs are broken, but my artifact rapidly attempts to repair them. Coughing out phlegm of blood, I push myself to my feet, only to see something I wish I had not. Amarin towers over a dozen dead guards and other soldiers that must have arrived while I was unconscious as he lifts Scott into the air. Grunting, I reach my feet, but a single step has me woozy. I think I might have a concussion. Holding my head, I take another step, but the world becomes blurry. Every building, every burgeoning flame, every cooling body, and every raging battle squirms and shifts in my resonant vision. Yet, I stand with a defiant step and suck in another gasp of air as Amarin swings Scott's frail form toward the ground. I try to force my ether into action as my adrenaline turns the world stable again, but I'm too slow, and Scott's screaming form nears the debris below at a speed that would certainly kill him. I push with all my might, propelling myself forward with arbalest and breakneck, but I'm too slow. Yet, someone else isn't. A partially furred form of a human bolts underneath Amarin's slam and yanks Scott from the man as they then roll away. The figure then stands to about Tomas' height and opens his hands as sharp claws descend from their hands. And at the same time, I notice a horrible burn upon their back, not quite reaching the spine, but not too far. Is that Tomas? Another explosion rips my focus away as I see 3 more figures upon the top of the wall, each of them clad in magenta chains as well. More pygmies. They are going all out. Fuck. We need to get out. Tomas, we need to go. The man, whose upper body is covered in fur like that of a rougarou, growls out an answer as he charges at Amarin. Not without the general. And he calls me a dumbass. Shaking my head, I hustle after him, not wanting the man to die in his hubris. I watch him block a strike from Amarin with his forearm before the armament bursts with a saw blade from the steel, gnawing into his flesh. Tomas growls in pain before swiping a laceration across Amarin's armor, cutting deeply into the dense steel on the chest. My feet bring me closer as Tomas is tossed away before he charges back in, going straight for that miner wound in the metal again. Instantly, I understand what he's doing. He's trying to dig through it enough for my ballista, and so, I'll help him a little bit. Once I get close, the bloody palm shifts into a shield, and I pivot my body to get in the way of Tomas and Amarin as the wolf's injuries are getting seriously bad. Blood leaks from all his wounds already, and I don't even know how bad that bit on his back is, even if Scott managed to help a little. I shout toward him before Amarin strikes me with a bullet from his arm's miniature cannon. Have Scott heal you. I'll hold on. Tomas nods before sliding back toward Scott, and then, the bullet hits my shield, sending me head over heels. Meanwhile, Amarin follows up and grabs my leg with one of his metallic arms. I can almost feel time slow as he lifts me into the air, positioning to impale me on the many spear-like segments of debris, and I follow through with it, using liberation to give me time to think. I ask the bloody palm for confirmation on something risky. I seriously don't want to be slammed into those spikes of rock and steel. I'm pretty sure that will kill me. I'm unsure if the bloody palm can react fast enough to reply, but it doesn't hurt to try. Can you regrow my leg? A second passes for me, the word at large moving at infinitesimally short paces. Then 2, then 3, then 10, then 20, then 100. Then, I get a single note of a high-pitched growl, the bloody palm's affirmative. Internally sighing, I reach deep and bestow my arm with both hone and reach, the sharpness extending far beyond the shield my arm embodies. This is very serious. If we kill these angels and survive, I'll give you one of their artifacts. Turn my arm into a blade when you can. I don't wait for a slow reply as I want to conserve as much ether as possible, so I end liberation. And as my arm shifts and contorts, twisting into a blade of bone, I slice it at my shin where I am held. The blade of bone effortlessly glides through my shin, and I lose the force of Amarin, rotating my upper body in the air, pleading with the bloody palm. My arm turns back into a shield of bone as I impact and bounce off a sharp pillar of metal before landing on the stone. Both cool and warm sensations enter me as they rush for my shin, attempting to regrow my lower leg and foot. I can feel Lily trying to help as the surge is more significant from her than ever before, disregarding when I shoot through her barrel. And while I am happy for the help, I worry for what it means. A lot are dying right now. So many. Amarin, surprised, scrutinizes me, then the foot in his armored grasp before shrugging and striding toward me. A low chuckle distorts itself from the confines of his armor. Ruthless, kid, ruthless. I like it, almost gasping aloud in pain. I hobble awkwardly on one foot as the other heals. Meanwhile, Amarin nears me, getting closer and closer. But I'm not alone, and Tomas returns, his wounds mostly recovered through Scott's miraculous work. The wolf dashes for Amarin, leaping off a wall as he slashes at the chest plate with his claw. The damage to the metal grows deeper as Tomas repeatedly strikes at Amarin, but the angel has had enough. I watch the armament turn around and raise a greave towards Scott as I push myself forward, only to land on my face from my leg that has only healed to my ankle from my shin. Meanwhile, Amarin bashes Tomas back with one arm as a detonation occurs in his arm, propelling a ball of steel directly into Scott's head. Scott, the doctor of Marshall Travis for decades, falls silently without a groan and an open head. Unable to scream from the struggler's gasp in my lungs, I hear Tomas do it for me as rage, sorrow, and hate flow from the man only a few years older than me. His claws dig into the ground as he bolts forward at Amarin. Again, Amarin smacks Tomas away, but the wolf lands on a nearby wall, digging his claws into the stone before darting for Scott's body. The moment Tomas lands beside Scott, the feeling in my foot returns, and I rush to help. Arbalests carry me forward, yet I arrive too late. Amarin beats Tomas into the ground, fist after fist of steel raining down onto the flesh below as the wolf constantly grunts in pain. Unable to watch the man die like this in front of me, I do the only thing that will deal any amount of severe damage to such a foe. Ballista comes to form as my flesh twists, and a daydream, hone, and reach empowers it. The bloody palm springs the weapon imagined from Lily backward as I aim it toward Amarin's head. Yet as I go to squeeze the trigger, a stunning change occurs. A single powerful beat fills the air, enunciating the arrival of man's pain's forge. Yet, only two in the world know the legendary Zil. A roar of unbridled defiance sings out of the crumpling Tomas as the man bursts from the hole he's been smashed into, and the man tackles Amarin to the building across from him, the stone buckling from the force. Seeing the crazed form of Tomas, with strips of flesh and muscle falling from him, I aim the ballista to finish the job. Tomas, the wolf. My breath comes in ragged heaves as I slam this armored pygmy into the wall, my absolution giving me the strength of the strongest wolves, the Rougarou. Pain's forge, however, is what keeps me standing. Every ounce of pain turns into a pound of rageful power. My claws dig into the metal of this pygmy's steel, seeking the flesh beneath, and meanwhile, I prepare to ingest Scott's sigil. Among his many is a soldier, precisely what I want. A moment ago, I achieved my proof. I can feel it. I now only have to imbibe his sigil. Grunting to keep my pace up on the armor, I feel my force waver, and Amarin takes advantage, throwing me away from him as organs fall from my body. But Pain's forge only bolsters my strength, even as I tumble to the side. Few understand truly what that means. Why it attempts to make up for my wounds, dashing in to buy me time, and I take it, hauling myself to Scott's dead form with my wounded arms. I must look like a dying man with all the blood around me, but I do not care. I'm a soldier, and soldiers don't quit. A moment later, my claw reaches for Scott's heart, forcing my way toward his sigil. I'm sorry, but you'd understand, sir. Anything for the general. Wyatt Graves. A roar behind me covers the air as I feel my arm break, the bone barely covering my ballista from the sight of Amarin. I allow myself to roll backward from the hit without contest as a figure passes me faster than I can see, clad in magenta, and when I look forward, I see a Rougarou. No Tomas with the stature of one. Barrel into Amarin, knocking him over and mauling his armor. I don't take the moment to ponder what's happening. Instead, I move around to see Amarin's chest, and when I do, I aim my ballista, tugging on the trigger between swipes. A sonic boom deafens us all as the bolt careens through Amarin's armor and into him and explodes against the back of his armament, dealing lethal damage to any mortal. Yet, he is an angel, not a mortal, capable of withstanding untold punishment. So, Amarin roars with anger as Tomas retaliates and shoves his entire fist through the hole, digging around to kill the pygmy. I fall to my knees, heaving for air as Tomas ends the short man in armor. Then he falls backward, blood leaking from his body in every location possible. Fuck, he needs help, right this instant. I reach into my pocket and pull out the Philium as I force my way to him through the rubble, tipping the liquid into his throat. The man gladly takes it, and I visibly see his wounds heal, closing at a pace only a bit slower than the bloody palm. Almost 30 seconds pass before Tomas opens his eyes and sits up, ordering me with a pained voice. His eyes are tinged red for only a moment before he sighs deeply and calms himself. What mental fortitude. Get up. We need to help Marshall and Johnny. They brought a virtue and 6 powers. Marshall can handle the former and maybe 2 powers, while Johnny probably has 1 power himself. That means... I finish his words as figures force themselves through rubble and debris, showing themselves to us. Bonfire, Frozen, Clumsy, Abraham, Virgil, and Sky Swain. The 6 seem to be sticking together because of Bonfire and Abraham's promise. We will have to deal with 2 more, at least. Lifting himself off the floor as red liquid cascades from him, Tomas agrees, continuing his words. That is if demons don't arrive as well. They might contest the pygmies after Ben is gone, but until then, they will ally against us. Too many are scared of Vincent's coming actions. They are fearful of what Marshall will do at the end of his life. Can you imagine their despair against the Prime? I give Virgil a quick hug and shake Bonfire's hand as we greet each other, and Tomas tells them what's happening. But before he can get far into his words, a duo of magenta-fettered pygmies steps onto the street ruined by Uzra's ordnance. An annoyed voice comes from the female on the right. Ah, I knew there would be some here. Uzra sure is something. Seeing them, I react instantly, not waiting a moment. If this isn't an emergency, I don't know what is. The blooming spider lily blossoms from my holster, the barrel pointing right at the speaking pygmy. All I see before I pull the trigger is her raise her eyebrows and a hand. Then, a stream of darkness covers us, the chilly sensation dyeing the world black for a moment as I feel all my pain fade away and a joyful voice in my ear. Thanks, but, she's not dead yet. I'm not that good, you know? The cardinal vanishes from my sight to reveal the pygmy collapsing to the floor like an old woman, her flesh mottled and sunken as the other leans to help her. Meanwhile, I feel a hollowness in my body, the price for a bullet from Lily. I don't know how bad it is, but I'll have to see later as the other angel is real angry, literal flames exuding from his nodes. 265, new barking irons. Tomas the Wolf. The moment Wyatt squeezes the trigger of his legendary weapon, I leap forward, my newly evolved power bringing forth strength unseen throughout my whole form. It feels as if I possess the force of Marshall within my veins. Distance disappears, and I swipe claw at the healthy pygmy, seeking to end its life. Yet, a shield emerges from behind it, the steel denting and breaking as the short humanoid tumbles backward. My ankle, more prominent than usual, digs into the fort's stone as if it were dirt as I yell for my backup. I may be an angel now like I've prepared my whole life, but I'm a newborn compared to these foes. A helping hand of a Graves will seal the deal. Wyatt, with me. The rest of you take the other one. I don't glance behind me as I follow up my strike with the bending of my legs for pounce. Killian's son has proven his mettle over the many weeks and his might in the last scuffle. Space seems to shift in my vision as I move so swiftly, reaching for the angel with sharpened claws. As I do so, however, a pillar of steel rips itself from the ground and hurtles for me. I catch a glimpse of the male PYMGY in front with a knowing smile as I contort my torso and attempt to hit away the beam. But I don't have solid ground to use as a foundation of my strength, so the steel overpowers me and impales me into the ground. The world spins from the impact as I try to get my bearing. That impact, it was brutal. Is that, yeah, that's mining steel. The bastard can move metals with his fucking mind. Shouldn't have met that with force. Payne's Forge isn't at total momentum yet, so that move is risky. However, the essence of the artifact still flows through me from earlier, enhancing my recovery and giving me the confidence to take these risks. Groaning, I see Wyatt stumble beside me and wrap a hand around the steel as his flesh contorts and aids me in removing it from my stomach. Then, I take his hand as he hauls me to my feet. Lowering a hand to my stomach, I feel the wound close slowly. I got lucky that Wyatt was with me, and I am beyond fortunate that he had that artifact. Without out, I would be dead earlier, 100%. Damn good artifact you got there. Wyatt nods to my compliment as we glance forward to the threat ahead. Steel flies in the air around Ian, the minding steel, as he readies himself for the challenge we propose. I move from foot to foot, testing my weight as my power is new. Well, new yet not. It is simply a more potent form of bestial. The hair is more prominent, as is the authority in my muscles and senses. I also seem to have a tiny rejuvenation aspect that only further aids the philium flowing through me. Meanwhile, Wyatt cracks his knuckles and flutters the dust and debris off his coat as flames emerge from where we came, shooting into the sky. I notice his eyes flicker over as the angel begins to raise its hands. Seems that angel is still putting up a challenge. Bonfires raging over there. I click my tongue at him as I point forward. This is no time to be distracted. We need to concentrate and plan while Ian gathers his weapons. Focus. We might be mostly uninjured, but we're running low on ether. And from what I can garner, this angel just arrived. No messing around. Can you do another one of your tricks? Wyatt shakes his head, refuting both ideas I had without me even mentioning one. No, I'd go over my limit for a ballista, and Lily is still waiting through the energy of the last shot. She can't fire another at full potency until she does. Fuck, that's not good. This one's a good counter for us, a manipulation style of power, allowing him to control an element. Rare but suitably deadly. Neither of us has much range, even with my flick, a way to break off nails to shoot out. Not that those will make it through the steel beams, though. Damn, I've heard about Ian before, but he typically collides with the demons far in PYMGY territory. He's good, really good. Offense, defense, and utility all in one. The only thing is that he takes a while to prepare. Though, this could just be a trap seeing how he blocked my attack. I don't think he needs all this preparation time, or else he'd already be dead from a previous battle. Yeah, this is 100% a trap. I can see how he stares at us through the floating metal fragments. He wants us to strike him during this. But why? While I think, I see Wyatt shuffle to the side, and I grab him by the arm. Wait, let me think. This pygmy is doing something. Currently, Wyatt and I stand almost 50 feet away from Ian, close to the edge of the divot made in the streets of Bent. Meanwhile, the pygmy stands amongst countless shards of melted concrete, stone, and steel. That's it. He wants to use the hidden steel to kill us. Clever, but not clever enough. Spinning, I take Wyatt's shoulder and pull him away. And even as every second bestial is active siphons away hordes of my available ether, I run away, heading toward a less damaged area. Come, he wants to kill us with the metal shards hidden in the rubble. The younger man is quick on the uptake and follows me as I leap and climb onto the top of a building. Then, I take a moment to gaze around. The sights nearly break me. Standing tall upon the vantage point of this weathered building, a common point while traversing the fortress as a bakery for as long as I can remember, I take in the chaos, the death. The sturdy stone walls of Bent, once a symbol of security, now withstand the relentless assault by an alliance of demons, pygmies, and savage creatures from the deepest sections of the wilds. Urayuli, armaments, and even heirlooms make their mark on sections of stone, brick, and steel as soldiers die every second. And these are no ordinary soldiers, for Bent has not harbored any weak warriors for months. The air is thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh and the metallic tang of spilled blood. The symphony of battle rages on, echoing through the courtyard and corridors as I stand frozen, unable to move at the sight. Some soldiers valiantly fight against the encroaching horde, while others lie broken and beaten as they are promptly eaten by demons or beasts. Each crackling explosion and desperate cry reverberates through my very core, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life despite the stair I now stand on of ether. Even as an angel, there is little I can do to stop this. There are so many. A dozen angels? More? How many came to kill us? My eyes scan the harrowing sight before me, taking in the scenes of unimaginable carnage. Fallen comrades lie motionless, their faces etched with expressions of both pain and determination. The unpredictable and bizarre demons unleash their disastrous movements while the crafty pygmies let loose their creations with malevolence. And amidst this maelstrom of violence, the figure of my revered general stands firm. With each clash of steel, flame, flesh, or raw ether, I see the general engaged in a fierce duel, his battle-hardened form pitted against two powered demons and a virtued PYMGY and a powered pygmy. His movements are a deadly dance, proof of his mastery of warfare, a proclamation of his time spent doing this exact thing. None have fought the Pale Lady more than Marshall. The clash of weapons and raging ether meet only his body, fists, and legs as his force reverberates through the air, the thunderous impacts punctuated by the growls and snarls of his adversaries. At this moment, the weight of responsibility bears down upon me. The oath I swore to protect this fortress, to defend it from all threats, resonates within my very soul. And yet, I can't move. My muscles won't relax as my eyes lie frozen on the sights. Even as Ian approaches us with his steel weapons, a face comes in front of me as their hand jostles me roughly, a voice reaching my ears finally. Tomas, Tomas, wake the fuck up. What do we do? Tomas? I blink, 1,000 shards of metal hurtling toward us. Then, finally, my muscles allow me to move as danger approaches. Iron skin floods the upper layers of my flesh with durability as I wrap my arms around Wyatt and twist around, taking the wounds for the young man. This is my mistake, and so, I shall take the hurt. Agony blossoms 1,000 times along my rear, from my feet to my head, yet none reach the man below me as I cover him entirely with my bestial form. Succinctly, I gauge the wounds. Not bad. The shards went deep, but not into my organs at all. We can do this. With a confluence of ether, I cover the steel in my flesh so he cannot control it, limiting his contact with the steel. We can still do this. Wyatt Graves. Tomas' towering body covers me as low grunts rumble from the man, impacts shaking his form. I yell at him and attempt to push him off me, but he pulls back only when the attacks stop. The man pants as he turns around, facing the pygmy as he speaks to me, blood dripping from countless tiny shards of metal in his skin. We got Ian away from the hidden debris. Now, we must get close and kill him or buy time for your pistol. Which do you want to do? His words hang in the air as a question that could decide our life or death while Ian, the pygmy, stares at us, more and more metal hovering toward him. Can we reach him through all that metal? I don't know, but I also don't know how long it will take until Lily can shoot again. The Colt stopped replying after saying she had to digest the vitality and force it into her cardinal. She also said that once she fills the requirements for advancement, she doesn't have to wait after each shot. It's the digestion that slows her down, not a lack of power. So, the next time she fires at a pygmy, there won't be a problem, as she took enough years from that one to count. Believe in Lily or us. Wyatt. A distant scream attracts my attention, and I turn my head as a whip of steel snaps toward me. Tomas lunges on my defense as I see Earl holding something above his head a few streets away, two women behind him, Primrose and Millie. Where's Elizabeth? I have the arm. His sentence, fueled by ether, rips a smile onto my lips even as Tomas fights. He did it, finally. Earl achieved the 4th sigil a few weeks ago, and he's been working nonstop on my arm. Shouting at Tomas, I rush for Earl. Hold him off. I need to get something. Then, we can kill him. A grunt is my only reply as Tomas is shunted into a stone wall, the building collapsing behind him. Fuck. Need to go fast. Arbalest hurdles me forward across a roof as a leash forms in my hand, wrapping around a post that still remains and swinging me toward the coming group. In just a few moments, I land in front of Earl, Millie, and Primrose as the young man starts talking. Elizabeth and Millie have already begun the retreat. We can't hold all these people off, but you, Millie, and Tomas must get Marshall and Johnny to escape with us. Come closer. Let me put this on you. Earl shouts at me over the disastrous sounds of death around and holds the beautiful, intricate arm that appears silvery bronze. Inside the shoulder, a spinning magnet stands as I sense a trio of sigils inside the arm. Remembering what he used to say about how it would work, I stand sideways, motioning him to continue as I relay what's happening from my end. Virgil, Abraham, Bonfire, His boys and Skyswain are fighting an angel a block or so down. Once you get my arm on, you and Primrose need to help them. I hurt the pygmy with Lily, but who knows if more will show up. The genius nods as he pushes the metal limb onto my shoulder. The cacophony of cannons and the cries of war reverberating through the air cannot hide the pleasant sound of the installation. Amid this chaos, I gaze upon the intricate creation that now adorns the space where my right arm once resided. The craftsmanship is a marvel to behold, a fusion of gears, pistons, and delicate mechanisms that exude an air of both elegance and power. I catch a glimpse of the hidden weapons inside the steel, which are the scythe and wrist blade. My heart only heightens in gait as the metal clicks against my skin, a weight falling upon me. A split second later, a sting of pain and blood flowing from my scar enters me. The sharp sting of metal meeting flesh reminds me of my past stupidity, but as the pain subsides, a surge of energy courses through my veins, filling me with newfound strength and confidence. The once empty void by my side is filled with a tangible force, the sigils within providing me vibrant blood. And with the blood comes a sensation, the feeling of air on my fingers and the weight of the heavy arm, and I sense the sigils within, a Comanche, a cultist, and a mentalist. I glance up at Earl and tighten my mechanical hand into a fist. It works immediately and perfectly. He speaks up about it and agrees about the course of action laid out. I had to do only one occultist for now, so that you could control and feel it with your mind. The next improvement will have a trapper, a mentalist, and another occultist. But that's for another time. We'll go help out Virgil and them. Just don't break the arm already, okay? That thing cost more than all the cannons lining those walls. I smile and reach out with my arm, feeling the raw power of the gears and pulleys inside, the hidden compartments calling for action. With each movement, the whir of gears and the faint hiss of steam accompany me, a song of Earl's mechanical prowess. At the same time, blood flows into and out of the base of my shoulder, vitalizing me while taking some of my own for its power, demonstrating Earl's quick learning of a craftsman. The arm responds to my commands, the intricate mechanisms working in perfect harmony with my will. The cannon fire and tumultuous clashes seem to fade into the background as I embrace the newfound power that courses through my veins. With both arms now restored, I am ready to face that pygmy. It's been so long since I felt this. Primrose wraps an arm around Earl, smoke clouding her form as the woman turns to gas, her new sixth sigil whisking them into the sky and away as she remarks on the young man. Earl does good work, don't he? Now, you two better go save Johnny, or I'll take that new arm and shove it up your ass. Millie then steps beside me, waving me forward. Still enraptured by Earl's gift, I don't react at first. Hey, let's go. Where is Tomas? Wyatt, stop smiling. A string of ether in her voice pulls me from my fantasy as I clap my arm of flesh and bone together with that of steel and gears. Then, I twist around, drooping down until my arms reach the ground. Ether swirls through my form, and arbalests build in each limb, including my newest one. The ether manipulation is smooth, only a tad bit more complex than my other arm. Follow me, then. I'll ambush that pygmy with my speed, and then I breathe in a gasp of ether. Struggler's gasp fills me once more as I shoot off, mimicking Edmund's style of movement. Air flitters past my body as a Dumbrel's shadowed cloaks my form, further enriching my speed. Millie struggles to keep up, but she knows the direction now. That's good enough. Tomas presumably needs me right now. His ether saturation has got to be nearing a limit, even with his advancement. Breakneck has the floor nearly invisible under my feet. As I move, I realize this is the only chance for an ambush I'll get with this. And so, I take a dagger and thrust it into my neck, artificially tightening the potency of my merit. Once I remove the blade, the bloody palm will handle it. Another idea of Earl's that is sure to work. Self-mutilation for temporary power. Distance vanishes like that of a snapping finger before I'm upon that roof again, observing the smackdown of the wolf for only a moment before acting. All four of my limbs, filled with newly made arbalests, shunt me forward at a speed that seems to cave the air in front of me, creating a scream from only my movement. I can barely keep my eyes open as I bounce from a pallet of steel to a pillar of metal in the air before diving straight down to iron. My movement is so fast, bolstered by everything I possibly can. Yet this is my only shot. After this, I will be too low on ether to do much. But this is a race. Marshall might die before we make it to him, or Johnny if we are too slow. Opening the bloody palm as I rear the arm back with an explosion, Ian notices me. A plane of metal moves to cover the two of us, somehow quicker than my movement. Smiling, I see the confident grin of Ian through a reflection in the corner of my eye. My right arm flexes the gears and pulleys inside it, a puff of steam moving it to the side from my mental order. Too bad. Earl has a plan for every occasion, and I exist only to make them happen. Though, this one is entirely mine, even if it can only happen because of him. 266. Fat in the fire. I concentrate my gaze on the sheet of steel blocking Ian from my sight, and I harden my focus, tightening the ether in my body. A daydream blooms within my right shoulder as I reach forward and rip back, the magnet spinning at 100 times the speed and altering the movement of the metal enough for my left hand to go around it. Then, my fist impacts with Ian's right side while the man dodges to cover. Pain spikes in my left arm, but the bloody palm is already on it, suffusing me with rejuvenating warmth. The detonation of ether blasts us apart as I tumble away, grasping outward with my right arm as the metallic bronze digs into the stone and slows my momentum. Glancing up once I stop sliding, I see the pygmy missing the majority of their right side, blood and organs falling like a waterfall. Yet, steel still moves, and an extensive sheet wraps itself around Ian's wound, keeping more blood and innards from leaking out. I try to push myself up, but my muscles give out. Air leaves my lungs as I fall onto the stone. Fuck. Attempting to move ether into my body, I pause when the nigh-omnipresent headache spikes to a lethal level. Okay, no more ether. Makes sense, I suppose. A ballista, then an attack like that? Yeah. Anymore, and I might just keel over and die from my flesh and organs melting. Grunting and tightening both my fists, the feeling odd after so long, I force myself to my feet, stumbling the way up. I'm not hurt, only exhausted. That life that Lily took from me leaves me feeble without ether. I really hope this doesn't last. Wobbling, I witness Tomas and Millie follow up on my attack. Both of the soldiers dodge swipes of dangerous blades and stabs of enormous spikes of metal. I step forward, only to feel dizzy and slide backward, falling right on my ass. Again, I try to move, only for my breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the previous 2 days of meals to leave my stomach and join the wreckage around me. Yeah, okay, I'ma sit this one out. I think I did enough here. Aid in killing 3 whole angels? That's a new record. Righting myself on a pillar of stone while ensuring no extensive metal fragments are near me, I watch the battle and pull out the canteen in my back pocket. I don't have any alcohol, but I am thirsty as hell. Hungry too. They'll be fine without me. Surely, no point in shooting a standard gun at Ian. He'll probably just catch it and send it back to me. Tomas the wolf. Unwilling to let Wyatt's crazed assault go without result, I press the vulnerability. Ian is slower than before, and his reactions are more lagging and unresponsive. Yet, at the same time, the liquid from Wyatt's artifact has run dry, leaving me with only Bestial's healing effect. Each strike or piercing from the pygmy controlling metal lingers long after its inception now. Thankfully, even though Wyatt is tuckered out, the young man better at short-term battles like Lennon Hull, Millie is here to help me. Though, she is restricted, too, as she can't use any metallic weapons against this pygmy. That means no guns, blades, or anything. Instead, she exists only to boost me with her lawman skills and act as a target for Ian. Risky, but it's her call. Put your claw through the fucker's head. Her words leave me energized to the point that my ether is more efficient, dumping less excess waste. This is the most significant factor of her sigil, allowing others to use more of their skills and slowing ether saturation. It's not from an absolution, but it's powerful nonetheless. As I face the injured steel controller, a fierce battle unfolds between our contrasting powers. He manipulates steel precisely, transforming it into a formidable defense, obstructing my every move, yet also wielding it as a formidable weapon. But I am no ordinary adversary. My comprehensive combination of skills from Marshall's tutelage like Payne's Forge and my very own power, Bestial, grants me the reactions, agility, and strength to break through it all. I dart and weave through the metallic storm, evading the deadly spears and deflecting the razor-sharp blades with swift movements. My claws slash away several would-be lethal strikes as I use the nearby buildings and debris as obstacles to move on. The clash of steel echoes through the air as I navigate the intricate web of obstacles iron creates. With each step, I close the distance, relentlessly pushing forward. At the same time, the pygmy retreats toward Marshall's battlefield, likely wanting to ask for help. Blood drips from his wound as he moves, the small humanoid missing an arm and a leg now replaced by steel. Yet, I remove the gap between us with a leap onto a nearby wall, and then I unleash a flurry of powerful strikes as I lunge for him, my legs kicking holes into the steel behind me with pounce and a dozen other skills. My claws tear through the metallic barriers, leaving sparks in their wake as I finally get a close-up of Ian after the injury. His face is pale and sweating, yet he refuses to simply die. The pygmy counters with swift maneuvers, deflecting my attacks and retaliating with shards of steel that soar from behind him into me, the momentum shattering mine. Thankfully, the fragments don't enter my flesh and only knock me back, but Ian uses this opportunity to grab onto a piece of moving steel with his hand. The man hurtles backward, away from me, and with a grunt, I kick myself forward, endeavoring to kill him before he regroups with any other pygmies or demons. As I do so, another shout resounds from Millie, this one bolstering my velocity and acceleration. Faster, wolf boy! A short snort leaves my nose, and an impact thunders through the air as stone, steel, and bricks shatter underfoot. Finally, I shoot through the air like a bullet and clasp my claw around Ian's ankle. I see the pygmy turn back, a face of fear cloaking himself, and I pounce on it. Hauling myself forward, crunch tightens my jaws sharpen makes my teeth deadly spikes, and elongate lengthens the weapons in my mouth and the height of my bite. Then, I open my jaw and sink my most lethal assets toward Ian's neck. He attempts to blockade me with his metal, but unlike my claws would, my teeth eviscerate his frantic shield, biting it in half. Then, I reach forward with my other arm, not holding onto him, and even as blades slice my body and shards enter my skin to burrow toward my heart, I flick my wrist and lacerate his throat. And finally, I rip backward, hauling the spine of the angel out at once before hitting the ground as his power dies out, the momentum slamming us into the ground. Rolling several feet before I kick myself to my feet, I notice that we've moved a great distance, and now, before me, is a trembling Marshal Travis, the greatest general in the world, dripping blood from every section of his body. His graying hair is dyed crimson, his knees shake with exertion, and his left arm is scorched so severely that he no longer has any fingers. My heart catches in my chest as the old man glances back at me. His opponents pause for a moment, the four of them staring at the gutted Ian and then at me. The unyielding wall steps back a few feet, wrapping an arm around me without taking his eyes off his foes. He speaks roughly, the words brutal and complex to leave his lungs. Water fills my eyes, and I force the tears away. Not now, not ever. He can't die. You've done well. My cub is all grown up. You can handle what comes next, right? His question commands my attention, my eyes rising from his wounds to his pupils. Despite how much he trembles and shivers, his eyes are unmoving, sure, and tranquil. He knows. He's known. He's known this whole time and not told me. I'm so stupid for not seeing it. He was dying all along. Clenching my eyes, I attempt to answer him just as a body comes tumbling into sight. Johnny Caldwell, covered in blood as the demon and pygmy who was fighting him, joined the square. The third human angel within these walls stumbles his way through. The gunslinger, now known around the territories, grunts and pushes himself to his feet as he missteps backward, joining Marshall and me, each measure almost knocking him to his ass. My old man slaps me on the back and taps Johnny on the head. You two can handle it. Go. I'll keep him here. Just make sure all the people in Valens are safe. Get them to Blackreach or somewhere deeper in the territories. Johnny opens his mouth to refuse while the pygmies and demons argue across from us. Something about not pushing Marshall too far, but I'm not listening. My whole vision goes red, fury, denial, and rage dyeing my mind. But as always, Marshall wakes me from my instincts. A snap of his fingers in front of my face, The sound, resounding and profound through some method of ether, breaks me out. Focus, Tomas. You can do this. Your whole life, I've trained you to replace me. You're a better tactician, a better soldier, and a better man than I. Reach that heaven. Prove my selection correct, and that you are more worthy than Vincent. His eyes tighten on me as some decision comes from across from us, the demons and pygmies choosing something. Meanwhile, Johnny prepares to retreat or fight, as I'm not sure which. The man only loads his Colt without words. His brows are furrowed and focused on our enemies. I gaze up at the man taller than me. His broad shoulders and these stone walls have been the only constant in my life. And soon, both walls will soon fall. My vision turns blurry as I ask permission to call him the one thing I've always wanted to. We are more than general and soldier. After all, he found me many years ago, and in his kindness, he took me in, raised me, taught me, trained me, loved me.
Can I?
The old man cuts me off before I even finish the words. How does he? It doesn't matter.
Yes.
My voice quivers as the pygmies and demons move, ether shaking the very air from their collective power. Thank you, Father. He doesn't let me finish, squeezing my shoulder before limping forward. And as he does, Payne's Forge roars with a life I've never heard before. The air itself beats along with his heart, and every half second, the sound of a cannon howls from his chest. Go, my son. Thump, thump, thump. The organ in my father's heart rises to such a volume it contests and matches the 6 angels across from him. No candle may be snuffed without a sound. Even as the dark takes us, we burn with rage as unending as the dark. Johnny pulls on my arm as I am twisted away, hauled to safety as Marshal Travis lunges forward, the air exploding with the strength of his movement. Let's go, Tomas. I know he means a lot to you, but everyone cares for the old man. We won't let this go quietly. There is no human alive who does not hold some sincerity for the unyielding wall. With tears dripping from my cheeks, staining my vision and face with blurriness, I nod, and I force myself to move, even as the earth beneath me shakes in defiance of the beings behind us. Then, we move, running with the most extraordinary swiftness we can in retreat, ether fueling our every action. Father, thank you. Abraham Ulrin. Nightmares flow from my mind as I can now hold 2 easily and 3 with some strain. But the battle is paused while Cern and Mislo ready their actions, waiting for my command. The angelic Pymgy stumbles with seeming leprosy, yet her power is enough to buy her minutes of life. Kyan, the stringed horror, manipulates near imperceptible metallic threads that can sever limbs with even the slightest force. And so, we must all move carefully to reach her. Virgil can't flicker through the threads as they are so suffused with ether, so instead, he's flickered into the ground, waiting for his opportunity to strike. Yet, I think he's lost it. A frantically formed nightmare of Abian holds Bonfire back as a shadowy woman appears before us, strings above her as well. None of us can rush her without getting hurt, yet we all know who it is. Darkstep. Flames bustle from Bonfire's form, licking at Ebin's net as it starts to burn, but the man holds still. In the corner of my eye, I see a cloud of greenish gas turn into Primrose and Earl, the young man holding his invention aloft. I heard it only has a few more shots left. He might just have to use them all right here. Realizing the danger, I dig deep, preparing to conjure Wyatt with a daymare. But the words of Darkstep make me pause. Kyan, would you like some help? I see that death nears you. Something has pulled you toward the Cardinal. Perhaps a change of heart is in order. The strings tighten in my vision with a sunny gleam, blocking Darkstep from reaching Kyan, either, as the dying Pymgy replies. She looks so old that she could probably keel over at any time. Why would I join the Nahullo? What could that possibly do for me? My eyes shift back and forth as I keep Bonfire in check. He cannot go wild here. The strings will kill him if he runs rampant. There is no saving him if that happens. To my left stalks Sky Swain, the lightning gradually building in her wings. She's the best chance we have for this. If the Batto can generate enough lightning to put the pygmy down for good through the strings, we can probably overwhelm Daxter with force. I doubt she can take a shot from Earl's coil. Yet, as I plan and enunciate my ideas to the rest with a lewd, Daxter speaks once more, the words making Bonfire motionless. Oh, ho-ho, I'm not in a hollow anymore, dearie. I've another master now, and this one is far greater. Daxter opens her mouth as shimmering darkness flows from the shadowed hood lining her clothes. My heart stops for a moment as I struggle to fathom the happenings. A mother-bound. The woman who lost her head is now a mother-bound. And not just any. To look like that, she is either a groundswalker, two-face, or manipulator. And, well, unfortunately, there is no way she is either of the first two. Gasps ring out around me, yet no noise comes from Bonfire, even as Kyan replies, "Can she save me from this?" A nodding Darkstep agrees as she points at the wires. "Of course. You need only raise your whir." A blood-stirring shout comes from beside me, and I feel the backlash of Abin fading, the nightmare destroyed. Turning to my side, I see Bonfire, the man cooking in his own white flames. I shout at him as he moves forward, Blaze shooting him forward. "Stop it, you'll kill yourself." A simple reply comes my way as Bonfire's flames turn blue and black, combustion and his highest heat melting the wires as he forces his way through. "She killed Woody." "What? How did he come up with that?" Oh. We knew it was a motherbound of some kind. We figured that it was a motherbound capable of controlling darkness through our investigations. And they orchestrated the rebellion for some reason. Only manipulators think that far ahead. Damn it, Emmett. When did you get clever? Cursing the man, I push myself forward, and Clumsy and Frozen follow me as we pursue Bonfire. The living pyre burns his way through the many wires, but some are too dense and remain, cutting through his skin like a knife through butter. Yet, he doesn't make a noise other than the flicker of the raging flames. Darkstep shouts as she moves through the wires like a phantom, making her way to Kyan, but Virgil materializes from the ground before she can get close. He flickers toward Kyan with tendrils of shadows that bat away the many wires both in his way and slashing toward him. I consider helping him but quickly change my target as Bonfire nears Darkstep and goes for a tackle. Luckily for Bonfire, and me for that matter, she backsteps as a shadow appears beneath her feet, shuttling her above and onto a room. From there, she peers down at the four of us chasing her. "Don't you like to ruin everything? I'm here for the pygmy. Walk away, and you still live." I'd rather not partake in many casualties. I smirk at her. She'd only bargain if she had a chance to lose. In front of me, Bonfire's inferno rages as heat gathers at his feet, preparing to launch him upward at Darkstep. She's either underestimating us or she has backup. Fuck, she's a manipulator now. Spinning around, I see a dozen figures bolt from the shadows of nearby alleys, each with minds that of familiar soldiers I've once seen. That's why she was getting recruits. Cern and Miss Low twist, covering the streets as Bonfire leaps to the roof above. While he joins Daxter above, Frozen and Clumsy twist to help me. My orders telepathic through elude. If only Woody was here, Bonfire's flames would be so much more potent. Wait, oh my. She got 3 birds with 1 stone. Killed Woody, which weakened Bonfire, provoked a rebellion, killed a colonel and drained the whole defense, and persuaded many soldiers to flee, allowing her to snag some on their way out. A manipulator, indeed. Glancing over at Virgil, I witness him, Sky Swain, and Primrose up close harassing the Kyan, trying to finish her off while Earl lines up a shot. Good. They should be able to handle that, even if Kyan is an angel. Wyatt drained her of enough life with his blooming spider lily. Then, my focus returns to the dozen, no, 2, no 3 dozen soldiers stinking of darklight that are rushing us. Yeah, we could use some help. Override slows the world as I stretch elude to its maximum, screaming for aid from Silas, Blake, Lennox, Wyatt, indeed anyone that can, and of the threat. Darkstep and a horde of Motherbound. 267, Grum on all sides. Emmett, Bonfire, Nox. Heat scours across my form, the blue joining black, but I pay no attention to my burning flesh. She's in front of me, the one who killed Woody. And now that I look back, Cigar's death was suspicious as well. The chances of him getting hit through all his smoke are slim, incredibly slim. This bitch got him killed. More and more ether is spent, heightening the heat of my flames as they use my very flesh for fuel. Darkstep raises her hands, shouting for aid as shadows emerge to strike at me, but I ignore them. More ether flows into my body, combustion growing ever higher. A puppet of hers gets close and stabs its blade into my arm, but it melts upon entering my flesh. Sneering at the puppet, I wrench my arm up. The blood from inside me splatters onto his head, boiling upon his skin. My sigil and vulcanized only protect my body and the things inside it. Even still, they have a limit, and that limit is between yellow and white flames. These blue ones hurt. They hurt a lot, but I don't care. I'm healthy this time, starting the battle full of vigor and one extra bonus. I'm no 5th sigiled anymore. I'm a Pyrkin, burning for all to see. And my 6th sigiled gave me a simple yet effective skill. It is one I have waited for my whole life. Fireskin. The topmost layer of my body turns into flame as I inundate it with ether and blaze, turning me into an actual inferno and not just a burning man. Then, as more and more puppets, motherbound, and even Darkstep herself come to kill me, I move for them, heightening blaze all the way. The blue fire burns brighter and brighter. I can feel the luminance rise just as my anger does. The old days from Blackreach, the times when we first started out getting sigils, then finally our days on the road and having fun. We all knew we'd die someday, barely riding the line of outlaws and hunters with our foolishness. Once Orange died and his silver tongue disappeared, we got into more trouble. Their faces flash past me, Speedy's flashy smile, Orange's jokester's laugh, Cigar's smoky smirk, and Woody's grateful grin. Clumsy and Frozen are still alive. But for how long? Pa was right in a way. I burn down everything I touch. My teeth grit as I stamp toward Darkstep, the building below me melting from my heat as I push Blaze further, my rage and emotions fueling it all. My flame's color begins to flicker, a sign of a change coming. I don't care. The cabin did say a long time ago that my rage fuels my fire. Perhaps I should not have hidden it this long, and so I don't. I let it all out from when Pa used to beat me from up, leaving him to the struggles of surviving alone on the streets. I take the beatings of the other homeless kids and use them as fuel. I rip away my sleepless and starving nights, turning them into more meat for my conflagration. The heat only grows as the smell of cooking flesh enters my nose before the sense is removed entirely. And finally, I think back to the kid, barely a year older than my 6 winters, who pulled me from a bundle of trash. Hey, you okay? You look like you could use some food. Name's John, but my friends call me Woody. What's your name? Another flash comes, from after I got my first sigil and used it to save Woody's life. At that time, I was only 18. A huge fight with some rivals exploded into a death match, and I was the reason we won. Despite being the lowest in sigil, all my friends, from Speedy to Frozen, were older and got sigils before me. In Blackreach, the poor fight constantly without remorse, so sigils go back and forth quite often. Yet I was the deciding factor in this one. Despite being the weakest, I pledged that I would burn any who hurt them as I saw their bleeding and dying bodies. Thankfully, even as a scholar, I could manage simple heat skills. They just came to me, so I could seal their wounds with flame. And I've never once broken that promise about revenge, even a decade later. Not for Speedy, not for Orange, and I will not fail Cigar or Woody. I do as promised, turning it all to fire and ash. A heartbeat fills me with purpose, and I prepare to blast the boiling liquid from within me forward to slay the manipulator. Yet, before I raise my arm and remove Darkstep from this world, my fire flickering to a glorious violet, the color of the setting sun, my vision changes, and a familiar wood surrounds me. Damn it! I step forward angrily in the cabin and rip open the tome. I don't need to read it. I know enough about my fire. There is nothing else it can give me that I would need. All I need is my flames. Not even glancing at the indecipherable words that yield answers even to my illiterate brain, I place my hand upon my sigil, a constantly shifting inferno. I've unfailingly been underestimated. All my life, no one wanted me. No one cared for me other than those boys who ripped me from the trash. I don't need the approval of some god. I don't need to struggle against the mother below. Hell, I don't even need to fight alongside Johnny. My absolution comes from no one else but myself. I don't need to read it. I do all this because there is nothing else to do. We game with cards, we drink booze at night, and we fight when we must. What better life is there? Yet, this bitch took 2 of them from me. My fist tightens on the sigil as a small pitter of flame originates from my flesh, sealing the deal. And the next thing I know, I am back on the rooftop, a shout of horror coming from in front of me as my hearing fully returns. It seems my fire isn't affecting it anymore. What the hell? What are you? Wah. Get him. All the puppets around, the motherbound forcibly put into dark-step servitude, rush me as she attempts to escape. I twist toward one and swing my arm toward them, eliciting a fire whip made of blaze. But as I do, I notice something extraordinary. My arm is see-through, and I can see through my own fire. A creeping grin twists onto my face as I feel my whole body lighten. The puppet's blade goes right through my flames harmlessly and melts as it passes through me. Stepping forward, I wrap the whip around his body with one arm and grapple him with the other. Then, I push him into the air, and the action is surprisingly difficult compared to usual, even with furious surge. Whatever is happening must make it hard to move things. Makes sense. I'm literally a living bonfire now, but no matter. Kiln spikes as heat covers my entire hand. The man's skull and throat cooking in a split second, the violet flames wafting off his flesh. Next, I tighten my grip, and using propulsion, I shunt him toward another puppet from a blast of blaze beside him. That marionette person slams into another one, alighting them as well. I ignore the other coming ones now that I know their weapons go directly through me. I'm invincible, probably. I'm sure Abraham could still figure out a way to hurt me. Propulsion explodes a blast of heat beneath my feet as I shuttle toward Darkstep, the woman sprinting away as fast as she can. And she's fast, really fast, in fact. Her form shifts and moves erratically as I let loose firebolts, tiny vessels of heat erupting from my body. They are much easier to use now that my whole body is blazing and now that I don't have to slowly build it up. Distance erupts between my friends and me, but I have to get her. I have to. She needs to die. This bitch. She will be crispy before this sun sets. Abraham Ulrin. Watching Bonfire become a literal living pyre and nearly fly away after Darkstep, I almost think I'm under an illusion, but I'm not. I can feel those violet flames left over on the roof as they melt their way down the stone building. Dismissing it all, I turn to help Frozen and Clumsy. As I face the unfeeling horde of dozens of motherbound, their puppet-like movements send shivers down my spine. I command my nightmares, Cern and Mislo, by my side. Cern, armed with a mighty greatsword, and Mislo, a skilled archer with a deadly bow, are the first to partake in the battle. I'm running out of time to keep them active. The limit on the skill is approaching, and soon I'll have to swap them out for someone else like Malu. But for now, they'll do the job, especially if I join them. With my trusty revolver in one hand and a swift scimitar in the other, I confront the enemy, shooting them from afar, and taking point if any of the motherbound get too close. Dark tendrils of light seep from their flesh, threatening to overpower me. But I am not alone in this fight. Frozen, gifted in the art of ice and cold, conjures frost to freeze our adversaries while Clumsy douses the ground with a slippery, highly flammable liquid. Together, this slows and harries the motherbound even to buy Mislo time to release her terrible arrows and for my bullets to make their marks. The two of them have also recently increased their sigils, and Frozen makes even larger sections of ice than usual, with many of them forceful enough to deal severe damage to even a Dreadmarked. Meanwhile, Clumsy focuses the stream of his grease and cuts a taintrot across the chest with the high pressure, keeping it at bay. Together, we form a formidable force, weaving through the motherbound, even while backed against a building melting from the top down. Cern's blade cleaves through the opposition, while Mislo's arrows find their marks with deadly accuracy. I unleash bullets and swift slashes carefully, relying on the nightmare's fearsome powers to turn the tide in our favor. The clash of steel, the crackle of ice, and the hiss of seething liquid fill the air. Slowly, the motherbound as a whole get closer, for they are not sigilless. They have their own unique traits, from poison to literal explosions. These do come from Marshall's soldiers, after all, some of the best. Pivoting, I glance at the building to our left, blocking our movement away. It really doesn't help that Bent is so close-quartered. The best places to fight are the fort's walls and innards. These buildings in the center for shops and residences make it hard to defend. Though, I suppose they are needed. I concentrate my mind for a second, preparing a potent force before blasting a hole into the bricks behind me, accurately finding a faulty one and pushing my way through. Follow me. Clumsy and Frozen join me as Mislo retreats with us, while I have Cern block the hole in the wall. He'll last there for a little bit, but we should regroup with Virgil. Those wires are dangerous for us, but without Bonfire to break through them like he did, these Motherbound will have just as much difficulty as us. As long as we... A rumbling explosion shakes the whole fortress before they start occurring every half second like the beat of a heart. What? What the hell is that? No, I need to stay on task, kill these things, find Bonfire, then move from there. Based on what I've seen so far, Bint is likely to fall. If Marshall can somehow pull this off, I'll follow him the rest of my life, but I doubt he will. The demons and pygmies outnumber our angels 6 to 1. Well, 4 to 1, counting Tomas, who ascended a few minutes ago. Kicking my legs through the building and sliding over a table, I do the same thing on the next wall with force and enter an alley. Then, I follow it into the street as I find Virgil's group fighting. However, there are far more issues than before. Kyan lies dead, a fist-sized hole in her head that smokes like it was hit by Earl's coil, while Virgil holds her aloft, his dagger in her heart. Primrose is also holding onto the angel, keeping her from fighting back. But, while that's good and all, another threat is here. A horde of lesser demons, beasts, and even pygmies charge at us from afar, at most a minute away, while an angelic demon leads their charge. Sighing and spitting out a bit of blood from getting hit earlier, I force myself to catch up, eluding Virgil. We need to go, right now. This shit is getting insane. Virgil glances at me, then forward at the horde and what likely lies beyond it. Can't. Wyatt, Marshall, Millie, and Tomas are over there. I won't leave them. Plus, my family is evacuating. We need to buy the slow ones sometime before we escape. I can't help but scoff. Family this and family that. Fuck. We need to go. Why don't they just listen? My nails scratch my scalp as they do when I awake from a nightmare. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Override fills my mind as I seek a solution, slowing my perception of time. Any answer to this conundrum? Come on. Abraham, think. You're no Earl, but you've got 1,000 times the seconds to think than him. Come up with something. We can't hold a line here. All those creatures will overrun us in a moment without Bonfire or Johnny. Those two are the best at battles with hordes. Well, and Blake. Her recent advancements have been insane. It's nuts. From controlling simple ghosts to reviving 100 undead at once to fight for her. Sure, most of her undead have no sigil or only one, as she can't really control who she takes. But that's enough. That means we need her, right? Who is she with? Silas and Lennox, right? Well, where are they right now? Sleeping? Yeah, it's their off-duty, if I remember correctly. Daymare can only pull one, and that one should be Blake. Johnny would be a good pick, but that'd reduce the angels from 3 to 2 over there. And Johnny's ability to heal with glitch is irreplaceable. Okay. I need to Daymare Blake. She should be asleep right now, but I doubt she actually is. That means I need to get her to fall asleep. Fuck. Okay, I can do that. I just need to find her. Ether fills my mind as I compel elude past anything I've ever done before, surpassing its normal range and going far beyond it. I can feel the bloody nose already leaking, but I need to do this. Yet, I don't sense her even at twice the normal range, roughly 2,000 feet. Fuck. Need to do more. Damn it. Blood vessels pop in this slowed time. The damage excruciatingly obvious. But I force it further. I need to reach her. More and more ether fills the skill as I imbue it with all the willful strand I can, expanding the skill far beyond the measly 10 feet it was years ago. Bits of my mind seem to split as I force myself beyond my limits. 2.5 thousand feet, 3,000 feet, 3.5 thousand feet, 4,000 feet, 4.5 thousand feet, 5,000 feet, a mile. I reach my limit at the mile, yet I don't find her. Instead, I only find Silas, his mind at the edge of my range. They must be guarding the evacuation. He better be able to locate Blake. It's a gamble, but Earl's only a few feet from me. I'm doing it, squeezing all the might I can out of my mind. I sent Silas a message using a lewd across an entire mile. How Leviathan can reach thousands of miles is unfathomable. Find Blake, have her fall asleep. We need her, and I can only Daymare the sleeping. Hastily, I cut off the connection without waiting for a reply, my mind practically melting from the exertion. Then, I nearly collapse to the floor as I yell to Virgil. Frozen grabs me by the armpit and maintains our pace away from the motherbound as we regroup with Virgil, Sky Swain, Primrose, and Earl. Hold this area. I sent for help. Blake should be here in less than a minute. And motherbound my way. Virgil glances toward me, believing my hopeful lie as he starts ordering us all, choosing those best for certain things as we are trapped. One side is a horde of motherbound, and the other possesses a horde of demons led by a fully healthy angel. Okay, Abraham, Earl, and Sky Swain, you're on the motherbound. Primrose, Clumsy, and Frozen, you slow the horde. Earl, do you have any bombs? The boy genius nods, reaching into a pack and pulling out a hand-sized bundle of something I've never seen before. Yeah, this is... Virgil doesn't wait for an explanation as the hordes tighten the gaps, taking what I can only assume is explosives knowing Earl. CERN's nightmare shatters as well, leaving me woozy as I grasp for another. Good. I'll slow the angel. The man fades into shadow, his body flickering into the stone below as he shouts us into action. What are you waiting for? Go. 268. Old Ephraim. Silas Moon. Waving non-combatants from Cooks to Little Esther, I keep the convoy of people moving away from Bent. Luckily, the steam train came in this morning, so plenty of people can evacuate using it. Though, I do wonder if this is some trap. Not that we have much choice, however. More people pass me, nearing 100 in number, as I eye each, scrutinizing for any tricksters or hidden threats. Yet I find none. So, I raise my hand and shout toward Blake, who stands at the station for the steam train. We're good. Get them all on board. She waves at me. The distance makes it hard to see her actions entirely, but I get the gist of it. The woman hops down from the top of the metallic vehicle that runs hundreds of feet long and steps to discuss with the conductor. A ghost of hers tethers her movements as she lands softly. The steam train only shows up once a month or so here to drop off supplies, but it is also outfitted for war, having weapons all over it and adorned with cannons. Millie sent us here first to help people escape, as Blake, Lennox, and I were the people furthest north that she could trust. Well, us and a trio with a songster. I turn to face Holt, asking him if he sees any imminent threats from the wall. Hey! But then a panicked voice enters my mind, piercing straight into it and disrupting my speech. Fian D. Blake. Javi her fall asleep, we any at her, and I see an only daymare the sleepin' G. Ah fuck. My fingers dig into the side of my skull while my other hand holds onto the train's wall as I bear the pain of many overlaid voices, all of which belong to the pale man Abraham. Holt immediately shuffles to me and places a hand on my arm. You good? Is this some kind of undead thing? Frantic, I shake my head as I scramble through Abraham's words. Blake? Why would they need her? Sure, she's far more powerful than she used to be, these few months doing a great deal for her, but what can she do in that mosh pit? Ah fuck. Stay here. I need to get to Blake. I got a message from one of my friends still in the fort. Keep anything from attacking the train. Ether flows through my mind and body, slightly reducing the stinging pain in my head as I propel myself toward Blake. As I do so, thunderous beats, one seemingly continuously resounding and only growing in power, buzz from the depths of the fort. I struggle to not look behind me and focus. I have no clue what's happening, but I can handle what's going on here without Blake. That is, if Lennox would stop investigating the train like it was a cool-looking rock. Lennox. The stoneclad turns his head from underneath the train to glance at me. What? Scoffing, I point at the entrance of the train. Stand there. Watch out for danger for a few minutes. Blake and I need to do something. Lennox shrugs and shambles over to the front of the train, pouting the whole way. I don't have time for this. At least the kid has some strength. Between having 2 sigils and being a stoneclad, he should be enough to help Holt's squad. The benefits of being made of stone are quite large. Pivoting around the stream of humans, batto, and supplies that are entering the train, I compel my ether to boost me upward as I climb to Blake. She raises an eyebrow as I do so, her eyes a dark shade of gray. They've been that color ever since she started using the skill from her absolution. Undeath is amazing, godlike, even, but she has so little control over it that it is worrisome. At the start, she couldn't even command the spirits that she summoned with it. Now she can, that is, if they aren't a higher sigil than her. If they are, however, then they have their full mind and reason instead of blindly following her orders. Once, only once, did an angel have to show up for caution to become a priority. Thankfully, I spoke to them and kept their hostility away since they knew Birdie. Plus, the girl still has zero control over who, how many, or how powerful those she pulls from the underworld are. She can only manipulate how long they are here and what they do if they are weak enough. Shaking my head from the thoughts as those eyes just throw me off so heavily and give me an uncomfortable feeling, I tell her what I heard. Abraham sent me a message through Elude. He needs you to fall asleep. They require your help inside Bent. Blake bites her lip as she stares at the escapees, motioning toward them. What about? I cut her off, not wanting to waste any time. For Abraham to reach me with Elude and not her, I can only assume I was at the edge of his range, meaning he needs assistance direly if he's asking that far away. I'll handle it. We aren't the only ones here, remember? Millie sent another few squads to help. Just get inside the train and fall asleep. She nods, agreeing, and moves to step off the train before hesitating. Her foot hangs off the edge as she trembles. Damn it, Blake. I thought we were over this. Go on, girl. Don't keep him waiting. Hezit. She finishes my words by flipping me her middle finger and hopping off. Hesitating gets people killed. I know. Then, she latches a ghostly smoke upon the side of the train and swings her way into an open window. Good. Hopefully, she's fast enough. Now that she's gone, I tighten my gaze, watching over the backside of Bent and the surroundings. Ambushes could still happen. The steam train is crucial for the moving of hunters and supplies. The underground tree has a second one in backup, but that will take time to get onto the tracks. Plus, we're relatively sure the reason why we are still here is because Eli Weiss slowed down the evacuation of farmers and the normal folk of Valence. I cannot let this one break. Wyatt Graves. I sit confused as a thunderous momentum thrusts into the square where I sit with Millie, the colonel taking a moment to bandage her wounds as Tomas goes ahead. Yet, the man in question enters with Johnny and dives for us both, picking us up before we can refute his actions. Then, Tomas sprints, kicking his legs in the opposite direction as we depart the square and move northward, Johnny giving a quick explanation. Marshall will kill the angels and then catch up with us. We just need to get out before more arrive. Only he is fast enough to escape. I share a glance with the gunslinger as I hang upon Tomas' back. It is a knowing moment of eye contact. We both know Marshall isn't making it back from that. The lie exists only to make us feel better. Wind flows over me as I can only stare backward, my whole torso upon Tomas' shoulder. On the other side of the newly risen angel is Millie, the woman shouting at Tomas to turn around and help Marshall. Every half second, a resonant beat resounds through the whole fortress, and we run away from it as fast as we can. Or, I suppose Johnny and Tomas are because I'm exhausted and Millie is too slow. Every step my carrier takes jostles me roughly. Meanwhile, I watch with my eyes glued on Marshall as he fights the demons and pygmies in front of him. So much happens that it is hard even to see what is entirely happening. Every moment is filled with fire, steel, and blood while the old man endeavors to kill all those who strike at him. He's going to fight to the end, and there is nothing we can do to prevent it. Slowly, gradually, the unyielding wall fades from my vision as we gain distance and buildings block my sight. The two angels ferrying us away from danger with as much haste as possible. And as we move, the sounds of fights dim from behind but heighten in the direction we're running. Earl's coil's sound is unmistakable, leading us right to them. But before I manage to see any of my friends, I lose sight of Marshall from behind. Tomas sprints across streets, with alleyways providing short glimpses of the fighting Marshall. And as we speed through the city, busting our asses to get out and head northward, I manipulate the ether inside my body for a selfish reason. I want to see Marshall fight. I've been struggling to learn Payne's Forge, and well, no, that's just an excuse. I want my own goodbye. Ether spirals as insight blossoms in the split second I see him in between the alleys. Marshall, unyielding wall, Travis. My right knee gives out as the bone inside slides and cracks, crashing my whole form onto the ground, narrowly dodging a ray of Azra's Arca. Ether rages in my body more similar to an ocean than a stream, but even still, even with Payne's Forge and 24 other skills, My body won't move. I sit frozen on the ground, kneeling, yet I tighten my fist, swarming my ether, all of it toward the tip of my knuckle, for one last act. Meanwhile, the demons and pygmies pause and gaze at me. Raising her hand, Uzra is the cause of this lapse, this extension of my life. The focus of my ether in my hand compels a burning inferno of pain, my flesh and bone shifting to sludge from my months of ether overuse without rest. She's come, the pale lady. I can feel her fingers caress my neck. My mind flickers to when I told Tomas about absolutions and how he should get one. It is a fond memory, one that provides me comfort in the cold. It also tightens my fist further, filling it with purpose. Only in the dark can you find the angel within. It does not dwell on a battle, even if that is where it is discovered. It is in the deepest parts of your body, mind, and soul. The angel dwells only in the dark. He asked me a simple question back then, wanting to know how I became an angel myself. I was honest, speaking of the strife I once tore through. I tore out a bone of my missing forearm and stabbed it into the eye of a Urayuli. But it was not in the act I found my angel, my absolution. It was in the dark afterward, as I lay bleeding, gradually chilling. Did I find the light? The memory is short, mainly containing my voice as we sit upon the warm walls of Bent. Yet, it is one of my favorites. Rarely do I get the chance to pour it out. Only Tomas ever had the luxury of knowing my innermost thoughts. Aren't you afraid to die, Marshall? Isn't there anything you wish to see, wish to do? I give you a chance to retreat now, to live. You are giving up far too much by holding on to this piece of land to these people who barely care for you. The pygmy's words break me into reality. The blood loss has made me loopy, likely my aging body as well. A low chuckle coughs its way through my lungs into the world, reality silent to my response. I know why she asks this, but I answer how I want to. She doesn't want to see the peak of Payne's Forge, but they are in a hurry to stop Vincent's coming storm. So, for them, it's either meet the end of my rage or wait for Vincent to rise. I enunciate and prove words slowly with a step upward to my feet from trembling legs. My right leg lies useless right, the left one picks up its slack. I reply honestly, I am but one man. There are many behind me. It is as simple as that. I don't have to answer, but I want to. It's not too much, Uzra. Just myself. Some things are always more important than others. My knees buckle and wane, but I force them to sit perfectly against each other, giving me stability. My right eye, closed shut from beatings, forces itself open to see my killers. Sneering, Uzra, floating from the steam, departing her armament while holding her ordnance, dismisses my response. If you say so, human, today you die, and tomorrow, we advance on those farms behind you. Then, we shall take your mines and ore, improving our arms for our battle against the demons before killing the rest of your kind. Along that road, we will even end your eldest, stopping a human from rising to godhood. Her words bite deep, but I know better. Many of my men will live today, and even if the estates are corrupt and the pillars selfish, humans are anything but weak, for he yet remains. And so, I stare up at her, meeting her gaze, offering a warning of my own. Do they think they can kill Vincent? Stopping him from doing something is possible. Killing him? Hubris. As it is, it will be. But remember, Uzra, we do not die noiselessly. Every man, woman, and child beyond these walls will rage against your armies. And you have not yet met our strongest. I am merely an appetizer compared to the sea's shadow and the wastelander. As long as he lives, humanity will never die. Uzra scoffs, lowering herself to meet my hobbled and bent body. The pygmy aims her ordnance at my face as she retorts me. Meanwhile, I compel my ether, forcing everything I've ever known to move in unison. Payne's Forge blares an endless warning, the strength of a dying man too much for me to handle. Even the pressure of the mother below appears something I've not felt in decades. Yet, I ignore it all. Another absolution would mean nothing, even if I survive. Instead, I will take my baby, the skill I've turned from nothing into everything, into the sky. You will regret this in the afterlife, Marshall. I give you a chance to live, and you throw it all away. I've always admired your strength and knowledge, but this is positively foolish, laughing and choking up blood. I respond the only way I can. I have no regrets, after all. More and more ether spurs as my heartbeat stops entirely, the organ unable to sustain me any longer. Yet, I continue. Even as my form turns to mush, the agony spiking to intolerable levels, I continue. How could I regret the only life I've ever lived, Azra? I was born fighting, and damn the devil himself if I die any other way. Azra's eyes widen as I finish my words, my whole body tightening in strength as I force my ether into action through my entire body. From single to bestowing strand, the flame-like ether within my body roars, spiking as it erupts from me uncontrollably. The pygmy leaps back, her armament tightening in defense as she screams at the rest of those around her. Fucking run. My body cannot even smile as I take the jump I always thought was possible. I was simply not good enough, and I can only supplement my talent and hard work with my life. Above Adzil, things still exist. 4. Adzil is only the limit of what the human body can handle. A sitter is the limit of ether control. Not that I possess one of those, though I know Eli Weiss and Vincent do. Beyond those concepts is to go beyond. Sirza, a fabled word, once spoken of only in legends and of the binary lords and the prime. Only 3 beings in existence possess one, a skill that goes beyond the bodily limit and the soul's control limit. Leviathan, Behemoth, and Vincent Harvey are the only ones. I always wondered how it was possible. To go beyond the body makes sense, but control? How does one surpass their own control? Yet, I think I found it. My mind and soul seem to blend with my very ether, giving me complete knowledge of my limits, of everything to do with the substance inside me. This is not the simple split from willful or resonance with living. It ascends beyond that, and I push onto it. This is the next step, that which is common only in 9th Sigils, soul strand. This feeling acclimates and propagates throughout my whole form as time slows, my life flashing before my eyes. Before my vision, the angels run, using every avenue they can to escape before I strike. But to me, I only see my fondest memories replay. None of them are the many battles, nor of the victories. It is the simple things, the mundane ones. When I took Tomas to meet Ed Summers up north, watching the young boy play in the snow was heartwarming. I wished I let him play a bit longer. But no, he had to meet Kate. When Tomas gave me a birthday present, it was laughable. A single cookie overcooked and ruined that he made overnight in the kitchen. I ate it with glee, even if I couldn't show it on my face. When I watched Tomas leave for his first mission, my heart soared with anxiety worse than I had during my first battle. I wish he didn't have to fight at all, but he does. We all do. I'm happy I prepared him. The last memory that flows into my mind and dissipates into my ether is when I found a babe dropped off on the side of the street when I visited Sinskreek over 2 decades ago. I forced myself to pause on the image of little Tomas, my cub. That is enough rumination, Marshall. Any more, and you may lose your resolve. Any more, and you may turn to ash before you swing. I tighten my jaw as I return my sight to me. My whole body is collapsing from ether saturation, my skill dissolving me even in this slowed perception of time. My right arm, the left one removed earlier in order to save my life, flexes as I rear it back. The simple, mundane action fills me with so much pain I almost black out. And I've been decapitated before. The pain of too much ether is soul deep. Yet, this is far worse than any time I've had to use a concoction, serum, or elixir. In exchange, the ether that powers pain's forge, turning pain into physical strength, detonates with purpose. All 9 methods of ether manipulation at once create something beyond humanity. Single, many, braided, steel, steam, willful, living, bestowing, and soul all unite for one glorious purpose. Power, overwhelming power, suffuses my whole form. And for a single moment on my deathbed, while the pale lady reaches for my soul, I leap off the peak and enter the skies above. To go beyond the limit of one's control, you must have a skill that takes the reins from you, exponentially growing in power without your focus. And as my whole frame obliterates itself, the ether killing me yet strengthening me in a hellish feedback loop, I move my arm forward. In this slowed time, my arm swings upward as usual, not any faster or slower than those practice swings of my youth. Yet, along the skin are flickers of flame, not from my ether, but from pure friction. Swinging my fist toward Azra, my vision narrows to a fine point, focusing entirely on her face before turning to darkness. That is fine. I do not need to see the result. I'm sure Tomas will be fine. So will my men. I know Eli's schemed this all together. Yet, it's better to have faith in something than have nothing at all. And at the very least, I did what I always hoped to do with Payne's Forge, for I can simply feel it in my bones. I shattered the sky. 269. Shattered sky. Burning earth. Wyatt Graves. My soul pulls back from the death of Marshall as everything shakes. This tremble is different from the rapid, soul-stirring heartbeats of earlier. Even as Johnny places me on the ground by Tomas to help Blake fight, her dozens of controlled undead merrily railing against a bunch of beasts and demons, the battle pauses. And everyone, literally everyone, including the beasts and the undead under Blake's absolution, stops to gaze up. A thunderous shake rocks the world, reality seeming to split as a pillar of compressed air soars into the sky, entering the storm clouds above with a spear of thunder. Then, as if ordained by some god, the skies part, shining a radiant sun onto the earth below. My jaw hangs open as I feel the aftereffects of Marshall's final swing with a whistling breeze and heated air. Everyone feels the aftereffects before the world pauses for a moment. As it does, I feel it deep down. The metaphor given to me by my sigil is simple, for more than any other as a single man's act has given me the answer. The prison of suffering can only be broken through by sacrifice. My jaw slides down as I gaze at the sky. As the chaos of conflict in the streets of Bint swirls around me, a bizarre calm settles over the battlefield. Time seems to stand still, and the world holds its breath, withstanding the aftermath of the general's final, devastating attack. The reverberations of his strike ripple through the air as rain pours and slams to the earth beyond the walls of Bint, allowing us to see the downpour yet not feel it. The unyielding wall compresses the clouds with his strike so much that the border of water is more waterfall than a rainstorm. The sheer power and intensity of the blast reeve through the entirety of Bint. Buildings cave, buckle, and roll from the aftershocks. Beasts are thrown into the air as a hurricane forms, using us as the eye of the storm. Realizing the danger coming, I dive for cover and wrap my hands over my head, attempting to survive. The hurricane's winds howl with a ferocity unmatched, threatening to tear apart anything in their path. Structures crumble and collapse, their once formidable systems reduced to rubble. Beasts, driven wild by the tumultuous storm, become airborne projectiles, their menacing forms hurtling through the air. Even demons, bolstered by their ether, struggle to remain on the ground from the winds that shake the world. Yet, above, the sky is clear, the sun shining down upon us. I navigate this maelstrom of destruction with every ounce of skill and instinct I've honed over the many months of constant battle. Squinting my eyes through the wind, I find Earl, the frail man, lifted into the air by the tempest as Primrose tries to pull him back down. Each step is treacherous, each movement a dance with the screaming winds as I haul myself forward. I grit my teeth and compel chain-link boots onto my feet as the bloody palm stretches and tightens my grip. Debris hurtles at me as I get close, my voice screaming toward them over the winds. Primrose, Earl, hold on. The final act of Marshall is not something an angel should be capable of. This is godlike. Winds howl with the anger of a deity, stones catapult through the air with the wrath of a god, and the sun shines from above with the callousness of an immortal being. Nonetheless, I push on while Primrose can only nod to me, unable to waste any other focus or effort. Foot by foot, I progress with the bloody palm keeping me close to the ground as we continue. I dodge falling debris, leap over crumbling obstacles, and weave through the air guided by my artifact of a hand. Meanwhile, I find others struggling around me but who are too far to help. Virgil and Abraham are caught by Sky Swain, the woman fighting the winds with her wings, as Abraham aids them with nightmares to hold them down. Millie, Johnny, and Tomas are hunkered down, the newest angel tethering them to the earth with two stable fists into the ground. I witness Blake, clumsy and frozen as the latter endeavors to hold them to the ground with ice constructs as Blake wraps them all with ghostly whips. I even catch a glimpse of a burning pyre of a man soaring through the sky, entangled with a shadow. Is that? No, it can't be. Fuck you, Biff. It is. The sound of Bonfire's unforgettable voice flies away into the distance as the wind carries his flaming body, unfazed by the water in the air. The rain pours down relentlessly, carried by the wind so that it drenches me to the bone. The sky above is placid, but that does not matter in the slightest. The wind whips at my face, threatening to throw me off balance, but I press on, undeterred by the elements. I know that the storm is a manifestation of the power and chaos unleashed by the marshal's final attack, proof of the old man's life of struggle. This is not the act of some god, even if it appears to be the case. It is spurred on by a man, nothing else, which means I can force through it. But if this is Marshall's final strike, would Vincent Harvey's every act reach this level? Surely not, right? With every passing moment, I become more acutely aware of the fragility of my surroundings. The fortress, once a symbol of strength and resilience, now stands battered and vulnerable. The very ground beneath my feet quakes with each violent gust of wind, but I remain steadfast as I near Earl. But as I reach within only a dozen feet away or so, Primrose's hand slips off Earl's. My heart drops as I slam my right arm into the ground, mimicking Tomas' feat of staying on the floor as I rip out my left arm, a hastily formed leash stretching out toward Earl, letting my mind fall into the skill. It lengthens as I feel the actual test of my months of training. The ether expands, reaching dozens of feet long as Earl enters the sky, but I fall short. It won't stretch far enough, and I can't force it. That's not how willful strand works. Wetness enters my eyes as I realize Earl will not survive being flung into the atmosphere like Bonfire could with his flame as propulsion. But right as the young man flies away, screaming at the top of his lungs, the bloody palm intervenes on its own. No asking, no begging, no nothing. It stretches out my arm, the skin splitting into bone and tendrils of flesh as my arm extends several more feet, allowing the leash to grab Earl. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank. 100 thanks leave my mouth mint for the artifact as I haul Earl back to the earth, and the impact of him hitting me knocks the air out of my lungs. However, I don't wait long and speak with a hasty breath. Are you okay? I have to scream even to have a chance of being heard over the roar of the hurricane, and he nods as he shows me his hands. They cut up really bad. He can hardly hold his coil. I'll live, but my hands are screwed. Fuck. A glance at his eyes tells me not to even think about it for now as Earl's eyebrows furrow in thought. The typical thing he does when thinking of a solution, likely focusing on this whole situation. I don't intrude with any other words, and instead, I wrap an arm around him, gradually forcing our way to Primrose. Yet, the moment we reach her, the winds calm, and things, including beasts, drop to the floor aimlessly. Distantly, I hear a foul burst of fucks and whores before a dull slam. Is he? Die. Yup, he's still alive, just really far away. A hand shakes me out of listening to him as Earl points into the sky. There, I find a figure cloaked in magenta with wings, flying away with a familiar frame. Uzra. The only difference is that Uzra doesn't have her violent fetters anymore. The virtued pygmy's body is ruined, burnt, and broken, hanging limply. He did it, and so, I stand in awe, knowing this was the general's final act, his last blaze of glory. He poured every ounce of his being into this perdition of destruction, extinguishing his own flame in the process. Every battle stays still even after the wind ends while everyone recovers, and I see Johnny climb his way up onto the top of the rubble and glance around. In this moment of stillness, I can almost hear the echoes of his battle cries and see the determination in his eyes again. He was a force of nature, a tempest of fury and resilience, his final strike befitting that of a god. And now, his fire has been quelled, leaving behind a void that is both haunting and poignant. The world is so tranquil, so quiet. The demons and Pimgees remain tranquil as well. No one talks. We simply stand and look around as the entire fortress is ruined. Not even the innards made of concrete and steel remain. It is all toppled and obliterated. The highest piece of stone, including the old wall, stands at a mere 5 feet. I cannot help but feel a mixture of admiration and sorrow for the fallen general. Marshal Travis gave everything he had, sacrificing himself for the cause he believed in. His life was a blazing inferno, consuming all in its path, and now it has been extinguished, leaving behind only the ashes of his memory. Yet, as I look out, clambering next to the silent Johnny, I discover that the pygmies and demons are retreating. Those that aren't are already crushed and killed by the winds, rubble, and initial strike. And along that line of running enemies, I only find 2 lights of magenta. Marshall killed all but 2? Incredible. Godlike. He shattered the clouds and called for a hurricane from the storm above. The echoes of the general's final attack fade away as the battlefield stirs back to life. The storm clouds close in once more as the rain converges on our region of the fortress. And as the clouds come in, the winds pick up once more. They don't rise to the level of the hurricane, but they aren't far off. Gather up. We need to get the fuck out of here. That was only the start. Marshall's fucked up the atmosphere for miles with his ether. I'd be surprised if this didn't end in a temporary crossroads. I can't see an end to this storm. Let's go. Johnny shouts to everyone nearby as they start to come together as the rain begins to fall and downpour. I can't help but gasp at Johnny's discovery. He can't see the end? Even with his blindness from glitch, he still has the sharpest eyes in all the frontier. How massive is this storm? While I question reality, Frozen ekes out a question to the gunslinger when we get together. What about Bonfire? Are we gonna just leave him? Johnny's eyes squint, almost as if he's having trouble seeing, before he glances at Tomas. Then, he speaks with a sigh. Tomas, can you get these fools to the train before the storm makes it unable to leave? You don't have to wait for us. I'll get the idiot and catch up eventually. The wolf agrees, stepping down from the rock and heading north. His shoulders are sagged, and cuts rain deeply into his flesh, but Tomas stands up for the job. Fine by me. Just don't die. And if you see any soldiers who are still alive, save him, okay? Johnny flips a thumb up before departing, kicking off the stone as he bolts toward where we last heard Bonfire. From there, we make our way northward, along the chilling silence inundated with only the hastening winds and falling rain. I pull my overcoat, a dumbrel, closer to my body to stave off the cold, and as we move away, I stumble with exhaustion as, for a moment, a split second, I think I see a shining, luminant crystal where Marshall died. Emmett, Bonfire, Knox. I spit out a tooth as I lie on the ground, my flames extinguished by the falling rain. Only a few from me lies Darkstep, her body burned and ruined. Yet, her ether still remains, and those strings above her haul the bitch to her feet. She can't speak or gloat. I burned her skull off before the winds even hit, but the silvery light kept biting away at my fire, fighting to keep her alive. At least if I burn myself bad enough, even the dark light recedes. And now, the rain falls like a monsoon, preventing my flames from building up beyond that of red. A middling pity from the violent previous. But I'm not a quitter. My ain't raise haha. That was Speedy's phrase. Funny how things jumble like that over time. I never saw my mother. Meanwhile, Speedy was the opposite. He ran away because she was crazed and far too overprotective. Tyron Grimes ran from his family with as much speed as he could, only to die in a bar fight. The thought of him sparks a light at my fingers as Darkstep stumbles toward me, her face indistinct and charred to a crisp. Almost there, damn it. Ah, fine. I'll use something other than fire. I've burned her enough. Fumbling into my pocket with my similarly charred fingers, I managed to find a bullet, the gunpowder within simply waiting for a spark. The bullet is something special, though, made by Earl for me. He always says I need to have backup plans in case fire don't work. Grinning, even as Darkstep nears, her hands covered in ether, I spot a flap of wings nearby. Looking over, I notice that the same dark light that flows from Darkstep leaks from a break in the bird's wing. And the moment I discover it, the manipulator that killed Woody charges at me recklessly. Find something important to you? Knowing she can't answer, I ask the rhetorical question as I grapple onto a slim metal bar above me and haul myself to my feet. I barely manage to evade her charge, as it is pitiful and nearly out of ether. Yet so am I, stumbling from the dodge. I trip and land only a few feet from the trapped bird, smiling from ear to ear as water splashes into my mouth. I place the bullet between my thumbs and have Blaze ignite it, momentarily overpowering the rain. Too bad. Let's see how you like it. The bullet lacks the power of most without a barrel to build force. But Earl knew that would happen. He put some extra oomph into it. So instead of only detonating weakly and slamming into the bird before stopping as the animal dies, the bullet nearly tears off my finger as it obliterates the bird into nothingness. A bang to my right as the bird turns to spiraling feathers draws my attention, and I laugh aloud when I see it, my voice breaking through the downpour. Ha ha ha, how do you like it? Is that how you saw me? Are you blind now? I wondered how you could see without eyes. Coughing and straining to move, I raise until I stand before Darkstep, her once formidable presence reduced to a shattered husk. The pouring rain masks the sound of her feeble struggles, her blind and powerless form thrashing against the remnants of the annihilated fortress. Fury consumes her, evident in how her fists and legs collide with debris, rocks, and stone, each striking an expression of impotent rage. I wanted this fight to last longer, for her to scream some more, but she's already died once. I just wished I could have savored that one, too. And I smiled despite how much I loathe rain. Not for how it affects my abilities, but for how Orange died in a hurricane falling to his death. I smile so wide and laugh so hard that my head rears to the sky. Droplets fall upon me, slowly bringing my eyes down to meet her vacant body. Our battle across Bent has taken its toll on her, leaving her voiceless and stripped of sight. Her attempts to scream are futile, for my burns have stripped it away just as she took away my friends. It is a small victory, a taste of my power over her. I relish the sight of her futile attempts to communicate her anger and despair. It feels lovely, almost euphoric, to see her struggle. Such a powerful foe, a legendary woman, one that strikes fear into thousands, tens of thousands through the territories, was brought down by me. Blackreach's rat. Raindrops cascade down her discolored and charred face, mingling with the tears she can no longer shed. Her once piercing gaze is now empty and hollow, devoid of the fierceness that once defined her. I watch, an insidious pleasure coursing through me, as I approach her with purpose. With each step, I concentrate my ether at the tip of my finger, preparing for a firebolt. It is challenging to do during the rain and with my pounding headache, but the satisfaction of victory fuels my determination to end her suffering. This is the moment I have longed for, the opportunity to fulfill my promise. As I draw closer, the rain intensifies, drenching us both in its relentless downpour. The world around us fades into a blur of shadows and distorted shapes. It is a fitting backdrop for our final confrontation, an arena of destruction and despair. Her futile struggles only serve to heighten my resolve. I raise my hand, forming a finger gun with my blackened fingers, my grip steady and unwavering, to end her finally. My now gone nail points at her heart, expecting this to be the core of her ether. But even as I revel in the sight of her helplessness, a sliver of remorse tugs at my conscience. I see her dreams, hopes, and aspirations that all possess, yet after a moment of consideration, I do not care. She took from me, so I'll take from her. I push the ether out, the gaseous ether spiraling as it explodes a gust of condensed blaze forward. It flies without sound, the noise obscured by the rain, and digs into her chest as she squirms, burrowing into her heart. And then, with a moment of focus, I have it explode, the fire detonating outward like a seed into a flower. It's terrific, but only lasts a moment, for when the fire reaches the air, the drenching rain puts out my flame. Sighing, I let my knees give out and flop onto the stone below, ignoring the pain of the fall. The rain continues to fall, and I simply look at her, the dead woman. The rain simply falls, and falls, leaving me cold. It's odd now that she's gone. The fire, the anger, it's still there. None of it has disappeared or vanished. It's not at all like when Speedy or Orange died. Though, I think I just pushed down that fury. This is the first time I've embraced it. Am I a bad person? Probably. But that's all right. I don't need to be good. I just need to have fun with my buddies before we all die. The rain melds with my face as I have issues fathoming whether the liquid is tears or rain. Time passes without my eyes moving from her body, and the dark light consistently gets smacked back down by the pouring rain as it only continues to build. What a storm. Every droplet of rain carries hints of Marshall's ether. My mind trails off, not thinking of anything in particular, but a hand on my shoulder brings me to focus. I twist around and glance behind me, only to find Johnny staring at me. His eyes flicker to Darkstep before he speaks. You got her? I nod. Of course, to a crisp 270, Storm's hand. Johnny Caldwell. Gazing down at Bonfire, I feel tears of rain cascade over my body, dyeing me with a deeper chill every moment. Yet as I meet eyes with the younger man, my heart catches in my chest. He looks happy. How can he be happy after all this? Such an odd man. Though, I suppose I'm happy too, even though Marshall is dead. That's because Darkstep is too. Her skull is burned, crushed, and ruined. Meanwhile, her chest is caved outward from an internal explosion of flame. I crouch down beside Bonfire and tap her body with my fingers, merely wanting to confirm her death for myself. Dark light flickers out as if in agony from Marshall's falling rain. An even more exhaustive smile hangs on my face as I see it. It would appear there are ways to suppress dark light on a wide scale. All we need is the strength of Marshall Travis. I wipe my eyes clean of water, and then, inhaling a deep breath, I stand. And when my knees lock, I draw Fate's sealer with all my swiftness and unload 6 rounds into her shattered skull, gifting 2 or 3 to her chest as well. Stay dead, leaving my rival of more than 1 decade a goodbye. I reload Fate's sealer and spin it back into my holster before turning my attention to the unmoving Bonfire. It seems the man is lost in his thoughts. Sucks. We need to move. I want to see how Marshall's corpse looks and if any of the dead angels have a complete enough body for an Arca. Some deep portion of me knows that Marshall will not leave behind an artifact. I don't know why, but I know. Shaking my head, the brim of the hat on my head sliding water off its top without pause, I reach down to help Bonfire up, and with the offering of my hand, he takes it, his hand still warm despite the brewing storm. Once he stands beside me, I tell him what's going to happen. We're going to check on Marshall's dead body. The final attack from him created this storm, and I worry that the demons or pygmies that survived took his corpse for the Arca if he creates one. He shrugs, spitting on Darkstep's body before exclaiming, "Damn, that old man sure was crazy. This storm? That includes the hurricane earlier?" I nod back at him, affirming his thoughts. Then, I grab him and pull the man of fire toward the south where Marshall was last seen. We must be fast, or else the storm will continue to pick up, and then we'll be caught in a hurricane with an army not far behind. Bonfire doesn't refuse my directions, but the man is slowed, his feet stumbling and injured. Sighing, I ask him a question. Did Darkstep form an artifact? The man shakes his head with his answer. Nah, I don't think Motherbound can. Makes sense. Ray still hasn't formed one, and I don't think he will anymore. What a bummer. We trudge on in silence through the downpouring rain that only continues to expand in speed and force. Ether coats my legs as I force our way without pause. As I traverse the desolate ruins of the once mighty fortress, battered by the wrath of a recent hurricane unleashed by the general's final cataclysmic attack, my every step is impeded by the tempestuous storm that continues to ravage the land. The skeletal remains of shattered walls and crumbling structures stand as solemn remnants of the devastation that has befallen this place. Soon, they will be the only things left here. With all this destruction, no one will take over this place, for rebuilding it all would be a waste. Each footfall echoes with a sense of melancholy as the wailing wind whips around me, carrying fragments of debris and whispers of despair. Every step strikes at my heart. Corpses of fallen soldiers are a commonality, many of which are ruined beyond investigation. I hold out some hope I may find a live soldier near the wall, but that hope is slim. The rain pours down relentlessly, casting a veil of obscurity over my surroundings, as if nature itself mourns Marshall's sacrifice. Yet, I know the truth. The gods of wind, storm, and the sky care not for the general. He forced this phenomenon into being, his strength sufficient to bring rain, wind, and thunder. Godlike strength is not impossible for mankind. It is only the few who are willing to give their all who can wield it. In my thoughts, a strike of lightning lands only a few hundred feet away. The crash doesn't surprise Bonfire or me, but we pause for a moment as the fire battles against the falling rain to only lose. With every advancing step, the ferocity of the elements intensifies. The howling gusts become an orchestra of sorrow, their mournful symphony drowning out any semblance of tranquility. The rain, driven by the gales, pelts against my face, a constant barrage threatening to freeze me with its cold liquid and send me backward. Yet, I raise an arm to cover my face as ether flows through me, and I pull Bonfire to keep up with my gait. He keeps himself warm with soft flickers of flame that are quickly quenched. Once filled with the promise of light, the day, ruined by the arrival of Uzra, now descends into oppressive darkness. The sky above is a canvas of brooding gray, the sun now obscured by heavy clouds that broil with vibrant energy. The atmosphere crackles with an eerie tension as if the air holds its breath in anticipation of what lies ahead. And as I look forward, searching the undercarriage of the storm, I find a figure seated by where Marshall's corpse should be. Not that I can see his body from here, so this is only an assumption. Squinting, they appear human, if only with extraordinarily long hair nearing the middle of their back, far longer than any woman I've ever seen other than a few statesmen. Though, those dainty women wouldn't survive a minute in this storm. Confused, I wade my path through the wind and debris, getting closer and closer to the supposed human with each footfall. Almost a full minute passes of the enduring zephyrs until I get close enough to gauge the figure entirely. Meanwhile, ether roars to life within my form. I only killed one angel today. I'm itching to catch up to Marshall's pace. An elderly man, weathered by what feels like the weight of countless years, sits beside the ruined corpse that finally enters my vision, his eyes fixed upon the darkening sky. I can't help but ignore Marshall's decrepit, burned, and obliterated body in favor of this old figure. Wrinkles etch deep lines upon his face, a testament to the passage of time and the burdens he carries. Deadeye's gaze examines his form only to find no ether at all, the human enduring this storm without a modicum of the legendary substance. What? Is that even possible? I have to use a half-dozen skills just to not fly away into the sky from all this wind. How is he? How the devil is he doing this? My thoughts halt as I see the old man bring his head down to gaze at the body of Marshall. The general's corpse is ruined, so disgustingly destroyed that he is a stain of liquid flesh on the stone. I've seen much in my life, yet at the sight of Marshall Travis like this, I almost hurl up my breakfast. Yet, I don't, as the old man beside him seems to combat that feeling. I sense a profound sorrow and perhaps regret in his presence. There is an air of ancient wisdom about him, as if he has witnessed the ebb and flow of history itself. I don't know where these thoughts come from, but they arise nonetheless, as if implanted by the air itself. I draw nearer, my footsteps softened by the rain-soaked ground with Bonfire not far behind. The old man's gaze returns to the tempestuous sky, as though searching for answers amidst the swirling chaos, and remains there even as I near. His eyes are hidden from me by his backward-facing body, but I can imagine his appearance. Even still, I see his back. It is bent, beaten by time into a curve, and beside him lies a cane in one hand that he grips with white knuckles. An unspoken understanding passes between Bonfire and me as I glance back at him with a focused squint. The idiot, for all his flaws, nods and understands the moment's seriousness. I don't know who this old man is, but he can't be normal. Bonfire slides behind me, covering his form with mine. Smart if a tad bit cowardly. He's done enough fighting for the day, and in only seconds, I stand in quiet reverence beside the old man, peering down at him. The ancient man remains motionless, his gaze unchanging, refusing to even peek at me. The pupils of his eyes don't leave the storm clouds above. He looks familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Who is he? As the storm rages on, the weight of the atmosphere hangs heavy, intertwining our shared melancholy. The rain continues its relentless assault, the rhythm of its descent punctuating the silence between us. At this moment, time seems to stand still, as if the world itself holds its breath. No demons or invaders strike below the pouring waters above. Only silence perpetuated by dripping droplets and thundering lightning exists today. The battle is over. All that is left is, I sit beside the man, placing my ass on a pile of rubble only inches from the dead general as I gaze at him, too, with Deadeye's gaze. Yet, no sigil or ether seems to remain in his form, all of it already dissipated. I then follow the old man's gaze upward as Bonfire sits beside me, the younger man using his ether to spark a cigar that he has to relight in the storm constantly. The smoke only adds depth to the rain, and as we sit, the storm intensifies, casting an eerie glow upon our bodies. The water strikes the ground with such impetus that rocks are moved, rivers grow amongst the rubble, and I have to use ether to shield my skin from the liquid. The moment that I can no longer gaze upward at the undulating clouds because of the water's force, my heart worrying for our way back, the old man speaks. Every word is quiet, yet undeterred by the thundering bangs of water and lightning. It's as if within the domain of this man's presence, he reigns without equal, not even to nature itself. You both have come far, but it is not enough. It is never enough. Even the pinnacle is not enough. This world just takes, and takes, never stopping. If there is to be freedom, to be peace, we must leave. The old man's head falls, his gaze meeting mine as he continues, my heart frozen in my chest from his voice alone. His presence bears down upon me, the weight comparable to 1,000 poundages. I've never felt this feeling before. It's like that of the mother below. Is this a god? Who? The devil? Why would he be here? Is he here for a deal? My thoughts matter not as the old man's words cease to halt. 100 years I've fought in the shadows, moving from continent to continent, delving more profoundly than any man in history. However, I left west of Tornridge to the other ancient blood. And yet, I've found settlements upon the poles, the ice eating away at them over the centuries, vast nations upon the deep seas, constantly warring for scraps of land, and even a whole continent where the one below reigns supreme. Tiny factions of sentient all that resist her while the darkness slowly devours them. I did what I could to help them, staying to learn and grow with each civilization, hoping to find the way forward. Alas, for nearly a century, all I found were minor improvements, but nothing that points upward. Every word slams into my mind as the gears slowly turn, my thoughts gradually realizing who sits before me. And as he speaks, the pressure only builds until I realize that the rain has stopped. The water paused in the very air around us, hanging like an act of a god. Bonfire gasps beside me, but quickly hushes himself in favor of the old man's words. Even the dumbass knows who this is. We all do. Not a being alive doesn't know him. Not a being alive doesn't fear him. Many thought me incompetent and lazed. Better that than they know the truth and the darkness that hides behind that honesty. I've been searching for the path to godhood, the steps sealed for millennia by the one below. She slows our growth, weakening us at every step of the road. Yet, I found it. I found the way above. Vincent Harvey, the oldest human alive, aged beyond 150 years to some, turns from me and stares at the sky above. The most powerful human to ever live sighs as his shoulders sag, a weight eternally placed upon his shoulders growing too heavy for him. At the young age of 19, the Prime became an angel, and 2 years later, he succeeded the previous Prime after their death, a genius beyond geniuses, creating countless skills, feats, and legends from the age of 13 when he entered the Hunters, falters beneath a weight. I simply do not know if I am capable, yet. I already have gotten so many killed to reach this point. Another dominion, far, far in the west, so far that they've seen the ocean to our east, sacrifice their life as an augur to find the next step for me. Without the one below, we should instinctively know the next phase for our sigils, yet she manipulates those connections with her power, making Gluscab's act necessary for most. But for me to rise, I need to create a wasteland. I need to form one befitting that of a god. Finally, the Prime ceases his words as the world continues to pause for him. The pressure upon me hasn't faded a lick. Yet as I watch Vincent, a man I've loathed all my life, lay out his heart, pity streams from me. He has given his life to humanity just as Marshall did, only in his own way. In the shadows, Vincent served, exploring all that this world had to offer for a way forward. To him, a path forward was more important than keeping us safe. At least that explains why the estates grew so badly in the past century. Vincent was capable of doing what none else had ever done. He went east and sent Killian west. They, together, explored, discovered, and learned things no one else ever could, coming upon a terrible truth. Simply being on the same planet as the mother below incites weakness in humans, stripping us of gifts and talent. Yet, A burning question remains in my head. What is a wasteland? Why doesn't he think himself capable? He's the prime. For fuck's sake. If he can't, then we're so fucked. We're so supremely fucked that we might as well roll over and die. The words roll out of my mouth before I can fasten them to reason. How are you not capable? A low chuckle breaks a few droplets of rain near my head, shattering the water upon my scalp. Bonfire beside me slaps his face clean of liquid as Vincent speaks. It is not an ability question. I can make a wasteland. I've spent many years preparing, gathering, and assimilating for the chance. The worries are about what comes before and after. Young man, the lords will not want to see me rise again, as it already takes both of them to hold me back. The War Master and the Creator will likely join them, placing me at a disadvantage. Vincent pauses for a moment, a deep breath entering his lungs while I ponder. Even though being called a young man is odd, I ignore it. Is he afraid of being stopped at the peak right before his ascension? Is he a coward? What happened to the human god of war? What about the man to never lose a single fight? The man who gained at Sigil at 13? The man who killed an angel while an absolutionless 6th sigil? What happened to our monster? Where's that legend? As if he detects my thoughts, he refutes them partially. I worry not for losing the battle. That is something I've come to terms with. If I die, I die. That is simply the way it should have been. Even then, I know Eli will come up with tricks to increase my chances. But the consequences should I succeed, they are almost as bad as if I should lose. Many times I wonder if there is even a point to the madness. I scoff at his words. He must be insane to think that the consequences of success could be worse than losing. Should he not become a god, or anyone else for that matter, the mother below will reduce us all to blathering idiots praising her constantly. I point to the man who gave his life as I open my mouth. He can't seriously be disrespecting Marshall like that. Winning is always better than losing, Vincent. At least then, we get to decide our own fates and make our own luck. Pick your ass up and get to work. You've got thousands dying for you every damn day. And this one here? This one right beside you? He gave his whole life to defending your people. He did your job. Your job. So what? You could lament beside his corpse? Cry for a better tomorrow? Get a grip, Vincent. You are strong. So strong I'm sure you could kill me with your pinky finger, but everyone worries about failure. Just because this is the first time it's appeared in your life doesn't mean you give up. The emotions flow out before I can realize what I'm saying, and at the end of it, my heart spikes with fear. But as Vincent, the 11th prime, pivots back toward me, he merely fills the air with crisp laughter. It is a somber chuckle of realization and pain. You're damn right. I thought the same thing myself all these years. Failure is not an option, no matter the choices that must be made. I can only hope that you still feel the same way after these next few months. Anyway, I must be on my way. This storm will only get fouler over the next few days until it stabilizes to hold such winds. Marshall's final act touched upon the very essence of ether, resonating and pulling all of the substance in the vastness toward him. Eventually, the storm should fade, after a few centuries, but this region will no longer be the border of Valens and the Flats. Storm's Hand. I like that. That will be its name. And one day, perhaps, we will own it once more. Vincent rises to his feet, unaided by ether, as swirls of dust race along his skin, providing him shelter from the winds and rain as they return his dominion. No ether is needed for him to control the sands. I join him, and so does Bonfire, as Vincent delivers some parting words, the man walking directly eastward toward Lawless Lake. And as the old man speaks, he holds a crystal of ether into the air, peering at it with his eyes as if it is a wonder delivered by a god. Watch out for the coming happenings in Blackreach, along with all the cities under its helm. That is where I shall make my mark upon history. Marshall's remnant will aid me. I would offer it to you too. However, a crystallized Sirza would kill you upon use. Even I sometimes struggle to use my own. Then, he steps away, leaving us in the pouring rain. A remnant? What the hell is that? A Sirza? I can't help but call out to him through the rain as it blocks my sound. Is that why you came? For whatever was left of Marshall. I merely see Vincent shake his head as he departs, a gust of wind banishing him into the depths of the rising tempest. No, I just came into town from my trip overseas. I was simply too slow. I am here to give my sorrows. To arrive to find a remnant, I was not expecting that. Marshall exceeded even my expectations. Though, I suppose he always did. But I intend to rectify my tardiness. For our wall, they will pay, young man. They will all pay. Over the many years, it appears some have forgotten my sands. About damn time I remind them who I am. And with a threat to the very world, he's gone, fading into a swirl of dust, leaving Bonfire and me to trudge through the now permanent hurricane that will exist here. The man beside me curses aloud as the winds pick up, forcing me to glitch him back to the ground as I struggle to grab him. Fuck this shit. Why couldn't he just be an asshole? I laugh amidst the downpour, trying not to be swept away. I doubt our ride is still there waiting for us. We'll have to catch up the old-fashioned way. Yet, I agree with Bonfire. Things would be much simpler if all the pillars were evil and institutions that needed to be ripped from the sky. Alas, that is not the case. For, in just the few moments I saw Vincent Harvey, I came to a realization. He is every bit a monster they say he is. Only, he is a monster with a heart. 271. Hindsight first. Wyatt Graves. As the tempestuous storm closes in, its rage unfurling like a wrathful deity incurred by a man who struck at it, I race through the desolate streets behind the ruined bint to reach the steam train and its station. The ominous black clouds loom overhead, casting an omnipresent darkness upon the fortress city turned mostly to rubble. Each step I take is punctuated by the relentless rain, soaking me to the bone as if nature itself conspires against my escape in vengeance for the unyielding wall's hand that conjured its unending fury. Beside me hurtles Blake, Virgil, Earl, Primrose, and the rest of the team that fought inside Bent, including a few soldiers we found along the way. Sadly, however, no soldier below the fourth sigil seems to have survived the hurricane unleashed by Marshall. Either that, or they escaped in time. I hope it's the latter. My heart pounds in my chest, matching the rhythm of thunder that reverberates through the air. The wind howls like a chorus of mournful spirits, driving me onward with an urgency fueled by both fear and desperation. Even the wind alone pushes me forward, the velocity enough that ether is required to not fly away into the sky, never to be seen again. I really hope Bonfire was found by Johnny. The dumbass literally flew away by the winds like an umbrella. Yet ahead, the lights bursting out the sides of a large steel contraption gives me some solidity of mind. The steam train. Nothing in the world meets its size and craftsmanship. The train, our fleeting sanctuary, beckons in the distance. Just a bit further. Rapid and fleeting breaths continually exit my lungs as I struggle to keep up, my ether reaching my limit with a crippling headache threatening to send me to the ground. Yet, I force myself forward as I see a particular animal peek out from a window of the train, a bark signaling me ahead. Dakota. I'm thankful Elizabeth wanted him to stay with her today. Typically, the fox joins my training against Tomas. As I draw nearer, the sight that greets me is one of both relief and trepidation. The platform is teeming with soldiers, their weary faces etched with determination and resolve. Many of them are the lower sigiled I was worrying about earlier, but the number is far too low. Hundreds, close to 1,000 base sigiled, were once stationed in Bent, and now I see at most 100. And even worse, among them, only a dozen are wondrous. At least we have the 2 4THS and 5THS that we found on our sprint back. At the same time, as I get even closer, more details emerge on the train I've never genuinely examined or gotten proximate to before. Marshall always said it'd be a waste of time, as even a dunce could operate it. But the view of the train fills me with rushing blood despite my exhaustion. The train carriages are laden with an arsenal of weapons, an ominous reminder of what just occurred and the impending battles to come. A Gatling gun adorns nearly every window. Meanwhile, atop the train sits tiny bunkers with large rifles inside them, built for angel killing. Stepping amidst the throng of soldiers rushing onto the train, I see wounded comrades being carried and supported by their fellow fighters. Their pained expressions bear witness to the toll of battle, their bodies battered and broken. Curses and sorrows ring aloud under the rain as many soldiers rush into the walls of the train while steam begins to bellow out from the front. A piercing wail joins the cloud that is rapidly torn apart by the rain, and Virgil shows me a faster way inside. He runs along the side of the train, kicking off the side and grappling the top of it before swinging himself over. Once upon the top of the train, he shouts to me, "Come on, we can't waste time. Let the wounded use the door." Nodding, I follow him, climbing up the train swiftly as Blake, Primrose, and Skyswain follow. Abraham is ripped up by a tendril of Virgil while frozen, and Clusmy hobble into the train from injuries. Earl makes it up to us as well, but Primrose throws him down the hatch on the top within a bunker as Elizabeth screams over the storm for his help with the train. Only a few more seconds pass before everyone is on board, and the winds descend into insanity. I'm forced to grab onto the bunker of the train as the tempests pick up even further in speed. Glancing up, the sky is entirely dark. What did Marshall do? Skyswain screams over the thunder raging not far away, the lightning easily visible. Are we leaving? I don't see Johnny or Bonfire. She makes me gaze outward, and I comb through the field that leads to the crumbled fortress of Bent. Yet, I don't see a lick of chains that would indicate that someone is there. Come on, where are you guys? Another few seconds pass, and no one shows either. Elizabeth must be waiting. Come on, Johnny, come on. Another few seconds pass, and the winds fall even further to depravity as a sudden gust rips the bunker I was holding onto into the air. Fuck! Screaming, I fly into the air, weightlessness beneath my feet. But a chilly sensation encompasses my feet before I slam heavily into the steel top of the train. Get the fuck inside! Virgil, my savior, yells at the top of his lungs, shoving Skyswain and Abraham inside while Primrose slides herself in through a window. Lunging forward with my arm, I create a leash that drags me in with the help of Virgil, the rain cascading over me like a torrential waterfall. Each inch I move feels heavier as if the weight of the whole storm bears down upon me. The chaos around me is deafening, the shouts and cries of men mingling with the crashing thunder. After several seconds of strife, I haul myself through the hatch, and the moment I fall inside, landing roughly on the floor, someone closes it. Then, 1,000 voices seem to inundate me as the train is packed. Bodies press against each other every which way as I struggle even to breathe. I get only a moment to investigate the train from the inside, and it nearly blows my mind. The train's intricate design captivates me, every detail meticulously crafted with precision, even as I'm shoved left and right by people passing through. Gleaming brass adornments glint under the pale glow of the gas lamps, casting an ethereal radiance upon the platform. The aroma of coal and steam permeates the air, intermingling with the faint scent of oil and metal and somehow fighting against the stifling odor of rain. The rhythmic hiss and clank of the machinery echo throughout the carriages, a symphony of mechanical prowess that outdoes even my right arm. I find myself in awe of the train's interior, a sheltered and cramped expanse of polished wood and plush seats. Only the wood is now weathered and the seats bloody. The windows, made of a peculiar transparent material, offer a glimpse of the world outside, distorted by the raindrops cascading down the glass. Some windows, however, are open, treading the wind and water inside. The sight of the weapons lining the walls of the train attracts my attention the most as I gather my bearings. Rifles, pistols, and blades of various shapes and sizes stand as silent sentinels. Yet, I can't waste too much time being enraptured by the craftsmanship of Eli Weiss. I need to know what's happening. So, I endeavor to reach Virgil, the man only a few feet away, but a shout, one enunciated by Ether from Millie, stops everyone in their panic tracks. "Abraham, can you get Johnny?" The voice, bouncing off every steel wall with an echo, is caught by Abraham, and he returns it with the answer I'm expecting. Mentally. Abraham answers mentally, of course, but I meet eyes with him a moment after his answer, and he delivers the result to me. I can get Johnny and Bonfire one at a time if they fall asleep. Millie took that as good enough, and we're about to. You might want to grab onto something. Nodding, I take his advice. Johnny should be fine. I'm more worried about Bonfire, but Abraham can conjure him with Dame Air, the easiest of us all. So, I trudge through the bodies of soldiers and the escaping staff of Bent as I endeavor not to worsen any of the wounded's conditions. Half a dozen seconds pass of my careful movement before I reach the window, latching my hands onto the steel of the train as the rain continues to downpour. Puddles gather at our feet, but they are minor and are sloshed out by drains at the bottom. My grip feels firm, the frigid metal apparent under both my fleshy and bronze hands. A thrust almost knocks me over as the wind continues to pick up, a strike coming from the window and blasting me heavily in the face. I nearly fall backward from surprise as the train moves. The loud wail from the steel rises in volume before it almost drones out the rain. And as the massive vehicle moves, the scenery begins to change, shifting beyond my sight similar to that of a carriage but only faster. And it only continues to accelerate, the screeching steel growing louder. But with every passing second, the storm intensifies, unleashing its fury upon the world. The gusting winds threaten to rip the train from its path, the driving rain that joins the winds blurring my vision. Yet, the weight of the train holds it down, preventing the liftoff of us all. Still, that doesn't mean panic doesn't arise. Screams flow all around me as the vehicle we ride bounces and shakes terribly. Meanwhile, my hands tighten upon the window sill in anticipation as a body joins beside me. Virgil, relax. This girl weighs tons. There is no way a storm can pick it up. I twist my head, even as the wind whips at my neck from the open windows. As the train hurtles forward through the unrelenting storm, I find myself clinging desperately to the window frame, my fingers gripping it with white-knuckled intensity. The tempestuous winds whip and howl outside, unleashing their fury upon the speeding locomotive, telling me that Virgil may not be right. There is nothing I can do if he's wrong, however, but I'd like to know how he thinks of this. You sure? Did Earl tell you that? Virgil shakes his head, slamming his back against the wall as a bump riddles the whole carriage with a bolt of force. Fucking hell, what is happening? Are Johnny and Bonfire okay? This is no storm. No, he didn't. The once gentle rain reforges itself constantly into a relentless deluge, hammering against the window panes with an uncompromising force that grows with every minute. Rivulets of water cascade down the glass around me, blurring the world beyond into a swirling haze of darkness and chaos. Meanwhile, before me, blades of water tear into my flesh, cutting small lines of blood with their passion. But in a sudden, gut-wrenching moment, as I listen to Virgil, a monstrous jolt rocks the entire train, ripping me away from my tenuous grasp. Time slows as I am propelled towards the window, a fleeting glimpse of light inside before I am flung out into the tempestuous abyss. My body hurtles through the torrential rain and howling winds, a mere speck in the vast, swirling chaos. Darkness engulfs me as I tumble through the stormy void, the world spinning in a disorienting blur. Instinctively, liberation fills my weary body and mind, the bits of time delivering me enough leeway to use such a skill. Time slows to a crawl, no, less than that, as a bolt of lightning hangs in the air far beyond my sight, dyeing the world with a glimpse of light. Raindrops hang suspended like glistening diamonds from the lightning's rays, and the deafening roar of the tempest becomes a haunting silence. In this suspended moment, my mind races for anything to yank me back inside. My body is almost 20 feet from the train as it moves inches away from me gradually. Even in this slowed time, it progresses. The radiance of the lightning strike allows me to examine my situation, and I find that I am not the only one flung out of the train. Not only that, but Virgil is leaning out of the window, already grasping toward me with tendrils of shade. Additionally, the entire back half of the train is suspended a man's height into the air. The side of the rearmost carriage is dented heavily from something, either an attacker or a piece of bent that was flung all the way over here. Regardless, it's a perilous thing for everyone inside the train, including me. Should the train tip over and crash, so many will die from the impact alone, and that's dismissing the storm afterward. I need to do something, but what? What the hell can I possibly do? Fuck, 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 fuck. A chill creeps into my shoulders as I realize the responsibility. They will all die if I don't stop this. Perhaps Tomas and Virgil can survive the crash through their toughness and flicker, respectively, but everyone else will, beyond a shadow of a doubt, either die from the impact or the watery winds. What do I do? Think. Damn it. If only. No, Earl is not here to help. I'm running out of time. Think. Okay. Do as Earl says. Break it down. Brick by brick. Disassemble. Reassemble. Do. I'm in the air. I'm low on ether. A half dozen others are in the air, and the back of the train is damaged, tipped, and several feet above the tracks. First, the train is most important. Virgil can probably get a few of those people. That means I need to focus on the train. But how? How can I get it back on the tracks? I'm fast expending my time in liberation as blood streams into and down my nose, my limit approaching. But I need to focus not on the consequences, but on the solutions. One more thing of ether is all I got in me. Maybe two if I truly stretch it. With only 2 skills, how do I pull something back to the ground? A duo of leashes. The idea blooms even as I want to toss it away. It's foolish. It's stupid. It's nice suicidal to stop and re-rail a train with your bare hands. But I don't have to stop the train. I just have to get it back on track and onto the ground. Worst case, I'll pass out after succeeding, and Abraham can daymare me back inside. Okay, 2 leashes. Affirming my plan, I mentally speak to the bloody palm. I need help, a lot of it, and I'm not entirely sure how this will go, so be ready for anything. I don't wait for confirmation as it worked before, and I let liberation fade as 2 leashes form in each of my arms. Then, I scream aloud as fast as possible, whipping both leashes toward the back of the speeding train. Get the others. Again, I don't wait for a reply as I, using mainly the strength of my prosthetic while the train moves forward, rip myself to the back of the train, flying through the air. Then, a cluster of fleshy tendrils flows from my left arm down my body until they latch onto the ground, pulling me down as they are near instantly stripped away by the train's velocity. A grunt of pain comes from the bloody palm, but the artifact senses the urgency and steps up to the challenge. More and more flesh rips me to the ground as the train car flies through the air, dragging more and more of the train into the air as they threaten to slam into the ground. Screaming as the bloody palm and I make contact with the ground, I realize this is the most dangerous thing I've ever done. Fuck it, Earl has extra serums. I'll probably live long enough to get one. Breathing in more profoundly than ever before, my mind blares with unimaginable pain that almost reduces me to nothing but blackness. But I refuse to fall as I release my legs and knees while simultaneously doing everything I possibly can to enhance myself, the bloody palm doing the same. Then, my boots slam into the train tracks, instantly shredding my flesh and breaking my bones. The agony spears dots into my vision as the bloody palm replaces the meat, creating 5 pounds for every single one that turns to gore. The next things to break are my leashes, the constructs of ether far too weak to hold an entire train. Yet, I'm not alone. The bloody palm wraps flesh around the rear of the train as I see a nightmare of Abraham's appear, using a lasso to attach onto me as well. Then finally, my force seems to matter, a pressure ripping its way through my body a single moment before the first train car crashes into the ground. Straining against the fury of the elements, I pull with all my might, my muscles trembling with the effort. The train resists, its weight challenging my resolve, but I refuse to succumb. The skin, muscle, flesh, and bone in my body tears. The agony begins at my legs, where the bloody palm fights to create the meat while it races its way up my body, ripping apart my back, shoulders, and fleshy arm. Even the prosthetic limb created by Earl creaks and groans under my countless enhancements. Each agonizing moment feels like an eternity as I fight against the torrential assault. Finally, with a surge of raw determination, as I see people inside doing all they can to help, the train responds to my unyielding grip. It begins to sway back, its wheels clawing against the soaked tracks as if desperate to regain its balance. Yet, it is only starting to sway back, somewhat paused in the wind by the contention of forces. So, silently grunting without even an exhale, I pull some more, digging deep as the constant grinding at my legs, now that my feet are gone, endeavors to make me faint. Amidst that pain, however, the memory of martial rages with a fire, my vision gaining clarity despite the blood loss. For months, I've tried to learn Payne's Forge, his most incredible skill, Adzil, and only as I feel my body tear apart from every which way as I try to save everyone do I begin to understand. Payne's Forge has nothing to do with pain being power. No, pain is the hammer, the attack the anvil, and I am the blade. Those beats of Marshall's heart, they weren't an ordinary glimpse of power. They weren't a warning or a way to show off. They weren't even the death throes of a legendary man. My ether coils in my heart, every beat of pain consolidating it as it loses my focus, becoming a tangible vessel of pain. On its own, left away from my own hands and trusted only by my will, the ether turns gaseous, twists, churns, and boils with power, preparing to fill me with a force that only grows with every piece of flesh stripped off or muscle torn. The pain is what tightens the force into a usable medium. Those heartbeats, they were a hint. 272, windy bricks. My heart paces up, shifting from 2 beats a second to 3. Then it accelerates further, the ether intertwining with the organ as it approaches 4. The sound of my heart flowing blood through my body outpaces the beating rain as it becomes all I can hear. The rush of blood and the pounding of my most vital organ transforms into a near-constant series of detonations as it beats so severely. And with every burst of pain, with every ounce of agony, with every speck of weakness, with every signal from my nerves, my heart beats again with a forged fury. Blood zooms to every organ, muscle, and tissue, delivering power. Even still, the volume is paltry compared to Marshall's, who could be heard all across the land in his final moments. That heartbeat, it was more than simple pain. It was death turned into strength, and as my limbs are ripped apart, and the bloody palm transmits its pain to me, my whole body fills with strength from every avenue, from raw power to durability. Slowly, gradually, my flesh is stripped less and less. The bone is shattered fewer times. Blood leaks with slighter volumes. Those gradual enhancements happen to me as slowly as eternity, but to the rest of the world, including the train, they are nigh instant. And with the bulging muscles filled with tears that are pulled along by a budding pain's forge, the chains of my virtue, enchained, rip me back together. Together, the worse I get hurt, the further my ether saturation annihilates me. Along with the tension of the train, the more power I gain, just as Marshall did in his final moments. And gradually, slowly, yet is the most painful act of my life between ether saturation and how my body is rending itself apart, the train returns to the tracks. First, it starts with the car further from me that was lifted into the air, the one for ahead. Through bloody yet clear eyes, I see Tomas using a series of ropes around nearby trees to help tow the train on the railroad as well. The ropes nearly instantly tear apart, but they help. Next is the third, this one happening even faster as another nightmare of Abraham joins, along with Tomas and other people. It seems they've had enough time to recover and react to help. Then, the second car begins to right itself, but as it does, I hear a groan from the bloody palm, one of utmost exhaustion. It is similar to how it felt after fighting Marshall. Not good. It's almost out of fuel to spare, too. Come on, just a bit more. The artifact growls as if warning me, but it holds anyway as a shout from Lily enters my mind and carries over to the bloody palm. The coldness revitalizing me provokes sadness as I know I can't save everyone, but it's better than nothing. Thanks, Lily. With her help, more flesh still appears beneath us, connecting my body to the ground. Yet it is less than the previous few seconds of struggle. I suppose the artifact must be getting really tired, and it's less unwillingness and more exhaustion. Gritting my teeth, I can only draw with more outlandish determination and haul the train back on track with the help of those inside. Yet, as the last car, the one directly in front of me, is about to return to the road, the bloody palm gives up, either running out of ether entirely or unwilling to go any further. My heart sinks into an abyss as my leashes break without its aid, and at the same time, the train car starts to tip back over. I can hear shouts from those inside, the fear and panic palpable even over the rain. Still, I cannot help them any longer as I detach from the train. My tether's gone, both to the train and the ground. Even Abraham's nightmare relinquishes its hold and falls backward from the lost force. Pain racks my body as I attempt to conjure another leash, but I can't. The bloody palm refuses to allow ether to flow through it as it curls up, risking this chance to recover. Cursing, I throw forward my prosthesis as I remember one of the functions. Flexing with my mind, the arm attached to me having its own sigils that react to my mental inputs, and a rope dart hurtles out from the left side of my arm. The steel tip of the dart sinks inside a broken window of the train, wrapping around the frame of the opening before becoming taut. Then, the wind picks me up and shoots me into the air like a kite as I watch Tomas race to the edge of the train with all his speed and slide off the broken back. With one arm, he grabs the train tracks, and with the other, he hangs onto the steel behemoth that is the steam train, fastening them back together. I see his muscles bulge and his eyes redden as fur covers his body, the angel using his power to gain the strength for the act. A silent beat focuses my mind as he uses the skill bestowed to both of us by the general. Meanwhile, the wind whips and drags me around loosely as the sensation of the rope losing its tautness comes. Again, my heart sinks as, through the wind and rain, I see the rope unfurl from the pressure. Yet before I fly away like bonfire into the wind, just without the blaze, a hand clamps around the cord and refuses to yield. Then, as the train returns to its track with Tomas' surge of effort, Virgil drags me back toward the train. 24 tendrils of shadow join this endeavor to fight against the wind, and I'm hauled back inside. Sputtering, I fall onto the ground inside the rearmost cabin of the train. Virgil crouches and holds my shoulders as blood dribbles off me in equal parts to the rain. My friend checks on me while Tomas forces his way back into the train, twisting pipes together to close the door behind him. "You okay, Wyatt?" I try to speak, to say anything, but all that leaves my throat is garbled blood, and I begin to spasm as the ether sustaining me runs dry, leaving only the bits left in my flesh to rip me apart. Virgil knows what's wrong instantly. "Tomas, serum, now." I hardly hear the sighing curse from Tomas as he kneels beside me, an unfelt prick stabbing into my chest. "I heard he likes to use these a whole lot. Does he know they shorten lifespan?" The man is nonchalant despite the catastrophic crash that was inches from occurring, even as he is beside a dying man. A second passes of Virgil defending me before the magma of a serum enters my veins. Probably. But even if he doesn't, it's better than dying. Spikes of pain emerge from every single pore of my body as Virgil props my head up with his knee, holding me carefully. Meanwhile, I get to see the origin of the agony with my eyes for a few moments. The serum does more than simply boil the ether inside me. So far, I've only imbibed concoction for my oversaturation, but the serum goes far beyond its predecessor. My gaseous and liquid states of ether together are burnt and boiled as they both turn to plasma, sporadic and many-colored flames emerging from my body all over. And just as the heat to turn something to gas is different from the heat of a plasma like fire, the magma in my veins burns so scorching that even the bloody palm howls in pain. Though, it, too, could probably use the cleansing. Still, it is excruciatingly painful, like a molten rock in my skin, a burning sun, and an exploding stick of dynamite all at once. I scream in agony, but no sound comes out. I feel myself fading in and out of consciousness. I am aware of my body, but it feels like it is not my own. It is as if I am watching myself from a distance, vision contorting into darkness. Yet, even through closed eyelids, I can see the serum coursing through my veins, turning the ether into plasma. From the piercing light of the plasmic ether, I can see the ethereal flames flickering out of my skin, like tiny explosions. The pain is unbearable, but I know that I must endure it. This is the only way to get rid of the ether. Sound emerges for a second as I feel something slide into my mouth. It is damp and coarse like a piece of cloth, and I bite down readily to endure the fire inside. Perhaps, don't let him fade away. Some go brain dead from whatever is inside those things. Almost as if in response to Tomas' words, I feel myself slipping away. The pain is too much. It's so much worse than a concoction. I get why so many try not to push themselves too far, even if they have the resources to fix it. It's just too much. But then, as I feel my teeth dig into and tear the rag in my mouth, I feel something. It is a warmth, a spreading sensation of relief. The pain is starting to subside. Peering through tightly closed eyes and looking down at my skin, I catch that the plasma is still flickering, but it is not as intense. I can feel the ether leaving my body, just as I have the whole time, and I know I am recovering. But the relief is short-lived. The pain comes back, even worse than before. I scream again, but this time, I can hear my own voice. It is a hoarse, agonized cry. I feel myself thrashing on the ground, my body writhing in pain. Strong hands hold me down, along with a dozen cold tendrils, as I'm disallowed from breaking anything on the treacherous train. I even feel a mighty shake of the train that slams my head into the wall, probably denting both. But the sensation is soon overshadowed by that which is inside my veins. I can't lose consciousness. I need to focus. Fucking hell. Even the bloody palm is screaming into my ear. The artifact is fighting against Tomas' grip as it tries to expel any bit of the agony it is in. Don't hurt his artifact. Just hold it. He'll pull through. Virgil simultaneously encourages Tomas and me, providing me a semblance of confidence. I can do this. I can. If I can pull the steam train back on track after it derails in a hurricane, then I can do this. Gritting my teeth, I find my resolve even as my front teeth tap each other through the rag. What would I do if Ironheart didn't exist? The thought lingers for only a moment, but it sinks deep. My very will is enhanced, permanently suffused of ether. How do the angels who imbibe the higher forms handle it? A solution. The one made for angels. What does it do? Solidify ether and push it out in chunks? Attempting to hold on, I think of other things while the serum tears me a new one. The pain is still there, but it is not as bad as it was before. I can breathe again. I can think again. I am alive. Air enters my lungs for the first time since my strugglers gasp, and I feel instant relief. The cool, wet air caresses my innards as my heart beats with oxygen. Slowly, the agony fades entirely, and with my still closed eyes, I drift off to sleep. All the while, my hearing is still out and the bloody palm is struggling, but it is dying down, slowly relaxing. The only sound I hear before I fade away into the darkness is Tomas' voice. He made it. Take him to Earl and Pri. They should handle him together. We need to make sure that doesn't happen again. I open my eyes to calm darkness, a moonless sky above, and serene winds. Taking a deep, filling breath, I fall backward onto the soft grass of Lily's mindscape. Shit. Cursing aloud to relieve some stress as well, I breathe out my inhale. That was too close. After all my training with Marshall, I thought I'd be fine. And I suppose I was against enemies. Only defying nature almost cost my life. Kind of funny if I think about it that way. Hey, a cheerful voice to my side hauls my attention away from relaxation. And so, I peer at Lily, the spirit of my cult, kicking her legs as she dangles over a nearby part of the Cardinal River. How'd I do? Did I do well? Laughing, I push myself to my feet from the grassy knoll and move over to her. When I get close, I slide beside her, careful not to touch the waters at all. Yeah, you did great. Thanks for the backup with the bloody palm, too. She grins almost maniacally, the lips twisting near her ears. Zero concern emerges, however. This is just how she is. A bit odd and primarily too expressive, but that's all right. A second passes of silence before Lily wraps her arms around me and thanks, her skin freezing to the touch, just like the waters of the Cardinal. Oh, thanks for the bullet. Only 4 more, right? A Nahalo, demon, human, and something else, right? Lily then slides back as she counts using her fingers while referencing the method to evolve her. But confusion arises from me. I thought she had to kill them? I didn't know that it counted. I ask about something else first, however. Is that time between bullets always been there? The tiny girl, at most reaching my sternum in height, shakes her head, shifting her dark clothes as she does so. Then, she explains. You know so little. Haha, that's a funny way to put it. Anyway, it's because I can only siphon so much life before I need to rest. If they are weak, I could shoot a dozen shots and be fine. But most angels, young or unharmed ones at least, will probably take up my whole appetite. Nodding, I see her point. Everyone and everything has limits, even the blooming spider lily. Yet, I ask my other question second as I also seek the answer. Also, how did that shot count for your 5? It didn't kill the pygmy. Lily giggles and kicks out her legs while giving me the reason, hanging them perpendicularly off the edge. I only need to siphon their life and then take their soul. So, if they die shortly after we hit them and we're nearby, it works just fine. I need only their life and soul, nothing else. I nod to her as it makes plenty of sense. Then, I fall backward again to relax while Lily continues to sweep her legs over the flowing abyssal water. Minutes pass in silence as we simply spin them without speaking. Over these past few months, it's been common for me to spend time here while sleeping. Lily hates being alone, so I haven't had a dreamless, noiseless, and peaceful sleep in a while. But this comes close. Lily prefers silence, even while I'm here. She just wants the company. So, the hours pass in this exact way, tranquil. Again my eyes open, but this time light covers my surroundings and not darkness. Groaning, I raise my left arm instinctively before shifting to my right as I notice slight scratches and distortions in the bronze steel of my arm. It's nothing major, but it is discernible. Yet, I'm impressed. The arm held up better than the rest of my entire body. I'm sure Earl can fix these tiny warps and damages in the steel. However, I get a bit frustrated as I see that the rope I used is ruined, the cord cut, likely during my serum-induced struggle. Shaking my head, I look around to see a miniature medical building that is positioned within one of the train's carriages. Then, I swing my legs out from the tiny cot pushed to the side of the train car. The moment my feet touch the floor, I get a bit woozy, but with a grip on my cot, I stay standing. Another few steps bring me to the train car's door, and I glance at all the other injured soldiers in the car. Stopping for a second at the door, I gaze at a sleeping medic, recognizing the woman as Scott's second, Pre. Damn, she must be exhausted. She's only a fifth sigil, after all, and she's running this all solo without Scott or Heath and probably many other medics that died. Though it's doubtless that Earl is helping, but the man has 1,000 other jobs to do as well. Earl isn't just a doctor. Hell, he isn't even a doctor. He just picks things up real fast. Sighing, I push my way through the door, entering the in-between sections of the train cars as I see something to my left, southward. In the distance, a dark and ominous storm cloud hovers with a disastrous omen. I watch in awe as the hurricane engulfs miles in diameter. The winds are so powerful that they are visible from where I stand, likely tens of miles away, and getting further every second. The clouds are so thick and dark that they obscure anything past them, making it impossible to see what's beyond. The sky near me darkens, simply from the effect of the distant storm with black clouds above it. It's like a whole region is transformed into a cyclone miles wide. The noise from here is light, barely audible, as the wind howls and whistles. But even that slight noise is telling due to the distance. No one is making it through that without severe toil and preparation. A glance at the dents, scratches, and damage to the train tells me that even without my recent experience. Damn, Marshall. In the end, I guess your wall didn't fall. All that happened is its looks have changed. 273, beating the road. I end my stare at the faraway storm locked in place and continue to the next car in the train, pushing open the door. The first person I find is one that I don't expect. Sitting upon a bench with his knee up and an arm over it is Tomas. His figure is smaller and more diminutive compared to usual, almost as if he's hiding from something. His wounds appear mostly healed, yet he has his right arm bandaged and in a sling. The man looks out the window before noticing me, nodding as he speaks. Good job on what you did before. Without you buying me time to make it through the train, most would have died in the crash. And I heard that you managed Payne's Forge. I raise my eyebrow. Who told him? What? I haven't talked to anyone since I fell unconscious. Or did I? How did you know? Tomas laughs a tiny chuckle, pointing to my chest. I heard your heartbeat. Powerful indeed. A perfect combination for you. Though, you need to gain more mastery. It took me months before I could use it whenever I needed to. Another 6 to make it quiet and still keep its potency for my espionage. Until you can turn it on and off as you will, you won't truly know it. And even then, all Zills act differently for each user. Perhaps, yours will be even greater than Marshall's for raw potency. Regardless, however, good job. Few can ever use it even once. Most that try to learn it only manage it upon death. Now, it's you, Marshall, and me who have used it and lived. Tomas' voice trails off as his eyes flicker back to the storm, gazing out the window from before. His words make me think deeply about the skill. Marshall did say that simply using it once is not enough. Unlike many Zills, Payne's Forge can be made easier to use. Namely, the more pain and agony one is in, the more manageable it is. The ceiling drops the closer one nears death, and it is dependent on the man to reach it without touching so closely to the pale lady's doorstep. However, At least I can be confident now if I ever reach a threshold of pain at that level, I can use it again. Now, it's all about trying to bring that down to nothing like Tomas and finally making it my own. Seeing that Tomas doesn't want to return to a conversation, his pupils locked firmly on the storm, I thank him and walk away. He needs some time. His father just died for him. I can only imagine he's in a similar state I was after Ma's death, though I forced down all that hurt and saved it to explode later. Even now, a bit of my insides ache at the thought. Treading further through the train's interior, I find more recognizable faces. Primrose, Holt, and even Rich wave at me as I pass by. I return the greeting as I continue searching for the man I need right now. I open the train door and progress further as Rich's guitar thrums behind me. The pleasant sound vanishes the moment I enter the next car. The inside of this car is loud, primarily due to the presence of 4 specific individuals. Sitting at a table with a plethora of cards in front of them are Bonfire, Clumsy, Frozen, and Abraham. Shouts and hollers resound from them as a hand is dealt, though 2 empty seats are present, as if for their missing friends. I continue, moving past Silas, who throws a ball up and down repeatedly, catching it with little effort. I ask the man the question I need answered. Is Johnny back as well? Silas nods, rolling the ball off his finger, upward like a snapping of the fingers. The feat is effortless, and he does so while looking at me. Abraham got him both hours ago. Johnny found a cave that they fell asleep in, and he got them then. I shake my head in understanding, watching Bonfire deal to his friends. It looks like they're playing another hand. Frozen won the last one, and Abraham lost badly. He lost so bad and with so much emotion that I almost want to go play right now to see it some more. I propose another question while things seem calm since they haven't noticed me yet. What about Earl? Where is he? I need to get this arm of mine fixed up. Silas juts out his thumb, pointing back the way I came. At the front of the train. He is working with the conductor on something. Thanks. I spare him thanks as I then turn around. But before I take even a step toward the door, Bonfire recognizes me. Wyatt, come join. We could use another. Twisting, I smile and wave over, looking to refuse, for now at least. I'll be back in a little while, so hold up for me. Bonfire gives me a thumbs up and a nod. With his agreeance, I move back through the train, heading toward the front. Passing Holt, Rick, Primrose, and the medical car again, I soon reach the front. The smell of smoke, burning coal, and, oddly, medicine perforates my nose as I open the door to the frontmost car. It is pretty spacious, with at the very end of the car an open furnace that is hungry for more fuel eyes. Inside sits Elizabeth, Millie, and Johnny over a map on a table as they discuss something while Earl works in a basin of his own behind them. At the same time, a man shovels coal into the mouth of the furnace, causing a noisy roar of flame. Immediately, Johnny notices me and motions me over. Great, you're up. Come here. We're discussing plans for the train. Curious, I step over for a second as I wave to Earl and point at the most significant dent on my arm. I can visibly see his annoyance, though it is slight, and he nods before tapping his watch. Understanding he wants me to wait, I concentrate on Johnny, Millie, and Elizabeth's discussion, with the man talking first. The problem is that there aren't many tracks available for the steam train. The thing's only been in service half a decade, after all, and there is only one. Either we take the road all the way to Pridestead in Timberlands that eventually veers back to Blackreach and ultimately Onyx Gate, or we stop at the station in Hard Rock coming up in a few hours to turn around and try to brave the storm to head straight to Blackreach. I see Elizabeth's brows furrow as she ponders intensely while Millie speaks her mind. I don't know anything about all this, so I try to take it all in without butting in with a stupid idea. That means it's either we take 2 weeks to reach Blackreach and potentially meet Eli or Clarence, who should be in Timberlands, or we try to brave that storm again that's only gotten worse and make it to Blackreach in a few days. Tough options. Though, we could also ditch the train. Elizabeth shakes her head at Millie's last thought before waving her hand toward the back of the train. We have too many supplies, weapons, and wounded to lug it all through hundreds of miles of forest, hills, and plains to reach Blackreach. It's not even a safety issue. It'd just take too long and eat up too much food. Finally, Earl pitches in with his mind as he works on something in the back. We could wait for the storm to end. How long could it take to end? A day? 2? Johnny laughs, articulating Marshall's power. No, Earl. That storm will last way longer than that. I'd be surprised if it died out sooner than 50 years. At the center of it is a growing crossroad, the ether swirling with such force that soon other planers should start peeking through. Oh, that is the only reply Earl has as he continues to work in the back. Damn, years? Did Marshall make a crossroad that will last for years? Anawise lasted a while, too, but I don't think it was years. Or was it? I don't quite remember. Maybe it would have lasted longer without that fight with the other angel she had? Not sure. Johnny continues a bit, trailing his finger over the map. We could split up, send a few to investigate Blackreach, and have them meet up with us before we enter. I have a feeling some shit is about to go down, and it's best if we know what we're walking into. Regardless, our goal is to meet up with Edward and his revolution. Right, Millie? Millie nods, agreeing with Johnny as she taps a northeastern section of Blackreach. Yup, Tomas said he no longer cares about the hunters, and I quote, "They can all go to hell. If the newly risen general is with you, so are the rest of us. Though, we have to be careful. We have no virtues or figures who can stand up to one like Marshall could. Best if we stay out of Arkin and Timberlands, the Temple Green Hallows, and the entirety of Lawless Lake to not attract their ire. Even Pridestead is risky, seeing as one of Weiss's biggest laboratories is there." Earl twists his head oddly as the man throws something from his bag onto the table. It's a newspaper that unfurls and releases some words for us to read. My eyes are drawn to the most prominent letters. Ed Summers stripped of Demon's Bane for his support of the Bloodied Hand? The article heading gets a gasp from everyone, including Elizabeth, who has been learning to read the past few months, and I read further. The Hallowed One is said to have lost the greatest lumen by the return of the Prime. Eli Weiss confirms the news, saying, he is supporting a tyrant. What will happen to Green Hallows? Is Ed Summers entering Blackreach to aid the bloodied beast, Edward Dudley, or will Eli Weiss step in? The news is focused on the interior of the territories, and I see that it is from almost a week ago. Earl explains more as he walks over to us. A small bag now tied to his hips. Found that with the conductor today. Apparently, he was given many of them while on the way here a few days ago. That means this news is recent. A weird face from Johnny draws my attention as the man purses his lips. The news. It has to be a lie. Huh. All of us question him. What does he mean by that? It makes perfect sense to me. The Prime taking a weapon from Ed, who is supporting a rebel, is typical. The damn old man only ever sits things out or purposefully shits on them. Eli publicly agreeing to it is a bit odd, but it works. We should be counting our lucky stars he didn't just straight up kill Ed. Instead, he left him without the weapon that lets him keep up with other virtues, as the old man is not a primary combatant. He more so leans toward support, investigation, and exploration. But Johnny doesn't think so. The Prime couldn't have taken a weapon from Ed. He just returned yesterday. My eyes open wide. Returned from where? How do you know this? Johnny shakes his head as he sighs. Upon investigating Marshall's corpse, Bonfire and I found an old man. That old man was Vincent Harvey, the 11th Prime. He spoke of how he was too late, returning to our continent from his worldly exploration just yesterday. Vincent even mentioned how he discovered the way forward to godhood, and that he need only complete the act required of him. So, it couldn't have been him. The old bastard wasn't even in Green Hallows, let alone our continent at all. Millie scoffs, the skepticism palpable. He could have simply lied to you. Leave the continent? Impossible. The endless waves devour all. Johnny's lip upturns as I watch the back and forth. He met the Prime? What the hell? That could be the case. But why show up at all? What's the point of lying to me? He felt genuinely remorseful. I believe his words, which means something else must be going on. Earl then moves over to me while everyone, including me, is thinking, and takes my arm with his, hauling me onto the table. Then, he takes a tiny bit of the bronze-like metal used for my arm and holds me down. Stay still. I need to go make some of this molten to replace the parts sheared off. Then, we can grind out the rest and fix the dents. Nodding, I watch him move to the furnace and stick a pole with a tip of bronze into it that he had in his bag. The material melts slowly but surely as Elizabeth continues, only partially paying attention to Earl. Maybe Ed did lose Demon's Bane, and it's being blamed on the Prime? A few headshakes push away her thoughts, with Johnny sure that it's not the case. Millie tries next. Perhaps Eli is simply lying? But what would he have to gain in lying? Again, doesn't make much sense. Even I don't think he's lying about Ed missing his claymore. That is easily proven right or wrong. Johnny continues to tap his chin, pondering the whole while. Minutes pass in thought before Earl walks back and places the pole against my arm. The metals fusing together as it drips the molten metal onto my arm. Earl spreads the steel evenly with some force as he throws his thoughts into the field. I have an idea, though it's pretty outlandish. Eli seems to be doing something big. This could be some preparation for it, and perhaps Eli took his weapon and made the rumor. If the Prime didn't do it, and Maddox rarely leaves his waters, the only person left in the territories who could do it would be Eli. Johnny nods his head but counters Earl's idea. However, I think it fits near perfectly. Eli Weiss. He led to Cicate's death, and he's part of an estate. For the Bloody Palm, it only fits to kill him. That's not impossible, but Richard Lang, the blinded man, could do it too. There's a chance this is his doing. Earl tsks his tongue as he works on my arm, replacing the rope. The argument seems a bit strong to me, confusing which one I believe. Yeah, but Lang is exiled, imprisoned, and constantly watched within Northene. The Prime said he could only leave under his direct authority when he was convicted, right? With no other options, it has to be the only remaining one. Eli is close to Ed, both geographically and emotionally. Plus, the man is known for his schemes. Johnny finally acquiesces, finding nothing else to refute Earl with. I suppose you're right, but then, why? Why did he do it? And is Ed even still alive? Eli's always worked for humanity, so why is he doing something so damaging? No one has an answer. Earl might have figured out that Eli was behind Ed losing his weapon, but beyond that, we have no clue. His intentions are obscured from us, unknown and hidden. At least Earl is done fixing my arm. Don't touch the metal for an hour or so. It needs to cool down. It's not liquid anymore, but it's still scorching. And no, I won't say it. I'll just try to make you one that you can't break next time. I laugh, knowing what he wants to say. In his eyes, I can see his wish that I was more careful. And in my defense, I was. It didn't break against an angel, but instead a train. Johnny then taps a place on the map with the word, Pridestead, above it. Seems we're taking the long way then. If Eli is behind Ed's situation, then he's not in Timberlands. And at most, we'd only have to deal with Clarence. The Silent Scorpion can be, if not killed, held back by Tomas and me. Your ballista, Lily, or Virgil's assassination could do the rest. Nodding, I step back as Johnny furls up the map and continues his orders. As he speaks, his eyes gradually roam to Earl. We're 6 or so days out from Pridestead, and we're not stopping for anything but an angel. Rest up, relax, and prepare. Pridestead likely won't be peaceful, and no matter how much I'd like to just swing on by without stopping, I know one of you will want to find Eli's lab in Pridestead. And I agree. He could have rare materials, weapons, and 1,000 other things. So, go on. I'll stay in the front with the conductor. Then, he waves us all away as the conductor, a man named Jeremy, smiles. I don't notice any chains from Jeremy, which is odd, but I ignore it. Not everyone has to be a sigil to be helpful. Hell, Earl wouldn't need a sigil at all to make this arm for me other than craftsman. Though, I guess that ruins the point. Shaking my head, I pull Earl with me to play cards. Hey, come play some cards with me. Bonfire, Clumsy, Frozen, and Abraham are already going at it. Earl sighs but agrees. Yeah, I could use a brie. What about me? Elizabeth stands with her hands on her hips as Millie shakes her head with a snort and walks past. Defensively, I put my hands up. She's never wanted to play before, and I was hoping I could convince Earl to help me cheat against Abraham. It's so much fun to watch him lose a hand. Of course, come one. I didn't ask, 'cause you normally don't want to. Elizabeth simply grabs the two of us and hauls us backward through the train. Well, I changed my mind. 274, Bladed Horror. Lennon, Bladed Monster, Hull. Leveraging my body on my blade, I stumble forward through the forest. Blood trails from the vast majority of the area on my skin, but I can only ignore it for the moment. The damned beast of the estates came for me, led by 1,000 hounds of war. Eli, you bastard. I just wanted to save Marshall. My cry rings out to the forest, but I get no reply. spitting blood to the earth, letting it soak up my life. I continue trudging forward. From what I've managed to garner, this man should be from the Shah estate. That method of combining shadows and gemstones is far too familiar. Colton Shaw? No, Myriad got him a while back. Serenity Shaw? I doubt she'd be able to become an angel with that careless attitude. Shride Shaw? No, that man disappeared 5 years ago. Wait, yes, it must be him. But there are so few Shaws left. I think, counting this one, there are only 2 in total now. The other estates oh so love to sacrifice that family due to their gifts and lineage. It does not pay to be the blood of the last recorded human king. But then, Schreider vanished on a mission into the frozen wastes with 2 other estates-men, right? Elfiga Harvey and Jokin Clayton. Are they? Probably. Damn, Eli, you indeed are quite the director. With every step I take, the blade I only recently acquired from a dead dam trembles from overuse, threatening to break. It's probably what Shride is waiting for. Fucking hell. Stumbling a bit further, I slam my back against a tree, pulling out a map. My hands shake and slide along the paper for my lost blood, but I keep my focus. Where am I? I've been run down and chased from the innermost regions of Valens all the way to, looking up, I see the setting sun, connecting the dots of the faintly visible beads in the sky. Then, I check the bark of the trees near me. Light gray bark, brown wood, reddish leaves. A white oak, big one too. I'm in the forests beyond Pridestead. That's what his plan is. They want to lead me into Clarence. Fucker. I can probably take a one-on-one with the man, but definitely not a two-on-one in this state. If only he'd show his damned self. Damn it. Pivoting around, I twist my blade toward the tree, but cease my movement at the penultimate moment. The edge bounces in anticipation a tenth of an inch from the tree's bark. I can't waste my anger. I hoped I could outrun or outlast these pursuers, but I don't think that's the case anymore. The last town I ran into told me the news of Marshall's passing. The unyielding wall, even in death, did not fall. Standing, even days later, is a colossal gale, one that nears the waste that the Prime left in the deep south of the flats. No one knows when it will end. Some guess a week, some propose a year, but I think otherwise. Because along with the news of the gale, trickles of casualties came in, and we even learned about some of the enemies he was facing. Marshall Travis, in his final moment, traded his life for 10 angels, one of which was a virtue. The damage he dealt is severe, shaking the pygmies and demons, not quite to the core, but grimly enough for them to formally create an alliance. Unfolding the letter I picked up from an old buddy in the Bargus, a powerful hunter group in Kuhn with 2 forerunners, I read the critical words once more, skipping the start of the letter, to beat them into my head. The Creator and Leviathan reached an accord. We only know because Judas captured and tortured a Skinwalker until they told us the deal. I've refrained from telling Sylvia, but I will soon. 2 virtues, along with 6 powers each and an army of lessers, will come to ruin Blackreach, Gravecross, and move onward to provoke the Prime in Onyx Gate. They believe that Marshall's act was meant to throw suspicion off the Prime. Lennon, I know not where you are, old friend, for I can only send this letter to where I usually do, but be careful. In my 60 years, I have never seen such turmoil. This alliance, they seek to tear to our core, ripping through Blackreach, Gravecross, and Onyx Gate. Judas is going to Onyx Gate to investigate to see if the Prime has been seen recently, but hope is slim. I would say to get away from Blackreach, but I know you better. Just give him hell, boy. I'll be on my way soon, and so will anyone I can gather. I'm unsure what Eli, Ed, and Maddox are doing now with all these rumors and oddness, but I worry they will help. If worst comes to worst, we'll just have to dine with death. I'm sure the old lady will be accommodating to the 2 of us. I ain't willing to let em take our home. The missus will kill me if they do. Sincerely, Phineas Cotton. Crinkling the paper back into my pocket, I assemble my resolve. Phineas, the old man, is one of the last friends I got left that isn't dead, though he retired over 5 years ago. If he's coming out of retirement, I wonder what other old monsters will, too. Not everyone is like our current virtues and Marshall. Many seek calm lives after their service and years of dancing with the Pale Mistress. He's not an angel, but he, Judas, and at most one other forerunner could take one down. I'm relatively confident of that. The me before my ascension alongside the 2 of them could kill the me of now. The duo of Phineas Rope and Judas Needles is terrifying. I only hope their wives don't kill him for running out. But there are bigger fish to worry about. Shride should still be watching me, and he ignored even the opportunity to attack me while I was reading. What will it take? I can't keep doing this. Behind him is a legion of hunters, and in front is Pride Stead, with Clarence silently coiled to strike. If I don't take one out now, I won't live to regret it. So how will I make him finally ambush me and try to place that gemstone spike into my heart? Sighing internally, I know the only answer to that question. I need to give him an opportunity where it is guaranteed that he will. Good thing I've practiced with Monster far more, and have created ways to synergize it better with Brandish, my power. The Zill and power work nigh effortlessly together, almost as if they were meant to be one skill in the first place. When I first created Niska, the skill lasted for 4 seconds and paralyzed me afterward. By the time I gained my absolution, it had lasted 60 and granted a far superior boost that I could shrink for heightened effects, though it still paralyzed me afterward. Monster, however, the Zill, is concise and controlled. It lasts 60 seconds as well, but I have learned to shorten, cut, and, with my tremendous amount of practice, break it up. If I cut the time in half, the effect is doubled. If I cut it in fourths, it is quadrupled, and so on. My current limit is reducing a use to 7 seconds or so, meaning 8 times the effect. Yet, I can also break it up, allowing myself to save uses for later. I haven't yet shown this to the world, and that is how I will draw Shride out to kill him, as all those worth their salt know the difference between my build with ether running through it and without. I wanted to wait, to hold off on revealing this strength, but I can't. It needs to happen, or I will likely die before I even do anything of import. Shifting around, I face my rear, looking at the vast forest that encompasses the way I came. My eyes gradually rise as I stand resolute amidst the majestic white oaks around me that tell me of my exact locale, their branches reaching towards the heavens, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. The sun's warm rays filter through the foliage above, painting the scene with a remorseful glow. September's gentle touch brings forth a cascade of leaves, drifting gracefully to the ground, a prelude to the changing season. I wonder, will I, too, fall like these leaves? My hand tightens around the sheathed sword, its weight a comforting reminder of my purpose. As I do so, I find my pursuers not far behind. Tapping footsteps and broken branches decorate the air as I begin to accelerate toward them. I need to give Shride a guaranteed kill. As I sprint towards the encroaching army, my footsteps disturb the fallen leaves, stirring a flurry of motion. The rustling symphony, dyed by the red blood I dripped earlier, follows in my wake. Blood courses through my veins, a potent reminder of the escape I had narrowly evaded moments before. Its metallic taste lingers in my mouth, fueling my determination to face my pursuers head-on. Ether flows through my body, a lesser form of monster, as a simple adrenaline rush fuels my body toward my many attackers, with Shride in wait. The sun's golden rays pierce through the dense canopy, illuminating the path before me and casting fleeting shadows into my eyes. With each stride, I grow closer, feeling my heart amp up in force with every footfall. Before I confront the army that seeks my demise, I turn my gaze back to face the crimson stain of blood in my wake. In the middle of a stride, I lock my eyes on a blood splatter. Then, shaking my head, I lunge forward, catching my pace as I meet my attackers. The first one, a man with a black towel covering his head and a dagger in each hand, dies before he can even make a splash. Unsheathing my blade, I remove his torso from his head and pivot my wrists to deflect an arrow. Stepping forward, I slam my heels into the ground and twist my blade, flickering the air to the nearest man. It digs deeply into his chest, hurtling him to the ground. They aren't dead, not yet, but I have more to worry about. Another comes, firing a lever action at me, and with the gunshot, I'm forced to use monster. Time slows, and I remove all senses that I do not need in favor of those I do. Colors fade, pain vanishes, smell burns away, taste falls into my stomach. Internally, I begin the clock. 1. My cracked blade taps each bullet to the side as they come at me, narrowingly moving them off their path and entering the trees behind me with a slurred thud. Shunting myself forward with a step, I meet the shooter, and before he can even blink, I remove his arms. Next, I consume a fraction of a second to find all the gunmen and archers, my greatest threats. Then, I proceed to remove them all as I burst toward them. With each swing and clash of steel, I become a whirlwind of precision and agility. This unknown claymore, unwieldy in my grasp, dances through the flesh of a dozen gunmen and half a dozen archers or similar fighters, none of which even a sixth sigil. But, by the end of killing them, the claymore shatters, unable to keep up with me. Its crumbled steel falls into the body of the last man who meets it. I take a short reprieve to breathe, and for a brief instant, I find myself bereft of opponents, the damned and estates men, stepping back from me. It's hard to tell who's stronger, but the damned are definitely more willing to die. Unlike the estates men sent here to die by their elders, I glimpse fear in the eyes of the nearest, his pupils red and shaky. Stepping forward, he retreats, but another from behind him pushes him forward. With the swiftness of a gale, I remove the claymore from the young man's hands and his head with another movement before continuing to the one who pushed him. This time, the elder steps back in apprehension. 5. My heart sings with calm despite the brutality of this short battle. I could have done this much earlier, but I held it off in hopes I wouldn't have to kill more people. Yet, I have no choice. I move with the grace of my teacher, my body only capable of copying his fluidity as an angel. As my adversaries converge upon me, their attacks aimed with deadly intent, I navigate the chaos with a calculated finesse, one born of endless nights of pain. Their strikes come at me from all angles now that the gunmen are dead, but with slick weaves, I deflect their slowed strikes effortlessly. I sidestep a lunging assailant, their blade whistling through the air where I once stood. With a swift counter, my blade finds its mark, cleaving through their flesh as I twirl, ending the ambusher who sought my spine. 10. Determined not to be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers as over 100 remain, I weave through the battlefield, my movements seeking to never stop. Ether flies through the air, from shards of gemstone that try to entrap me to shadows that attempt to unravel my actions, and a dozen other methods I struggle to evade. And yet, I outspeed a force 100 my number. Each dodge reminds me of my years of swinging steel, never stopping, just as Edmund told me, as I anticipate their attacks and slip through their defenses unscathed. 15. They are dying, but not fast enough. I can spare 15 more to try and draw Shride out. How about I turn that to 3 or so? Time slows further as I concentrate the seconds of monster, my muscles, veins, and skin bulging to the point that I look inhuman. And with a single step, I fade away from their sights. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 20th. 20 bodies fall before I reach 1 second. 1. Screams elucidate my surroundings as all things are dyed an even darker gray from my colors removed by a sigil skill. Not enough. 70 remain. Gritting my teeth, I force the ether roaring through my body to flow to the edge of my blade. The sigil skill from my 7th sigil, Merciless Massacre. It is difficult to do so as few skills listen to my call. Even monster often is a hurdle to get going. The edge of my blade, this flimsy claymore, gathers the blood on its steel and soaks it in. Then, the steel of the blade elongates, heightening my reach yet not the weight. Bloodied edge does wonders, even if it is curious how it came from a rogue sigil. Regardless, it is a pain to use, and I can't see any amount of training making it easier despite its deadliness. With my enhanced blade, I continue my massacre. The once confident faces of the damned and sons and daughters of the Shah estate contort with fear and disbelief as I cut down their fellows with ruthless efficiency. The survivors tremble in terror, their eyes wide with horror at the display of my unwavering power. Some attempt to flee, desperation etched upon their faces, but I cannot afford to show mercy. They are all bait for the true threat, anyway. With a light step, my blade lengthens further from those slain, and I kill the runaways before returning to those that remain. I can't afford to let them live. When my time runs out, I need to be the only one alive. None can slip through. No quarter. 2. My strikes are precise and unrelenting, each swing of my blade leaving a trail of fallen adversaries in its wake that elongates the bloodied edge furthermore. Their cries of pain and despair fill the air as a grim chorus to accompany the symphony of battle. With each life extinguished, the survivors become all the more terrified, their hope dwindling with every passing second. Yet, most still fight, swinging wildly or using their ether as best as they can under my onslaught. And I don't slay them without wounds. Many of these are influential members of their people. Blood boils from my rampaging veins as my broken bones force themselves together from the pressure of ether. And it's these powerful ones that command high sigils that slow me enough to leave some remaining, all of which are estate men. 3. I can hold it longer, but I force the skill off. If I go any longer, I won't be confident in stopping Shride from slaying me. My veins calm, and my body wavers as monster falls from me, leaving me shaky and standing using the edge of my blade that digs several feet into the ground. In the aftermath, silence descends upon the battlefield, broken only by the heavy breaths of those staring at me and the distant echoes of my victory. The survivors who dared to challenge me now lie strewn across the ground, their once formidable presence reduced to lifeless husks, though some groan and moan on the howl, slowly fading into the underworld. The wounds I gave them will soon deliver them to the Pale Lady. I stand bent, as the survivors' blood mingles with the earth beneath my feet. The 10 remaining estate men gaze at me with wide eyes, their legs unable to move them as over 100 of their kinsmen lie dead or dying behind me. Coughing, I allow myself to fall, my body weak and useless after the fight, so it's not much of an act. And slamming into the bloody, dirt-turned mud, I spit out a considerable chunk of my right lung. One of them had a skill that formed a gemstone in my chest, and I barely killed them before it grew into my heart. Voices from the estatesmen ring out as they fearfully discuss amongst themselves. But as they do, a shadow emerges, the one I have been waiting for. The only reason I even see Shride is from the slight glimmer of the gemstone he uses as a weapon, the spike hurtling toward my neck from a nearby shadow on the ground. The bastard, as a forerunner, could teleport himself to any shadow in his sight. I'm sure that ability is even stronger now as a power. That's why I'll get only one chance to kill him. Ether roars again as I forcibly condense all 15 remaining seconds of monster into a little over 1, a multiplier of 8. I've never been good at math, but 8 of me should be enough. Not that I can do any better right now. Time slows once more, yet the spike still moves at a startling pace, one almost as fast as me. Gritting my teeth, I roll and slam the dirt with my claymore's hilt, sending me partially into the air as I land on my knee, evading the spike. Then, I hurriedly sheathe my blade as I feel the limit approaching and brandish it. The world turns a bright shade of white for a fraction of a second as a thin line encompasses my vision, and when the paleness fades, returning my colored vision to me, I find Shride bisected, and the white oak behind him, and the one behind that, and behind that, and behind that, and behind that. For 100 feet, Brandish caresses the earth, enhanced beyond typical by bloodied edge. Coughing out blood as my vision wobbles, I turn to the remaining estatesmen, but all I find are their backs as they race away from me. With a soft laugh, I fall to my knees and force my arms to move to bandage my wounds. I'll have to get to my lungs later. Monster doesn't paralyze me, but it does leave me with the strength of a babe. At least my reputation is enough to keep me alive from those 10. Though, I'd wager it's the blood I spilled before them, not my name, that did it. Nonetheless, once I heal, I will find Tomas. Surely Marshall got his boy out. I couldn't imagine him not managing that. 275, atop boiling steam. Wyatt Graves. As I play my hand, sighing because I'm pretty sure Earl will win, I notice Ro and Ka slouch heavily as they walk into the car that I'm in. The two massive creatures hardly fit in the train at all, even with the movement. Then, they continue onward to the front of the train to reach Johnny. I think Elizabeth witnesses my confusion as she explains their movement. They wanted to leave Bent, but the incident happened before they could. Johnny said they just want to be dropped off at a forest somewhere in Timberlands. I nod to her words as I curse at the result of the pool. Earl got a damn royal flush. Lucky bastard. Pushing my chips to the front. Not that they have much meaning. I stand up and remove myself from the table. I'm going to go check on Virgil. I haven't seen him since last night in the storm. Earl and Elizabeth bob their heads as Bonfire groans. Come on, just one more hand. I shake my head. Nah, I'll be back later. Though, if you want to play something else like monsters and men, the manipulator of fire slices a grin at me and throws a thumb up as it combusts into flame. Yeah, frozen? Clumsy? You two up for that? Both bonfires' friends nod enthusiastically, and that's that. Then, I step away and hear Elizabeth and Earl argue that they want to play, too. Smiling, I open the door and amble to the car behind me as I continue moving through them to find Virgil. I journey 3 cars back without much suspense, only finding where other friends are like Blake, Silas, Lennox, and more. I give them smiles and waves before I enter the 4th car, but as I do, Blake raises her hand. You sure you want to go in there, Wyatt? It's brutal. What? My confusion is audible, and Silas points at the door to explain. That's the new medical car. All the wounded were moved into there to be with the doctors the past day to consolidate the treatment as they were strewn all over during the evacuation. It's a little gritty. Why do you want to go back there? I place my hand on the knob of the train door, telling them what I'm doing. I'm going to see Virgil. I can handle some injured people. They can't be worse than I've ever been. Silas laughs and nods partially. That is true for physical wounds, but you are more rigid than most mentally, Wyatt. Some don't recover from grievous injuries, but you're free to do as you want. I ain't gonna stop you. Though, can I take your place at the gambling table? Maybe if I try hard enough, I can get them to throw down actual gold. I can't help but chuckle a bit at the end of Silas' words, and then I wave goodbye. Thanks for the heads up, but I should be fine. My feet propel my body through the door into the medical car as I head further to reach Virgil. As I step into the next room of the steam train, a wave of sights, sounds, and the unmistakable scent of suffering envelopes me. Groans and whispered curses blend with the clattering of metal instruments and the hurried footsteps of medics rushing to attend to the wounded. Pri, with her light blue fetters, bustles around at full speed to tend to all the casualties. A half-dozen medics behind her toes to follow up and deal with those she can't. The sight gives me pause as I breathe in a gummy and chemical smell. The air is heavy with the scent of antiseptics and the lingering traces of blood. Rows of cots stretch out before me, each occupied by a wounded soldier, their bodies bearing the marks of battle. It is near impossible to find even a foot of open space to walk. Bandages wrap around limbs, stained with the evidence of their sacrifice. Some soldiers lie still, their eyes closed in silent repose, while others writhe in discomfort, their faces etched with pain. Many of them, some I recognize, are bereft of limbs as they stare limply at the ceiling above. This is utterly different from before. So many more are here, at least 5 times as many. So many were wounded. Were they like this getting onto the train, or did some get hurt during the escape? My heart sinks at the view before me, but I force motion into my feet to move. I can't be in the way, so I'll hurry through. But as I stride through, careful not to bump into anyone or anything, I can't help but pay attention to the room. Moans and cries punctuate the air as the medics administer care, their skilled hands working tirelessly to alleviate suffering. I catch glimpses of amputated limbs, the result of brutal conflict, and the pained expressions etched upon the faces of those who have lost a part of themselves. I even catch a man murmuring to himself, my sharp ears discerning the mumbling words. I'm sorry, Marshal. I don't think I can live up to your hopes. None of us can. We're not you. I just don't have it in me. The man who whispers to himself is missing a right arm, and he holds the nub dearly, tears falling down his face. Yet, as I move past, he notices my face, and I see it light up like a blaze. Wyatt, is that you? Looking closer, I realize who it is. It's Booker, a captain that Millie saved on the way back. The man fought with me during the first battle when I arrived at Bent, but unfortunately, I remember him missing his arm on the way back. Though, he was unconscious. I nod to him and confirm it's me. Yeah, Booker, right? He smiles a short bit and holds out his remaining hand to me. Thank you for saving me. I know Colonel Millie carried me, but you're the one who found me. I shake his hand, thinking back to when I noticed his green chains on our mad dash to the train. Of course, I'd save you, Booker. Anyone who'd do anything less would be awful. He grins slightly at my words, but it seems to be tinged with a lingering melancholy. Booker pauses for a second before shifting his arm to my metallic one. Thanks, kid. I appreciate it. Maybe I can be like you and overcome this disability. I heard that you've been missing your arm for almost a year. I nod to him, hefting the effortless strength within the arm made by Earl. Yeah, it's been hard. I won't lie to you, Booker. But it's not insurmountable. The man, hardly 5 years older than my 17, seems to relax at my encouragement. Thanks. These docs, they tell me that I can't fight again. You did, though. You think your buddy Earl could make me an arm, too? I can only smile wryly at his question and reply honestly. Probably not, Booker. It took him months of work and thousands of dollars of materials. If you could pay, I'm sure he'd be willing. But he's the busiest person I know. From working on medicine, to weapons, to helping strategize. Booker lowers his head sadly, groans filling the silence in our stead as the doctors tend to them. Sighing, I place a hand on his shoulder. I'll see what I can do. A simple replacement arm should be far more inexpensive compared to mine. Earl had to make it to keep up with me, after all. The soldier wraps an arm around my body as he hauls me into a hug and whispers into my ear. Thank you so much. I don't want to live crippled. Smiling, I pull back after a moment and give him a wave as I start to move, forced by a nearby medic needing to pass through. I'll see what I can do, okay? And I gotta get going, Booker. See you later. Then, I stride away as he waves back to me, our meeting a slab of happiness in the gloom of the dark room, lit only by the scarcely open windows. And as I make my way through the crowded space, I offer nods of acknowledgement to those I pass, a silent gesture of solidarity in the face of adversity. The weight of their injuries, both seen and unseen, hangs heavy in the air as I reach the other side of the car and put my hand on the knob. Before I leave the room, I twist my head, taking in the suffering. This is why I fight. No, to stop this from happening to more people, to my people. Biting my lip, I open the door and enter the next car. This one is far less depressing and is simply the resting quarters for the medics and those with some medical training who are helping. The half dozen currently sleeping get their own car as they need the rest the most, besides the wounded, of course. I tiptoe across the room, using ether to muffle my movements so as not to wake the unconscious medics fighting to recover their energy. And after just a few moments, I move on to the next room, finding who I have been searching for. Virgil sits on a cushioned chair, a rarity in the train, with his legs kicked up onto a window, his feet dangling outside, letting the wind stroke them. On the other side of the room is a sleeping Nora as Aaron and Victor quietly teach Esther how to draw with pen and ink. The man with sigils of darkness detects me first and points out the window. I extend an eyebrow as he pivots his body and clambers out, tendrils of shadows concentrating his force and keeping him steady. Curious, I simply throw a wave to the three awake, who are drawing, and follow after the eldest Boone sibling. A leash wraps around each of my hands as I copy his actions, using the tethers around the window frame to steady myself. But I'm not as naturally agile as him, so I use chain-link boots to keep myself upon the steel of the massive vehicle. The wind bites at my whole form, swathes of gusts endeavoring to lift me into the sky, but my ether fights it off, allowing me to get atop the train. And once I'm atop, I face Virgil standing at his full height, a dozen tenebrous whips keeping his balance. He doesn't allow me to ask questions as he throws out words of his own, shouting over the mighty wind that devours sound. We never did get that duel, huh? What? What does he mean by that? Sure, we never got the fight that we spoke of, but that was months ago. Does he really still want to fight? What's the point? And how? We're on a moving train? I scream over the wind back at him as I use my right arm to tether myself firmly with a leash that extends and wraps onto a window frame over and below us. Additionally, chain-link boots roots me onto the roof, the ether digging into the steel below. What are you talking about? Virgil, the man clad in his clothes that cover his skin all over from the sun, pulls down the cloth that guards his face. Behind him, far in the west, where we are heading, is the setting sun that is unable to bite into and combust his face. I've always wondered why his absolution left him with such an awful effect, but I figure it is in exchange for the power. Because, frankly, his is the best absolution skill I've ever seen. To pass through anything? It's nuts. Sure, when he first acquired it, sufficient ether could strike him, but with his wit, he's found a way around that. By flickering downward, he can dodge attacks entirely by entering the earth, and at the same time, he can offset the ether with his own, allowing him to still pass through some skills that should hit him otherwise. Yet, the man doesn't wait long to speak. He merely shows his face and stares at me before enunciating over the wind. His words are soft, yet they are carried by ether, delivering them to my ears without effort. While he speaks, the light scars on his face are shadowed by the sun behind him, and I can see his regret. I've been falling behind you, Wyatt. For a long time, I was a guide to you, but eventually, we stood on even ground. But after seeing you fight those angels, combat the winds, and re-rail the train, I've realized I've fallen behind. Soon, I won't even be able to help you anymore. I'd be surprised if you weren't an angel by year's end. Meanwhile, the most I can account for is to be a shadow, watching your feats from afar as minor help. He pauses for a moment, a crinkle in his face. I want to tell him it's not like that and that he's still super valuable to me, but the man doesn't let me get a word in, speaking over me. We've never really fought. At most, we had short scuffles where I taught you how to fight better, but there was nothing more than that. But, Wyatt, I don't want to merely be a useless shadow. In the siege, I hardly made a difference. Earl, Bonfire, and Blake were far more instrumental than I. And I know it's dumb. We've not known each other for all that long, bordering on 8 or 9 months, but seeing you struggle while I can't support you is like re-watching Vernon all over again. As I stand atop the fast-moving steam train, the wind rushes through my hair, and the sound of the engine roars in my ears. The rhythmic chugging and hissing of steam blend with Virgil's words as he glances down, his eyes darkened by a deeper shadow than his ether. Feeling that he just wants to be the one speaking, I wait during his pause, and as I do, the train approaches and enters the nearby forest, the rails running beneath the trees. The train hurtles through the dense foliage, and I am greeted by a mesmerizing display of vibrant colors. The leaves, kissed by the golden rays of sunlight, dance in a gentle breeze. Rays of sunlight filter through the canopy, casting a dark and sickly glow as we continue forward, seemingly copying Virgil's mood. My focus is fast torn from the leaves as my friend speaks again, pouring his heart out. I want to see if I can keep up. I know you're a Graves. I know you're unique. I know you're strong. I know you work hard. I know you never let yourself stop. I know so much about you. But after what happened with those angels, with Marshall, and with the train soon, you will be too far for me even to watch. As the train barrels forward, I teethe on the edge of my lips as I think. The rhythmic thumping of the wheels against the tracks becomes a heartbeat, syncing with my own. Finally, Virgil ceases, angling his head to gaze at me. I attempt to reassure him with a raised voice to combat the wind, but I momentarily realize that it's not going to work. I can't leave you behind, Virgil. We fought together more than anyone else. You always have my back. When we fought the pygmies, I didn't even have to look behind me. I knew you were there. When we fought inside Bent against those angels, I didn't worry about the injured one. I knew you'd manage it. When I fell off the train, I wasn't worried for the others as I saw you handling it. You always do. Anytime I need aid, you're there. Anytime. I trail off as he simply sighs and shakes his head at me. The man waves his hand outward at the forest as we move, the skin of his palm brushing against a particularly close leaf. For now, I am. But when you reach Marshall's strength, or even Tomas and Johnny's, I won't be able to help. Another pause ensues, leaving us in hefty silence as the train continues. The train snakes its way through narrow passages between the trees, its path seemingly guided by an invisible hand. The forest, once serene, transforms into a blur of greenery and motion with tinges of darkness. I hold tightly to my skills, feeling the vibration of the train reverberate through my body, and I bite my tongue as Virgil continues. So, I'd like to try and prove myself. I know you believe in me, but it's not enough. I failed my parents. I failed Vernon. I failed my family. Had Abraham not shown up, I fail everyone, and I worry that one day I will fail you too. So, can you give me this chance, Wyatt? Immediately, I inquire what he means. This chance to what? Virgil lifts his mask, shoving his face back into darkness as his goggles shield his eyes and his hood black out his neck. To beat you. It's stupid. It's dumb. And yet, I know if I win a fight, I'll be more confident. I want to be worthy to be your shadow, Wyatt. Just as Eli does all the unscrupulous things that the Prime cannot, I will do them for you. But I want to be worthy. I can hear his teeth grind as Virgil shuffles back, raising his arms for combat. Sighing, I do the same. Why won't he understand? He doesn't need to be worthy. Who got this into his head? Fuck. Fine. How far are we going? Virgil shrugs as I know a smile is under his black cloth of a mask. Until someone can't any longer. 276, Duel. Virgil Wraithboon. I bite my lip underneath my mask, concentrating intensely as I propel my ether into action. I need this. I need to know I won't fall behind. I need to stay ahead of this. All my life, I've struggled only to fail. But not this time. In that siege, were it not for Wyatt, my whole family would be dead in that crash. As I stand atop the moving steam train, my body bundled up in dense layers of clothing to obscure me from the burning sun, I can feel the bite of the wind against my form. The chill seeps through the cracks, reminding me of the raw power of nature. I adjust my wide, dark jacket, pulling it closer around me as I flick my hand outward, drawing my new claymore. I appreciate the one that I received from Johnny, but this is far more me. A short, curved, and serrated blade hangs upon my fingers as I crouch, using my night whips to hold me steady. No matter how much I try, I simply can't realize willful strand, like Wyatt, which limits the effect of my skills compared to him. I'll have to wait until I become a 6th Sigilled, it appears. But that matters not. I can do this. I've failed many times, yet I've never lost a one-on-one fight. If I did, even once, I would be dead. Every time I've ever had a duel, it's been to the death. I've also never failed a mission for the same reason. It seems, perhaps, deep down, the training of the damned sticks with me, mission over life, even those of family or friends. And it's in the completion of those missions that I found life. The wind whips through my hood, tugging at the cloth as if urging me to surrender to its force. It carries with it the scent of the deep forest, snaking its way through my mask and into my nose. Taking a deep breath, I prepare myself with shaded flowing through me, my body entirely consumed by darkness. Then, mask obscures my form, gradually blurring me to Wyatt's eyes. I know he can still see me. Those radiant pupils beat at me as they turn iridescent. Insight, what a majestic skill. My gaze sweeps across the landscape as it blurs past me. All there is around us are trees, thousands if not tens of thousands, as we barrel past them, the wind attempting to have us join the forest at a high speed. The fast-paced movement of the train amplifies the exhilaration coursing through my veins, infusing me with a sense of freedom and possibility. He's waiting for something. I can see his gaze not leaving mine. Those weird twistings and hooks of chains in his pupils, visible only to close inspection. I can feel his ether moving from here, however. The kid's got to be able to move at least 5 times as much as me. It's ridiculous. I know most of it is from his sigil, but still, it's like peeking at the ether control of an angel. Not that he is that in death with it. It's less like a toddler with a sledgehammer, as it used to be, and more of a youngin' with a loaded cannon. Still too much firepower and not enough control, but there is a chance they can use it correctly. And as he waits, I do too. Flicker is at the ready, while my night whips hold steady against the gales. Seconds pass as we stare at each other silently, waiting for the other to strike first. Yet, of the two of us, the impatient one has always been clear. My throat cutter, a 6th flam claymore from Marshall's armory, is covered with wetting during this short time. But it's not enough. I saw this madman take a gunshot to the chest, and it merely bounced off after breaking bone. Placing my tongue against my right canine, I split my focus, compelling the wetting to turn further, the braided strand joining with steel. Necrosis emerges after a moment, the ether dripping off and eliciting a tiny cloud of gas from the top of the train a dozen feet behind me due to the wind. And the moment the acidic dribble from Necrosis taps the train's roof, Wyatt moves at his abnormal speed. 1 second he's still, and the next, he's a single foot from me. His first strike is with his metallic arm, a blade jutting out from his forearm at me. I sidestep, pivoting with my night whips as I slam the arm crossways, struggling against his strength. Yet, because of the angle, he budges, missing me entirely as I flex down, falling to my knees and aiming for the back of his knee with my dagger as I brush past him. Yet, an inch from slicing his tendons, he replies with a swift pivot of his own, shifting his body at that insane speed of arbalest. It's simply the lack of momentum that is so dangerous. One instant, I have him, but the next, he's gone. However, he chooses to strike me, kicking backward at me with his leg. Sensing a lack of ether from his leg, I flicker through it, gliding past his limb and into the train below. As I do so, I force ether into one of my remaining night whips atop and spread it out along the roof, allowing me to sense where Wyatt is standing. I fall inside the train, releasing flicker as I withstand a million sights, sounds, and smells from some other realm. Faces of soldiers look at me oddly, and I merely give them a thumbs up as I hold myself to the ceiling with more night whips. I'm eating through my saturation limit fast, but Wyatt isn't known for his endurance either. I must watch out for his breaths and that hand crossbow. I'll have to bait those out, forcing him to waste them in false situations that would otherwise deliver him a win. One lethal strike won't do it, either, even after I have him run out of his gasps and the crossbow. He's too tenacious for that. Slow and steady, appear here or there, and gradually wear him down. Right now, he's looking for me, constantly spinning to find me, waiting for me to strike. Closing my eyes, I concentrate on my night whip that extends through the small hole melted by my necrosis, compelling it to move toward its limit, stretching out 10 feet above me as it strikes Wyatt. The kid dodges it entirely, but I splay it outward, catching him with the shadow. The damage is negligible, hardly even necrotic, as he quickly breaks it off by ripping the shadow off with his other hand. Yet, with the whip, I discern that his crossbow is made. That's the most dangerous thing he has against me. It's made entirely out of ether, so unless I can outdo Wyatt in that department, which I most certainly can't, he will damage me through my flicker. And after witnessing the strength of it before, I cannot be hit by that. No way in hell. That's an instant loss, if not death. So how to get around it? The tricky thing is the combination of his ballista and struggler's gasp. I could simply yank his arm away before firing with a night whip, but his gasp could ruin it. He's no longer that naive kid. He's a full-fledged sigil now, with all the experience that comes with the title. Perhaps that could work. If I use all my night whips at once, I can have the combination look similar to me, like a shadowed form, but Wyatt will likely notice that difference with his eyes. He's told me he can roughly gauge me, even under mask, unless I don't give him time to investigate further alongside a new trick to throw him off. A pull the trigger or lose an eye type of situation. Yeah, that's good. Inhaling the stale air of the train, I flicker myself out the side of the train, focusing soundless on my hands and feet as I crawl my way up without any whips to aid me. It's challenging as the winds bite at me, but shaded gives me the finger strength to do so. Once outside, I retrieve and lift a mirror from my coat, twisting it to gaze from the edge of the moving train as I hold on with one arm. Wyatt is gazing everywhere erratically, searching for me constantly. Oh, there it is. He found the mirror. Gritting my teeth, I throw my plan into action, tossing the mirror toward him. I see that he quickly bats it away, raising his crossbow toward where I threw it from. However, I'm already moving, forcing all my night whips to move in front of me like I'm the shadow. This application of one of my earlier skills has done wonders during the siege at Bent, preventing focus from going onto my actual body so much I've spent most of my effort trying to push it further. And as expected, Wyatt quickly notices the shadowy form of my many night whips as I fall to my hands and knees, barely able to stay atop the train without the lashes. And he aims the crossbow at it, opening his mouth to speak as his other hand creates a leash throwing it toward my form. I see the thread of his crossbow forged from ether and pulled taut by the bloody palm, and I sink below with flicker, invisible by the shadows of the night whips obscuring me. Again, I enter the train. However, this time, I immediately exit back out as I force flicker to end, the colors lasting only a fraction of a second as I'm shunted upward and right behind Wyatt for my calculated positioning. A few more uses and the visions might start to get bad. I'll have to slow down if this doesn't work. The young man speaks as I fly out noiselessly. Stop, Virgil. Why do this to yourself? With a slight smile, I flip myself and hold onto the train carefully, tightening my grip so much that my knuckles turn white underneath my gloves. Meanwhile, I propel my night whips forward, and with no reply from me, Wyatt fires, aiming the ballista for my shoulder. A non-lethal shot, too kind. A shocked gasp resounds as the bolt pierces through my night whips without resistance, and, with a growing headache, I release them, the connection fading as I recreate them. A dozen shadows extend from my body, allowing me to let go of my grip and pounce on Wyatt. In motion, propelled by a minor flicker into the train as Wyatt turns in confusion, I grab onto the young man, contorting my body alongside my tendril to restrain his limbs and reach for his neck with my dagger. Touching the blade against his throat, gently swabbing the edge along his neck, I speak through my mask, my voice harsh and wheezy. It's not easy outdoing this man. Seems like I win. I'm held into the air, nearly entirely by Wyatt, as my legs bear his right arm and my left arm his left alongside many tendrils of night. The young man shakes for a second, and for a second, I think it's in surprise. But then he speaks. So it's like that, huh? And with a deep gasp, after I had already shown mercy, Wyatt siphons all the ether from the air, turning my necrosis, night whips, and mask null as each of those work either on the surface of my body, weapon, or the air. I attempt to push off, feeling that his anger is unusual, but before I can, Wyatt whips around and grabs my legs with his left arm, breaking through my grip effortlessly. Then, he tightens the bloody palm, crushing bone as I'm thrown off the train, straight toward a tree hurtling toward me. Shaking my head, I break through the pain and surprise, eliciting a flicker as I enter the tree smoothly. And once inside, I quickly use a night whip to transpose my position, but it's not enough to change direction. Reaching out as I barrel out of that tree, I find another where I repeat the same effect, then shunt myself out again. Heading back for the train, the timing is close. So close that I almost nicked myself and lost my head. Luckily, we were about 3/4 of the way up the train from the battle, so I managed to catch myself on the second-to-last train car. But it's not easy. I can't flicker, or I risk going right through it at my current speed. Gritting my teeth, I wrench out a dozen night whips as fast as possible, catching me and limiting the impact as I bounce across the top of the train. Bones crack and organs shake while I tumble all the way to the other side and off, but I manage to twist around and reach an arm out. Agony races up my right shoulder as it emerges from its socket, but the single act of Wyatt's isn't over yet. Fucking hell. Cursing, I haul myself up and roll over onto my back. Then, hearing a stampede, I twist my head up, looking forward along the top of the train. Witnessing a charging Wyatt from my upside-down vision as he screams, I lug myself onto my feet, my right arm dangling limply. You want to fight? Then let's fight. I won't go easy on you. I laugh, upturning my lips as I reach over to my right arm with my left. Shaded still acts at total capacity, giving me 6 times my average physical ability as I wrench my arm upward and over with enough force to place it back into its socket. The pain is spiking and leaves a tingling, but this is what I wanted. Grasping in and out with my right hand to test the mobility, I return his yell, not bothering to stretch a whisper toward him to seal the noise. That was easy on me. An irate grunt comes as Wyatt sucks in another gasp of air, almost sending me off the train without any effort as my night whips disassemble under his skill. I can't help but smile even after he about crippled me with one act. I knew that's how it would go. I can't risk a direct hit from him. More night whips emerge as I slide backward from the gales, barely maintaining the distance. Then, I dig my boots into the roof, kicking off toward him. I keep a single night whip to help tether my steps as I look forward. Ahead is a turn for the train, but I don't think Wyatt has noticed it yet. Grinning, I have the remaining night whips that I can control obscure my form again, as if I'm doing the same trick. The young man sneers with disdain at my act as if he knows my next move. But he doesn't. No one ever does. Instead of flickering through the roof below, I charge through my whips, congealing them onto my form as the train twists abruptly. My night whips scarcely hold me onto the train as Wyatt tumbles, using a single leash to attempt and steady himself. But I don't let him do so without strife. My night whips lunge me forward, bursting me at Wyatt while they bulge out along my back like the arms of a spider. I don't allow myself to get within his striking distance, preferring to let my night whips stretch to their limits and slash at him like that. The headache in my mind flashes in warning as I formulate a dripping ether on each of my night whips, necrosis being the weapon to go for Wyatt, honestly. But unfortunately for me, the young man recovers, smacking away and parrying a dozen tendrils with his bladed metal arm and spear-like meaty arm. The duality of the bloody palm and his prosthetic from Earl sends chills racing down my back, but I don't lose focus. Staying low to the roof so I'm not blown away, I dip, duck, dive, and dodge anything Wyatt sends my way as my tendrils keep him at bay. I'm running out of steam, but so is he, and he knows it. I catch a glimpse of his eyes as they tighten, and immediately, I back up, lugging my night whips with me. Ether swirls in his left arm, the amount so palpable that I hear what I think to be a slight heartbeat from him. Pausing in surprise, I almost receive a spear into my skull as Wyatt moves with unseen alacrity. But thankfully, Flicker lowers me just far enough in time for his spear of flesh and bone to pass over my head without effect. Then, having an idea, I flicker through the ground and leave my night whips, connected to me through the back of my heel I leave above ground. A full second of flicker passes the otherworldly sights and sounds eating into me as I squeeze my fists and try something new. At this rate, Wyatt could simply punch down and kill me. The force hidden in that arm is tremendous, enough to break through the steel ceiling, despite its toughness, and ruin me. Concentrating on that connection between my night whips and me, I think of Wyatt's words on Willful Strand. I don't want to be left behind. I can't be left behind. For all my time as a damned, I was the most talented I ever saw, the strongest at every sigil bracket. I can't lose, not even against him. How else will I look at him? It's like leaving a part of the mind. Let it focus in the background while you do other things. Time seems to pass slowly as I immerse myself in the darkness. For many months now, I've spent every second in the dark, cloaked by clothes to hide from the sun or fire. It feels like me. It is me. On the other side of this connection is me. I just have to give it independence. And I do so by cutting off the connection entirely. For a split second, I lose the feeling of my night whips, but they return while my eyes are closed. And when the sense returns, I see through it. My mind split evenly between the shadowy tendrils as they form into my own body, subconsciously in my proper form. A shocked gasp comes from Wyatt as he swings a flesh-like blade toward me, aiming an opened barrel in his prosthetic. That wasn't you? Unable to speak as I try, I have my natural body flicker upward and kick Wyatt toward my shadowy clone. This confuses him further, and he twists around, realizing that the second one is me. Yet, sensing the connection to that shadowed form of myself, the construct not even draining ether from me, I order it mentally to strike as I dodge Wyatt again. It roundhouse kicks his knee, lowering the man as I jump and slam his face with my knee shortly after while he reels from the blow. Then, as Wyatt shakes his head, we repeat the action, rotating around the kid as he does all he can to recover and strike back. A half-dozen impacts slam into Wyatt before I take it to the next level. My silhouette levies all the ether I put in the night whips originally and tackles Wyatt to the ground, leaving me time to raise my claymore and retrieve my colt. I pin the former against his neck and the latter against his forehead. I think I win this one. Wyatt clicks his tongue as he gazes up at me with stupefaction. You cheated. Coughing from the pulsing in my head, I shake my head. Nope. I just finally grew my ether forward. Hell, I might even be approaching it, Zill. That clone. Wyatt cuts me off as he pushes himself to his feet, ether still holding him to the roof from his feet. Was insane. It was strong. And the only reason I could tell you apart was from your chains. Anyone else? Smiling from ear to ear, I finish his words and nod. They'd have no clue which is real, other than the fact I can't use skills from it. Maybe eventually. Yeah, that'd be true, Zill. Wyatt chuckles and positions his hand out toward me, not needing to shout due to our proximity. That was a good fight. I had fun, even if you pissed me off there. What were you so worried about, Virgil? You're strong as hell. Maybe not up front, but with your surprise and tricks, I think you're now the last person I'd want to fight on this train. I take his hand but refuse the handshake as I yank him into a hug. The young man is still almost half a head shorter than me, and I tussle his hair as I do so. It feels like having another brother. He's kind of like a combination of Aaron and Vernon in a way. No, I shouldn't compare them. It's not fair. Yeah, I just needed proof. Okay? What do you want to do now, then? Wyatt steps back and gazes up at me, that stupid grin on his face when he has a dumb idea. Well, we could keep fighting. The top of the train is so cool. It's like fighting in a moving hurricane. What an idiot. I rub my shoulder as I leverage its weight and gauge the injury. Not too bad. Then, I shift from side to side as I measure the cracks in my bones. Again, not too bad. He did go easy on me. A night or two of rest should fix it up as long as I sleep with shaded on since it boosts my recovery. I probably shouldn't fight him again, even if it could garner some good experience. I really shouldn't, but that damn smile reminds me of Dennis. I could never say no to more training. Yeah. 277. The Flower and the Monster. Kate Evil Eye Heron. I stumble tiredly through the dark forest, clutching my chest tightly to keep the stab wound from worsening. Each step sends a jolt of pain through my body, but I lift my foot forward, my left eye covered by the eye patch given to me by Ed, pulsing. I know, we're still far as hell away, Mia. Again, my eye pulses, a thought from the artifact that has been melded with me since a week after my birth. Not that I can be mad about it. I was born blind, after all. I know, but Demon's Bane needs a sacrifice. Those roots don't count. Eli took their souls long ago. And with Marshall's death, there is no more point in holding back the tree's schemes. It's time to leave the shadows, Kate. The voiced thoughts come to me rasped and bleary, like flowing through a film. Grunting, I tighten my grasp on my wound as Mia, or the mind's eye, sends a tiny line of ether to help me. Her ether psychically squeezes the damage, restraining the flowing blood. Perhaps it is time to leave the dark. The past months have been a constant slog, running from place to place, Mia guiding me from root to root. I think I've killed over 100 of Eli's underlings, and many of them weren't weak. Near 10 were Forerunner level. And the cavity in my chest that pierces through my lung and the side of my heart, the damage halted by both Mia and I working in tandem, was caused by the combined work of 3 of them. The dense undergrowth makes my progress slow and arduous. Thorny branches snag at my clothes and scrape against my skin, adding to my weariness, and I trip on one of these branches as I think intensely. Pay attention. Sorry. I burst out an apology as I regain my balance from the stumble. Yet more blood runs down my body from the incident as I lost grasp on cauterize. The skill works slowly, closing the edge of the wound with ether to stem the bleeding while Mia squeezes it closer for me. But I've never had all that good of a focus. Doesn't help Demon's Bane is constantly screaming in my ear for blood. Tightening my grip with my left hand on the sheathed blade, I attempt to quiet the claymore, but it refuses to yield. I don't think it ever has without blood and a soul to satiate its craving. I wonder, honestly, who this weapon came from. Ed has no clue, and apparently, even Vincent doesn't. Arnold Pilner had to have made this claymore from someone, or something. Roars leave the weapon, bashing itself upon my mind, as Mia helps with a pulsing sigh. She prefers to have me feel her dissatisfaction physically rather than mentally. Ever since Ed had her advanced to an Arca when I was 5, the endeavor supremely risky, she's been by my side, talking, gloating, and, for the most part, annoyed. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Not that I'll tell her that, though. We're a team, a damn good one. Behind us, a mile or so away, lies the remains of an encampment of Eli Weiss roots that testify to that. At least 30 dead, the most significant group we've been able to find. And now, the eerie silence of the forest is broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustling of unseen creatures. Despite my weariness and confidence in safety, I force myself to stay focused, my eyes scanning the path ahead for any hidden dangers. Getting surprised now would be awful. Sure, Mia can notice any mines within 100 feet and discern their location, but some can get past her. So, I stumble through the forest, heading toward the nearest city, Pridestead. I have a goal, one that I will not fault. Each labored breath fights against my movement as I taste the metallic tang of blood in my mouth. Yet, I inhale anyway, the wound in my lung gradually closing from the vigor flowing in my body that enhances all parts of an organism. The pillars will all fall for what they did to my tribe. I've held that promise in my heart for 18 long years since the massacre occurred. The hunters took me and the other children, but I was far younger than the rest, easier to train and melt. I couldn't recall my culture or ways, not even my original name. not even my tribe's true name. But Mia remembered. She might not have been conscious, but she remembers. My name was Quakate, the old word for bloody flower. My father was Satate, or bloody valor. My mother was Tenese, rainy raven. Everything of us was wiped away. The bloody valor of the Comanche people was turned into the harrowed hawk of the hollows. The terrible man who fought 3 pillars to a standstill. He lost for a reason none will admit or listen to. The awful reality is that those who defeated him won not by strength. My teeth tighten as I once more immerse myself in the memories. Mia attempts to pull me out, but she can't. When blood flows and my heart calms, it always returns to the forgotten past. Eli Weiss. His cunning and awful mind threatened my life to my father, and tearful, while a knife was held to my infantile and blind face. Mia not yet awoken, Satate relented. He allowed his death to replace mine. Over the years, I've grown to forgive only 2 pillars for their acts in the massacre. The first is my adoptive father, Ed Summers. The old man and his smile were the brightest light in the darkest times. He is also the only reason I'm alive, as a terrible sickness befell me when I was 5. The only way to save me was to allow Mia to advance to a 7th sigil, enabling the artifact temporarily overtake my body and heal me. Then, Eli sealed the artifact back into my body using all his might and the power of Demon's Bane. He said that if it were any other child, I would have died as an infant merely touching the artifact. Yet, Comanche are special. Unlike any other humans, we are born with talent. Even children as old as a week old can possess a sigil. And yet, only I remain. Some of those near me in age are still alive somewhere out there, but they are few, and they have forgotten the pain of the past. But I have not. My respect held back my fury only for a man as great as Marshall Travis, and it appears it was not misplaced. Ed wouldn't want me to do what I'm about to, but he's not here anymore. Eli took Ed. I don't know why, how, or where other than he is in Blackreach. My adoptive father, the one Mia calls father, is gone. He will be bait. Bait for the system I so dearly want to tear down. My nails dig into my palms as my wounds cease bleeding. Mia and Cauterize did their jobs. I give her thanks as I walk forward. Our peace is hinged upon our understanding, gratitude, and reciprocation. If she ever wants to do something, I'll help her, and vice versa. It's not the perfection my father is said to have had, but I don't think it's too far. Yet, as I traverse the forest to near Pridestead, my first target left alone there, I exhaust some time to plan. I had to kill the roots behind me. It's simply an oath I have. All those with Eli Weiss, and he himself must die. No exceptions. Thankfully, Ed and Marshall have distanced themselves from him. Otherwise, I'm unsure what I would have done. But in Pridestead lies Clarence Love, the silent scorpion who abandoned Bone Dunes without even a fight for its people. I know Eli isn't with him, and the angel is left alone without another high-level defender for the tree's laboratory. The bastard. He left tens of thousands, if not over 100,000, to die from the incoming Nahullo and demons without lifting even his pinky in support. He will die. He will be the first angel to die. I'm no angel myself, but between Mia, Demon's Bane, and my absolution's to be power mirror, I think I can kill the bastard. After all, he's best around dirt and at night. Plus, I doubt he's used to being blind, or a woman, or beset by madness. Mia thinks mirror is what I've always wanted my whole life, for others to know what it's like to be me, to rely on another being to see, to constantly be riddled with aches, pains, and whispers, to know that in the end, your people will never return, to have a body torn apart by disease, held together only by the very thing that caused it. Mirror lets them feel it all. For some, they can push through. Others, they fall immediately. My adoptive father could bear the pain. So could Marshall. No one else who has withstood can boast the same so far. I wonder which Clarence will be. Will he crumble or fight? The question is curious. Curious indeed. As I ponder, I increase my speed, vigor rush fueling my body. The substance from being a 3-time abbot is plentiful and powerful. I always wanted to be like Ed, but I'm happy I didn't follow his sigils exactly. Otherwise, I would be hopeless in saving him. My muscles bulge and stabilize despite my exhaustion as I accelerate to a blur, furiously speeding through the forest toward Pridestead. Purpose then sets me further, the skill being Ed's old version of Azure Rampart. wherein it increases one's heartbeat and physical toughness accordingly. While I move, Mia speaks to me, throwing some soundless noise into the night as she sets her mentalist sigils to work. Bolstering my form with her will turn into psyche. Be careful, Kate. Don't waste all your vigor before we even get there. Meditation takes time. I nod to her as I take it to heart. She's right. I can't waste it. To refill my vigor to the brim would take a week of uninterrupted meditation, where I focus on absorbing ether and converting it. So, I let back a bit on vigor rush, letting it fall to a more reasonable level. While I can do that as Mia takes charge of our body, it's still preferred to not consume it all. My heart pounds in my chest as I sprint through the dark forest toward Pridestead, my body moving at an unnatural speed. The blood rushes in my veins like a rapid river, fueling me to run faster and faster. Purpose puts in work as I hear the pounding blood over the sound of my footfalls. The journey is silent and without event for almost an hour. Yet, as I get within 50 miles of Pridestead in the distance, I spot a faint glimmer of light, like a beacon in the night. Tightening my eyes, Mia warns me with a quartet of pulses. For people. Then, she speaks. Powerful minds. One reminds me of Marshall, but they seem unconscious and injured. The other three aren't as dangerous. Still, approach cautiously. I don't want to waste any more effort fighting again. I'd rather read that new book you got, Handmaiden's Hustle? That's way more fun. I force down a laugh at Mia as I continue my way forward. She'll never change. Most artifacts are as grim as they come, but she's not all that bad. Though, if I don't give her what she wants, she'll get mad. Real mad. Mad enough to fight me internally, like a murderous toddler with 1,000 times the capability. I don't think artifacts have any way to dampen their desire or emotions. But I ignore those thoughts as I near the light. As I draw closer, I see a campfire burning, its warm glow contrasting with the cold darkness of the forest. Mia tightens our gaze with telescope, delivering the sight of the campfire effortlessly despite the remaining distance. A man, covered in blood and heavily wounded, lies beside the fire, fast asleep. 3 gruff outlaws stand around the fire, their faces taut and focused. The look of one is so obvious. I could discern an outlaw from a mile away. I slow my pace, trying to catch my breath, as I observe the scene before me. My instincts tell me to stay hidden, to avoid confrontation, to focus on reaching Pridestead, but something deep down stops me. My jaw hinges itself oddly as I look at the unconscious man. Is that? You have got to be fucking kidding me. With a deep breath, more sigh than preparation, I tighten my grip on the hilt of my blade, feeling the cold metal against my skin. An incessant roar of demon's bane strikes at my mind, but Mia steps in, her ether shielding me. Returning to my pace, I dart out of the shadows and into the flickering light of the fire. The outlaws turn to face me, surprise and confusion evident in their eyes. I lock eyes with the leader, his hand reaching for his gun. Ether swirls in my eyes as I catch each with my pupils, and mirror stirs as I hold no mercy, their speeds reminiscent of wondrous stages. A moment lasts where I make a connection between each of our souls and the next, the blooming power to be forms. Every man before me shouts with confusion and dread as they reach for their blinded eyes and in pain of their aching conditions. Without hesitation, I charge forward, my movements a blur of speed as Demon's Bane draws itself from the sheath. I have almost no control over it when it wants a soul this badly. The sound of metal against metal rings out as my blade meets the throat of the nearest man, and I decapitate him with an effortless swipe, the gold necklace that heralds his death making only noise and no defense. A moment after his death, all the blood shifts into a maelstrom as it flows up the blood groove in Demon's Bane. Then, the blade lengthens a foot without gaining any weight. The other outlaws move to attack, gradually forcing their way past my skill, but they are no match for Demon's Bane and Mia's Psychic Crush. I dart between them, striking with deadly precision, leaving them bloodied and defeated as their minds shatter from the onslaught. Within moments, the campsite is still once more, save for the crackling of the fire. It's overkill, for sure, to use such a draining skill on them like Mirror, but for these 3 to hold a man like Lennon Hull captured, I had to be ready for anything. It seems as though they were simply weak. I wonder how they managed to arrest him. Anyone else nearby? Surely there is more. I ask Mia for confirmation, and she gives me it immediately. No one else is nearby. How odd. I turn my attention back to the wounded man, who stirs awake with a groan. He looks up at me, his eyes filled with an almost drunken confusion. I offer him a faint smile as I kneel down by him. Quakete. Nice to meet you, Lennon. Lennon squints at me as his pupils follow the flowing blood in the grass to the bodies, then to my claymore that is devouring their essence. If only Demon's Bane would give me the vigor it produces, then I'd be unstoppable. Only Ed could manage that, though. The wounded man speaks as I force my blade back into its sheath, even while the claymore fights not to go in. Well, I don't know what that means, but thank you for the rescue. It seems I fell asleep. Sometimes ether drains a lot out of you. I chuckle softly as I nudge Mia with my mind. I have no qualms against this man, barring the fact he killed one of my prey, Eden, but that's okay. At least she's dead. He's not lying. He did fall asleep. These outlaws must have captured him for the bounty. What dumbass. To hold the bladed monster. Who do they think they are? I say we let him join us. He seems to like snipping angels as well. Shaking my head at her in refusal, I help untie Lennon. I'm just passing by, heading to Pridestead. What about you? Oh, so powerful, Angel. Lennon smiles, his grin nearly reaching the edge of his ear while I help him up. The smell of blood and guts from him is terrible and far worse than mine. How many has he killed without even bathing? 50? 100? 200? The scent is awful, and I push him away once he's on his feet. Hey, no need to be so rude. I'm hurt, aren't I? Scoffing at his words, I pass him a canteen I notice on the ground, kicking it toward him. Wash yourself off, asshole. You smell like a slaughterhouse. I'm telling you, get him to join us. It doesn't seem like he knows who you are yet, but you could use the help. Lennon Hull is said to hold no equal in the blade. Perhaps he can teach you to wield Demon's Bane with greater skill. She's so annoying sometimes. I know she just wants to watch him fight. That's one of her favorite things, to watch mighty people battle. But she's right. He'd be a good ally. So, I inhale a large breath, but he speaks first. So, you and Demon's Bane want to kill some angels? I'm looking to fly a bit higher, but I'd feel bad killing such a wee lass. Maybe when you grow up a bit, we can have a duel for the blade. It would appear he does indeed know you. Duh. It would also appear he wants Demon's Bane. Though he appears. Devil, will you shut up? No, sorry. I'd love to join you. I was actually heading to Pridestead to kill Clarence. Though, I'd warn you against a duel. I'm a deadly flower, Lennon. Mia sputters in disbelief as I cut her off, and I ignore her thoughts as Lennon smiles and reaches out a hand to seal the deal. How could you? Hey, listen to me. Sounds wonderful then. And what would your Eastern name be, my lovely Comanche? Despite being bare and upfront, his words possess a charm that has me grinning from ear to ear as I shake his hand. I like him enough not to be angry that I have to use my given name. Kate Heron, 278, Icarus 2. Wyatt Graves. My feet dangle and kick off the edge of the speeding train. Beside me is Virgil, his knee pulled up to his body as he sits silently, watching the forest that seems to move past us at a blistering pace. It's incredible how large the world is. A straight path from the edge of Tornridge to Bent took weeks, even at a rapid pace on foot with Sigils. Additionally, even at this swiftness on a slightly winding path toward Pridestead from Bent has already taken over almost a day. Earl said that we should be there within the next day's end. Then, according to him, we raid the laboratory, take whatever we can, mostly coal for fuel, and recruit whoever we can before speeding at Blackreach upon the train. Millie is positive that Clarence will fight back, but between Tomas and Johnny, I think we can handle it. Worst case, Virgil and I can help. The Silent Scorpion is known for his affinity for stealth and assassination, primarily using the ground as his mode of transportation as well as a variety of daggers. I'm sure he and Virgil could have a long conversation about staying silent. I still can't believe how he kicked my ass, though. Every time I tried to hit him, he'd just disappear from my sight. And the one time I thought I had Virgil, it wasn't even him. That was infuriating. But it made me take the fight seriously. Even still, I lost. And I'm pretty sure I would still have lost even if Virgil hadn't advanced his ether control. He's just good. Even after months of Marshall and Tomas training me, the difference in skill is apparent. How'd you get so good at fighting, Virgil? It's like you always know what to do and how best to do it. The man beside me chuckles softly as he lifts his hand to a passing branch, his whole body shuffling with the movement of touching the leaf hanging from it as we pass by. Time. It's not even been a year since you started truly fighting, Wyatt. I've been doing this for the greater half of my life. No amount of condensed experience will make up for time. Marshall removed your glaring weakness of naivety and unnecessary recklessness, but against heavy hitters who truly know how to fight, you'll always be at a disadvantage. That is until you spend enough time fighting to catch up. I nod to his words, shaking my head against the swirling gales of the top of the train. But a worry lies. Time is rarely on my side. Do you think I'll ever get that time? Virgil inhales a deep breath before sliding backward and lying his spine against the steel roof of the train we recently fought on. The continued practice endowed us tired and utterly out of ether. Even when we both were out, left to fight with only our fists, he beat the bloody palm and me while he was wounded. He's just good. No other way to put it. The man with cloth covering every inch of his skin releases his breath with a hearty exhale, forcing his mask a tiny bit up and off his face before it settles. Then, he speaks while looking up at the night sky as it gradually shifts to morning, the twins falling to make way for the sun. I'm not sure, Wyatt. It's a wild, wild world. I had the luxury, even if it didn't feel like one at the time, to be pitted against many my age and those above, forced to fight or die to even have the chance to become a damned. Other unfortunate children were similar, but of my class of 100, as they called it, only I and Dennis stepped out. That, alongside many more years of fighting, gave me the skills I have now. You. Virgil pauses for a moment, his goggled eyes facing me. You will never have that luxury. I don't think I've ever even seen you fight someone, or something at your sigil, other than just now, of course. It's always been those higher in sigil, ether, and skill. That doesn't bode well for increasing one's skills and senses. It builds only desperate power. His words hang in the air for several moments, leaving me to think about them. I know I've never been given much opportunity to strengthen myself, but I figured that time with Marshall would be enough. Though, in some ways it was. My ether is more fluid than ever, with Payne's Forge at my behest, even if it's only in desperate situations. Plus, the Bloody Palm and I are working together. Perhaps not perfectly, but we are. Is there anything I can do to fix that? The eldest Boone pushes his hands off the roof, gradually reaching his feet with a half-dozen shadowy tendrils to sustain his balance. He answers as he holds a hand out to help me up. Marshall already did. You're behind, but not enough that you have to be desperate. He taught you to think, to dodge, to take calculated risks, to know when to retreat and when to charge. You only need some time to put it into proper practice. You'll never be a master like Marshall or Tomas, but you can settle for an adept. And with that artifact, being an adept will be more than enough. I nod along with him as he pulls me up, even while he discounts himself. Just based on how we fought, I'd wager he's not much worse than Tomas, if at all. Those years as a damned really taught him the art of war. Huh? But he's right. Before, I was a child swinging with insanity and reckless abandon. Marshall demonstrated that to me by beating me down repeatedly. I tried to think the battle through with Virgil, including our practice, but there was far too little I could do without ruining the train. If I didn't care about the vehicle, I could have slammed an explosion downward and likely hit Virgil when he went below. Similarly, I could have shot him with ballista while he was under me, but the bolt would have pierced through him and the undercarriage of the train, potentially damaging it severely. And while I could blame my loss on the environment we fought, I know Virgil did it on purpose. The bastard would never choose a field where he has a disadvantage. I should do the same. It also doesn't help that insight doesn't work on Virgil while his mask is active. It even blurs my sight of chains, making him hard as hell to notice. Insight only lets me see whether it's him or not. Regardless, the difference isn't as bad as it could have been. At least when we fought afterward, more up close and less sneak attacks, I didn't immediately get ruined. While I'm thinking, Virgil points down into the train, hauling me out of my thoughts and back into the real world. We better get back inside the train. I'm sure Aaron is freaking out about where I am right now. We've been up here for hours, and I'm also growing sick of all this wind. Scoffing, I agree, preparing to find a hatch to climb down in. You're telling me you're the one all wrapped up and who doesn't have to deal with the biting cold. The damn bloody palm and my indefatigable have been keeping me warm this whole time. Virgil simply shakes his head before flickering beneath me, disappearing into the train below. Asshole. Sighing, I trudge my way forward to the nearest hatch. Most of the weapons that were atop the train when we left are now ruined and were melted or removed by Bonfire and Tomas. Only a single tiny trapdoor kind of thing remains near the front. Chainlink boots aid my footsteps by keeping me on the train as I amble forward, battling against the wind. I could climb through a window, but I'm unsure which ones are open, so I'll just find that hatch. The wind batters and chills me as I move, every step a slight struggle. The heat of battle with Virgil seemed to make this entire thing a whole lot easier than it is now. Seconds pass as I stride across the train. Periodically, the bloody palm elongates a finger to help hold me as the train turns or shakes. I don't have much saturation left to be wasting it on leashes, and the artifact takes up the job. Once I get to the hatch, I fall to my hands and knees and swing it open. A feminine scream meets my act as I find Elizabeth staring up at me with shock. "What the fuck, Wyatt? Where did you come from?" Scratching the back of my head, I crawl into the front room of the train, the car only populated by Elizabeth, who was reading a book and probably teaching herself how to read some more. I close the door to the roof and hang from it for a moment before dropping down to her. "I had a little fight with Virgil up top. Where is everyone?" Elizabeth shakes her head with a long, drawn-out sigh, her dark hair gliding against the seat she found somewhere. "It's way fancier than the ones that were in here earlier." "You fought with Virgil? Why? Did you do something stupid?" Realizing that it sounds like we had a problem, I raise my hands and try to fix the misunderstanding. No, 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 not like that at all. We just had a friendly duel that lasted a while. But where is everyone?" "Again," she sighs, pointing to the door behind me with a slender finger before returning it to the pages of the book she's holding. "Asleep. Not everyone is so adamant about being awake like you and Abraham." Exhaling heavily as I near a slight laugh, I retort, "She shouldn't be awake this late. Or this early." "Yeah, well, what about you? Why are you still up?" 5:40. Elizabeth taps the page of her book, the sound quiet yet noticeable over the constant drone of the engine and the rushing wind overhead. Someone has to watch the engine, and the conductor needs to sleep. I'm reading while doing so, but I'm stuck on this page. "You think you could help, Mr. I learned how to read but hate to?" Mumbling to myself before answering, I approach her as she slides toward one side of her cushioned seat, making room for me. "I don't hate it anymore." "Yeah, I can help. What's up?" Joining her on the seat, she lightly smacks my metal arm with the back of her hand as it brushes against her. Then, she holds the book for me to see. She's only on page 1. It's Eleanor's book, too, the one on fighting, leading, and a whole bunch of other stuff that only genuinely makes sense now. "Careful with that thing. It's heavy as hell and colder than ice. What were you doing up there?" I laugh as I tap a metallic finger on the words she's trying to read, ignoring her question. I don't want to tell her I lost 5 times in a row, even if it was to Virgil. Eleanor Granger. Enclosed fists. I am told these first pages must be short and describe what will be later in the book. But the art of combat is far too diverse to be put into a single book, let alone one page. I, Eleanor, the second supreme of heights, will in these pages describe what I have learned about fighting. From guns to swords, I hope to enlighten any who seek to learn how to fight, but it all begins and ends with a closed fist. I read the first page to her slowly, trailing my finger past each word as she nods her head along. Then, she attempts to read it herself. Eleanor Granger. Enclosed fists. I am told these first pages must be short and describe what will be later in the book. Sequester Yorn. As I enter the city of Pridestead, a slicing grin spreads across my face. Behind me, my entourage of warriors follows, each handpicked by me. The sword on my hip jingles while my steps cut through dust and dirt, sending a small screen of smoke by my heels as the humans nearby hide in their houses. What pitiful creatures. At most, 10 are worthy of life. A tiny figure huddles in cowardice on the side of the road, hands covering its neck and head from sight. Scoffing, I draw my blade, the tang of metal ordaining this creature's death. But as I raise my arm, the council member that had turned sent to follow me, Mislo, stops me with a grip on my shoulder. "They aren't worth your effort, Sequester." Your opponent lies inside the tree's laboratory. Then, we can take his fabricator for our own people. Best not to waste time. Every minute we waste is another minute our people die against the kin with insufficient arms. Snarling, I arrange my claymore, taken from a human angel decades ago named Alyssa, back into its sheath. Spitting by the human, I move onward with my eyes locked onto the great library of Pridestead, Eli Weiss's usual home. What an overconfident man. He underestimates the Viceroy and the War Master's intelligence by folds. How did Eli not think we would find out he left? Or that he hides the very tool we Nahullo need to win our wars? I'll be the first to admit we aren't built for crafting. Our hands are too large and with paltry dexterity compared to the nimble fingers of humans and pygmies. At most, we can make hammers, large blades, and spears. Mislo's the only Nahullo I know who can even use a bow at a level high enough for it to matter, let alone make her own. We need that fabricator, and as such, I'll spare this human for now. You're lucky, human. Perhaps one of my esteemed will want to end you. My entourage splits, heading in a variety of directions as they begin to remove the useless from the world. Screams cover the air as we continue. With confident strides that increase in pace, I stamp toward the library-renowned world round. Too bad it will be gone after today. My eyes sting merely looking at its hideous facade. Massive stone columns line the entrance. Their presences are imposing, but none should be more intimidating than the blade of a Nahullo. I grind my teeth as I step up to the entry flanked by ornate wrought iron gates, inviting academics to never leave. We've come for a little chat, I announced to Pridestead, my voice oozing with threat. I come here not for that, however, and my claymore, Darkmoor, sings its path through my sheath and into the air. I wait a moment before breaking open the gate, concentrating on my surroundings. The silent scorpion is said to be here, after all, and even if our own assassin is here, I don't want to die for him to strike. Beside me, Mislo draws her bow as no one in the whole city enters the streets except for my men. Even as a cry comes from the road behind me, a streak of blood staining a wall that has me smiling, no one comes out. Mislo ceases to relent on the string of her bow as she comments on the atmosphere. It seems Mr. Love is scared. A typical human. Break our way in, young master. A grin rips its simmering way onto the entirety of my face as I roar, my ether coiling into action. A dozen skills at once. The quilt named Yearning Maul guides my blade as a thunderous glimmer covers its edge and slides the gate in half horizontally. Stepping forward, I kick the metal fence down, and it falls effortlessly, leaving us room to walk toward the library. Stone and rubble cracks, tumbling to the ground as I step past. Still, no one shows. The early morning sun beats down on the back of my white neck as I pause. Not even a reckless hunter. Something's not right. I turn to face Mislo, but the woman is already scrunching her face through her armor, Yearning Maul allowing me to see her countenance clearly via the tiny slit in her visor. You discern something, councilwoman? I give her the respect she deserves with her title as she twists, gazing at the entirety of the city. I smell kin. A manipulator is close. No, more. A fallen. I think it may be Scores. My back canines grind in rage as I think of the converted councilman, drawn into the depths by the mother below into her kin. I pause upon the doors of the library, the two massive stone entries awaiting our push. Do we change our mission? Scorse deserves release. Mislo's face twists and contorts before she lowers her head in acceptance. No, the Viceroy sent us on this task, and if we fail, the Viceroy may very well die. Sighing, I pray slightly to the pale cavity, hoping it will deliver Scorse to our ancestors one day. Then, I force open the doors of the library. Without hesitation and a cursory glance for danger, I stroll into the grand library, my armor clanking softly against the floor as I cautiously advance. The early morning sun casts a gentle glow through the towering windows, creating dancing shadows that play hide and seek with the vast rows of ancient, old, and new tomes. The silence is almost deafening, broken only by the faint rustling of pages as they are turned by some unseen hand. My head twists as I pick up the sound. It is in the back of the library, toward where the Viceroy said the entrance to the laboratory should be. Interesting. Careful, Mislo. I'm pretty sure this is a trap. She replies with a simple hum as we continue, our entourage of a dozen fourth, fifth, and sixth sigilled following us after slaying the pointless. Somewhere behind me is our shadow, as well. The air in the library is thick with dust, carrying the scent of aged parchment and forgotten history. This is odd because the library is meant to be used daily, and even if Eli left, it's only been a week at most. The atmosphere is eerie, and a chill runs down my spine. Clarence Love must be awaiting us somewhere in here, coiled for an ambush. Good thing I brought backup. As I go further into the labyrinthine library with careful steps, the soft light reveals endless rows of books, their spines adorned with symbols and languages long unreadable by anyone alive. How does Eli have books predating Elish? I don't even know what language my people spoke before that, but I can distinguish the similar symbols in the two languages. Shaking my head, I continue with Mislo on my tail, her bow still drawn as my blade is raised. Then, at the back of the library, as I pass by a row of books, I catch a glimpse of something peculiar. A bronze mannequin, the technology originating from the flats, its hollow eyes, without even light, seeming to stare right through me, sits at a wooden table. It twists the pages of a massive tome with stiff movements. But amidst those inflexible actions, I sense a purpose, one hidden beneath the act. The sight of the animated bronze gives me pause, and a sense of dread creeps over me. Did Eli make that thing? It's entirely different from any of the other mannequins I've seen. This one, it seems alive. As I approach, the mannequin continues its silent task, undeterred by my presence. Its cold, metallic fingers delicately trace the ancient text as if searching for some hidden truth among the pages. Only when I stand at the other end of the table, stretching the edge of Darkmoor to touch its chin and raise it up to meet me, does it react. You do not have permission to be here. Leave or be exterminated. My heart sinks to its reply, and a whoosh flies over my shoulder at the mannequin's head, but the entity of bronze somehow snaps the arrow from Mislo out of the air. Then, it breaks the chair it sits on with a show of strength and wraps a metallic fist around Darkmoor, pulling me toward it as the other hand contorts into a palm, heading for my head. In response, my ether surges. I yank the claymore backward, but I quickly learn it's as strong as me, even with Yearning Maul active. So, we slide to a standstill over the table as Mislo readies a weighted arrow that threatens the mannequin's skull with the force of a cannon. A smile develops on my face as I speak. I'm not alone, you abomination of life, and the arrow is let loose as I finish talking. Yet the mannequin speaks again as a wall of sand takes the impact of Mislo's arrow. And neither is Icarus 279, Bloody Fields. Wyatt Graves. No, that's said like occultist, and that one is P.R. Owler. This one is Philoso Fair. Elizabeth raises her head, staring into my eyes with hers. I can't believe it took hours until we reached a word like this that's so odd to pronounce. Why does the peach make an F sound? Shrugging, I can only tap on the word again with my metallic hand as my flesh hand pets Dakota, the sleeping fox beside me, on the floor. I can't answer that. Chero is weird. I just emulate whatever my ma taught me. She nods, her hair sliding on the cushions of the fancy chair. Then, Elizabeth moves her arm and puts her head atop a closed fist as she peers at me curiously. Yeah, what about your ma? You never talked about her before. What was she like? I know so few women who can read, and they all, without exception, have sigils. Did she? I bite my lip as I consider how to answer. Ma and Aniwai are still sore subjects, even if I've forgiven her for what she did to me as a child. But Elizabeth deserves the truth just as I did. My ma, I guess you could say she had a sigil. Yet, I only make it into the first sentence of my story before Virgil bursts through the door of the rear car, entering the room. He seems in a rush, but as his hood shifts to us on the same chair, he mumbles a question that he quickly glosses over. Am I interrupting something? I hope not, because we have a situation. Elizabeth goes red as she glances at me and answers for us, both as I recover from the surprise of him butting in. I thought he was tired? Oh right, it's already been 2 hours for his nightly sleep. Or is it 1 now? I don't remember. No. What's the situation? Virgil nods slowly before stepping further into the room as a tired Abraham follows him, the latter with footfalls slurred and stiff. I notice his exhaustion and point it out as they approach the nearby table. You gamble all night long, Abraham? The half-Nahalo nods and admits to a comedic truth. Yeah, and the night before. Though the night before that, I was hunting down the manipulator, which turned out to be Darkstep. Anyway, here's what we found a minute ago. Abraham waves his hand atop the table as streams of ether flow from his mind to Elizabeth's and mine. I don't resist as it appears harmless, and as the substance from him touches me, a mental image forms over the table. The creation of mental might and ether seems to depict a recent battlefield. The sight before me is chilling and near lifelike from Abraham's mastery of illusions, or more specifically, hallucinations. The difference is that he has to get his ether inside of the person for them to see it. Alexos could simply be nearby, and it would all work. As such, he is not as good as Alexos, mainly because they don't hold up to any scrutiny, but they look natural. His ether emblems are a haunting testament to the horrors of war as it rotates before us, showing the entirety of the battlefield that he saw from the train window. Over 100 lifeless bodies lay strewn across the torn ground, a tragic aftermath of violence and bloodshed. As the image flickers, I see the details of the fallen soldiers and warriors, each one with their own story and dreams, now extinguished forever. For a moment, I feel awful for their deaths, thinking these are soldiers of Marshall that escaped only to get slaughtered. But Virgil brings my attention to the genuinely odd thing. These are statesmen and damned. If you look at their shoulders, you'll see the emblems of the Shaw family and the standard gemstone weapons they possess. Virgil continues talking, discussing the number of dead, but it is the massive divot in the ground that draws my focus, reminiscent of a powerful sword slash. The impact left by such force is unmistakable and makes my spine a little cool. That is insane. What did that? It reminds me of something like Marshall's might, something unstoppable and unavoidable. And on each side of the divot are the halves of a man, while behind him are rows of trees slit in half by whoever did this. Did a demon do this? Some kinds wield blades, either at their hips or attached to their arms. I shift closer, my eyes fixated on the scene as I try to figure it out. Red blood is the only color that dyes the grass and dirt, with most leaves turning crimson. No blue, green, or purple, the variants of demon blood. As I study the image, I can almost hear the echoes of the battle, the clash of weapons, the cries of pain, and the thundering movement of whatever did this. For some reason, it feels like this wasn't an army against an army. All these men are of similar creed and damned never rebel unless they earn their release, which on its own is exceedingly rare. Was this one creature, one demon, or one man? I reach out to touch the psychic landscape of death, feeling a strange connection to the events it portrays. Yet, the moment I touch it, the image shatters into sparkling light with a curse from Abraham. Damn it, pay attention, Wyatt. You know my hallucination can't handle force. I'm no phantom pain. Abraham clutches the side of his head as I notice my mistake. Immediately I apologize and attempt to explain myself. Sorry, I just got lost in the image. I'm getting the feeling one enemy killed all those people. Virgil snorts loudly, tapping the table toward me. Yeah, if you paid attention, you would have gotten that from Abraham. He said that he only sensed traces of one other mind with elude alongside all the others that died, though 3 weak signals were also detected that arrived far after the fight. So, we need to figure out who did this. Elizabeth? Doesn't Earl have a skill that lets him see memories? Twisting in confusion, as this is the first time I'm hearing this, I find Elizabeth nodding. He does, but we'd have to stop the train to investigate. Virgil butts in with a conclusion to Elizabeth's affirmation. Then she spills some worries out onto the table, her brows furrowed. I'm not sure if Johnny would be all right with that, though. He said he wanted no stops or detours on our way to Pridestead. Should we wake him up? This is his first time sleeping in almost a week. Virgil shakes his head as he stands, bopping Abraham with his gloved hand to keep the drifting man awake. Then, he turns to the engine of the train. No, let him sleep. This will be a brief stop. Wyatt, Earl, and I will go check on the battlefield. Then we'll come back. Just make sure Tomas is awake and that bonfire, Abraham, and Primrose are ready in case we are attacked. Elizabeth seems to be unsure, her head swinging back and forth in thought. But as I agree with Virgil to let the man sleep, I push her a bit further. Johnny needs his rest. After all, Tomas, too. But that particular angel has a night owl and only needs to sleep 4 hours a night. He's beat, Elizabeth. Just let him sleep. Plus, we need this information, and the longer we wait, the longer it'll take to reach where we passed by. I want to know whether we're about to come into contact with a demon, a skilled council member, or a hidden human. Sighing, Elizabeth agrees as she stands and shuffles over to the engine, preparing to turn it off for a while. I hear her latch down a lever as a jolt slows the totality of the train, shunting us all a few inches forward from the momentum. Sure, but you guys have to be fast. Johnny was serious when he said we were in a hurry to get to Blackreach. I nod as Virgil grabs me while the train gradually lags every second, moving fewer and fewer feet every moment. He squeezes my shoulder as he points toward the wall, motioning on the outside of the train. Go outside and make sure nothing is waiting for us. There is always a chance this was a trap. I'll go get Earl. Kid's probably juicing himself up and working on his inventions through the night, chuckling at the fact so many of us try everything not to sleep. I stride to the exit as the bottoms of the train squeal with a high-pitched noise. The door is easily opened after I twist a latch, and I find the landscape gradually moving beyond my sight as the train comes to a stop. But it's not quite there yet, so I lock eyes with a patch of dirt and twist to talk to Elizabeth. I'll finish that story about my ma later. She nods and wishes me good luck before I jump out with ether simmering through my body to catch my fall. The sound of Virgil closing the door to find Earl rings out, but is fast evaporated by the noise of the wind when I leap out. The speed of my exit is far less than the train usually moves, but I still almost eat dirt upon landing. My legs hustle beneath me, even with breakneck, as I struggle to keep up with my momentum and not fall. Ultimately, I fail and am forced to hold myself up with my hands as I trip over a branch. Damn, I keep forgetting just how fast the train is. Yeah, catching up with that thing might be possible if I had infinite uses of arbalest or speed like Kai Vincent. Coughing out a bit of dust that flew into my mouth just now, I push myself to my feet and pat down my pants. Then, I gaze into the forest, leveraging insight to peer through any illusions that might be. I trace hundreds of trees carefully with my eyes but find nothing. Not even the shifting shadows of animals are in the forest near the train. I suppose it makes sense with how loud it is, though. The constant drone from the inside is annoying enough as it is. The piercing sound of it moving past is pretty bad, too. I twist around and face the other side of the track as the train passes me entirely, and still, I find nothing. Yet, even with the surety of my eyes, I continue to look as I amble back toward where I left the train from, and as I reach the open doorway, I find Virgil forcing Earl out. Do I have to go to this battlefield? Can you just sniff it or something? My lips tug sideways as Virgil exhales heavily, his mask undulating from the air as he kicks Earl's legs out from underneath him. Then, before the man can even shout in surprise, Virgil places him on his shoulder. What do you think I am? A dog? No one has a nose that good. As he says that, Earl flips around and attempts to escape Virgil's grasp, only for their scuffle to wake up Dakota. The oversized fox crawls out of the train and follows behind the quarreling two. You think Dakota could discern if it was human or demon? The two stop at my question, and Virgil shrug. Dunno, he might be able to. He's met demons before, right? Other than just Hura. I imagine there has to be a pretty big sample size for one to discern them by smell alone. I raise my shoulders as well from my uncertain mind. Not sure. I remember Edmund saying he could determine people on their smell alone and their species, and Dakota is similar in sigil to him. Virgil shakes his head as he steps forward, darkness cladding his form and obscuring his voice. Perhaps he should come then in case Earl's skill doesn't work. All right, let's go. Then, he breaks off into a run, following the train tracks backward. I glance down at Dakota as the fox peers up at me with a sneeze. Come on, boy. And then, I follow Virgil through the forest, catching up to him quickly as he's weighed down by Earl and whatever random shit he's carrying. Probably explosives. Definitely explosives. I kneel beside a fallen man. My heart only weighed slightly with the death of these many men and women. They were from the estates. After all, I only have pity for the damned forced into this whole mess. As I gently roll his body over, my eyes meet his face, frozen in a haunting expression of shock, awe, and astonishment. The sight is both pathetic and surprising, a confusing detail for what's occurred here. Did they know who attacked them? Or was it an ambush? His eyes stare wide open, as if trying to comprehend the suddenness of his demise. The life that once filled those eyes is now gone, leaving only an empty gaze. I have little empathy for this estate's man, his shoulder emblem denoting his family. Still, I wonder what he saw, what he experienced in those final moments before the darkness claimed him. Shaking my head, I shift my focus to the wound that took his life as Virgil and Earl search for a man suitable for Earl's skill. They want to find someone who likely died last and saw the entire battle for more information. Yet this wound I'm looking at is terrible. It's a devastating sight. The battlefield is scattered with other fallen soldiers, but I don't move onward after flipping over his form. The precision and skill of the attacker are simply far too intriguing. It looks like something Johnny would have done with his swordsmanship or Virgil and his daggers. The slash is clean and precise, a clear gaze into the slasher's skill. The bones in the man's arm that attempted to defend him are sliced perfectly. It's not just a display of brute strength. It's a calculated strike, executed with deadly accuracy. I run my finger over the bone and feel the smoothness. Damn, that's the impressive part. Is there anyone this good with a blade? Despite being outnumbered 1 to 100, they still have the capability to fight like this? The angle of the slash tells a story of its own. It wasn't a wild swing in the heat of battle. It was a deliberate and measured strike, one that aimed for maximum impact. The attacker knew exactly where to strike to incapacitate their target swiftly and efficiently. As from the arm that was cleanly removed from the body, the blade followed and severed the heart hidden in the ribs in twain, ending the man instantly. I carefully inspect the body, looking for any other clues that might reveal the identity of the attacker. However, the chaos of the battlefield makes it difficult to discern any specific details. It takes me a moment to find the man's nearby hand, previously severed from his body as he tried to defend himself against the fatal blow. As I do so, I realize how many of the weapons that should be here are missing, as in the man's removed arm is a broken blade. Guess whoever looted this didn't want the ruined gear. Whistling to myself, I return to my feet from my kneel and amble over to Virgil and Earl, who are pointing to the man cut in half, each side missing large portions of his body. Whoever did this was crazy good with their sword. They weren't just strong or fast, but skilled. Virgil nods to my words and gives some thoughts of his own as he encourages Earl. Powerful and skilled with the blade. Not many of those exist in the world, barring the Nahullo. For humans, we have Ed Summers and Lennon Hull. Maddox and Clarence use swords, too, but I wouldn't call them exceptionally skilled. For demons, there is NWYN, the Evernighted Edge, and Tlen, the Boiling Boil. Pygmies don't really have any swordsmen, and almost every council member can use a blade to Johnny's level, with most far higher. If any of those figures are this far in the territories, though, we have some serious problems. Anyway, use your skill while we think. Earl, you should be able to clear up any confusion. Earl grunts to Virgil as he sits beside one half of the dead man while Dakota sniffs the other half. The genius then uses his skill by placing both hands on the corpse, and as he does, I notice a glimmer of magenta from within the other half of the corpse, the one Dakota is sniffing. I'm momentarily stunned by the color, as it means this man was an angel that was cut in half like this. Who was he? A human angel I don't recognize from a poster? Yet before I can react, Dakota moves. Hey, boy, Dondaff. The color shatters as Virgil and I watch Dakota crunch an arca of an eyeball with his teeth. Then, my jaw drops as he grows more significant in my sight, his chains shifting to a darker color, from yellow to green. From a large dog, he becomes the size of a small bear, his fur still reddish-orange. Yet, the edge of his tail grows from light gray to a much darker shade. A night owl, perhaps? But before either of us can react to Dakota's change and waste of such a valuable weapon, Earl screams with profound fear. The man kicking his way back from the corpse, using even his frail arms to escape an invisible danger. He even retrieves his coil, which managed to be put back together for a few more shots by his scavenging for resources in the train. I fall to my knees and grab his shoulders as I try to calm him down. Hey, it's all right. What happened? Are you okay? Earl's eyes, widened to the limit, are flickering all over as a deep breath leaves his chest. I saw a monster. It moved so fast the man could barely see it. It tore through every person here like they were nothing, and a single glancing blow was enough to kill them. It's like he knows all the weaknesses in a body. Some he stabbed in the leg, for them to only bleed out seconds later. Others, he tripped and decapitated as they captured their balances. He was a whirlwind of blades, a whirlwind with one blade. The description is bizarre but detailed, as usual, from Earl. Virgil crouches beside me and presses for more information. A monster? What kind? Was it a Clea? Owl-like body and feather-like swords for arms? Earl vehemently twists his head as he puts his hands on his knees to get up. Then, he drops a bomb of knowledge. No, it was a man. He came into the battle with a broken blade and simply picked up another. It was Lennon Hull. I remember his face from Blackreach, but he seemed far more bloodthirsty, like something happened to pull out the monster inside. His words hang in the air as the three of us stand and look at the dead body that was ruined, split into halves, and left to rot. Then, our visions shift to the entire 100 sigil that he slayed, many of whom were powerful enough to be called majors or colonels, one even a general, the same status as marshal. A monster indeed. 280, pen upon paper. What is Lennon Hull doing here? Virgil proposes the question as he steps over and lightly thumps Dakota on the head. Shaking my head, both in answer to his question and to Dakota, I stride over to the fox that only continues to grow larger. I remember when he was the size of my hand. The transformation is odd, but it doesn't seem painful or uncomfortable for him. Yet now, his snout is more significant than my hand. The fox tilts his head up to meet my hand as Earl tries to formulate an answer to Virgil. I'm not sure. Last I saw Lennon, he was in Blackreach, creating a four-way battle for the city with Edward, Myriad, and Joseph Jeremiah, the Scalding Iron. From what we heard in Bent, Joseph backed out, so maybe Lennon did too? He's famous for wanting a challenge. Perhaps they weren't enough of one. Virgil clasps his fingers around his masked chin as he ponders, nodding softly. Then, he slides his boot over a pool of dried blood, the crust resisting his movement. I could see that, but then, where is he going? And why did he kill all these estates-men? Were they all after him? Why? I shrug as I search around for any spare claymores or colts. We could always use extra. Toward that end, I whisper to Dakota as Earl speaks. Hey boy, help me find some good weapons, okay? And try not to eat things like that. I'm surprised that didn't end poorly for you. Arcus take a long time to form. The fox does a stout nod before lowering his nose and moving across the battlefield under the noise of Earl's thoughts. Maybe he has something the estates want? Wait, he was in Blackreach, right? And Eli was removed of his greatest weapon there, too. I see where he's going with this before he even says it. The insanity of the idea makes sense for such a group to be after him. The power of this army is insane. An angel helming at least a dozen 6th sigils and so many others not far in strength is a force capable of killing many foes. Numbers add up quickly unless your name is Marshall or Vincent. Lennon Hull, the most skilled swordsman of mankind, might just, in fact, have the most distinguished sword ever made. Yet, Virgil is the one that voices the thought, not Earl or I. Lennon could have Demon's Bane. Why else would all these people be chasing him? Hell, the man probably has several other armies this size coming at him from Eli's roots. If he could hide one angel, he's probably hiding many more. Earl nods but seems slightly disagree as he stares at the dead angel. Something must not be adding up for him. I don't know. Lennon only used broken or newly retrieved blades during the battle, and I didn't see an additional claymore on him. Can Demon's Bane hide itself? We all shrug at his question. No one knows the authentic details of the claymore. Its exact effects are hidden. We only know that it is so very lethal that even a virtue sometimes struggles to draw it from its scabbard. But Virgil makes another point as we gradually start returning to the train. While he does so, Dakota trots to us with a tiny gemstone-encrusted dagger. I point to Virgil after looking closely with insight and finding that it has dark blue chains, and the fox presents it to the man. Demon's Bane, and he's heading away from Blackreach into Timberlands. He's fucking insane. I think I know what he's doing. Lennon Hull is going to carve a path through the wilds with that blade while the demons do the same to us. Oh, thank you, Dakota. I'll investigate it later. Virgil slides the claymore into a slot on his belt, then reaches a hand out toward Earl. Come on, we gotta get going. Hopefully, we can find Lennon and change his mind. Earl sighs as Virgil slings him over his shoulder, while my mind sinks into thought. Is Lennon going into the depths of the wilds? Is he mad? Only my father has ever reached the depths, and the Prime himself has said to only reach the border of the Binary Lord's homeland. Who does he think he is? Shaking my head, I agree with Virgil. We can't let such a powerful man who can kill all those foes run himself into the ground like that. We need to get him to join us. However, my thoughts are interrupted as Virgil breaks into a run, pulling the panicked Earl with him at a blistering pace. Seeing him vanish at such a speed, I peer down at Dakota, who I will soon not have to look down at if he keeps growing like this. You faster? A low yip is my reply as the fox digs his paws into the ground. The dirt sliced through effortlessly. Good to hear. Let's go. Immediately, I break off into a run, with several skills enhancing me as Dakota follows. And I fast figure out his newest sigil. It must be a night owl or a rogue. Nothing else makes sense. Shadows curl, twist, and contort, less like Virgil's physical tendrils and more like the shadows are simply waving. But Dakota's swiftness increases every time they wriggle or wave, forcing me to arbalest just to keep up, even after breakneck. Not to mention, he seems more agile and lithe as he leaps up and onto a tree, preferring to move above me than on the ground. Damn, he's fast now. Though, I suppose he always was. After returning to the train, I find some peace to talk to Elizabeth again, and before Johnny wakes up to learn of our discovery, I continue our conversation as promised. Again, we sit in the head of the train on the fancy chairs, and she listens with rapt attention as I begin my story. My ma, I guess you could say she had a sigil, though she wasn't and isn't really my ma. In detail, my past is explored as I bear it all to her. From the cruel memories that were struck from my mind to the fact that my mother was simply a demon's clone, I tell it all. Elizabeth remains quiet through most of it, barring a gasp or sharp inhale here or there when I explain something particularly rough, like when Aniwai killed Kai Vincent. She also seems to cower a bit when my voice raises at the hurt of my childhood's facade of reality. When I finish with a deep exhale, enunciating it's over, she sits up a bit and places a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry that all happened to you, Wyatt. I remember when I was worried about telling you about my past, and while my family was abusive, it was never that bad. We had moments of kindness, real ones, unlike the fakeness you seem so angry about. I can't imagine. So, you've never had any parents. Where is your dad? Does anyone know? I shrug at her question as I slide down the chair a little. My eyes fall to Dakota, who is snoring just feet away on the cold floor. Does he know I'm not his natural parent? Does he know I killed them? Can a fox even reason that one out? Does he care? I'll have to tell him when he grows sentient enough. He'd have to become a 7th sigilled, as he doesn't have any mental sigils to boost his mind. I wonder if he can pull that one off. Dunno. Aniwai didn't either. If anyone does, it's probably the Prime. Perhaps he's off on a glorious journey around the continents of the world, just as the Prime is, living it up while forgetting about me. Elizabeth shakes her head and lightly smacks me on the shoulder. You know that can't be the case. He left behind things for you, right? I doubt he forgot about you, Killian. He's an extraordinary man, right? One of those at the Paramount, like Aniwai said. Perhaps he's doing the dirty work of the Prime, unable to come and see you. No parent would be so cruel. Even my father did what he did to me, as he thought it would be best for me. I can't really blame him, to be honest. I only blame the bastard he sent me to. I nod to her reasoning as I feel my eyelids grow heavy. I am pretty tired. Inhaling heavily, I tell Elizabeth that I'm going to rest, and she pats my shoulder before standing up. Okay, you sleep well. I'm going to go see Johnny about all this stuff with Lennon. He should know some more. I'm relatively sure he mentioned seeing him once or twice, sitting in a chair as the train is already moving at its typical pace again, even with the rumble of the train. I gradually nod off to sleep. Slowly, over many minutes, the noise is quiet, and I fall into darkness, returning to the fields of endless lilies. Unknown, unknown, unknown. As I sit, a lifeless shore beneath me, a melancholic air envelopes me. It doesn't help my troubling emotions that the air is colder than any night where I grew up. The chilly winds of Northene are impossible to replicate anywhere else but where I sit. My gaze is drawn to the vast, sprawling river that extends far beyond my sight. The river seems to echo the lost opportunities and unfulfilled dreams that haunt my soul. Its waters are like an endless expanse of darkness, more profound than the blackest of nights, swallowing any hope of redemption or absolution. As I watch the currents flow, I can't help but wonder about the paths I didn't take, the choices left unmade, and the people I've left behind. Yet, at the same time, beneath that darkness of unrequited death hides inexorable life, contorting fingers that were never mine until I stole them from another. I feel the sand beside me echo that sensation of life. The river's surface reflects a haunting stillness, mirroring the stillness of my heart, heavy with regrets. Each ripple in the water feels like a reminder of the countless possibilities of life and death that slipped through my fingers, like the grains of sand escaping my grasp as I lift them up to my eyes, two orbs that, again, were never mine. I lost my first eye decades ago. I don't even remember how many I've been through at this point. Even the shades of pigment on my arms don't add up, as some sections are months old, some years, and some decades. Yet, none are initially mine. All parts of me have been lost at some point, other than my brain. At least some part of me is still me. And while my body may be whole again, I can't escape the haunting knowledge that I am a patchwork of stolen beings. My mind then drifts to the people I've lost, the opportunities one let pass, and the dreams I once held close to my heart. It's as if the river of darkness mocks me. It's older than any living thing, perhaps older than even the gods, both above and below the surface. The flowing waters have witnessed more deaths than lives I'll ever even notice. A sudden ripple in front of me draws my attention as my eyes fall, and I notice that I've cut open my palms on the glassy sand without noticing it. Sighing, I ignore the injury as my blood dyes the black sand red. These hands aren't my own, stolen from some demon that looked roughly human. However, the skin is far darker than most tones and almost as tough as the steel in a cannon. Yet, the shores of this river cut even that effortlessly. My eyes then turn upwards, peering lightly at the gloaming that lies above, absent of any moon or constellation. Meanwhile, far in the distance, my ears, born of a demon known for their echolocation, sense a rumbling battle between clashing demons. No worry or concern arises, however. They know not to try me while I rest. Not that they are close, anyway. While the noises fill the air, painting a vivid painting of violence in my mind between two angelic demons, I ignore them and reach forward toward the waters of beginning. Years have passed, and yet, I have not completed my goal. The tip of my finger that is not mine teases the top of the water, and it rises up to meet me. The liquid is curious, almost as if it is alive itself. It curls, wraps, and twists itself over my finger, coiling like a deadly snake, and it is far more hazardous than any snake ever born. The flesh of my finger melts away into nothingness as the waters touch it, shifting into figments smaller than ash before joining the river. The tendons and bone quickly follow the flesh before I pull my hand back, the liquid licking away other parts of my hand. The view is odd, and the concepts behind it are ever so slightly out of my grasp. If I could learn to control these waters, I could govern life and death with far more precision. My manipulation would go beyond merely my body and its surroundings. But it seems, as always, no profound understanding or enlightenment will come from simply being hurt. Yet, I do this every few days, just to make sure I'm still alive. Sometimes, I wonder if I am. Standing, the lungs that were never mine, inhaling and exhaling the grimy atmosphere. I walk over the glassy sand toward my cabin. The demons know not to ruin my home. For the last time they did, I killed until they made me this one to stop me. The landscape is unadorned, other than the many graves that cover the dark earth around. Nothing exists within a mile besides my cabin and the many tombstones erected centuries before I was born. The glassy sand eats through my boots into my fleshy feet that haven't been mine since I was 19, and I ignore it. Moments pass before the sand turns to dark dirt, and I reach the shabby door of my tiny cabin. Grunting, I force open the door as it squeaks angrily at me. Then, I move through as my blood joins the pre-existing dried crimson beneath me. I step further through my home until I reach my desk, the vast pieces of paper built up for my experiments. Lines of potential ether scrawl over my desk, off the sheets, and onto the wood. Coughing lightly, the many injuries having at least some effect on me, I sit at the desk after pulling out my stool. Spending a moment to prepare for my studies, I retrieve a few replacement fingers from the shelf hidden in the desk and attach them to my hand with swift tendrils of ether that connect the nerves and ether pathways. Then, I shift my gaze upon the cluster of interconnected symbols sketched across numerous sheets of paper. Each intricate pattern seems to blur into a sea of almost incomprehensible madness, even to my own eyes, and I'm the one who painstakingly drew them all. Each line, arc, and twist tells the story of infinitesimally tiny specks of ether, the control needed to perform even one beyond most angels. With furrowed brows, I trace the lines and arcs, searching for their hidden connections and their elusive meaning. Every stroke is laden with purpose, yet mistakes cover the near flawlessness all over. Success is distant but not impossible. Every day I spend working on this framework furthers the control over ether I possess and accelerates my power's growth. What I'm manifesting is no simple skill, application, or use of ether. It is better to call it a seal or perhaps a gateway. Living beside this river has taught me much of life and death, imbibing tiny snippets of indelible secrets over the years. But before I can finish my review and begin another round of creation and manifestation, a dull knock on my door draws my attention. Listening closely, my ears hear nothing on the other side, not even the breathing of whatever should be there. Only one being exists without existing, a mismatch of lies and truths, deals and paradoxes. It appears it is time. The door screeches open as an old man steps through, one with more wrinkles than the river has waves. He hobbles in, his cane made of dark gold and bright silver as two snakes, darker than death itself, coil around the walking stick. The old man stumbles further through my cabin. The only sounds are his wheezes and the cane's movement through the air. Paradoxically, his feet make no sound as he steps, yet his mouth does with his breath. Yet, even to my extreme senses, I discern no ether from him at all, not even in the depths of his flesh or bones. It's almost as if he is an average old man. But I know the truth. I stay silent in respect as he makes his pained way to the other side of my desk, while careful not to touch my work. And with a low grunt, he retrieves the other chair and falls into it with a sigh, more like a final one than a relieved one. The moment he touches the chair, it falls silent and begins to shift in color to a dark red with coiling gold. Your turn. The old man rasps out the words I knew he would deliver. It was our deal, after all. But I try anyway to buy a bit more time, tapping my fingers upon the edges of the paper, concentrating on the most complicated creases of ether. I'm a fool to bargain and plead for more time, but I must. There is too much at stake. I'm almost done. Soon I'll be done. His face scrunches up in annoyance as he retorts me, more dying gasp than proper speech due to his age. You said that last time. Surzas aren't so easily created, and what you aim for is beyond even that. Nevertheless, they must be forged in the fires of war. I tisk my tongue at him. Damn, does he frustrate me sometimes? Not all things are about violence. You know that's not true. If it were, Leviathan wouldn't exist, nor would Mammon or Abaddon. The pygmies would be long gone if their inventions and copies meant nothing. Let me work a few more days. Reaper's seal is almost done. I watch as the old man inhales a hefty gasp, bulging his brittle bones and stretched flesh. Then, he exhales it shakily as he replies. Every time I see him, I wonder if he will simply drop dead of old age, but I know he won't. He can't. His duties are far too weighty for time to matter. He holds the gates, after all. Very well. One more week, and if you cannot revive the previous dominions of mankind by pulling them from maddened death by the end of it, I will drag you to the gates myself. You are running out of time to matter. In fact, you might have already missed your chance. Then, without waiting for a reply, the old man smacks his deathly cane upon the floor of my cabin, shaking the whole construct before disappearing. As my cabin shakes, the entirety of the walls shift in color as they bend and curve before abruptly returning to normal. He must know how difficult of a task I'm undertaking is. To pull souls back from that god, that massive maw, It takes a feat of ether beyond the scope of humanity to do so, for death has fallen far, so far. All the remaining undead must be lied to constantly. Yet, if there is someone to do it, it will be me. Grabbing my pencil, I return to the focus of my study, developing the most complicated skill ever to exist, Reaper's Seal. To pull a soul from the beyond, reconstruct a body, and deliver their sigils. The act, it is godlike. It is not true resurrection, however, as no matter how I construct this skill, it will only last as long as I input ether and vigor. Good thing I have plenty of both, as my dominion, vitality, draws vigor from all the air and the things around me, supplementing my life. The bad thing is, I don't think a week is enough, and he might be right. I might have already run out of time. I'm close, sure, but that is relative to 15 years spent on the skill, and I'm not sure I can survive another cycle through the gates. My unique method of birth only gives me so much. Yet, that was the deal, and no one can break a deal with that old man. To do so is to forfeit everything. Not that I have much to forfeit. There isn't much of me remaining. 281. Ask no ads. Wyatt Graves. The train finally comes to a stop under the control of the conductor, the man observing as we slide into the port of the train station. Less than 10 of these major stations exist for the steam train, so they have to be treated with care. Other more minor ones, simply for stopping, are along the tracks, but they are not nearly as important as this one that has materials for repairs and refueling. And in the room where he is manipulating the train stands a group of 11, including me, preparing to head into Pridestead. Virgil and Earl stand beside me as the eldest Boone straps on knives, ropes, garrote wires, and a colt onto his hip. Meanwhile, Earl mixes cocktails of chemicals together, each of which gives me pause. It must be explosives of some kind. The train had much for him to play with on the way here. Johnny and Tomas discuss their plan of action together right before the door, each checking the other for any missing gear. Lack of ammo, medicine, or tools no longer has to be an issue after inheriting the best of what Ben had to offer. Between them and my group of 3 stands Blake, a ghostly figure beside her, as she forces them into a claymore for Tomas as his weapons broke recently. Watching her silently is Silas as he offers his aid with his coins, one of which that increases ether proficiency temporarily. Bonfire and Abraham arm wrestle on the only table with laughs as the former turns to flame and has Abraham's arm phase right through him with a slight burn. The latter shouts at him and knocks him over with a wave of mental force. Bonfire and Abraham have gotten much closer over the past few months. They are almost nearing Marion and Otto in stupidity. I wonder what those two are doing down there in the underworld. Has Otto died yet? I hope not. Shaking my head to dismiss their foolishness and distract my thoughts, I notice Primrose and Sky Swain conversing in a corner as the two also ready their weapons. I didn't know they were friends, but it makes sense. Negativity breeds negativity, and no one, and I mean no one, is more negative than Primrose, even if Sky Swain is grim herself. Finally, I catch Millie, Elizabeth, and several other powerful sigiled soldiers that enter the room. They are the group that is staying inside the train for safety. We don't know what Pridestead will be like, when we'll have to leave, or anything about our arrival, so it's best to keep some inside the train. Plus, not all have my or Virgil's survivability. The ones chosen for the attack on Eli's laboratory all have considerable might or the intelligence to bridge the gap. Earl is the weakest among the 11, both in sigil and physically. However, I would loathe to eat even one of whatever he has in those bottles. Additionally, Earl has a repaired coil that's been slightly upgraded, allowing it to fire twice before reloading. Low in sigil, he might be, but lacking in might, he is not. Also, under a circumstance where Johnny or Tomas are not available to lead, Earl is the de facto leader. His knowledge will be irreplaceable inside such a place as Eli Weiss Lab. I finish my preparation by moving over to a nearby box, the one with spare claymores. Most are only first or second sigil, and I quickly take a tiny first flam dagger with a curved blade, looping it around my belt for the bloody palm in case it gets starving. And then, for dessert, I grab the artifact a second flam shortsword, as I bite the bullet. We don't have too many spare claymores, but I think the price is worth it if the bloody palm fights at all-out capacity. Asking too much of it and not giving in return will break our shaky relationship, and we've been growing decently ever since Marshall forced us to band together. I can't wait to see what will become of us if we ever reach that stage of dawn he spoke about. A voice yanks me out of my thoughts and into reality. You ready, Wyatt? Earl proposes the question as he watches me slide the short sword onto my hip on the opposite side of Lily, who is on my left. I nod to him as the train comes to a complete stop, lurching us all forward. Then, the conductor gives us all a bobbing nod, pointing toward the door. All clear. Johnny then twists around to face everyone, sliding Fate's sealer out of his holster and spinning it for us all to see. We are going straight to the Great Library. As most know, Eli's laboratory is underneath, and there is where we will likely find Clarence, along with whatever research the madman has locked up. The lab is no grand secret, but very few are ever allowed in. This will be a quick mission. Tomas and I will handle Clarence. The rest of you are to deal with any other forces and protect Earl. If he cannot continue, we abort and meet back at the train. I do not trust entering Eli's lab without Earl to guide us, both with luck and his mind. And again, we are here to recruit any who are willing alongside gathering whatever resources and tools that are in the lab. The gunslinger then faces the door, points his Colt toward it, and opens it. The man steps out as he motions us all to follow him. In and out, no dallying, no distractions. If you see something and you don't know what it does, get Earl. If he is not available, leave it alone. Everyone understand? We follow him out on the station's bricks that lie beside the stationary train with faces and words of comprehension. However, as we stand and he finishes talking, an oddity becomes abundantly clear. Pridestead, the largest and most populous city within Timberlands, is quiet. Utterly quiet. Johnny notices this, too, and places his fingers upon his lips to silence us all. Everyone then joins the silence as Johnny points to Abraham. A moment passes before a voice enters my mind through the latter's ether connection. Something is wrong. Abraham will inform all those on the train to be alert for any danger. Silas, Primrose, Skyswain, and Tomas will return to protect those within the train if we meet heavy resistance or unexpected circumstances. For now, though, we continue. A little quiet won't scare us. I agree with Johnny and follow after the man as we step forward, leaving the station built for the steam train. There is no one there other than us, the silence deafening. A strange unease grips me the moment I step off the elevated platform, furthering the oddity of before. Pridestead, the bustling city within Timberlands, should be teeming with life and activity. But instead, an eerie silence blankets the streets, leaving an unsettling void in the air. The midday sun hangs overhead, yet not a single soul stirs, and the empty buildings seem to loom over us with a foreboding presence. The weight of the silence presses upon me as we enter the street wide enough for 3 carriages at once, and I can't shake the feeling that something is terribly amiss. Johnny and Tomas are at the front and back, respectively, of the group, while I'm placed behind Johnny and Virgil behind me. Earl is then behind Virgil with Abraham and Bonfire on his wings. At the back are Silas, Primrose, and Blake guarding the rear. Our group navigates into the wide streets as the whole place is caught in a stillness. Not even the wind blows the curtains hung from many shops and buildings. It's all just stale. Yet, right as I prepare myself to say something, a slight pop echoes through the air, making us all pause from Johnny raising his left hand. What was that? As we stand there, frozen in uncertainty, I strain my ears to catch even the faintest whisper of sound, but all I hear is the deafening absence of life. Yet, on the ground, I see lines of blood. Not good. This city must have already been attacked. Are the Nahullo that deep into human lands? The city, usually a vibrant hub of activity, is now a ghost town. Not a single footstep echoes, not a single bird's song graces the air. It's as if time itself has halted, leaving us stranded in a zone of bizarre quietude. I speak up lowly, trying to have my voice reach Johnny before me. Is the library close? I hope to receive an answer, but my words only seem to amplify the silence, reverberating through the empty alleyways like the echo of a cave. There's no response from Johnny for a moment, only the emptiness staring back at me as we remain still. But a moment later, he speaks with a mechanical device's tone before shifting into an emotional one. It is only 1 street over. What did Eli do to this place? Where is everyone? The unease builds with every passing moment, but Johnny quickly restarts our movement. My instincts scream that something is up, so I constantly scan the surroundings with my eyes. I cover the rooftops, the indoors, and the alleys we pass with insight, but nothing shows itself other than the few blood stains. Did these people evacuate? Or did Eli perform some sinister experiment with them all? I wouldn't put it past him. However, those blood stains give me other thoughts. But there aren't enough to account for all the people here. What happened? With suspicion, we continue our advance through the vacant streets, moving cautiously as if tiptoeing through a graveyard. Every step feels like an intrusion, as if we're disturbing the slumber of something that should remain undisturbed. Eli has to have something here, waiting for a chance to strike. An iron-bound forms on my left hand as I prepare an arbalest in each limb. The drain on my ether is noticeable, my saturation growing, but to not be prepared is to be prepared to die. But right as I finish my preparation, something shatters the stillness. The air is thick with tension as we pass through the desolate streets. The silence weighs upon us like a heavy blanket, amplifying every sound and footfall and forcing caution down our throats. In this mysterious hush, the twang of the bow shattered the stillness. The sharp sound cuts through the silence like lightning in a stormy sky, reminding me of the thunder during Marshall's conjured storm. It vibrates through the air, sending shivers into the air as the wind arrives, flowing curtains and flags. It is deafening and more like a gunshot than a bowstring releasing an arrow. Confused, I turn to Johnny as I don't understand what it entails, but a voice enters my mind, panicked and forceful. That was Miss Lowe's hurricane tip. She's here. The Nahullo are here. They must be here for the laboratory, too. They had to have killed the people here or something. Everyone, including me, focuses on Johnny as we halt our pace again. The gunslinger twists his head back and forth before making a decision sent through Abraham's elude. We continue. This changes nothing. However, if there are three angels, Wyatt, Virgil, Abraham, and Bonfire, you deal with them. I trust you four to handle an angel, even the likes of Miss Lowe. If there are more against us, then things may change. We don't need what lies in the depths of the lab, but we could use it. No need for death. Onward. Onward, as he says, we move, sprinting toward the main road of Pridestead that nears the distance for 4 carriages to ride alongside each other, roughly 40 feet. Rounding a corner, we burst into the main road leading to the library. The grand building looms at the end of the street, a patient witness to the unfolding events just as the books inside tell years of history. But my attention is drawn not to the glorious facade of the library, but to the figures that appear just as we reach the open thoroughfare. A man and a woman emerge from an alleyway, eyeing us with apprehension and curiosity. The man's broken and cracked blade glints in the pale light, showing through missing segments of the scabbard, proof of either his brutality or his lack of care. At the same time, bandages cover his form all over, including his right eye, as he stands with a smile, moving the scabbard from his hip to his shoulder. On the other hand, the woman carries a long and ornate blade concealed within a sheath, its presence hinting a deep, deep purple, one nearly as dark as the night sky. My brain struggles to fathom what it means before I realize I don't have an answer. The woman pauses as she notices us, not touching her claymore or speaking, instead observing us somehow under the blindfold that shields her gaze. Her face shifts back and forth with her dark blue chains tightly wrapped around her head. But the man gives me more pause than the woman despite his decrepit blade and obviously wounded form. Upon his condition, glide magenta fetters, which denote an angel's presence. And as a second of caution passes, Earl's mind enters the elude of Abraham. The man is Lennon Hull. Be very, very careful. Treat him as 2 angels due to his lethality. The woman, I'm unsure, but she can't be much weaker for him to allow her presence. Nodding to Earl's words, the silence holds as my group spreads out a bit, pushing Earl deeper into the circle. Johnny adds his own thoughts as he's met the man before. When it comes to a duel, you never bet against Lennon. The only way we fight him is together or not at all. Do not provoke him. He is calm when uninterested but rampantly bloodthirsty otherwise. Johnny heightens my outlook on this man as I size him up fully, taking in his many wounds as marks of pride. The silence is broken only by the distant rustling of leaves and the faint echo of our own footfalls. We regard each other warily, our hands instinctively inching closer to the weapons at our sides. Why are they here? Are they friend? Or are they foe? Are they responsible for this overbearing silence? Was it not the Nahalo? Johnny speaks first, endeavoring to cut through the tense standoff as he pulls his hand away from his holster. Lennon, I presume? We've met before, though long ago. I am Johnny, Johnny Caldwell. Are you here for Eli's laboratory? Do you know why this city is without a populace? A tense standoff ensues as we wait for the first move. The weight of uncertainty bears down upon us, our senses heightened to detect the slightest hint of danger. My pupils do not leave his blade, not for a single second, despite its weakness, and I step forward beside Johnny as ether flows rapidly in my body. Breakneck, struggler's defiance, daydream, and even the bloody palm enhance my form as blood accelerates in speed, amping my heart up to a pace of almost 200 beats per minute. I feel jitters from the bizarre power, but retain my focus. The woman finally attempts to speak, raising her voice only a second or two after Johnny despite the tenseness, but Lennon Hull, the bladed monster, shuts her down with a firm and measured voice. We are not here. We are here for a challenge, and it would appear you two are here to deliver. Draw your weapons. I crave the wings of another angel. Despite the madness of his words, the man's tone is without strangeness. It comes cool and calm as his hand falls onto his sheath. The woman beside him sighs with a hand on her face and joins him, preparing to fight. But Tomas pipes up next. Lennon, we don't have to fight. What is the purpose of this? The man with the broken blade replies sharply, his voice slicing through the street like a blade and echoing upon the stones. The purpose is to grow. How else will an angel emerge without strife? You all think you know the ways, but I've learned that power cannot come without struggle. If you defeat me, that only means you are better than I to save the world. His words come out collected and purposeful, but the woman beside him doesn't seem to entirely agree. This whole time, however, her focus has never left any of our faces, and it hangs upon mine the longest as it falls to my left hand, that of the bloody palm. Even if I can't see her eyes, I can still determine her focus as it possesses a strange tangibility. Lennon wants to fight. There is no arguing with his stubborn ass. You all better hope you survive. Then, perhaps we can discuss the oddity of this realm. Finally, I speak up as the conversation is beyond bizarre. Why are we even looking to fight? This is so stupid. Don't fight. There are Nahalo here. We can't waste our efforts on each other. We're all human. The woman's hidden eyes squint her face upon me as Lennon scoffs, but the man doesn't answer. Instead, a fume of ether roils through his body, visible to my insight as the woman voices her thoughts. And the second she starts, my insight digs deep into Lennon's body, telling me of his intentions through his eyes. Lennon Hull is the most powerful here, and I see no Nahalo, nor do I sense any. He decides the rules. That is the law of the world. No use complaining, child. Go back and grow some more before joining the adults. The woman addresses me, but I ignore her completely as I inhale a massive gasp of ether and move with all the speed I possess in my body. The bloody palm follows my command as it transforms my bone into a shide that encompasses my entire forearm, and all four of my arbalests detonate at once, with a hone covering my bone shield. I move so swiftly I cannot even see my momentum or where I am going, but I do not need to, for I know where the attack is coming, landing before it even starts. In a fraction of a second of the woman ending her words, a screech resounds as a blade cuts deep into my arm, and a face comes close to mine. Lennon Hull peers deeply into me with the whites of his eyes turned red from the sheer volume of ether coiling inside him. Its magnitudes above my struggler's gasp, something I thought unique in its concept and application. But just as I'm pressed backward from his overbearing strength, it vanishes, and his ether calms once more, the man sidestepping and covering his face with his blade. And I quickly figure out why as a long flintlock revolver hangs over my shoulder. Johnny. Then, a drawn blade that screams of fallen spirits evokes its presence just a foot to my left. Tomas. I even lose the existence of Virgil from Abraham's Allude as the man goes dark. Lennon Hull, however, seems dauntless to the threats as he smiles, the ether in his body shifting in motion again. How can he control all that on a dime? What? Is that even possible? It appears I underestimated you, young one. You will be a most impressive opponent in just a few months. Stay out of this, though. Angels should only fight angels. He then sheaths his blade, but he doesn't seem done as he crouches and readies himself for battle. Behind him stands the woman, as she appears to be waiting for a full-on clash to begin to act. Yet before Lennon's ether reaches a climax, an earth-shattering bang fills the air as an explosion of glass, marble, and metal comes from the great library. And alongside the eruption of debris comes a rolling body with fading magenta chains that cover its metallic armor. A council member? I twist to face the great library as Johnny immediately opens fire on the Nahullo, not waiting to see who it is. The Nahullo weaves on the ground with a grunt as bullet after bullet slams into their steel armor, breaking holes into it with each blast. Shadows twist and contort as the Nahullo prepares to fight back. But the moment before he rises to his feet from the many gunshots, a figure forms behind him and wrestles the shadows away temporarily, giving Tomas an opportunity. The hardened warrior raised by martial glides across the street and parries a few quick shadowy strikes by the partially restrained and damaged Nahullo before shoving his ghostly claymore into its chest. Then, the ghosts erupt to hold him down as the Nahullo struggles, leaving us all to watch Johnny put a bullet in his head, promptly dropping the fellow. The council member's body falls to the ground with a dull thud as powerful twangs of a bow and clashes of steel onto steel rings from within the library. Lennon walks up to the dead council member and regards his death with a laugh. How humorous. Ianel, the Grimdark, dies like that? Ha ha ha. All right, I believe you all now. Temporary truce. I prefer fighting the Witties over humans anyway. The shamelessness of his proposition is without question, but Johnny immediately grants it as another explosion fills the air, debris falling out of the library. Sure. Though he agrees, it's evident that he doesn't trust the madman. Do not be left alone with him, or the woman behind him under any circumstances. 282. Falling books. I contain my gaze upon Lennon Hull as the man strides toward the library, now willing to broker peace with us. Yet, even as we all stare at him, he seems to not care and continues his leisurely pace while raucous sounds rumble through the air. The most significant difference I've noticed between the fights between angels and mortals is the noise. They're way louder. Of course, they are much more decisive and powerful, but the noise is always so deafening. Flicking my focus on Johnny, I find him unholstering his Colt and following Lennon from behind just as calmly. I don't think he wants to get ahead of the man. Makes sense. He moved so fast to strike Johnny earlier that my whole body still feels the trembles from the impact. And that was with literally everything I could do to strengthen myself. I don't know if Johnny could have reacted fast enough to stop the blow, but he might have had time before he died to glitch himself out of danger. The outcome is unclear, but I hope I never have to see the end of a duel between them. And so, our group of 11 follows Lennon to Eli Weiss Library, seeking the secrets within and killing the Nahullo within before they can take what we need. Gradually, we increase in pace as Lennon, the human monster, also does. But right as we reach the bent, slashed, and ruined gates of the grand building before us, ornately decorated with marble, a din of distant gunfire fills the air. Johnny immediately pauses, which doesn't affect Lennon at all as he bursts into the broken hole that now replaces the door of the library. But the woman does halt her steps, shifting to face us. I eye her warily, and she stares right back at me as Johnny speaks through Abraham, the gunshots soon becoming unmistakable as they increase in volume. Tomas, Sky Swain, Primrose, and Silas. Go back now. Things are attacking the train, and Abraham senses hidden mines along the buildings now. It could be damned, roots, or motherbound. Either way, you four need to head back. Millie, the conductor, and the remaining majors are insufficient to hold the line and protect the unsigiled. We'll take care of this. Hopefully, Lennon tires himself out killing all these angels and leaves us alone. The moment Johnny finishes talking, a smile draws itself onto the woman's face. She sputters a shocking array of words before entering the library's foray. There are motherbound around. I sense a few hundred by your train. A manipulator must be close. I'll introduce myself as you all are kind folk based on your mental communication. I'm Quakes, currently being taught how to wield a blade by Lennon whenever he isn't on his wing-clipping crusade. Now, let's go join the madman. She can hear us? My thought is repeated through Abraham's allude by the pale man himself as a feminine chuckle is all we hear before she enters the darkness of the building. Once she does, Tomas speaks aloud. I think I recognize her, Johnny. She might be Ed's inheritor. Be careful, though, because even if I'm right, it by no means she is an ally. It does answer the question where Demon's Bane is, based on the weapon on her hip. It looks different than Eli's, probably obscured somehow, but it gives me a similar feeling. Anyway, I'll head for the train. You should be able to handle it. Just watch out for her eye if she gets antagonistic. She's like Wyatt. Only her resistance comes from her blood, not her willpower. Tomas lectures Johnny with fast-paced words before wrapping an arm around Silas and bolting back into the street the way we came, shouting for Primrose and Sky Swain. Quickly, follow me, you two. And they do? The human woman turning to a cloud of barreling gas while the Battle woman takes flight into the air with a burst of lightning around her. They both hurtle through the streets behind Tomas and the screaming Silas. I did not agree to this. Let me down. No. The last thing I hear from the quartet is Tomas' strict tone before they twist around a corner, leaving them out of earshot and eyesight. Once they're wholly gone, Johnny places his foot upon a broken slab of marble that leads up to the library, glancing at the remaining 6 he now leads. I stand straighter as I stare behind him, ensuring nothing strikes from the depths of the library. Bangs, rumbles, clashing steel, and rhythmic twangs of bows echo from the inside as Johnny speaks over the noise. Abraham, don't worry about her seeing through a lewd. Continue. One person hearing what we say is better than the whole battlefield. Now, everyone prepare. Get your ether roiling. His attention starts at Blake, the closest to him. Blake, raise a few dead. Then he shifts to the duo of Blaze and Brain. Bonfire, Ignite, and Abraham. 3 nightmares before we even enter. Next, he focuses on Earl, the weakest of us all, with care. Earl, stay at the rear with your coil, but feel free to help where you can. Finally, he twists to Virgil and me, addressing us together. Virgil, use your own discretion. I trust your judgment in battle. And Wyatt, should that woman turn on us, you have to deal with her. The best way to combat a Wendigo is with another, though she may very well have Demon's Bane. So be very careful. Use what Marshall taught you. As he concludes speaking to me, I realize what Tomas meant by she's similar to me. She has an artifact embedded into her, too, and hers must be hidden behind that blindfold. Is she a hollow? How else could she have one? All that I've ever heard is how rare sustaining an artifact is. I'm the only one I've ever heard of capable of doing it for longer than just a few days. Is this my opportunity to learn the next step with the Bloody Palm? I can't help but smile as the Bloody Palm opens and closes with force under my command. I nod my head to Johnny in comprehension, and the man takes it before pivoting back to the library. Noises have never once stopped from the innards of the building, like the grumbling of the most gluttonous demon. Biting my lip in anticipation as I fill my body and extremities with ether again with breakneck and arbalest, I pursue Johnny inside. The marble under my feet vanishes with my alacrity, and I soon leave the outside and step inside. Darkness covers my head and wipes away the midday sun's heat as I step into the library, and my senses are overwhelmed by the sight and sounds of a colossal conflict unfolding within its grand walls that reach dozens of feet tall. The air crackles with the energy of ether and steel, filling the space with a tension that vibrates through my very bones. I can feel the force of every impact as it echoes from the walls and many rows of books that must contain tens of thousands of volumes and innumerable pages. To my left, a menacing mannequin, one similar in design to those born of the pygmies, stands as it seems to analyze our entry. Yet, I know it is not pygmy-made, for upon its forehead, unadorned with hair, is a number and stamp. Icarus too lies upon its mechanical skull, as its metallic joints clack with every movement. Its limbs whirl and strike with deadly force as a council member of the Nahullo charges it, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Beside it, a shadowy figure, seemingly born from the ink on the pages, emerges and strikes at the Nahullo. Yet, before their shadows can pounce, the twang of an arrow yields substance. I can barely catch a glimpse of the shadow as a barricade of sand weakens the arrow before he explodes into a shadowy smoke. That leaves the Nahullo and Mannequin to strike at each other with incredible speeds as all the enemies inside the library, barring Quakate and including Icarus too, glow with magenta chains. Each blow from each of them knocks tomes off distant shelves and dents their armor or forms. Yet, as they battle, more mannequins fall from the ceiling, though these are all green and sigil, so only fourth sigils. With the help of Kin, Icarus too pushes back the council member. Facing them, on the other side of the library, stand three formidable figures, each with their distinct prowess, which is soon joined by a fourth as the Nahullo is sent tumbling in retreat, joining his fellow council member. The High Table's two members momentarily pause their onslaught as they notice our emergence. The first armored figure wields a massive great blade, its sheer weight and size allowing it to cleave through enemies with thunderous strikes. He stares beyond my shoulder, laying the focus of his visor onto the pale man directly behind me, Abraham. The second figure holds an elegant longbow, over 8 feet in height, drawn with deadly precision. Abraham was right. Mislo is here. On the opposing side, the other group presents a bizarre sight as they, too, halt their clash. A man, seemingly more beast than human, moves with a wild force before calming down. Linen Hull's ruined and crooked blade radiates malevolence, and the ether within his body roars defiantly before dissipating entirely. Beside him stands a familiar woman, her grace and poise starkly contrasting to her partner's primal nature. Quakate wields an opulent blade, intricately adorned and seemingly too beautiful to be used for battle. Though, the blood upon the edge tells a different story. The bloody palm groans with a fit of violent anger merely at the sight of the blade. Using my other hand, I have to hold it still. Something is seriously not right with that claymore. All focus falls upon my group as 3 armored figures stand around Abraham, a dozen undead soldiers near Blake as she communicates softly with them, and a furious blaze ignites from Bonfire as his whole body turns to flame. Meanwhile, Virgil is the most inconspicuous of us all as he fades from focus, similar to that shadowy figure who must be Clarence Love. My heart races, torn between the urge to join the fray and the instinct to find a way out of this chaotic conflict among books and into the laboratory below. But in this muddled stillness and temporary peace, Clarence Love is the first to speak. His voice comes from all the shadows around, as if he is within each of them. We are human. There is no need for conflict. Let's focus on the Nahullo together before they take advantage of our quarreling. I shift my focus to Johnny as the gunslinger ponders for a moment before doing what I would do. He agrees outwardly but says something differently inwardly. Of course, we can discuss our issues afterward, Mr. Love. Wyatt, Bonfire, Abraham, Earl, and Virgil skip by this battle and search for the entrance to the lab. Bonfire and Wyatt are on defending duty. Abraham, you scour with your nightmares, and Virgil, you with your tendrils. Earl, make sure no one touches anything that will kill them. Blake, try and get enough undead to hold off some of those mannequins if need be. We're going to focus on Mislo and... Who is the second one? Abraham. Johnny defaults to Abraham for information on the council members, seeing as he used to live alongside them. And as per usual, Abraham does not fail. He speaks through his elude with hardly concealed hate. That's Sequester. He's the War Master in training. Apparently, my father, the Viceroy, and the War Master think he's good enough to reach the 9th sigil eventually. Why he's here, though, I have no idea. Johnny nods before pointing forward as his knees bend, the man drawing both his ghostly blade from Blake and his fate sealer. As he does so, I rotate the ether through my body, repairing my ironbound that was broken from linen and fixing up my arbalests. Okay, you 5, try and make it look like you're joining the battle, but twist off on the first chance you get. On 3, 1. On 1, the clash between Linen and Quakate against Sequester and Mislo reignites, as Linen charges the two with a bang that shatters floorboards beneath him and bits of the ceiling. Quakate shuffles around the edge of the battlefield, careful and precise as she picks and chooses her opportunities to strike, not nearly as resilient as Linen. 2. On 2, Johnny aims at Mislo, firing a bullet that deflects one of her arrows from piercing toward a shadowy form likely to be Clarence. Afterward, the shadow dissipates into falling dust as a hand of rocky particles grasps for Sequester, who is locked in harsh swings with Linen. 3. On 3, I rush out first, attempting to force any attention toward me as I speed toward Sequester while he's trapped by the hand of sand. The armored figure is frantically deflecting swift strikes by Linen as the man turns his inhuman skill on and off, seemingly to throw Sequester off kilter. Bonfire is right behind me, hurtling across the library as his flames flicker across the paper on the floor. In just seconds of rushed movement, I reach the clash. Mislo is overwhelmed with Quakete, Clarence, Icarus too, and its little ones, while Sequester is harried by Johnny, Lennon, and Blake's ghosts. And once I get close, instead of joining in to hurry their deaths, I pivot my footsteps and push past them. But as I do, Sequester roars with anger, noticing that we are heading deeper into the library. Oh no, you don't. A powerful burst of air fumes from him, hurtling Johnny, Lennon, and the grasping hand of sand backward as the angelic Nahullo immediately pursues me. Fuck. I arbalest forward as I strain to evade him, a gale coalescing around his blade. Then, I do it again, as it sounds like he's only nearing me. Gritting my teeth, I slide to my hands and feet, arbalesting twice more, but even that's not enough. As I flip around from the arbalest on my hands, I see Sequester only feet from me, swinging his blade surrounded by gales. Yet, before he can, the man vanishes and reappears back where he was a fraction of a second ago, behind the barrel of Johnny's gun. The gunslinger pulls the trigger as I right myself, and I don't see the result. Instead, I hear a crash from my left, on the far side of the library, as light bursts into the darkness from the wall caving in. A massive creature with fur covering its whole body and eyes that are almost as big as my entire body peeks through the building while radiating shimmering darkness. And upon its body sheens a magenta color that makes my heart skip a beat. A fallen. What the fuck is happening? Why are so many forces here? Without warning, the creature unleashes a deafening roar that rattles the very foundations of the grand library, shaking all the walls and tomes within. The sound reverberates through the air, drowning out all other noise, leaving me momentarily stunned and pausing the ongoing battles, leaving Sequester wounded but alive. As the echoes of its roar fade, the beast launches its massive form forward, causing the towering bookshelves to topple like dominoes, their contents spilling out in a chaotic torrent. I leap and dive with all my might, narrowly avoiding the crashing bookshelves and falling debris that threaten to crush me. The library trembles as if an earthquake has struck, and I can hear the sickening sounds of marble cracking and collapsing under the monstrous weight of the intruder. The once grand and orderly space is now a scene of chaos and destruction. But even as everything seems to crumble, the building as a whole still yet stands. I suppose that is a testament to Weiss' genius. My heart races as I push forward, seeking refuge from the relentless onslaught of destruction. I weave and dodge through the labyrinth of falling books, using arbalest repeatedly to stay one step ahead of the collapsing surroundings as I take advantage of my relatively small form to slide through gaps. The air is thick with dust and the smell of ancient pages, making it hard to see and breathe. Not to mention the growing smoke as Bonfire uses his flame to keep himself safe. It is so chaotic that the only person I can even pick out is the flaming man. The deafening roar of the creature echoes through the now unstable library, adding to the sense of impending doom. I can feel the floor trembling beneath my hands and knees as I fall to all fours, desperately shifting forward with a leash that pulls me out from under a crumbling bookcase. Finally, as I press on, my fingers brush against something unexpected the moment the crashing pauses. It's cold and metallic, a hatch hidden beneath the chaos. For a moment, I consider myself lucky until I notice Earl's dusty and scraped-up face right in front of me, the man also crawling. "You lucky bastard." Earl grins as he reaches forward and puts his hand on the hatch, searching for something. After just a moment, he finds a lock and pulls out a bottle of sloshing liquid. I prefer to call it a part of the plan. He lies with a smile and a laugh as he dumps the bottle's contents onto the lock. Smoke and an acrid taste rise from the lock as it rapidly melts from Earl's mixture. Shaking my head, I alert the others through Abraham's allude. Earl found the hatch. I don't know where we are, though. So Abraham, give directions. I nudge them all as Abraham acknowledges me and starts to lead them through the weaving bookshelves while a massive roar resounds again, shifting the bookcase hinged above Earl and me. Twisting around, I position my feet against it to keep it up as Earl breaks us into the hidden laboratory. The force of the falling debris rapidly grows as seconds pass, and the roars continue alongside roiling gunfire. Hopefully, Johnny and Blake are doing fine. This has already become a mess. Why hasn't Johnny told us to retreat yet? Does he not think it's possible? It might not be. All this seems to be adding up to a trap or an intricately planned event. Fucking Eli Weiss. Gritting my teeth, I force my legs to kick harder with more force as I focus my daydream for more stable knees. And as moments pass, Virgil is the first to arrive, appearing from the ground as he lands beside us with a whisper. I found it just a moment ago as well, but I didn't want to enter without you, Earl. Just a glimpse of it let me see some shit I don't want to fuck with. Nodding, Earl continues to break into the vault, tearing through lock after lock as it seems dozens exist for some reason. Meanwhile, Virgil uses his night whips to help me hold the bookshelf and take some weight off me. Then, Abraham and Bonfire arrive from rapid and panicked footsteps as a non-flaming Bonfire and a nightmareless Abraham slide into our cubby. Their faces are cut up, seemingly by the wind, as Abraham shouts at us instead of using his elude. Go, go, go. Let us in. Sequester is right behind us. Fuck. It must be real bad if he is saving Ether from not using elude. Earl doesn't even glance up as he focuses using his acid and shouts back. Wah fuck. Hold him off then. This hatch is reinforced steel. No way we're breaking through. I need to melt the locks. Cursing, I nod to Virgil as I shift over and look outside the cubby to see Sequester battling all three of Abraham's nightmares, while Abraham shakes in pain from them rapidly dying. We don't have time, Earl. Move. I force my way to Earl as I slide the bloody palm to my hip and let it devour the first flam claymore for sustenance. Then, I prepare to break into the vault as a deep gasp of ether fills my lungs. After all, I only need to break the remaining locks. It can't be that hard, right? 283 colliding projectiles. Clenching my left fist, I fill it with the ether of my struggler's gasp. Then, pause for a moment before quickly prodding the bloody palm for help. The artifact replies with a low growl as the flesh and bone of my arm twist and contorts into a blade. We don't need to do this in the hardest possible way. Breaking open the hatch is dumber than just cutting the locks. Hone covers the edges of the bone blade as Earl scoots back before tossing a bottle out of the cubby, the crash causing a green flame to rise. I barely pay attention to his efforts to slow Sequester as a silhouette departs from Virgil, as well to Harry the Nahullo. Then, gritting my teeth, I fling a detonation of a quarter of Struggler's gasp into my bone blade and strike the first lock with utmost force. The first lock shatters with a satisfying crack when I apply pressure and explode my ether outward. A rush of adrenaline surges through me as I move swiftly to the next lock. This one is partially melted, and my blade slices through it effortlessly without even using detonation, the metal yielding to my bone weapon. The following 3 locks fall before me, each snapping open under my blade's force, empowered by a swift detonation. The sound of metal breaking echoes through the cubby under the falling bookshelf as outside Sequester dominates Abraham's nightmares, Virgil's silhouette, and Earl's creations. And with a grunt, as the last of my gasp dissipates into my arm, the blade pierces the final lock, and it, too, crumbles under the force. The iron latch then creaks open, revealing darkness below. Squinting, I can make out the rough geometry of a tunnel using my sight of chains, the many fetters coalescing into a hallway. I glance at Earl before yanking him toward the hatch and pulling him in with a yell. Follow me. I risk going in first, but I can't gamble on Sequester getting too close, no matter how lucky Earl is. A powerful strike from him might just kill Earl with our help, so as I fall inside, I wrap my arms around Earl in case of any traps. But as we thump against the cold floor below, nothing happens. Awkwardly, I remove myself from Earl as he scoffs and retrieves a glass bottle from his bag. With a shake of it as Bonfire, Abraham, and Virgil fall behind us, the bottle glows brilliantly, revealing the entirety of the hallway. Earl hands each of us one as he retrieves multiple, then throws some kind of net upward that hooks onto the open hatch. Seeing he's leaving a trap, I shift my attention onward, and as I peer forward, Virgil speaks, the man limping beside me. Damn. He must have gotten hit by something good to walk like that. Sequester is on our tail. My silhouette won't contain him much longer, even with Earl's wet fire. Lead us and let Earl guide. Nodding, I lead the four through the dimly lit underground passageway, the air thick with the scent of steam. And as we walk forward, the soft glow of newly emerging flickering lights casts irregular shadows on the walls. The narrow corridor is lined with hissing pipes, releasing vapor clouds as we tread cautiously, our footsteps barely audible amidst the gentle clicking of shifting gears. I shift the bloody palm back into a hand as I retrieve the blade from the outer part of my right forearm, preparing it in case anything jumps out at us like those mannequins. But as we step forward, letting Earl gauge every object we pass, from rotating gears to expunging pipes, I hear bangs and clashes from the battles above. Virgil has a hand on my back, and when his silhouette is ruined, he'll let me know so I have some confidence in moving forward. The lair of Eli Weiss is a thing of madness, a labyrinth of mystery, and we move cautiously, knowing that danger lurks around every corner. The walls seem to close around us, the metallic surfaces reflecting the dim light in a disorienting dance of shadows. Peeking around an edge, I find the tunnel continuing as it heads lower into the ground. I wave my fingers forward as we move onward some more. My fleshy hand is sweaty and leaves lines on the wall as I step from the grime on it. Our footsteps echo through the corridor, and my heart beats in tandem with the rhythmic clicking of the gears. I glance back at Earl as I come across a fork in the passage, and uncertainty lingers in his eyes. Both directions, left and right, appear identical as lights, brighter than previous, flicker curiously in the distance. I watch him examine the two paths as the signs above are written in some language utterly unknown to me. He then speaks up, offering advice on which path to tread as he points to the left. He has words written in Moral's code. Perhaps the mannequins are supposed to read it? I'm unsure, but the left says development, and the right says experimentation rooms. Probably best if we go left. Who knows what deadly experiments he has? I nod to him as I pivot to the left, heeding his words. The flickering lights create a strange ambience, making it difficult to discern what lies ahead, but my sight of chains makes me sure whether living creatures are in the way or not. However, it is all up to Earl to spot any traps. But we press on, guided by our intuition and the hope of discovering the secret laboratory that holds the key to many things. Why else would so many be here if this place wasn't so important? Maybe that's why Johnny didn't order a retreat. Or perhaps we just didn't have time. With each step, we are drawn deeper into the heart of the passageway, the steaming pipes hissing ominously like a serpent ready to strike. With the bloody palm, I grip the hilt of my revolver tightly, my senses heightened as I brace for any surprises that may lie ahead. Who knows, Eli might just be waiting for us down here. I don't think Lily will kill him, but she might weaken him enough for us to escape if he is. As we venture further, the air becomes even thicker with steam, gradually closing off my sight of chains from my metamorphosis, and I can feel the oppressive weight of the underground world closing in on us. Earl whispers to us all as we pause and listen. While he speaks, Virgil taps my shoulder with a nod. Sequester is coming. Crouch down. The steam is hot and will rise. The lower we are, the better we'll see. We follow his orders and crouch, moving closer to the ground as the air is a bit clearer there, allowing for better sight. But as we move in this way, my heart continues to pound, just waiting for Sequester to find us or for a trap. The shifting gears create a symphony of mechanical sounds, and the soft clicks and clinks add to the disconcerting atmosphere. It is a symphony of mystery and danger, a symphony that only Earl can ascertain the meaning of. Anticipation rapidly builds until a noise breaks the silence. But to my luck, it is Earl. Stop, there is a trap there. Look, the floor is slightly raised in the center, waiting for the pressure of a body. Go around it carefully. Heeding his directions, I climb over it without touching it. But before I have time to recover, he whispers again. Careful. Right. Earl finds another trap upon the right wall, hidden grooves that would set off a hidden mechanism. I'm unsure how they would activate, but Earl has us crawl underneath them. I think those are pressure sensors of some kind. The slight holes in the wall are way too suspicious. Move slowly without sudden movements. Next, he spots a most devious trap. Only a few steps through the hallway from the last, Earl suddenly stops us in our tracks, his eyes fixated on the ceiling above. There, hanging in the steaming vents, are a series of thin wires connected to small glass vials filled with a mysterious liquid. One wrong move and the vials will shatter, releasing whatever their hazardous contents are. Those, Earl thinks momentarily as we all pause and look to him for how to get around it. He figures it out shortly. Cut the wires with your arm, Wyatt. A latch near your elbow will let it extend further. Virgil, catch the vials. Earl's quick thinking saves us as Virgil and I work in tandem to disarm the trap. Then, Earl resets the surprise as we pass it by with a mechanism of his own, placing it in wait for sequester. The journey through the foggy tunnels continues, and Earl's expertise astounds me as usual. He uncovers hidden pitfalls, concealed spikes, and even a trapdoor leading to a bottomless pit beneath the floor. The combination of his danger sense type of skill and his sharp wit keep us from danger, while simultaneously slowing sequester down behind us. And as we pass a series of pipes that have dangerous needles hidden within, prepared to fire at any time, I hear a bellow echo from behind, the voice having a harsh English accent. Fucking traps. Come here. You little shits. I can't wait to show your pops how useless you are, Abram. I didn't know you were here, but I'm so glad you are. He must have run into the vials. Good. Hopefully, he's weakened before he catches up to us. I glance at Abraham beside me, and he simply shrugs. Sequester is confidently arrogant. We have to be careful of his gales and his blade. Both are evenly precarious. Though I don't know what his power is. Coughing, I wave away some steam as we approach a closed steel door, a vault-like handle keeping it closed. Earl steps up to it and hauls a large jar from his backpack, something that had to have taken up most of the space. Then, he takes out goggles and a mask that he arranges on his face. I raise an eyebrow before he explains. I knew we were going underground, so I skipped out on explosives, but acids do release deadly gases when working. So hold your breaths and close your eyes until it's done. Your goggles should be fine, though, Virgil. If sequester shows up before I get through, he'll be fighting blind, too. We all shift aside for Earl to work as I turn to Virgil. The area before the steel door is large enough to hold us all comfortably, but I'm not looking forward to a battle should sequester arrive. And so, I attempt to speed things up. Can't you just flicker through, Virgil? The older man shrugs, pointing to the thick steel. Already tried. I got about halfway through with my arm until ether stopped me. Eli must have the whole innard coursing with something inside. Perhaps an arca? Or maybe it's even him. Who knows? But those mannequins up top were terrifying. Something able to fight head-to-head with an angel? I didn't know Eli was that good at creation. Even the cabled marionettist of the Pygmies has to command her mannequin in combat. I shrug as an acrid smell enters the steamy air, prompting me to hold my breath and close my eyes. If I need, I could probably daydream and open them, but I'll play it safe for now. Squelches and screeching steel fills our tiny area as Bonfire and Abraham whisper to each and sequester runs rampantly toward us. The Nahalo's movements are clear to us from here, and we hear every trap he hits and slows down on. But he only gets closer and closer. Almost a full minute passes before Earl's voice fills the air. We're good. The handle is melted through. Come here and pull it open, Wyatt. Standing, I stride toward him as a nearby trap goes off, one only a little away that is followed by a scream. Don't you dare take the fabricator. I will eat you alive, Abram. The fabricator? What's that? Johnny Iron Console, Caldwell. Stumbling backward, I pivot and cover for Blake with a swing of Fate Sealer, deflecting a rapid arrow fired by Mislo that lacks power. The only female council member, besides the Viceroy, of course, is skilled. Yet she is being overwhelmed by Blake and me while Clarence and the mannequins fight the invading Motherbound. My wrist throbs in pain while I glitch Fate Sealer, reloading the rounds fired a fraction of a second ago and removing the minor dent from the arrow's impact. I'm teetering on escaping without anything, but the other group already found the way to the lab, and so I must stay. Blake, beside me, teeters on the edge of a collapsed desk, the one end still up as she gasps for air. Raising undead to fight for her is taxing, especially when she enhances them with her own vigor and spirits. But they are essential against Mislo, forcing her to shoot arrow after arrow at anything that is not us. Though I do feel bad for the undead. She's pulling from the underworld, only to die under her control once more. Lifting my Colt again, I take aim, readying a true shot, empowered by my ether. The iron sight levels upon Mislo as she, too, aims at me. Focusing, I prep my shot by clicking my tongue, bursting air out of my mouth as I practice Marshall's technique. The motions help me form my ether for Living Strand. I don't quite have the plasmic stage of ether done yet, but just recently, I finally managed Living Strand. The only bad part is that, though I managed to use Excavator for the first time, my left eye is still recovering from imbuing a complete golden eye into my skeleton. And as Mislo releases a sextuplet of arrows toward me, kicking away a fifth sigiled undead as she jumps into the air and shoots, I force my ether into my 6 bullets. Then I slam the hammer with my left hand as I believe my shots will meet her arrows. Living Strand is all about belief, faith, or confidence, however one wants to say it. It took me a while to figure it all out, but I have absolute faith in my bullets. Faithful Lead curves each poundage of metal through the air by a stretching thin string of ether, held only by faith, as they hone in on Mislo's arrows. Both series of projectiles move so fast that the only reason I can even react is my duo of metamorphoses on my eyes, permanently dyeing them gold. Mislo attempts to move her arrows in flight, likely doing something similar to me, but she's not quick enough. She evades only half her projectiles, and I ruin the other 3. But I'm still not done. Gritting my teeth, I force Faithful Lead to the max, ripping the steel with uncontested confidence as I glitch my ruined bullets falling to the ground. Then, my avoided shots twist around in a complete 180 before slamming into the sides of the arrows before they reach us. The other 3 that I glitched continue onward without an arrow in their path and strike Mislo with a triplet of blooming bloody flowers. Finally, I broke through her armor. The steel carcasses of the councilmen are older than even their table, forged by a lengthy family of craftsmen from the frozen wastes that will only make armor. Each is a bulwark, built to last against even angels. And Mislo plays no games. The pale woman flips backward dexterously in her armor before landing on a knee as I realize she consolidated the damage to her lower abdomen. Meanwhile, I reload again, my vision beginning to darken. Blake commands her undead forward, the lady gradually recovering her stamina from the crashing books and her emerging power. I prepare to fire again, but Mislo grunts out a sentence, batting away undead with a forceful shove from her bow. "We need not fight, Johnny. I have no quarrel with you, and I only seek the fabricator that lies below. The Viceroy has sent us to retrieve this and leave. Is there any way this may come about?" Her words immediately fuel the simmering rage hidden in my core, and I spit onto the library's ruined floor in defiance. "No, you albino whore. You and yours killed my best friend alongside Blightraven. How could I ever ally with you?" Mislo coughs and half-laughs before refuting me. "Perhaps we did, but think about the grander scale. Outside are 2 fallen, and their manipulator that commands them. One of the fallen is Nahullo, the other, a Urayuli. Not to mention that ungodly thing that lives without breath or Eli's pawn. At least you can think for yourself. Sure, we killed a friend of yours, but what is your goal? Will fighting me accomplish that? Or will killing your true enemies and retrieving what you need from below? I assume you are here for something as valuable as we are." Scoffing at her arrogance and ignorance, I raise Fate Sealer again toward her face. "I don't know what they are here for, and frankly, I don't know why I'm here either. Originally it was for Earl, but something here just doesn't feel right. This whole town is ruined. I have to do something." Mislo scowls in response, part of her helmet shattered from Lennon's strike earlier. Now the madman fights against that Urayuli outside, clambering up it like the world's greatest monster slayer. My vision darkens some more as I prevent Lennon from being squashed with glitch. Perhaps he could have survived. Perhaps not. I'd rather him kill that thing than die, however. Then, I focus entirely on Mislo as she tears through the undead around her with the blades on the end of her great bow. Ether swirls again into my bullets as I quicken my hands with fanfire. Then, I unsheath Blackburn, the 6th flam bastard sword that Marshall gifted me. Its blade cuts through nearly anything, and with just a little ether, it combusts into dark fire, a fire that can only be doused when bone touches it. The sword hangs in my left hand as I step toward Blake, motioning her to step back. Shooting from far away works less and less the stronger I get. Now, I almost always have to get close. At least I'm good with a sword. The Nahullo across from me has short daggers extending from her bow as she slices, evades, and carves her way through the many undead. And not one of them is weak, each having at least 2 sigils, but she treats them all like children. I address her as I begin to move forward, accelerate carrying me onward. I have no enemies, Miss Lowe. I have only people who must die. And you? You are one of them. 284, Clashing Steel. Elizabeth Stroudwater. Coughing and wiping the smoke out of my eyes, I shout at the top of my lungs, using ether to get my voice out further with Inspire. As I do so, I crouch down, narrowly dodging a loosed arrow as a soldier is instead hit by it. The guilt strikes deep, but I keep my focus, shifting on my toes. Gather up at the front 2 cars. Motherbound have surrounded us. Unknown numbers and unknown strength. Wounded, man the cannons and gatlings. Uninjured, wield your ether and claymores to keep them out of the train. Shuffling of feet is all over as I pull an unmoving body away from a window, slipping my finger over their neck to check their pulse. None. Damn. Sighing, I drag him away and take his rifle for myself. Then, I slide to his position and take aim, finding innumerable targets. As the train sits motionlessly in the train station, I attempt to focus on the closest target, but the cacophony of combat is deafening. The sound of gunfire and battle rings in my ears as the train is ambushed by a massive force of enemies. It's a scene reminiscent of my recent days in Bent, where we were constantly under siege, only it is far worse. Back then, I was hidden within the walls, covered by maps and battle plans. I've trained for this. I can do this. With a deep breath, I steady my aim and fire, the rifle recoiling against my shoulder as I take down one foe after another. All my sigils are lawmen, built for commanding. But until the smoke clears from the ambushing bomber that left Millie unconscious, I need to help hold the train. The soldiers around me join in the fray, turning the train into a miniature battlefield. The air is thick with the smell of gunpowder and the echoing sound of gunshots. The enemies seem to be never-ending, their numbers overwhelming. I feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders as I try to protect the train and the powerless inside from this relentless onslaught. I can't fail Johnny. He left me here to defend and command the remaining soldiers of Bent. Marshall's soldiers. I can't let them down. Firing rapidly, I manage to fell 12 foes before my rifle clicks, empty of ammunition. With no time to spare, I swiftly grab another rifle from the fallen comrade beside me to my left, their body recently falling with a blackened nail sticking from their skull, and continue the fight even as they lie unmoving. My heart pounds in my chest, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I frantically squeeze the trigger. The months spent trained by Edward and then mentored by Millie have taught me much, and firing a gun is one of the lesser ones. Though, I never slacked on marksmanship practice, hoping to one day be as good as Johnny is naturally. So, I'm able to aim around the few majors that depart the train to better fight outside its walls, their 5th sigils allowing them some leeway in the battle. But many of them struggle to break through, even with their powerful skills. I see a man stringing a key on his instrument, sending a shockwave of sound that makes many motherbound, glowing with dark light, shake violently before falling to their knees. Then, a partner of his follows up with a pair of daggers attached to slim wires that slices many together with a single cleave. Finally, behind them is a woman who toys with a series of darts in her hands, throwing them at any who come near. She lays out dozens of motherbound before any even gets near her. I think that's the group Wyatt spent some time with. He told me about them just yesterday. Gritting my teeth, I fire and kill a taintrot that was approaching him awfully close. Rich, I believe, was the musician's name. Can't let any of them die. Again, and again. I run through multiple colts in just moments without wasting time to reload before the smoke clears, letting me more effortlessly see the situation. We're being slaughtered. The region in front of me with Rich and his 2 teammates at the 5th sigil is relatively fine, but the entire back half of the train is a bloodbath. Cursing, I stand and push my way through wounded that are screaming in agony toward the back. Sorry. You, and you. With me. Now. I pick out 3 third sigils that I recognize, powerful but not powerful enough that their absence will make or break the protection of the front. We still have the conductor, after all. Marshall chose him specifically for his absolution skill to protect the train. Though, Wyatt did mention that he had no sigil. Odd. I wonder why he couldn't see it. The three nod and follow me backward as I unsheath my claymore and colt from my hip, retrieving a brief glimpse of the past from Edward's training in my mind. Months ago, deep within Blackreach, I stand face to face with my instructor, Edward, feeling the weight of the sword in my hand and the comforting grip of the Colt in the other. I am forever grateful that Primrose managed to snag this deal for me. It couldn't have been easy because of how busy the bloodied beast is. Shaking my head inwardly, I focus on Edward as we circle each other in the training courtyard, a hidden place beneath Blackcrink, a major city within Blackreach's borders within the depths of the sewers, our eyes locked in a fierce yet respectful gaze. The light above, flickering constantly, casts long shadows upon his face as I gauge how he will move. Usually, he lets me make the first move, but not today. He knows we will be leaving soon. I think he wants to make sure I'm ready. Edward is a formidable swordsman even without his ether, and I feel honored to be trained by him. Even using Adrenaline Surge and all the skills I could with ether, I couldn't beat him without using it. He reminds me of Johnny in that way, for the gunslinger could likely kill anyone below the wondrous stage without even a lick of ether. But Edwards taught me everything I know about fighting with blade and gun, a deadly combination few can master. Not that he uses it too much anymore, preferring to focus on his power and claymore at once. He calls it being a coltsword, a rarity as most would instead learn only one or the other or simply focus on their ether. Johnny is also well versed in the act, but not many others are. But today, I am determined to prove myself and show him I can be as skilled as he is. He acts first, darting forward with shifting and odd footsteps that make him hard to predict, but I raise my claymore in time to meet his. Our blades clash, sparks flying in the air. I twist the edge as I sidestep, attempting to raise my Colt to his head for a checkmate, but Edward is quick to recover, and with a swift move, he cuts a small nick on my cheek. It stings, and I know I've let my guard down. Weakness. Edward stares at me firmly, his voice echoing in the courtyard. Don't assume your opponent will simply take the cards you deal them. Act as if they will always know your next move. We dance with lead and steel, not gowns and tea. I nod, wiping away a trickle of blood from my cheek with the back of my hand. It's a small reminder of my mistake, but one I won't forget. You have the potential to be great, Edward continues, his eyes unwavering as he flicks his blade outward, leaving droplets of my blood on the ground. Then, he lifts the edge and points it at my face, only inches away from me. I flinch, but his authoritarian gaze compels me to harden my resolve. You are naturally demanding, capable of leading. Even just your voice is hard to ignore when it enters a room. But to lead requires one to be great. But greatness comes with sacrifice. You must be willing to endure pain, to face your fears, and to learn from your mistakes. I listen intently to his words, understanding the gravity of his advice. He's been through countless battles, and I know he speaks from experience. Again, this is the last time I'll guide you with the blade. Kill me, no more checkmates. If you have the opportunity, take it. I want to see your guts. I take a deep breath, absorbing his guidance. My cheek throbs, a constant reminder of the lesson he's taught me today. Then, I take a deep breath before charging at him, ready to show him what I have deep inside. However, I realize deep inside that I've never actually landed him in a checkmate before. I'm no Wyatt. Hell, I'm no Earl, either. The two I compare myself to are beyond me, but I don't want to fall behind. I won't fall behind. Form a line. Leave the wounded for later. Medics, focus on those that can return to combat in seconds. I bellow loudly to the entire train as I rush through, inspiring them all as I can. And taking a chunk out of my ether saturation, I add empower, fueling each human recipient of my voice with my ether to bolster their focus and physical strength, not just their mental. The soldiers respond to my command, lining up and following my lead as I take a quick second to unleash a volley out a window at a stigmatic that got way too close to the train for comfort. Together, we release a barrage of bullets, cutting down the stigmatic and the many dreadmarked and taintrot behind him. The train becomes a fortress of its own, pushing back the attackers and turning the tide of the battle. But it's not enough. The middle is fine, but the back is struggling. I doubt they heard me earlier with the conflict over there. Forcing my way through as I reload my Colt with one hand, I examine the cars. The air is filled with the sound of gunfire and the cries of the wounded. But we stand firm, united in our defense of the train and its precious cargo, the unsigiled. The following car I enter is where the Boone family resides, and I heave a sigh of relief as I find Lennox guarding them by pummeling a motherbound into the steel floor of the train, asking his questions to it. Only these are far more brutal. At the same time, several other soldiers defend the powerless siblings of Virgil. Come, come, come. Everyone head to the front. It's safer there. They listen to me with quick yesers and yes ma'ams. Smiling grimly, I push Nora, who is carrying a wide-eyed Esther, behind me. It'll be fine, S. I'm here. She doesn't return my enthusiasm, but I grit my teeth and continue onward with the 3 soldiers behind me. Together, we push deeper, quickly finding a currently peaceful car. I step inside it slack-jawed as I see the 2 Rougarou that Johnny brought with him, sitting and licking their wounds. I had no idea they came with us on the train. Did he hide this from us? No, he probably didn't feel like adding them to the tally of soldiers and fighters was right, as they just wanted a home. Stepping past them, I speak to them, knowing they at least understand Chero. Head to the front. It's safer there as more are gathered in the front 6 cars. Ro nods, standing slouched as his height is far too large for the train. But he moves to block my way, putting a claw the size of my torso in front of me. Do not. Dead. Shocked, I repeat his words for confirmation. All dead. Ro nods as Ka shambles past me, the older Rougarou commanding her. All. Sighing, I move out of the way for him to brush past me. His fur is covered with blood all over, and my heart sinks in sadness for the dead in the last 3 cars. At least the Bato were all in the 5th and 6th cars, leaving us with only 200 or so soldiers at most and a few dozen Bato. Beside me, as I pivot around, I find the 3 soldiers I brought shaking in fear. Scoffing at them, I sprint past them back toward the front, but I quickly stop as Ro rips a tame trot through a window and bites their head off. The sight stuns me for a moment before I shake my head and recover my resolve. Returning a sorry smile, I haul the 3 back toward the front. In just a moment, Ro and Ka break their way back to the 6th car, and with me beside them, they aren't attacked by the soldiers. We then scuttle to the 3rd car so I can better command. I try to have the Rougarou leave me, to focus on themselves, but they won't. So, I decide to ignore them as Ro goes on a rampage outside the window next to me. He's a 6th sigiled, but he tears through a dreadmarked that is of similar size and stature. As always, Johnny is right. The most significant gaps in power lie in the 6th sigils, for only the greatest of the great can reach the next leap. But that shouldn't worry me for now as more and more wounded are piling up, and the battle rages on, my throat turning hoarse from shouting over gunfire. I know we can't keep this up. Rich's group is tiring, slowing their defense as even Ro has wounds outpacing his speedy recovery. The webbing of my left hand burns with agony from all my shots fired, while my right shoulder feels like lead from all my swings with it. Realizing I would do more work outside the train than inside, I step out and join Ro in his rampage. With each footfall, my training kicks in, and I swiftly assess the battlefield. The Rougarou on this side of the train, Ro unleashes his fury upon our foes, tearing through them with savage strength. I focus on a nearby stigmatic, moving with the grace that Edward has instilled in me. My blade slices through the air as I swiftly approach them, staying out of reach from any projectiles, and I deflect their strikes and find openings to counterattack. The Colt in my left hand proves to be just as deadly as Edward always said it would be. Sidestepping a slash from the stigmatic's frenzied claw, I raise my Colt to remove its head, but I don't overextend, prepared for its spiky tail to strike at me, and I pivot, parrying the tail with a burst of ether through my arm and my Colt. Then, as it's off-kilter, I stab my claymore into its neck. While I do so, I spot a faraway motherbound, crouched with a finger pointed at Ro. Lifting my hand, shaky from the recent impact, I take aim and fire repeatedly to scare it off, the sharp cracks of my shots intermingling with the Rougarou's ferocious snarls. Continuing, I dart between motherbound, evading their blows with ease, always staying one step ahead as I carefully follow Edward's training. Many of these motherbound are near or slightly beyond my sigil, but I either evade and lure them to row or kill them myself. My movements are swift and calculated, and I strike with deadly efficiency, dispatching my foes with swordplay and smoking lead. Each scuffle is close, my life hanging on by a thread, but as they pile up, my heart slowly settles to a peaceful calm. I think I understand why Wyatt is so abnormal in these situations. His heart must always be calm. Without fear, how could it ever accelerate? My thoughts only depart the battle for a split second as I witness the Elder Rougarou's might. Ro's presence is a force to be reckoned with, creating a whirlwind of death among the motherbound. But it is not enough. There are simply too many of them. Slowly, gradually, we are forced back to the train under constant gunfire. But before our backs touch the train's steel, a lightning bolt fills the air with an acrid smell. Sky Swain swoops down with her wings, her recent growth and skill evident as she uses her speed to charge and hurl spears of electricity at a multitude of foes. And following her is a cloud of noxious gas that expands to sink down into and incapacitate a dozen motherbound. That one is Primrose. Then, after the two women arrive, a figure so swift he seems to be a shadow slams into the ground, bursting dirt and debris all over before Tomas dives into the enemy with two drawn long swords. As they do so, a man steps beside me, holding an arm against the train's steel as the undead seems exhausted. His weary face eyes Silas as he speaks to me. There's a battle going on at the library, but Johnny sent us here. Glad he did, too. I gave Primrose, Sky Swain, and Tomas all the help I could with my coins, so I'll spend the rest inside shooting a gun. Always wanted to fire a Gatling. Good luck. Scoffing at Silas as he shimmies his way back into the train through a broken window, I return to the battlefield with my eyes. And amidst the chaos, I become focused once more, my senses attuned to the slightest movements of my enemies. I channel Edward's teachings, embracing the blade as an extension of my will. My whole body is sore, weighing me down, but I continue as I shout to the soldiers behind me. Just a little more. Hold on. Tomas is here with backup. The sounds of battle are overwhelming. The clang of swords, the thunderous gunshots, and the growls of the row reverberate in my ears. But in the midst of it all, cheers fill the air as well, morale raising once more as my body feels entirely drained from the final use of my empowering skill of ether. I step forward to fight again, but a hand grabs my shoulder and pulls me back. Turning, I find it's Silas. Come on, girlie. You're way too tired to join that. I can see your arms shaking. Come inside with me. You've proven yourself enough. I go to argue, but the moment I take a step, my knee gives out, and without ether to supplement it, I fall. But as I fall, two deathly arms catch me and drag me to the train. Silas curses the whole way he carries me back. Why can't you guys ever learn? Rest when you're tired. Pushing too far will only kill you. TSK, TSK. You'll gotta learn to relax. If you don't sleep, when will you? Not when you're dead. That's for damn sure. 285, Vessels of the Soul. Earl Garner. Keeping my airtight mask on, I apply pressure onto the extensive lead door, and it grinds open after I've melted through the locking mechanism. A crash behind me attracts my attention, but before I can view my rear, a hand slams me forward, slipping me past the gap in the door. Go, get whatever is in there. Virgil shouts in my ear before the man vanishes, leaving me to see nothing as I fall onto my ass in the laboratory. Immediately, without even looking into the room I've fallen in, I attempt to rush out to help, but the film of darkness that prevents me quickly yanks the door shut once more, sealing me within. Virgil. He pushed me in here because, in such enclosed spaces, I'd be a detriment in a battle, only serving to make the struggle even more difficult. That's something that cannot be allowed when they are fighting an angel. They're all strong, perhaps mighty enough to overwhelm an angel such as Sequester, but doubtless, my intervention in an area 10 feet by at most 5 feet would ruin it all. The hallway is long, but the chances Sequester gives them the entirety of it to fight in are slim. I take a deep breath as a massive thunk shakes my feet, part of the steel wall denting inwardly from the force. I hope that's Wyatt. Anyone else, and they're either dead of brain trauma or with crushed limbs. His arm might be able to handle the force of that lead wall. Focus. You haven't even guaranteed your safety before getting lost in thought. I suck in a hearty inhale before twisting around, unveiling the laboratory. Time feels to slow as I drag my eyes from left to right, examining each otherworldly sight with my eyes. My heart's pace accelerates instantly with both fear and curiosity from the views as I try to gauge their threat. An expansive, domed room sprawls before me, a chaotic sprawl of experimental devices and enigmatic contraptions. The stale air is heavy with an odd mixture of metallic tang and ozone as an arithmetic bang of the battle just beyond the door behind me fills the air. Nothing seems to notice me at first as I'm left alone, but there also appears to be nothing moving in the room. To my left, rows of unmoving bodies lie upon beds and tables, each one covered with white sheets like ghostly shrouds. They seem like eerie specimens, remnants of some twisted attempt at something gone wrong. Looking a bit closer as I flick my gaze past, I realize that the heads are uncovered, and all 8 figures have their eyes sheathed by a blindfold as a crimson liquid runs down from where they should be. My spine shakes with a chill at the very first sight as I continue to the next, the back right wall curved and filled with stationary humanoid figures lining the opposite wall. The blank faces lacking eyes, reminding me of Icarus II from above, stare into nothingness. They stand motionless, resembling humans, but their lifeless eyes give them an uncanny, haunting quality. Those must either be backups, guards, or works in progress. Biting my lip as I hope they won't wake up, my attention is quickly drawn upwards as my eyes meet a mesmerizing sight. A river of flowing electricity arcs and dances around the top of the laboratory. The luminous blue strands snake through the air, their electrical dance mesmerizing and foreboding. It's mesmerizing for the sheer ingenuity needed to do such a thing, but foreboding for what it must mean over Eli's prowess with lightning. I thought myself uniquely gifted, and that his missing out on his daughter's excellence would hold him back. Apparently not. Perhaps the rumors are true. There has never been a man with a more profound mind than Eli Weiss. Even as a child, he worked as an alchemist in the Institute in Brightford. I looked up to him all my life as a pillar of excellence and knowledge. But as I scan his lab, I can't bring myself to respect him as a person, only as an intellect. The metallic limbs on a nearby rack catch the glimmer of dim light. Each limb appears to be crafted with precision and care, and I can't help but think they are similar to the one I made for Wyatt. Only he has many, many more. Nearly a dozen, from arms to legs to a beating heart, lie on the wall. I need that heart. The chances someone will need it eventually are high, as long as I can figure out how to use it, maybe even replicate it. A bang shocks me out of my thought as another dent is put in the door behind me, sliding partially before being pulled back. They're still fighting. I need to hurry. Skipping the right side for now, I look forward to the laboratory's middle, expecting the main experiment to be there. And it would appear it is. In the center of the room, a massive device stands tall, almost menacingly so. Its steel sticks jut out at odd angles, like the limbs of some monstrous creature. The purpose of this contraption eludes me, but as I watch it for a moment, I quickly reason its purpose as bursts of electricity leave at intervals. Morals code. Burst, burst, half burst, pause. Burst, burst, burst. Burst, 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 half burst and half burst. It's a message, says good. I watch it for another second, translating another word to work before it ends with a period, denoting that the message is over. Then, the electricity stops. Good work? Is that sent or received? Who is the sender? The receiver? Questions barrel through my mind as I step forward, nearing the colossal device, but a bubbling noise to my right draws my attention. Twisting fearfully, my gaze then falls upon vats of fermenting greenish-yellow liquid lined along the wall. A sense of dread washes over me as I peer inside one of them, catching a glimpse of a distorted face seemingly trapped within the acidic depths. The sight is chilling, and, for that one, I have no answers for its usefulness other than plain cruelty. I'd let the man out, but I'm still not sure of all the things going on. It could be a trap, not that I see one at the moment. Amidst the cacophony of strange devices, I finally notice a large, ornate clock mounted on the ceiling way above even the streams of lightning as it tolls, marking a new hour. Its noise echoes through the room, drawing time with a haunting regularity compared to the other subjects in the room. The clock seems almost out of place in this twisted laboratory, but I suppose even Eli needs to keep track of time. Shaking my head, I continue forward to the device, wanting to learn more about the use of Moral's code, but as I draw near, I catch a glimpse of a moving figure in between the pipes that construct it. Inhaling sharply, I drop to a crouch, hiding my body and head from the holes and the possible creature on the other side. Ether flows through my feet, creating a rudimentary sneak as I creep around the edge, focusing my sight with a careful far sight. At the heart of it all, behind even the colossal contraption of steel and lightning, stands a man, engrossed in his work on a lengthy pale table in the center of the room. His back is turned to me, but I can see his fingers moving with skilled precision as he hums a soft, low-pitched melody, barely outdone by the rumbles of combat and electricity above, so that I can only hear him now. It sends shivers down my spine, creating a cold sweat down my back as I, for a moment, think this to be who I want to not find. Eli Weiss should be in Blackreach, and this thought tears away the suspicion that this is Eli as, peering closer with far sight, I quickly find that this man has black hair, not Eli's graying and fraying skull. So this is someone else? But who? Does the underground tree have a protege? No. Surely he'd make himself known by this point. A son? Maybe. Swallowing a gulp of frantic spit, I reach for my holster and draw coil, clicking over the safety I developed for a gun as a soft hum vibrates from my hand. The weapon quickly grows hot as it charges the lightning inside from the dormant magnets. Before I stand to meet this man, however, I lay extra preparation. Wrapping a line wire around the back of my boot, I connect it to a bundle of smoking power that I slide behind the device that uses electricity to transmit Morel's code. Then, I grab the only stick of dynamite I brought and roll it underneath the vat of acidic liquid, priming it to detonate should the smoke bomb with a match and another wire. My preparations take only a few seconds, and the moment they are done, I step forward, making myself known as I level coil at the back of the man's head. Hey, step away from the table. Put your arms in the A. My voice cuts off as I simultaneously see the man turn around, as well as the subject of his concentration. The man appears identical to Eli from when he was younger, portraits of him not uncommon in the halls of Bent. The most extensive difference, however, is that he is missing his eyes, leaving blank and empty holes for where his orbs should be. And under his hands lies another familiar form, that of Blight Raven, who was shown to me in a portrait from Sky Swain. Ruined white wings, the steel-like feathers torn all over, hang from his back limply as his body seems to be separated into modules. Sections of his body are broken apart, like ceramic tiles within a house, but even with the open cavities, no blood leaks. What the? Hello there, young man. I was expecting someone to reach me soon. For it to be one I've never taken focus of, that is a surprise, to say the least. Oh, would you look at that? I adore your contraption, the detail, the power. I can literally see its might. Words spiral manically out of the man as I notice he, too, has those ceramic tiles built and installed all over him. Lightly squeezing the trigger, not enough to fire, but to ready myself to. I yell at him and back up a step, but as I reverse, he trots forward. Who are you? Are you Eli's son? A chuckle primes me to fire, but his very first words stop me. Not quite, young man. It is a tad bit more complicated than that. You see, I am Eli and I am not. Confused, I twist my coil a bit as Eli continues speaking, pivoting back around to his table. You see, Earl, right? I apologize if I have your name wrong. My memory is not quite what it once was. I tell you, the first time I read a dictionary, I could retell it backward, but nowadays, age does its damage. Which brings me to my point. I sought eternal life, and I got it. In a roundabout way. What? Eternal life? Is it that easy? He has to be lying. Or this must be some kind of trick. I keep the sights of coil planted firmly on his skull, but the man monologues as he points to the body below him. Yet, he doesn't care. I once sought a way to deliver my daughter power, myself extra time, and Vincent Harvey additional years. My research brought me to artificial bodies made of a unique combination of ceramic and calstone, which originates from hell. Very, very, very little of it exists, as all is stored preciously as high-value gifts for the eldest of demons. 2 decades ago, Killian broke into Siren's castle far in the wilds and retrieved nearly 20 pounds worth. It was enough to buy all of Blackreach, still refusing to lower my gun. I listened to him ramble as my curiosity spikes. Killian? Wyatt's father? With it, I created forms that could hold imprints of someone's soul, though most of the actual bodies are constructed of other polymers with only the essential formed from calstone. You see, the soul decays slowly, far slower than the physical body. It would take at least a dozen centuries for even the weakest soul to dissipate with a vessel, which can be extended potentially indefinitely with sigils and training. But as Eli reaches the height of his ramble, his voice trails off with a shudder, the man's hand shaking upon the table with a quiet rattle as his tools vibrate on the steel platform. Is he serious? The man actually has emotions? What happened? Is he playing me? A moment passes before Eli gazes up at me, those absent orbs staring right at me. I almost retreat again in sheer panic as I fumble my coil. But I was rash. I was so excited to use it that I attempted to use it against my young daughter. She was unprepared, even if willing and eager. I should have waited, tested it myself, but I didn't. Rarely can I admit I'm foolish. Yet, I was the dumbest of them all 8 years ago. My heart falls in knowing as I realize what he must mean. His attempt to not only give his daughter eternal life but power, as well turned her into a raving lunatic. He raps his knuckles upon the table's metal, timing it so they knock alongside the battle outside. She was fine at first. Both her vessel and her fleshed form acted normal, perfectly normal. So, I then had 2 of my lovely daughters to work with me. Even if she found it a bit odd, I was exuberant. Yet, as the days and months passed, they both changed. The vessel grew quiet, unspeaking, more machine-like as my daughter of flesh and blood grew more erratic, rabid, more hateful. Again, Eli pauses, the man seeming to shed tears that don't exist as his voice chokes up. He then steps aside and taps the vessel of Blightraven as he speaks. The process, I called it rejuvenation, has a terrible price. At first, I thought an imprint of the soul was a non-issue, but it's not. Over time, the imprint and the soul battle, regardless of distance, causing fissures and permanent damage. Finally, he seems to enter a break in his speech, but I find only one thing worthy of mention to this man, one that I can't help but ask. It's an obvious question, one that has to be answered. But you did it to yourself. Why? Did you fix the issue? I expect him to nod yes, to tell me that he fixed it all, and that he gave himself eternal life. But the man shakes his head instead. The sadness in the inch of movement drops my stomach deeper than almost anything I've ever seen. With a short smile, Eli explains himself. Even after 6 years of trying to both solve the issue and save her, I found no way. It is impossible. Something simply are, boy. To insulate the soul, the only remaining possibility would require a material that doesn't exist. I bite my lip as he mentions the thing that was my first and only idea to fix his issue, but while looking downward, the man continues. I rejuvenated myself 8 months ago after much testing and realizing the danger of the future. Gods are to reawaken, truly instead of the half-hearted efforts of the past millennia, for the first time since the devil himself rose. Doing the math, a single vessel would give me a total of 20 years before madness sets in, accounting for my sigils bonus. This would bolster my capability, giving me a mind to research and develop with and another to wage war and plan. And the moment that it does, I have a device within the vessel and my true form to detonate and destroy them both. Holy, the idea is a stroke of genius, even if horribly self-sacrificial. But he's not done yet. Pointing to the vat of acid behind me, Eli explains more to me. But that wasn't enough. More vessels hasten the process of madness. 3 reduces my years to 16, 4 to 12, 5 to 9. I expect him to stop talking, to say that he has more than 9 years left to live, but he doesn't. The man gives me a final declaration as he steps toward me. I slightly lower my gun, and the man speaks with a depth of solemnness and gravity I've never seen. The world must have Vincent save it. A prophecy from a previous prime denotes this, but he cannot do it alone. Someone must help pave the way. And no matter how dark the road, how grim the path, how bloody the war, how awful the choices I must make, I will stop Yuzin's rise from below. The aftermath. The world after. I need not partake in its luxuries. 10 of me roam this world with a ticking bomb inside of them for exactly 2 years, 4 months, 8 days, 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 11 seconds. Eli's declaration shocks me, but what stuns me even further is that he steps forward and puts out his hand for me to take. It seems like he's offering me something non-physical. I know you to be wise, far beyond your peers, just as that boy Wyatt is unrivaled within his age for strength. You can do the math. We are behind in every category: power, numbers, gods, gifts, heirlooms, artifacts, history, wealth, resources, knowledge. All of it is greater amongst the motherbound, demons, Nahalo, pygmies, or some other race. As always, we are left in dead last, chugging along by the power of a single man. The man, acclaimed as the most significant mind ever born, lowers himself, kneeling slightly as he offers a deal to me. My jaw sinks as he speaks, and I don't know how to respond. I need a man to help me. Help me do what few have the heart to. Tell me, Earl, would you kill all your companions if it meant we could all live peacefully? No war, no battles, just peace. Demons would be gone. Nahalo would calm themselves. Pygmies would ally and join our factories. The beasts would fall underfoot like brittle forces. All it requires are for angels, and those to be angels to fall at a certain time. And then, our eldest can rise under their bloody reign. I know this is a lot, but the only way for us to survive is if those who can see the dark the clearest step into it. Inhuman choices are the only way we live. His words end, offering me a delicious future with little promise of how it would actually come to be. And immediately, I answer, lifting my coil again to his head, pressing the sizzling steel against his porcelain-like forehead.
No.
Surprise blooms on his face as his eyes widen, and I proceed with more words, pulling the trigger. Deals with the devil are more amenable to listening to him anymore. I worry he will provide me an actual path forward with his knowledge, one that will make me want to do the crazed things he does. I've heard enough. The weapon detonates with electricity, a booming sound that fulfills its dire promise, a hole entering the center of Eli's head as the vessel falls over limply. I suppose I just gave him some more time? Huh? Shaking my head, I glance back, finding the steel door heavily dented but still closed. Wyatt, come on. You got this. You don't need me to do any of that. In a few more months, you'll pass Eli. In a year, maybe a god other than the Wastelander will rise. Scoffing at myself for my overconfidence in my friend, I move over to the rack of metallic prostheses, feeling a gaze appear that follows me. It must be Eli, somehow watching me. Sighing, I swipe them into a rucksack I brought, the weight slowing me. Then, I move over to the vat of acid and set a timer on the dynamite for 6 hours, long after we should be gone. Next, I proceed to the 8 figures lying down, finding a short journal beside them. Flipping to the first page, I find a short note. Experiment installing Ailes number 4. All subjects drained of vigor in 8 weeks, even second sigilled abbots. Ailes are far too powerful to be installed within a human before the angelic realm, but their powers are too lackluster for the most part. Some, however, possess abilities worthy of even angels. Yet, unlike artifacts, there was no remnant madness or will to contest with. This effect is from the fact that Ailes originating from an angel's metamorphosis are different. They possess a fraction of their power. More tests to come. Ailes have been stored in cold storage for later implantation. Confused by the short document, I place it in my bag as I step forward, finding a frosted covering on a box. Opening it, I see a collection of 8 eyes and lone vials, each pair with a unique color of geometric shapes in their pupils. They kind of remind me of Johnny's golden pupils. Just standing here, I can feel remnant ether emanating from them. Metamorphosis, power, artifact, remnant will, eyes. Fucking hell. He was trying to implant metamorphosized eyes with their powers intact. It seems it didn't go too poorly, as the subjects lived 8 weeks. I'd even call that a partial yet saddening success. I quickly grab all 8 eyes before shuffling to the lead door. This was a success. Prosthetics for the wounded and these, Ailes. Their power must be tremendous if Eli had been experimenting with them. I just have to figure out how not to kill the implantee. But as I step up to the door, preparing to haul it open with my coil raised. The device behind me flickers with lightning in an understandable pattern. I translate it as I almost drop my coil in shock during the quick bursts, half bursts, and pauses of communication. I apologize if my vessel was a bit too forthcoming, Earl. My offer will always stay open, and you will know the time. As sorry, I will give you something. Say 1849001 to my daughter's vessel. Then, you can command it. She only responds to simple commands at this point, however. Please treat her with care. I couldn't kill either one to save the other. But, after she died, the vessel will live on like this for much longer before she fades. 286. Mask of Potential. Wyatt Graves. Breathing heavily, I grip the back of my head as the bloody palm quickly moves flesh, blood, and bone to the back of my head, fixing the crack sequester just put in it. Crawling forward a half foot, I position my right arm behind me as I use the dent recently made from my skull to stand up. But as I reach my full height, the whole world in my vision is trembling, woozy, and vibrating. Only a few feet from me fights Abraham, Bonfire, and Virgil against Sequester. And by the devil, did Abraham not talk him up enough? A depressing clash unfolds before me in the steel hallway as my three friends, each a combatant mighty enough to either beat me or give me a run for my money, engage a towering Nahullo in relentless combat. All the traps in the hallway are broken, and most of the vents that expelled hot steam are ruined, leaving the hallway clear to my sight. Dozens of dents deeper than the one I just made lie in the wall, showcasing what has happened to each of us in this short time. A figure of fire stands in front of the giant, unleashing blow after blow of radiant blaze. Bonfire's entire form streaks a brilliant purple, the heat enough to melt the metal beneath him. But the flames licking at the edges of Sequester's armor seemingly do nothing, and the man in armor remains unfazed, deflecting the fiery assault with the winds that cover him. Sequester then follows Bonfire with his claymore, singed slightly by the heat. And so, with a frustrated grunt as Bonfire leaps at Sequester's visor to dig the heat inside, the Nahullo raises an arm of swirling gust to stop him. Before he can, however, a shadowy figure weaves around, attempting to ensnare Sequester's arm with darkness. Dozens of night whips cover the councilman's single arm as Abraham follows up with 3 nightmares to guarantee Bonfire damages the man. 3 councilmen made of ether lunge at the giant, their ghostly forms striking with deadly precision. However, even as Bonfire unleashes a conflagration of purple flame into Sequester's visor, this only serves to enrage him as a wall of swirling tempest guards his eyes. A hammer, blade, and scythe land upon his armor as the fire roars down his helmet, and he replies with an even more powerful bellow. Air gathers around him, the vibrating energy dangerous enough that Virgil immediately begins to sink to the ground with flicker, but he's not fast enough. The zephyr of ether is released, slamming Bonfire into an opposite wall and having him slide down the wall with a trail of blood behind his head. Not good, not good at all. When his fire is extinguished, he can still be hurt. At the same time, Virgil is flung toward a wall, but he only manages to flicker through it after his leg makes sickening contact with a pipe. Even he's not fast enough to react to that. And finally, the gale also destroys Abraham's 3 nightmares all at once, leaving the man to fall onto a single knee as blood streams down his nose. Sequester immediately steps toward Abraham, who is only a foot from me, and I push cool ether through my mind as I use liberation. Time slows to a crawl as the Nahullo's foot hangs in the air mid-step, while my mind conversely accelerates. Fucking fuck. I thought we'd be able to hold him down for longer. Taking a moment to calm myself, I gauge my friend's conditions. It's only been a minute or two at most since the battle started, and we aren't looking too good. I hope whatever Earl found in there is worth it. Bonfire is alive. I can see his chest moving gradually, but he's out of the battle for now. I need to get Sequester away from him so that he can recover and wake up. Turning my attention to Virgil, the man exiting a wall behind Sequester with a blade in each hand. I notice his apparent limp. His left leg is bent. Bad. It looks more like a letter from the alphabet than a leg. I can't imagine that feels good, but he can still move, which means he can still fight. I have a feeling he'll be using his silhouette quite a bit more for the rest of the tussle. Next, I glance at the man right beside me, Abraham, He's a bit harder to tell. I don't think he's down for the count, but he needs a few seconds to recover from the backlash of his nightmares dying. If only he could call for backup. Everyone who could help us is fighting. Wait, not them all. Autumn. She ran off when we set foot in Bent. Could Abraham reach her? Maybe. It's worth a try. I know she'll be furious at us, but I don't think she'll attack us. She's level-headed enough to strike back at Sequester. Who else? I attempt to rack my brain for anyone else who Abraham has met who could help us, but no ideas come to mind. Damn it. This motherfucker is too good. He's swifter than Virgil, tougher than me, and he hits with more brutality than Bonfire. Not to mention, he has Abraham's versatility with his winds, shaping them into whips, hands, gales, and shields. Hell, he smacked me with a fucking burst of air that came out of his visor. Ah? The strain of liberation is starting to pick up. What can I do here? Lily has to hit his flesh, so she won't work because of his armor unless I get a precise enough shot to land in his visor. A ballista will bite through his winds, but I'm worried he can push it off course. Either will work if we can somehow manage to restrain the man, but I find that hard to imagine happening with Bonfire out of commission. That means we have another course of action, Bloody Palm. I wait a brief moment before a stalled growl, slowed by liberation, reaches my mind. Watching a Nahalo's suit of armor protect them so perfectly, I've come to an idea, one that I quickly disseminate to my artifact. Then, I release liberation as the palm begins to do as I request, shortly after devouring another artifact. Squeezing my face with my left hand, I stumble forward, attracting Sequester's attention, and as I do so, the Nahalo finally speaks with something other than rage. I let him talk as the blood palm prepares my idea. The blood, flesh, and bone within me begin to boil. You humans are beyond arrogant. Thinking a few traps and 4 of you would be enough. How stupid. I can't wait to see that face of yours when I take what's mine from behind that wall, Abram. And I can't wait even more for your father's arrival. The Viceroy will be delighted with our success, and hopefully, he will allow me the grace of executing you. Scoffing lowly, I arrange myself between Sequester and Abraham. That smug face, barely visible beneath his helmet, invokes endless rage. Don't you think you are the arrogant one, Sequester? I could attack. I could act on my anger, but I save it. The bloody palm is still preparing, and I slap it with a daydream of it being a higher sigil to work with even greater force. My vision immediately becomes woozy as the artifact wrestles blood from my veins, but I don't fight it. I trust it to act at this point with payment. Meanwhile, while I cover the left side of my face, Sequester guffaws and points an armored finger toward me. Behind him, Virgil pauses, eyeing me curiously. You? A child calls me arrogant? Boy, you have no idea who you speak to. I am Sequester Yorn, great-grandson of the legendary Etern Yorn, the War Master. I have slayed angelic demons, scaled Devil's Maw, and borne the weight of the Pale Cavity. You are nothing but a worm. I gaze at the man from my right eye as my left is covered with a crimson web that quickly sprawls over the remainder of my face. The bloody palm initiating my idea. Spots appear in my vision from the blood loss, but I grit my teeth and focus. The bloody palm has 6 sigils, each with its own unique effect. It's taken months to garner them all, but they are powerful. The first, Occultist, allows it to control blood and parts of flesh. The second, a Comanche, enables it to replenish and regenerate flesh and blood. The third, an Abbot, allows it to infect others with its necrotic vigor and ether. The fourth, another Occultist, gives it the capability to sacrifice flesh, blood, and bone to enhance the might of its ether. Its metamorphosis touched the fingers, allowing it to steal others' flesh with a simple touch, something I had only found out days previous. The fifth, yet another Occultist, stimulates the palm to transmogrify its form and, to an extension, mine. The sixth, a final Occultist, bolsters the previous ability and lets the palm temporarily detach from me without adverse effects for either of us. And with its newest sigil from killing Dominus, the bloody palm slides itself off my elbow, ingratiating itself onto my face as my flesh, bone, and blood, altogether, shift. A dull throb fills me instead of pain as I feel liquid trail down my face while a film covers it. Sequester immediately reacts with a harsh hiss. By the cavity, what are you? Curiosity bolsters my thoughts as insight blooms against sequester. I confront resistance using the skill, but after a push with my mind, I see myself through the Nahullo's eyes. Though sadly, I don't hear any of his thoughts. It would appear that something, possibly a skill of his, prevents me from doing so. But the mask forming over my face, using the entirety of the bloody palm's mass, shocks me the most. The idea was to protect my only actual vital, for death's lantern still holds my heart, and that the bloody palm can fix up any other injuries that might come. Yet, I did not expect how grotesque I would look. The mask is a bizarre and awful sight to behold, transfigured from a combination of bone, flesh, and blood. A disturbing amalgamation is created. It is so freakish that Sequester doesn't even move to strike me as his stature halted in surprise. I bought time thinking he would, but he does not. Bone forms the foundation of the mask that curves up and over the back of my head, more helmet than a mask, creating an intricate lattice of hardy and regenerative material. The bone appears ancient, stark white, contrasting with the sanguine streaks of blood that imbue patterns within the bone. Intertwined with the bone are sinewy tendrils of flesh, like living vines that snake across the mask. The flesh seems to pulse and breathe, giving my face an unsettling sense of life. It is as if the mask is an extension of my own skin, even if I can't feel the outer section of it. The most unnerving aspect of the mask is the blood that courses through it. Tiny veins of crimson weave throughout the bone and flesh, giving it all a vivid hue as some liquid seeps through the veins and onto the steel below. For a moment, I worry if it will have any effect, but after just a half-second of staring at myself, I feel my vision sharpen, my mind clear, and my blood flow through my body at a speed that nearly scalds my innards. As it happens, films of thicker flesh barricade my veins and arteries, allowing the blood to flow even swifter, all a part of the bloody palm's skill set. The artifact has done each of these things one at a time, only far weaker. However, now that it is entwined with my skull with my permission, the palm's ether flows nearly as smoothly as mine. A pop resounds within my ears as blood fills them, and instead of deafening me, my hearing only expands. It immediately is elevated to the level of temper, and I follow up with that very skill as I can acutely discern my surroundings with only sound. All these changes happen in only a single second, for Sequester doesn't let it go on any longer. Immediately, he roars and charges at me, dragging his blade along the ground, manifesting sparks along the steel floor. Virgil bounds after him from behind, but a swipe backward from Sequester at the air conjures a gust that sends Virgil head over heels as he struggles to right himself. Cursing, I quickly rise to match him, sucking in a deep breath of ether through my mask, surprised that it allows me to. And as I do so, a single word comes from the palm, as if telling me what it is we are doing. Potom. Its word is not a true word, something more of a mishmash of syllables put together, but I don't argue. Potom it is. Ether fills my lungs and loosens my chains as I weave arbalests in my right arm, 2 feet, and hanging elbow on my left. Odd how the tables have turned. Now I have a right arm but no left one. Bursting forward toward Sequester as he raises his claymore, I swipe out my right arm to the side, having the long blade emerge from the outer part of its figure. Then, crouching as I see Sequester's eyes brim from his visor, I lean into the strike, knowing the bloody palm won't be broken. It never has before, and as I lean into his upward swing, headbutting his claymore, I pivot my arm and stab the blade forged by Earl toward the Nahullo. His blade approaches my face at a blistering speed as they impact. I flinch from the strike only slightly as my vision goes black, not from pain but from bone and flesh covering it from the damage to my mask. I sway back from the impact, but I still see from Sequester's eyes. I catch that his hands tighten in supreme force against the bloody palm's defense, the artifact constantly regenerating as he tries to dig into my face. And while his claymore is gouging into and stuck within the element of my potom, I pierce toward his visor with the blade from my forearm. The bronze tip enlarges in his sight, but a gauntlet hand grasps my blade out of the air. Sequester's other hand, not on his claymore, holds me still as he growls out a threat. Die, Wendigo. Your kind are abominations to life. Under my mask, I smile. No one ever expects Earl's tricks. Flicking a finger forward, I activate the hand cannon hidden within my prosthetic palm. It's not as powerful as Earl's coil due to him still researching a better mechanism for firing, but it packs a hell of a punch with extraordinary explosive power. A resounding bang shakes my enhanced ears as the hand cannon fires out a pound of steel right for the Naholo's face. I even get to watch it hit him square in the jaw of his visor, and his vision goes similarly dark. Laughing at him as he removes his claymore and holds his head, I wipe the broken bone, spilled blood, and shredded flesh from my mask. Gradually, light returns to my eyes as the bloody palm settles into this state more comfortably. Across from me, I find Sequester as he tears a ruined and broken helmet off of his head. It was already partially damaged, but the point-blank shot of a cannon did the trick. The bad part is that he looks pissed, like Kill a Child pissed. An echoing roar fills the hallway, bouncing off each and every wall continuously as the stale air swirls rapidly. The gales go from nothing to hurricane level of intensity in a single second, leaving me to use chain-link boots and a leash on a nearby pipe to keep myself still. Worried for the wounded, I glance back. Behind me, Abraham has two nightmares holding him and Bonfire to the ground, one with a net, the other with a hook. It works, but it's an apparent struggle. Meanwhile, around Sequester, I see Virgil holding himself still with dozens of night whips. That's going to tire him out in less than a minute. However, Sequester shows no signs of stopping. The wind only continues to rise. I need to reach him and stop him. I don't know what he's building to, but it can't be good. This wind must either be from his sigil or his power, and if he's developing to something, it can only be one thing at his status. Adzil. Sighing, I know what I have to do. Virgil can't move in this gale. Abraham and Bonfire are stuck in a corner. Earl is behind the wall. It has to be me to either meet him, slow him, or stop this production of power, and I'm running out of time. I release the insight for more spare ether. Then, I release my knees and ankles. The chains fade as I feel power rush in. At the same time, my strugger's gasp is reaching a limit. Taking a split second to mentally prepare myself, I gauge my opponent, and then I lurch forward, releasing my leash and falling onto my right hand and legs, just as Edmund once did. Wind rushes over my form, less than before, but still enough to uproot a house. Gritting my teeth, I coat my hand made by Earl with wetting, unwilling to spare the cost for hone. My hand digs into the stone below, stabilizing me partially. Then, I gaze upward, peering at Sequester, and he, too, stares at me, hate evident in his pupils. An unsaid meaning crosses from him. I am better. I don't reply verbally. Instead, I act. Two arbalests detonate simultaneously as I burst forward with shaded from a dumbrel obscuring my form, space seemingly contorting. As for the first time, with my senses bolstered by the palm, I actually see my movement. Sequester raises his hand as I approach him, fighting against the squalls, and groaning from the pressure, the pain transmitted from my hand newly dug into the ground. I funnel the ether from my strugglers gasp into each of my feet, splitting them evenly. Then, I arbalest again, traversing over 3 times the distance as the first, landing a foot from Sequester. I swing my arm for Lily, attempting to raise it to blast his face just as his hand opens, a spiraling vortex of air hidden within. Immediately, I evade, seeing the act as unilaterally deadly and knowing I am far too slow. But a squall behind me pushes me forward as he slams the vortex into my chest with a grimace. Die. 287, Bo Peep. Johnny, Iron Console, Caldwell. Kicking off the ground, accelerates removes the floor from underneath me at such a pace, I don't even have to dodge one of Mislow's arrows. The next one, I swipe aside with Blackburn, the projectile turning to ash before it hits the ground. And with a third steel-tipped arrow, I have it meet my bullet, the two breaking in the air and crashing. In less than a moment, I join Blake's dwindling group of undead as she prepares to summon another one. Darting between them while hearing their curses and grumbles, I slash toward Mislow. Several undead join me, forced by Blake, but the Naholo is swift. Her bow spins around, deflecting Blackburn into an undead side. With her left hand, she throws out a series of short darts that spear into several hearts, killing the undead. While she does so, I am Fate Sealer for her head and fire repeatedly. She's too slow to dodge or redirect my shots, and all 6 slam into her helmet. Lucky for her, though, even with faithful lead, she keeps the bullets from entering the gap in her visor. Instead, she's flung backward from the force, losing grip on her bow and landing on her chest. Fate Sealer individual bullets hit with the force of a cannon, yet the armor of the council members is rated far beyond that. 6 will at most ruin the helmet for her vision. I doubt it will perforate and kill her. Striding forward, I glitch Fate Sealer, reloading it as I trade some vision for 6 bullets. And just as I thought what would occur, Mislo sputters out blood as she tears off a broken and mangled helmet, revealing the face of the most scarred woman I've ever seen. The sight halts me only for a fraction of a second. All over her face are the leftovers from stab wounds, cuts, blunt trauma, acid, fire, and even what looks like some kind of blood curse from a high-sigiled occultist that runs along her flesh. It's horrible and shows just how long Mislo has been in this deadly game. Nearly a century, over twice as long as I've lived, she's fought continuously. Luckily, Blake was here to help give me some distractions for my shots. Each little hit here or there adds up with Fate Sealer as it slows thoughts, movements, and even one's very fate. I don't give her a chance to recover or talk her way out of this. If I do, she'll make me pay. Again, Fate Sealer levels for her head again, the hammer in the back ready to clack the flint that ignites the bullets within. I take only a part of a second to lock onto the area between her pale eyebrows adorned with acidic burns and squeeze the trigger. As the Colt fires, Mislo glares at me with rage, frustration, and disappointment. What is she disappointed with? Herself? In the end, it doesn't matter. The lead pierces into her skull, shattering the front half of her head as she immediately falls limp into a pool of growing blood. Sighing with relief, I glance to my right, focusing on the point of light that beams inside the library from a shattered wall. Outside, Lennon and Quakes, whom I grow increasingly suspicious of every moment, battle against a massive Urayuli, the size of the inhuman monster almost rivaling that of the library itself. The man known across the territories for his recent hunting of angels for power dashes up the Urayuli's arm and cuts a vast line of blood along its neck before vaulting to the ground. Lennon lands with a hand on the ground as his ruined blade finally shatters. I watch him breathe heavily as he tosses it to the grass bed, meeting my gaze. The man is almost 500 feet away, and yet he still notices my eyes so quickly. How perceptive. Opting for peace, I kick up a spare claymore from someone who was among here, probably one that Mislo dropped, and throw it to him. Fanfire hastens my hands enough that the blade barely reaches him, and Lennon catches it swiftly while Kate busies the Urayuli. Her sword certainly something beyond legendary. Scoffing at the angel as he dives back for the Urayuli, I wonder how he is still fighting. I thought he was famous for short bursts of energy. How is he managing this? He's either about to run out of steam, or he's changed since becoming an angel. Doesn't matter. I shouldn't have to search for Wyatt and the rest. Sequester is likely fighting them underground, but I reckon they can win within the laboratory. With Earl's advantage in such a place, the 5 of them could probably take me without too much issue. I'd probably die to some unknown gas or effect while fighting Wyatt and Bonfire, with Virgil and Abraham ambushing me. So, the first order of business is helping Clarence and that mannequin thing to kill the manipulator and the fallen Nahullo that is here as well. The Mother Belos agents are becoming substantially more common as the months pass. Soon, that terrible future will come. However, I figure if we kill enough of her hands and feet, perhaps it will delay her. That will make whatever we have to face when she does awaken a tad bit weaker. So, I trudge northward to the back of the library, motioning for Blake to head back. Head to the train, Blake. I appreciate your help. I don't think I could have done it without you and your undead. I twist my head to speak to her as I see the undead dissipate. But as I do, my eyes reveal a man wreathed in a gambeson with golden inscriptions and a robe that falls to his feet, kneeling beside Mislo's body. Instantly, I fanfire and position the sights of Fate Sealer on the Viceroy's head, even though I have no clue how he is here. I'm pretty sure he can summon himself, the opposite of what Abraham does. But isn't Mislo dead? Iram appears to notice me, gradually floating an eye to peer at me. I wait to fire, hoping that he will prefer to retreat. Another battle, especially with how dark and blurred my eyes are. Would be awful, not to mention who it's against. Blake, on the other side of Abraham's dad, moves her arms, preparing to fight again. But I wave her off with my eyes. And, knowing that Iram will hear me because Abraham's elude is gone, I speak to Blake. Go, Blake. Iram agrees with me with a slight chuckle, flicking out a dagger that he sinks into Mislow's heart after piercing through her armor. The woman's whole body flinches before falling eternally. Tough bitch. She wasn't dead yet. The gunfighter is wise, girl. It is best you leave. Blake teeters back and forth, unsure of what to do. But I give her a dead-eyes gaze, the ether frightening her just enough that she retreats toward the library's entrance. I don't want her to hate me, but a push is needed. Then, my focus falls entirely onto the viceroy of the Nahullo, an eighth sigilled monster of incredible power. The noble phantasm's strength primarily comes from stealing others and using their phantoms in his wake. That doesn't make him any less substantially more capable of kicking my ass and burying me in a grave. It would appear you have grown, Johnny Caldwell. When we first met, you were bleeding, dying, and woefully inexperienced in the acts of the angelic. Much has changed. Iram rises from his crouch as blood drips from his dagger on the floor below. Then, he wipes the left edge on his forearm before following and doing the other. Once the weapon is cleaned, he sheaths the knife, not showing any of its capabilities, if it has any, which I'm fairly sure it does. I've heard rumors over my years that Iram possesses a stolen lumen, the soulful gaze. It's never been confirmed, but I reckon it's true by the feeling I get from that knife. It brings a shiver to my spine. I let him speak, keeping my blurred gaze focused on his face. But as my vision remains on his countenance, I keep my vigilance up. I can't get ambushed by a phantom of his. Abraham's nightmares appear out of nowhere within his sight or around him, so I can only assume Iram's apparitions are the same. I assume you know where my son is? Has sequester killed him yet? I shake my head to both, but Iram doesn't like that answer. So disappointing. Can no one do as they promise? I'm constantly surrounded by incompetents and idiots, sometimes both. Are you ever burdened with the same, Johnny? His words, while insulting to the very people who died to accomplish whatever mission he gave them, still get a laugh out of me. It's only because when he says idiot, I think of Bonfire trying to cook his food with his blaze and burning it all up, just trying to buy a little time for my saturation to die down or for Lennon to finish his fight. I continue the conversation. Not quite the incompetent part, but I do certainly know some fools. The Viceroy nods, taking in the totality of the destruction within the massive library founded by Eli Weiss. As he does so, the Nahullo spins to see it all with his arms slightly raised. What a shame. So much knowledge that we must ruin to get the fabricator. In the end, however, it will all be worth it. Mass-producing the armor councilman where is beyond important. Say, Johnny, is there anything you want down there? We could end this fight here. Astounded by his shamelessness, I motion to the dead body of Mislow beside him with Blackburn. He can't be serious. This must be some kind of distracting ploy. What about Mislow, the other council member that died? Do you not care for their deaths? Or do you only care that you now have their phantoms? Iram twists his head from side to side before turning to me from his spin. He speaks with the most forced grief that I've ever witnessed. While it is terrible Mislow and Coutant have fallen, it is not a complete loss. You are right. I managed to take Mislow's phantom. After all, you have no idea how long I've wanted a long-distance assassin, Johnny. Mislow was always too independent to force her for such missions. You wouldn't believe the promises I gave to get her on this one. The faux care he expunges for his fallen comrades is disgusting, and I hate even the way he smiles about it all. What a vile man. He only wants power. I may hate someone like Eli Weiss for his despicable deeds, but I know that in the end, for a fact, he does it for all of us. And I know that if the choice came between his life and humanity's, he would give it up in a heartbeat. But this man, this waste of life, he's not human, so I can't judge him by our standards. But even for Nahullo, northerners who enjoy war and battle, he is beyond saving. I can't listen to him any longer. I think the only thing he believes in is power. So, how about we kill those slimy creatures over that their wall? Together. It'd be a walk in the park. I don't answer him verbally. I only pull the trigger. Again and again. But through the gunpowder, I find a once famous demon blocking Irem's skull with a shield made of deep cobalt. The arm holding the shield lowers to reveal a horned and furred face with a grimace. These phantoms are far more realistic than Abraham's nightmares, and I'm sure they have more power too. Cursing, I step back, glitching my Colt again, trading a little more sight for time that would have been spent reloading. But as I do, an idea comes to mind, Irem speaking from behind his wall of metal. How do you like this one, Johnny? Or this one? A phantom emerges to my right, standing upon a bookshelf as a bow is fully drawn, already aimed at my head. Instantly, the phantom of Mislo fires as Corin sprints for me, holding the shield over his head. Waiting to attempt my idea and glitch the phantoms themselves, I use my power on the spiraling arrow, having it return to the bowstring. I smile as I hear a crash from the arrow getting stuck in the bow, but I don't have time to enjoy it. I sidestep the charging demon, slashing at it with Blackburn, but its shield bashes my sword off balance. Focusing on the battle as I just bought a few moments from Mislo, I pivot around Corin, endeavoring to get as close to Irem as I can. The Viceroy is not known for his personal power. I only have to get close. I tightly grasp my sword of black fire in my right hand, the flames licking my fingers with a searing intensity. With a quick twist, I deflect the spike from Corin's shield, giving me some momentum backward toward Irem. With each swing of my sword, the black fire dances and sears through the air, clashing with the demon's shield in a shower of sparks. Corin, however, is unfazed by my flames and growls as he pushes me relentlessly. Several times I manage to put a bullet in his arm or leg, but I can't quite get one in his head. So, he is only partially slowed when Mislo returns to shooting at me. And she's not all. From afar, she launches arrows at me without pause. The whizzing projectiles force me to dodge and weave, and my feet dance precariously on the rubble beneath me. I barely manage not to trip, but as another phantom emerges, this one with a trident, I lean back too far to dodge. Falling backward, I drop Blackburn for a moment and clench the side of a collapsed bookshelf. Mislo fires a volley of projectiles at me as I fanfire my hand and force myself to flip backward. The archer's arrows fly past me, and I can feel the sinister power behind them as they put craters only feet away. These phantoms are not to be trifled with, but neither am I. I won't die to such vile things. As I tumble backward, I unleash my own volley on the one with the trident I don't recognize, quickly ending them. I don't think Irem was expecting that evasion, but still, it was lucky to kill that phantom easily, too easily. In fact, I hastily bring myself back to my feet as another pair of footsteps emerges in the room. Instantly, I glitch Fate Sealer, my eyes darkening to a worrisome level, and I aim at the noise. But as I turn to look at the newcomer, my eyes narrow. Wielding an already ruined sword, with cracks and segments of it damaged all over, Lennon stumbles into the library. I've been looking for you, Irem. They say you hold the phantoms of dozens of angels. Is that true? Lennon's words pause the battle for just a moment, his arrival placing some worry onto Irem's countenance. Mislo still holds a bow aimed at me, while Corin stands only a few feet away. Carefully, keeping an eye on the situation, I retrieve Blackburn. That is true, Irem replies simply, probably hoping that the confidence would scare Lennon off. Sadly for him, fortunately for me, I don't think anything could scare Lennon. Not truly, anyway. He's had enough friends die that even I would shiver at the graveyard he's buried. And I've buried plenty myself. Bring them out then. All of them. I want to see how many I can kill. The absurdity and insanity of Lennon only continue to grow. I see why he's the bladed monster now. But underneath that madness, some genius still lies as he gains us some information. I cannot bring all of them out at once, sadly. I will, however, bring out more than enough to kill you. I'm not sure why Irem's dropping that kind of information. Maybe he's still hoping to scare him off, but it doesn't work. The good news, though, is that he is like Abraham. He has a limit, and once one dies, he can't bring them back either. If he did, he would have brought that other one back. Not only that, but it likely takes effort to conjure a phantom, which means it will take time as well. If I glitch a phantom defending him the moment it is made, he cannot make another one for a little. That is how we win. I don't know how many more glitches I have left, probably 2 or 3, but it should be enough to at least make him retreat. The noble phantasm cares most for his own life. After all, And so, I ignore the muscle pain and the weariness creeping into my bones. I already feel like I'm getting too old for this shit, and I'm not even 50 yet. By the devil, Marshall, how did you do it? And Vincent, boy, I am nothing. As Lennon opens his mouth to speak, Accelerate shunts me forward, rapidly gaining me speed with every consecutive step. Mislo reacts with a quartet of arrows, but I can't waste any more of my power. So, I twist, deflecting one with Blackburn and shooting another with Fate Sealer as I duck a third. But the fourth lands square in my bicep, ruining the muscle in my sword arm as I nearly lose the limb. Grunting, I continue forward, traversing the few feet to Irem as more phantoms emerge. For a moment earlier, I thought he was toying with me, but he just needed time to get ready. For phantoms pounce on Lennon as Corin chases me with Mislo's arrow on my tail. Another phantom attacks me, however, with a whip crackling of some purplish energy. Leaping over a lash, my whole body grows slower and heavier. Is that gravity? He killed Annie? You bastard! I can't help but scream out in rage, my throat going hoarse. A knowing smile emerges on Irem's face as I immediately point Fate Sealer at his face. But before I can pull the trigger, Corin slams into my side. My bones crunch, and I know my organs are screaming for help as I roll and tumble over debris. Hastily, I curse, using a prolonged glitch to bring me back right beside Corin. With eyesight so blurry, I can hardly recognize my target. I aim behind me and shoot him in the back of the head, removing one more phantom from the kill list. But at the edge of my darkening vision, I see Annie Lightwater prancing around me with her whip. That fucker. He killed our best and only pillar that could heal and perform miracles with her ether on the sick and injured. I see why he has such a position within the Nahullo. That one assassination has probably killed more people than the last war they waged from disease, injuries, and starvation. I grind my teeth as I swear to myself, he has to die. Abso-fucking-lutely. Annie could have saved Amelia if she was alive at the time. Instead, I had to watch my daughter succumb to ether sickness, wasting away inches from me. 288, 6s and 7s. Kate Evil Eye Heron. You really should run away, you know? There is no way in hell we kill this thing right now. Kate, even Lennon couldn't. He only managed to wound it. Gnashing my teeth, I ignore Mia's words and clasp my hands even tighter upon Demonsbane's risky grip. She doesn't understand. Not really. She's not human. After all, she's not Comanche. We don't lose. Demonsbane roars with fury as I stab its blade into the ground to steady my feet. Gallons of blood from this Urayuli have already enhanced it, and I'm preparing to give it some of mine. This fight has gone on for long enough. Shut up, Mia. She doesn't like what I say to her at all. That is an easy thing to sense, but she restrains from shouting back at me mentally. Instead, she delivers a caring warning. Fine, be like that. I don't want to die. Or worse, get some other schmo to take me. Give Demonsbane your blood. I'll give it my mind. That should keep us going for 20 seconds? 30 at most. I'll count. Drop the claymore the instant I tell you to, breathing heavily as the towering Urayuli stumbles toward me. Its left leg removed at the knee from one of Lennon's inhuman strikes with a shabby sword. I nod. Only for a moment do I admire Lennon's swordsmanship and skill. To do that with such a crooked blade. What could he do with Demonsbane? I shake my head to focus. Then, compelling my body into standing at my full height, I rip Demonsbane from the dirt, the bloodied edge extending a complete man's height past the metallic point. My lungs are on fire. My legs as sore as the harshest training day, and my body is covered in minor and mediocre wounds. Mia is good at using shift to either move me or a weapon away with her mind, though it takes both vast amounts of ether to use, and despite it being her power, she prefers to mentally strike people than physically. However, I ignore all the warning signs from my body and glare at the lumbering Urayuli, tainted by the showering darklight all over. The physically strongest race in the world, capable of breaking mountaintops if given enough time. Now, it remains mindless and broken, tainted to the core. Lennon avoided the corruption via speed and unpredictability, but I must rely on Mia. That is fine. We can do this. And so, raising Demonsbane to my left hand, I cut a thin line, allowing the blade to consume what it wants so dearly, whilst offering the crimson gift to my claymore. The sword hungrily devours the blood with a howl that fills the air. A thin film of dark crimson, not quite blood but not quite shadow, cloaks my arm and the blade. A thin smile streaks onto my face as Mia also grunts, both of us bearing our portions of the price for power while the edge grows shorter, not longer. The red darkens, gradually shifting toward black as Demon's Bane compresses its strength. My legs turn to lead, so hard to move from the weakness suffusing me that I almost fall. Forcing vigor through my body alongside Mia's help, I steady myself. Without hesitation, I charge toward the massive Urayuli, its elevated form casting a shadow over the blood field the size of the library. My heart pounds in my chest as tendrils of hateful darkness course through me, Mia barely keeping it from reaching my mind. With every step, I feel the essence of Demon's Bane flow through my muscles, veins, and bones, and I entwine my own ether with it. Mia and I both agree all artifacts deserve to be free, recognized, or put out of their misery. Demon's Bane? It is misery, pure and simple. No soul or mind exists as far as we can tell. Not even a hint of humanity is left within it. Vigor rush fills me with jubilance as everything slows slightly, and even my sense of time is enhanced. Wounds bleed quicker from the increased blood flow, but Demon's Bane devours any leaking injuries. And with every drop it consumes, the deeper the crimson sinks. The Urayuli swings toward me, its strike still dangerously fast, but I surge forward with the alacrity of the fastest spawn of demon, a crimsoned one, what we believe the claymore is built from. I leap and bound, using the creature's own massive striking hand as a handhold to climb onto its arm. My blade finds its mark, striking at the vulnerable spots on the Urayuli's body, while simultaneously hauling me up as its slam smashes a hole into the ground dozens of feet deep. The impact of its attack almost throws me off, but I remain atop it as I push forward, dragging my blade up its arm. As I move forward, my eyes do not leave its pulsing neck. A primal greed suffuses my mind, but a warning tone draws me back from the abyss. Careful, Kate. It's still getting you. I pause momentarily, unwilling to let Demon's Bane dig a hole in my mind. Rapidly, I focus inwardly, creating a small barricade in my mind with rudimentary ether, as it's impossible to do anymore without a mentalist or scholar, as I must also be careful not to negligently mix ether and vigor. But I stop for too long, and the Urayuli retaliates with another strike, this one from its other arm. I hardly react in time, twisting around the arm I stand on as a massive hand comes for me, edged with shimmering claws of dark light. Demon's Bane sinks into the Urayuli's flesh as I hang from it to evade the attack. Then, swinging myself up, I land on the attacking hand as the Urayuli growls at me. The noise tears into me while I dash up its arm, cutting flesh, fur, and bone my whole way up. Blood surges from my ears as the world goes quiet. Yet, in the end, all it does is deliver more to Demon's Bane. And so, my form grows even swifter and deadlier. Even I shrink, my fairly tall stature falling to that of an average woman's height. All of it for more power. Floods of flesh and blood fall to the ground as it strikes at me again. Fast, but not fast enough. I slide under its claw, hardly avoiding being entrapped by it, and continue up its arm. The creature is massive, at least double the size of any other Urayuli I've ever heard of. It must be the manipulator's doing. The Mother Belos effects truly are wide-ranging and extensive, but I fast reach its neck, raising Demon's Bane to remove its head. Lennon attempted something earlier but was stopped. Neither Mia nor I could catch what it was earlier, so I slow as I approach the furred and muscled neck of the creature. Again, I raise my claymore high, and as usual, Mia places a shift onto the back of the blade, giving it a bit more oomph as I overlay my skills as well. Slash and rebound cover my wrists and shoulders with focused and intensified ether, readying me for the strike and the potential failure. But as I swing horizontally, doing so fast enough not to get hit again, Mia screams. Left. It's invisible. I look left but find and sense nothing, even with Mia's sight that typically sees through invisibility. Nonetheless, I trust her, pivoting to slash in the air. But I'm too slow. An incredible force covers my whole body as my whole world shakes. My partner howls in pain as I feel numbness enter my mind and body. Kate, Kate. Get up. Now. Now. Get the fuck up. Blinking frantically and almost about to shout at her for waking me up, I see a hand the size of a shack coming straight for me. Breathing out a quick fuck, I roll to the side and onto my feet, but it's not enough. The clawed object falls for me, stopping just a single foot above my head as Mia screams once more. I can't hold it for long. Get your ass moving. Damn it. I bite my lip, drawing blood as I force vigor rush into my body, only to find it still partially present. How long was I knocked out for? A second? Two? Doesn't matter. Leaping backward and stabbing Demon's Bane into the ground for extra speed. I get out from underneath the shadow just as Mia relents, and a colossal impact shakes my senses as rocks fly everywhere. Sidestepping back and forth, I keep everything from hitting me with the help of my Claymore's edge while I speak to Mia. What the fuck was that? She mentally shrugs as I also feel the pain she's experiencing. It's awful. Whatever got us got her just as badly, and she's already dealing with Demon's Bane. I think that was its power, some illusory form that can strike mentally. Lennon must have sensed the danger and are treated fast enough not to get hit. Knowing how susceptible you are to psychic blows compared to me, ITT took the brunt of it, but it still knocked you out, and I retaliated with shift, thinking it was just invisible, but it wasn't. So, we were flung to the ground as there was no object for me to enact shift on. I nod to her as the Urayuli shambles closer. Taking a deep breath, I move forward, gradually increasing in pace as I near the Urayuli. My heart trembles as I realize how injured Mia is. That psychic blow got her good. She's stuttering and stammering. She never does that. No one is as articulate as her. For her sake, I tighten my gaze and focus for us both. Okay, we can still do this. You just have to point out that figure for me. I'll stay away from it and kill the bastard. Mia gives me a short grunt of approval. However, as I continue my assault, I realize that my speed alone may not be enough. The Urayuli's strength is overwhelming, and with that kind of power, I need to be even quicker. Getting caught off guard and being unable to react cannot happen again. I got lucky that Mia could handle the strike, but with the pressure of Demon's Bane on her, I doubt she can take another hit like that. She never stutters unless Demon's Bane is getting her good. With a deep breath, I make a difficult choice. I shift the blade to my left hand as I sprint toward the Urayuli. Then, I allow the blade to cut into my right hand, knowing it will draw even more blood, but also give more power from my sword hand. The pain is intense, but I can feel the sword's significance growing exponentially as my vigor, or what remains of it, soars from my wound. It's a risky move, but I'm desperate to defeat this formidable foe before we run out of time or get killed by it. And once I cut my right hand, I place the handle back in it, enabling the blade to feast as it would like. Immediately, I feel woozy as a metallic jaw emerges from the handle and bites into my hand, but I continue with my movements. Now, with the sword fueled by the constant flow of my blood, I press forward with newfound strength and determination. Dodging another strike of the Urayuli, I leap onto its arm and destroy as much as I can up on my way to its head. Every strike becomes more forceful, and I leave lasting wounds on the Urayuli's body, but also injuries that approach Lennon's in size. I continue to climb higher, inching closer to its head. Amid the struggle upward, my vision narrows and my body cools, and all that matters is my quest to bring down the Urayuli. My heart beats in sync with the blade as it devours my blood, feeding my body with fantastical intensity. And with this darkness that suffuses my innards, Mia quietly taking the psychic strain, I fast approach the Urayuli's head, leaving rains of blood in my wake. As I finally reach the top, my eyes lock onto the creature's neck, but I wait for Mia's warning, confident in my speed. But as I wait, another massive hand comes for me, slowed by all the blood that has been spilled. I easily dodge it, yet a shout comes the moment my toes touch its shoulder once more. Up! Instantly, I slide down the body of the creature, unsure how far behind me the illusory figure is. As I slide down, I stab Demon's Bane into the Urayuli's flesh, which cuts my way down as it does to all things, effortlessly. And while falling, I glance up and use Mirror on the Urayuli, feeling a powerful retaliation, but it still works with some force. Now it will have even more issues finding me while I attempt to kill it once and for all. Though, Mirror will likely only last a few seconds on such a large creature. I quickly fall to where the being's heart should be, and when I do, I clench onto its body with my legs and remove Demon's Bane from its body. Then, hauling the claymore all the way back, I input a tiny stream of ether, compelling it to do the only thing I am capable of at my sigil. Burst of darkness. For a singular moment, I am within the darkest pit imaginable, and far, far above is an endless maw, devouring all that has existed or will ever exist. My hands shake, cold and powerless, but I clench them in defiance. You will obey me, Demon's Bane. Something seems to occur in the darkness, a slight shift within the abyss as I regain my sight. All the blood, vigor, and mental energy devoured from the Urayuli, and me are expelled at once, creating a cone of devouring pestilence. Instantly, a million tiny threads slice through the Urayuli from the tip of the blade, and I leap off, unwilling to hold onto the blade any longer. Phew, that was getting really bad. Nice quick thinking there. I smile as Mia helps me land, creating a small puff of shift to slow my fall. Then, I back up as I watch the cone of darkness that goes all the way through the Urayuli decimate the creature. Darklight attempts to overpower Demon's Bane, but it fails utterly, and the darkness overwhelms it all as the beast howls for help. I'm about out of ether, Kate. All those shifts are wearing me the fuck out. Best if we sneak out, don't you think? I glance to my side, looking inward of the library as the Urayuli falls to its knees, the massive creature fast dying to Demon's Bane's might. Inside, I find Johnny Caldwell and Lennon struggling against the Viceroy of the Nahullo. I wouldn't mind killing that bastard, but before I do, I stride over to the Urayuli as it crashes onto its side, breaking trees and shaking the earth as it does. Climbing over gallons of blood and tons of torn flesh, I reach Demon's Bane. I bandage my hands tightly and ask Mia to close the wounds, especially the gnarly bite into my right palm before I take the blade. Immediately, I sheath it, not wanting to listen to it ramble with unknown fervor. Then, I step off its cooling body and race toward the inside of the library. I'd take the sigil from the Urayuli if I didn't have to wait for Mia and me to reach dawn. We're close, but we're not quite there yet. Our trust isn't high enough yet, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what's needed for dawn, but I know we're close. We have to be. I do wonder why Lennon didn't kill the Urayuli, though. It doesn't make much sense. He has virtually all the strength of that Urayuli condensed into a more diminutive form. I could only kill it because of how slow and clumsy it was. And now that I think about it, I don't believe Lennon was trying very hard in that fight. He seemed slow, tired maybe. It's odd. Shaking my head, I reply to Mia, we should stay. Killing the Viceroy isn't a part of the goal, but I hate that bastard just as much as some pillars. Mia only sighs and gives me the go-ahead. Fine, fine, go on. Just don't get us killed, and don't feed it again. Neither of us can handle that. You need at least a day to get your blood back to normal levels. I agree with a nod. Killing myself isn't on my agenda for the day. Fumbling my arms and legs as I walk toward the library, I feel the lethargy in them from the lack of flowing blood. It should be fine. I'm only the backup, after all. And as I step into the library, hopping up from the ground outside to the first floor that is elevated, I find a battle of 2 against nearly 12 as Johnny and Lennon struggle. Both are covered in wounds all over as Iram is calmly walking over to a collapsed shelf. Careful, I sense mines beneath. 5? No. 6. Wait. 7? 6? It's tough to tell. I think Iram is looking for the entrance to the laboratory. I know. I reply shortly as vigor rush and purpose fill my body, removing some lethargy. Then, I draw Demon's Bane as it roars with fury about its feast ending. The first person I go to help is not Lennon, but, instead, Johnny as he is closer. Dashing forward, fast enough that Iram can't react to my entrance, I stab one phantom in the back of the head. Another is crippled by Mia's psychic crush long enough for Johnny to drop them with a series of bullets into the dome. The once unknown gunfighter nods to me in thanks before we turn to his other assailants. I don't recognize any of them, not even the human standing a few feet away, and neither does Mia. These people must be from before my time. Then, I leave Johnny to deal with his few as I dart for the woman lashing at him with a purple-tinged whip. She's swiftly dispatched as, for whatever reason, she's fragile. Her whip only made me feel really heavy, but Mia just crushed her mind to stop her movement. Then I removed her head. Johnny and I then clear out his phantoms as we help Lennon by dispersing the danger amongst us. The gunfighter, however, slips out from the group and accelerates toward the Viceroy, pushing past phantoms and over tiny mountains of debris. Coughing out dust, I follow him with my vigor running dangerously low. Another half-minute, and I'll retreat. I want Iram dead, but I don't want to give up my ambition in the process. Lennon comes too, the man slowed by the most amount of phantoms. I assume Iram sees him as the biggest threat. That is a wise calculation. And as Johnny approaches Iram, who is clearing out debris for something with 2 phantoms, dozens of those mannequins fall from the ceiling on the Viceroy. The Nahullo is forced to conjure another 3 phantoms to defend himself as Johnny gets close enough to attack with his black-flamed claymore. I'm only a few feet behind him and joined by tackling a phantom to the ground, letting Mia shift their weapon away from me. A quick psychic crush, which seems abnormally effective on these phantoms, and a slit throat, and it's over for this one. Peering up for another adversary, I see Johnny pointing his gun toward Iram. I tisk as I stand to help draw away another phantom, as I know it won't work. He'll just conjure one to take the bullet, and as Johnny squeezes the trigger, that's precisely what Iram does. Only, it doesn't stay that way. One moment a wide human with rippling muscles appears from nothing, and the next, he fades away, returning to nothing. But even still, it seems Johnny fails to deliver a deadly shot as all his bullets miss Iram, going right past him. Sighing, I sprint forward to protect the Johnny as he's ambushed from behind. But I pause in shock as his 6 bullets twist in the air, glowing with white lights. Then, all of them diverge apart, one going for each phantom near Iram as the last enters the Nahullo's head. Mia answers my yet unthought question. So that's where the odd feeling was coming from. Johnny has a lumen. Look at it. It's incredible. The bullets moved on their own. The power. But even still, Iram doesn't die, though most of his phantoms do. An illusory helmet, the fabled invisible armor of the Vices and War Master, shatters against the impact. The Viceroy stumbles forward as blood flows down his back. My heart skips a beat as I realize the might within that bullet. It's said that the armor of the Vices could withstand Marshal Travis' fury. To break that, I smile as I see Iram twist around, a show of fear on his face. Gripping Demon's Bane, I move to finish the job for Johnny as he's now fighting clumsily against one of the remaining phantoms. I give him a short look of pity as it seems as though he's blind. I know what that's like, buddy. Kicking my legs forward, I slash out for Iram, multiple skills enhancing my speed, but it's not enough. The man alone brushes aside my slash with a swift sidestep. He stares at me with frustration as he kicks me away, a phantom forming from his kick. But as I shift to kill this thing, the sound of thunder emerges, but it's not quite lightning. A man appears beside me, Lennon, and his whole body is covered with bursting veins and blood vessels. And before Mia, or I can even react, he cleaves through the phantom and slams his blade against Iram's chest. Both his ruined blade and Iram's invisible armor covering his chest shatter into splendid lights of metal. Iram grunts in pain as some blood falls from his chest, but Lennon is even worse off. The man falls to his knees, limp and exhausted, right before an enemy. Fuck. I say the exact words as Lennon as I crouch to him, blocking a slam from a forming phantom with Demon's Bane. The impact is harsh and immediately bleeds through the remainder of my vigor as I eat away at it to protect my bones with stone bones. Fuck. My eyes twist back as I hold my blade as much as I can, peering for help since Mia is exhausted. But Johnny is busy, 3 phantoms wearing him down. Shit. I might have to abandon Lennon here. The psycho fought until he couldn't even stand. No, I can probably pull him out. I'm sure we've put some fear into Iram. I doubt he'll continue fighting without his armor and over a dozen slain phantoms. So, with my left hand as my right holds my blade against the phantom's falling cleaver, I pull Lennon, only to find him gone. What? Just as I search for him, thinking the man dead, the sound of thunder reemerges, and a sword sinks deeply into Iram's chest. All the phantoms pause momentarily, letting me slide out from under mine and into safety. Once I make it back to my feet, I find Lennon, once again out of energy, but this time holding a sword inside Iram's chest. A trail of golden dust moves from Linen to Johnny as the gunslinger lies kneeling, a hand on his eye. You. The Naholo coughs blood onto Linen's smiling, blood-stained teeth. Die! You tan monkey. Another phantom appears, reminding me of a once famous virtue from the wilds called the blunt object. Quite on the nose, to be honest. The phantom of the demon towers over Linen, but before the fist in its hand that nears a desk in size slams down onto the man, a shadowy figure appears behind Iram. Razor-sharp words that send a shiver to my ankles cut into the air as 100 blades of darkness stab for the Viceroy's neck. The Root sends their regards. 289. Cash in. Wyatt Graves. Sequester's hand approaches my chest, holding the vortex of spiraling air so condensed it reminds me of the souls flying away to the god above in the underworld. I thrust my hand, endeavoring to catch his wrist, but I'm simply too slow. Agony racks my whole form as he slams the maelstrom of air into where my heart should be, and instantly, the flesh, bone, muscle, everything that guards my innards is torn to shreds. Only by the time the swirling death reaches the halfway part of my chest, removing half my lungs, the cavity where my heart should be, and several other organs, does my hand touch his. The strength of my prosthetic arm is primarily independent of me and my condition, allowing Sequester's hand to wrench upward, not quite piercing entirely through me as I drag it up and out of me, like an endless stream of infinitesimally slight cuts. More burning pain slashes at me all over as the maelstrom is sent up and out of me. But as it leaves my innards and ascends, it scrapes the mask born between the bloody palm and me, revealing the left side of my face to Sequester. A pained scream originates from the bloody palm as I clearly see the Naholo for a moment. Then, all my senses return to usual, and the angel steps back, merely staring at me. Everything is wobbly, woozy, and I can see too of Sequester. Am I going to die? I can't feel my heartbeat. Death's lantern prevents my heart from being affected, but Sequester removed all the veins, arteries, and, frankly, almost my entire chest cavity. No more blood is flowing. It's all going cold. My fingertips, the ones I could feel on my metallic arm, are fading. I go limp, falling to my knees as my head hits the ground. Meanwhile, in my rapidly darkening vision, I find that we are in the eye of a storm. Virgil still struggles to move a foot forward, but he's changed his strategy. He and a silhouette are pulling each other forward, step by step. His face. It reminds me of when Vernon died. Grief, sorrow, loss, with a boiling hatred underneath. He's always been good at keeping his emotions down. That is completely unlike me. Mine. My emotions kind of just come out. It's similar to how all my blood is falling out. The bloody palm is attempting to help me, to save us both, but it's hurt. Whatever Sequester did has it screaming in pain as it tries to regrow the flesh around my heart. Only, it is slower than usual, not quite at its typical regeneration speed. Can I survive long enough for it to heal me? I don't think so. Everything is already dark. I can only see Sequester's face as he kneels in front of me, still holding that vortex in one hand. A worthy opponent. I won't let you bleed out. That would be dishonorable. But before he can even move that maelstrom toward me, a screeching wail enters the hallway, the noise of the door opening. Earl, I want to say something, to tell him to run, but I can't. I can't even breathe. Struggler's gasp won't work. No air will enter my lungs at all. They don't exist anymore. After all, a gunshot, the noise of coil, bounces off the walls, shaking some consciousness into my dimming eyes. As everything grows darker, I tell the bloody palm one last thing through our connection, hoping it can follow my directions. Do my lungs first. No acknowledgement reaches me. All that is for me is the darkness of death, her embrace cold and shallow. Sequester Yorn. Striding forward, the winds of maelstrom a bit strong even for me to step through. I keep my gaze focused on the one holding the door. I don't think he has the fabricator with such scrawny arms and slight bags. I need to take care of him. He's frantically reloading whatever weapon is in his hands. But the speed of that thing is dangerous. Seriously dangerous. It'll easily pierce through my carcass. I'd wager a guess that the Viceroy's or Viceroy's corpses could take the hit without shattering, but I won't guess for mine. I got lucky my Thypa, the swirling ball of furious air built from my power, deviated the path of the moving bullet. But that's all it was. It was simply luck. So, I foot away from the bleeding youngling and advanced toward the other. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel just an ounce of guilt. None, not even Abram, deserves to bleed out. But the mission is more important than anything. But as I take my fifth step away from the young man I placed my thipa through, a single heavy footfall slams behind me. Who else? Pivoting quickly, raising the vortex of ether in my defense, the size of it gradually lessening, I find that very young man staring at me. Only it is not him. The artifact he bears now reigns. The left of his face is wholly ruined flesh, similar to a scorched steak with all the slashes from Thipa, ignited by a crimson pupil, while the other is still hidden by that awful mask. One knee is positioned onto the ground, as if he is preparing to stand despite all those wounds. Scoffing, I twist, not finding him to be a threat. It is creepy, exceedingly so, but the wound I placed within him slows even the movement of ether. The winds of Thipa delve so deep it leaves permanent damage to the channels of ether in a being. Even other angels can't recover from it. It doesn't matter if he's a Wendigo or not. That kid is going to die. No, he already is. The artifact is merely attempting to rage with a corpse. Shaking my head, I continue onward, lifting Thipa to cover my visor from the human with the gun. With my other hand, I cover my heart, just in case they fire at my main vitals. Yet, as I advance another step, another footfall resounds. Stunned, I twist my neck partially, creaking my carcass steel as I do so to find the man in a heavily slouched stand. My breath catches in my throat, and I'm momentarily paralyzed by the nightmarish scene before me. I've seen much blood, gore, and death, but this is something else. This is otherworldly. Impossible. The young man, now turned into a monster, stands unmoving, with two arms hanging limply at their sides, swaying with an eerie rhythm as if disconnected from any control. The two arms are both unnatural, one of metal and one of only bone that drips enough blood to dry a man. Their head tilts downward, hiding most of their face beneath a bone-covered mask, but I can still see the twisted grin forming at the left corner of their mouth. I still, breathing heavily, and trying to recuperate after dealing the fatal blow, and using much of my saturation. The kid is dead, yet not. Their movements are sluggish, as if they are not in complete control yet, which is to be expected. I basically ruined even their spinal cord. Yet, they extinguish all possibilities I've ever known, moving despite the wounds. As they slowly raise their gaze, I see a face half covered by bone, a gruesome reminder of the damage I inflicted. But now, staring at it, I see not an opponent. I find, instead, a hunter, one born of death, once dead, twice alive. The Wendigo breathes terror into the earth. I've never cared to learn about these creatures, thinking them too rare and unlikely to come across, especially after we allied with the humans to rid the world of the Comanche. But I can't even breathe as I peer at it. The blood, bone, and viscera are not what gives me pause. It's the namesake for the Comanche, what we called them in place of their true name. Hollows. Their chest cavity is empty, a hollow space where life once thrived. The bones jut out from their face, half covered by the twisted mask. Bits and pieces of the bones hold holes that have no end, tiny voids existing that drill deep into the flesh. I'm transfixed by the sight, utterly terrified yet unable to look away. With a deliberate lethargy, they raise their head, and I meet the chilling gaze of their single eye not covered by bone, a dwindling crimson pupil that, unlike most, doesn't burn. It chills with a fathomless void. It's a sight more akin to witnessing a god than a man taken by madness. I can feel a shiver run down my spine as they emit a low growl, a warning that chills me to my core, reminding me of the horizonless nature of the pale cavity and the frigid currents of the north. I need to move, to act now, but I can't. It draws me in without letting me stop. Slight murmurs enter my mind, bits of happiness and pieces of madness that whisper sweet nothings and brutal ends. But while eating into my mind with only its eye, the creature lunges forward with surprising speed, and I barely have time to react. I dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding their attack. As I regain my balance, I glance around, searching for any advantage I can find, only to hear the crack of a bullet and feel the impact of it. I attempt to dodge, my body bolstered by the winds of Thypa, but a paralyzing force covers my body. In the corner of my eyes, I find a pitiful half-breed, tears in his eyes and blood trailing down his nose with an outstretched hand despite the situation and his wounds. Cavity be damned. Iram was wrong. This one does have guts. I always thought he was carried by his father's efforts. Too bad I didn't recognize that earlier. Looking down, I find a hole that pierces right through my heart, a large portion of it from my body. Agony runs up my spine, biting away the chill as I concentrate on the Wendigo. I can last 2 minutes without a heart. It's all a part of training. After all, 2 minutes. I can do this. I just need to. What do I need to do? This Wendigo has to die. But how? Half its chest cavity is missing, including its heart and lungs, and rapidly coming back, yet it won't die. If all the enemies are dead, I can replicate a heartbeat with a mantra. I just have to find someplace cold. My mind races, and then it hits me. I need to destroy the artifact. The half-mask on its face needs to break all the way. Tightening my grip on my vortex with one hand and my claymore with the other, I crash onto the Wendigo, aiming for its head. Wyatt Graves. Instead of the deepest darkness of death's embrace, I find myself at a crackling campfire. The flames dance and sway, casting ghostly shadows that seem to come alive. The fire offers a flickering sanctuary under a moonless sky as night reigns, endeavoring to eat into the flame. I breathe a sigh of relief at the sight. At least I'm not dead. Not yet. And there, on the other side of the campfire, is a man. He's unlike anyone I've ever seen before. His body is covered in scars and unhealed wounds, each one a testament to his battles and struggles. His throat is slit, yet he still breathes, pale, diseased blood slowly trickling down his neck. One of his eyes is missing, and his hair is long, extending to his shoulders, though torn at several places. I know him. I've never seen him, but I've lived as him. This is Cassidy. Cassidy Monroe, the man who died and was reborn as the Bloody Palm. He seems unbothered by my presence, simply poking the fire with his revolver from the memories, as if lost in thought. The sight is unnerving, to say the least. I feel a mix of confusion, curiosity, and a strange sense of safety. As I take in the surreal scene, I can't help but wonder if I've gone mad, or if this is some kind of strange hallucination. But the vividness of it all, the smell of burning wood and the warmth of the fire, make it all feel real. Seconds pass in silence, only the noise of the embers dying to righteous flame fighting off complete quiet. But as I stare at him, the man finally looks up at me, his remaining eye locking onto mine. There's a deep weariness in his gaze, as if he has seen far too much and carried burdens beyond comprehension. He doesn't speak, opting instead to merely gaze at me, just as I do unto him. The campfire continues to crackle, and the darkness around us seems to recede ever so slightly. Yet, our pupils don't move. A strange discord rises, and I speak the first words, hoping he can talk with that damaged throat. Are you Cassidy? My question is simple, yet it is something I want to know. Who is he? Is he him? The Bloody Palm? Something in between? Or nothing at all? A grumble emits from him as he drags his revolver back from the fire, opening his mouth. Once upon a time. Not anymore. He pauses for only a moment before continuing, asking me a question. What about you? Are you Cassidy? I shake my head, answering swiftly. No. But he doesn't take that so easily. You sure? You ain't so different. I want to refute him, to say that we are entirely different people, but I know what he means. He's referring to the Bloody Palm. And he's right. We're similar. Way too similar. Nothing can scare us. We hate being controlled. We fight until our whole bodies shatter. We are emotional and easily angered. Irrational. Instinctive. Swing first, think after. The most significant difference I can find is that I have the body, and it has the arm. Other than that, sure, it's bloodthirsty, partially deranged, and unspeaking, but I don't think any of that is its fault, only its nature. Nor am I that far from those aspects. I suppose we aren't, but what does that matter? Cassidy lightly shakes his head, motioning to the fire. That's all that's ever mattered. He shakes the fire some more, throwing tiny sparks and embers onto the nearby ground, beating away some more of the darkness. I don't understand what he means, so I wait until he continues. For two to share a body, they must be compatible. Perhaps that was the most extraordinary stroke of luck we ever had. You and I finding each other. Fate, perhaps? Or was it the whim of some being beyond reach? Who knows? Wyatt, who knows? We both would have died long ago without that stroke of luck. Outside, we fight like an animal, one untaught of how to even walk, raging against its captors. He trails off, his voice lowering before heightening once more in volume as he chokes up a bit, the pale blood falling with greater intensity. But it's not enough. We will lose this fight. I, or what's left of me, cannot win. Neither can you. So, here we are. I still don't get what he's saying. He keeps swapping from speaking as if he's the bloody palm and as if he's Cassidy. What is happening? How are you here? How are you speaking to me right now? Cassidy simply laughs at my question, a short chuckle bursting more gore from his wounds. But he does answer me after breaking into his laughter. Don't you know, Wyatt? You're mad, insane, beyond saving. All philosophers are. You made me. I'm a temporary figment in your mind. Nothing but imagined ether to think I am the bloody palm's previous life. Only those with shattered minds or brains that never were truly right can become philosophers. You know this, too. We know this. What? I'm insane? No. I'm perfectly right in the smack-dab middle of my damned mind. No, you ain't. I know what you must be thinking, but you ain't. We're broken. Irreparably. But it's not on EY who did this to us. We've always been this way. She never taught us to be reckless, irrational, and so itching to fight. She did all she could for the opposite. Cassidy, or I suppose, me, smacks his lips before continuing to strike me with thoughts I've never even had before. This can't be me. The bloody palm has to be playing a trick of some kind. We're perfect partners for the bloody palm. Once you accept that, anything is possible. The artifact, its limits are non-existent. The limit for an artifact, for a being once dead and twice alive, does not exist. They hinge entirely on whether or not you can feed it more powerful beings. So, feed it. That darkness. It is endless, just as our madness is. His words finally stop me as the darkness begins to seep deeper, encroaching on my back, lapping away at my clothes. I scoot a bit closer to the fire as Cassidy slides across the edge of the bonfire to me. He drags the revolver in his hand across the embers until he brings it to face me, allowing me to look down the fathomless depths of the barrel. It's a standard, typical revolver with nothing special about it, but it makes me feel uncomfortable nonetheless. You need to wake up, Wyatt. He's out there fighting for you. Not because you asked. Not because he wants to. Not because he likes to. Cassidy, the remnant of the man at least, is waging war against itself. You can feel it, can't you? Look closely. He speaks again, motioning around into the dark as I finally take notice of echoing growls, noises that originate from the gloaming and end in the shadows, never to see the light. It's as if a lonely battle is fought in the night, without the chance of seeing day. The bloody palm? Is it fighting for me? Why? I thought we only had a deal? A trade for a trade? Why is it so insistent? Cassidy, or my figment, whatever he really is, nods as he takes in the nearing shadows. Some of the dusk taps upon his knee, and forevermore it fades away, leaving my figment without half of his knee. You see, Wyatt, it rages against sequester for you, gradually extinguishing its own life. Because, despite what others might think, we know that artifacts are alive. They have wants, needs, and some of them even think just as we do. And why does it do this? It's clear. You just need to look, and you need to accept it. My head falls as the night grows more profound, slowly consuming Cassidy. I can't even see past a foot from the fire anymore. Only my figment's face remains in the light, smiling with a tinge of depression and acceptance. I need to look. Where do I need to look? No, I don't need to look anywhere. I know why the palm's fighting for me. It's simple. All artifacts keep parts of themselves after they die. Usually, it's the gruesome ones, the hate, the depression, all the negatives. But as they become more conscious, more alive at higher sigils, different parts start to show, right? Like Lily, as deep down, there is that hunger, but she is joyful, a sprinkle of light in the dark. Perhaps the bloody palm is the same. It's nearing the stage of an arca, after all. It only misses a power. though I'm unsure if it needs one to become an Arca. It might only need me to feed it the sigil of an angel. Cassidy. From those memories, three things stand out more clearly than anything else. Cassidy Monroe holds hate beyond all things for the estates, wanting to ruin them to the core for the hand they had in his family's death. But two other things lie in that dark. Every night, he'd look at those photos, staring at what could have been, thinking of having his child alongside him and aging with his wife. Those moments are even more common than him hunting down estatemen. Yet, he also had one rule. He never killed a child, no matter what. Whether they are from the estates, Nahullo, or even demons, he would let the children live. What does his remnant see me as now that it's developing further? Am I merely its possessor, or am I, perhaps, its family in some twisted way? In its eyes, am I its son? 290, split fair. My eyes don't leave Cassidy's as the figment gradually sinks into the night. But before it fades entirely, I ask it one last question. I still can't shake off the feeling that something is odd about all this. Is this Aniwai at work? Are you really just a part of my madness? His face sinks up and down before disappearing into the darkness. But even once he's gone, his voice echoes through the night, reverberating off the trees somewhere in the pitch-black forest. Perhaps, perhaps not. What's madness for one is truth for another. Much lies in the depths of every skill. Everything has the potential to rise to the peak. Most simply don't see the road ahead. Endless mountains, fathomless depths, eternal skies. Seek that which you desire, and there will be some reward. With a fading voice, he leaves eternally. After his exit into the gloaming, the dark quickly devours the remainder of the campfire, returning me to the dusk I was once born in. I breathe out heavily, my chest rising and falling beyond my sight as I think. I can feel every part of my body so intimately it's almost uncomfortable, but I need to focus right now. The bloody palm is closer to me than I thought. It is odd that a figment of madness told me that. Did I subconsciously use it as I fell unconscious? Or did something else happen? How close exactly am I in the bloody palm? Could it have used the skill instead of me? No way. That's impossible, right? I mean, it's from my sigil. Even if the palm is acting as a mask over my face, there can't be any way that it uses my ether as well. Unless it is. How deep does the connection between Wendigos go? Can it use my ether if I'm unconscious and unresponsive? I suppose that makes sense, because if an artifact takes over someone, they are called a Wendigo for the combination of sigils, but if the artifact could only use its own, then it wouldn't be that terrible. So, the bloody palm must have made this figment to speak to me somehow, only it couldn't do it clearly. It doesn't have a complete mind yet, so it had to do it oddly. It had to somehow hitch off my skills and my ether, creating a person that was not quite it or me. It seemed to be a little mix in between the two of us, a Cassidy that was partially me. This darkness is odd, though. It's cold yet comforting. It only partially reminds me of the bloody palm's ether. Is there anything I can do here? I don't think so. I'm just stuck here. In this dusk, there is nothing for me to do or to see. The only thing I can do is think. I lie backward, falling onto my back as the crack of a branch resounds. It's also odd. I can't see anything with my eyes open, so I close them, and as I do, light streams into my sight. Only a single eye, my left, is all I see through as my body moves within that hallway, not of my accord. The bloody palm controls my body in inhuman alacrity, breaking bones and ripping tendons just to dodge sequester's vortex. Every second I watch, the wind simply grows harsher and harsher, gradually hauling even Abraham and the awakened bonfire inward. It fights crazed, trading minor wounds for major ones to merely stay in the fight longer, not even to damage sequester. It's as if all it does is toward the goal of surviving a while longer. Another minute, another second, another step. It bobs, weaves, and contorts my form to outlast the man as Earl fires bullets whenever he gets a chance. Virgil is gradually nearing, but it's not so easy. Meanwhile, Abraham has recovered, but he's holding Bonfire back from charging to his death. The fiery man is screaming to be let go, but Abraham knows better. Bonfire will just get himself killed in this tempest. With a quick glance, I find that my chest is mainly recovered, which is probably why I am awake again. But I can sense that the bloody palm is tired. Every inch of movement it takes is slower than the last, gradually accruing more and more injuries. First goes my left hand, as the bloody palm doesn't care much for a limb that it can regrow instantly by moving itself down there. But the next thing it trades for its life is my prosthetic arm, as the right half of the hand is struck by Sequester's slash. Flesh and bone cover the missing fingers temporarily, but those are quickly lost as well. Sequester's vortex of air glides across the outer portion of my right arm, ripping out my pinky and ring fingers along with the scythe-like blade. The metal careens into a wall and embeds inches into the steel corridor. In exchange for that, the bloody palm doesn't lose our head as it shuffles close to the ground like a possessed acrobat. Still, the fight continues on, Sequester somehow growing more desperate. Several holes exist in his armor from Earl's bullets, but the bloody palm pounces whenever he advances toward the man. Every instinct must be telling it not to let Earl die, or it knows the man is my friend. I wonder which is the case. Yet, gradually we lose. Each second more and more blood spills from us as the bloody palm loses control of the situation, being put deeper and deeper inside a hole neither of us can escape from. But as Sequester goes in for our head with his vortex, a shadow appears, or more precisely, a shadow followed by its owner. Virgil's silhouette contorts its form around Sequester's arm, slamming the coiled air into the wall instead with a deafening screech while the man himself wraps his arms and broken leg around Sequester. The man whom I've never found an equal in close quarters manages to grapple Sequester in but a split second. Then, for the first time in a fight, he rips his mask off with a night whip and shouts at me while Sequester fights back. Virgil's physical strength is next to nothing compared to Sequester's, but the lockdown Virgil has placed him in compensates for a moment. Go. Now. We can't beat him. I want to scream. I want to argue. I want to stay, but the bloody palm is in control. And even as I shout at it, the damned thing twists us around and runs away, seeking our survival above all. The last thing I see of Virgil is him being slammed into the wall, barely flickering in time, not to be turned into a corpse. Still, I won't stop fighting back for control. Stop. Turn around. He needs us. They need us. What are you doing? Stop. I thought we were close. What was all that about? Why are you running? Turn the fuck around. Despite my pleas, the bloody palm controls my body to escape, running on 2 legs and 1 broken prosthetic arm. The ownership of my body won't be relinquished back unless the bloody palm tires or does so willingly. If I were to battle for control, truly, I'd only kill us both by diverting its efforts of keeping us alive. So, I'm forced to watch as we round a corner, running for our lives. But as we turn that corner, a garbled word comes from the bloody palm. What I believe is its first true Chero word. Trusty. Trust? It wants me to trust it? How can I possibly trust it? It's leaving them all to die. I don't care what Virgil said. He needs us. You need to turn me around right now. I swear. Trusty. The bloody palm continues sprinting, leaping with bounding steps every second through the hallway of ruined traps. The wind gathers upon Sequester as he focuses on Virgil and the stumbling Abraham, leaving us without any impediment. My blood stains the floor as we move, dyeing the silvery metal red as I lose more and more of my life. But gradually, my lungs are reforming. If we stayed any longer, I don't know if my body could have held up much longer, even with the bloody palm's help. Fuck it. Better I trust in it than I kill the both of us. That's what that whole thing was about, right? Trust? Damn it. Fine, fine. Just this once. Earl Garner. The wind obscures so much of the happenings that I struggle even to see the battle. I'm sure over half of my bullets are missing, even with Marionette. But one thing that is obvious is Virgil making the bloody palm-controlled Wyatt run away. The occupancy of the body is evident with the boned mask on his head, not to mention the see-through hole in his chest where organs are slowly reforming. All Virgil is doing is buying him some time to heal and live. I'm confident that Wyatt will pull himself back from that abyss. He's done it before. This time won't be any different. Squinting through the harsh gales, I watch 2 Virgils, one comprised entirely of shadow and another with a twisted leg wrestle Sequester. The once damned stays as close as he possibly can, leaving Sequester's body only when ripped off. As they fight, I take several potshots, but a pained scream from Virgil as he has several fingers ripped off makes me fire too early. The bullet ricochets off the wall, hitting nothing but air. The man of shadow, kneeling before sequester as the winds finally start to die down, shouts at me, too. You too. Take them. Get Johnny. Rarely do I even get to see his face, but I've never seen him so enraged. Black ichor drips down his face, joining the blood he spills. I open my mouth to refuse, but immediately close it as sequester follows up with a slash of air that carves a dent into the wall a foot deep. Abraham, sneezing out a clump of blood, shoves Virgil into the wall with his mind, and Virgil follows with a flicker. The air scarcely misses Virgil's scalp, and sequester turns with fire in his eyes at us. Without arguing, I follow his order, shuffling past the laboratory's door I used for cover to help Abraham and Bonfire up. The latter is barely conscious, a gnarly gash on the back of his head as he still battles to rejoin the fight. Abraham doesn't look too good either. Blood cascades down his nose as his eyes are hazy and trembling. Concussion and aneurysm. Bad ones, too. It seems like Bonfire got slammed into a wall, and Abraham pushed his nightmares too far for them all to die too quickly alongside those powerful forces. The pale man whispers confusedly to me as I haul him and Bonfire with me. Where? 1 second ago he knew where he was and saved Virgil. Now he struggles even to recognize his surroundings. Not good. Not good at all. It's okay. Follow me. We need to hurry. I speak calmly despite my internal worry, hoping neither will notice. I need to take them to the medic car quick. Bonfire should be fine with some time to recover, but Abraham could have some severe repercussions without treatment. But as I pull him, Abraham's eyes glisten, a spark of brilliance within. The alabaster-haired man shakes his head, tripping as he holds onto the wall. He speaks as if he holds no injuries. Take the dumbass. I'll do what I can to help. Overdrive can make up for the brain damage. I tilt my head at him, severely concerned and in fear for his safety, but he nods at me. I'll be fine. This man is someone I have to see die. The determination in Abraham's shaky and trembling pupils is something I've never seen before from him. He's focused and entirely willing to die for a goal. It's unlike him. So very unlike him. He's a serious man, only joking around with Bonfire, but he rarely has anything worth being serious about besides his past. And I suppose this is as relevant to his past as it gets. Sequester. Huh? I wonder why he's so special. Shaking my head, I grab Bonfire and pull him with me. We quickly enter the lab once more as Virgil buys us some time. We can't run past Sequester, so I can only hope there is an additional exit in here. A secret escape hatch or something? There has to be. I quickly scan the room, only to see the electricity fading in and out in a form of communication. I take a second to promptly grasp meaning as I search for a way out. Back right. Capsule. Thank you. Despite the man's cruel machinations, I give him my gratitude as I spot what he means. In the far right corner, there is a curved and cylindrical capsule that looks as though it would fit one person. I drag Bonfire against his feeble attempts to not go with me and place him beside the capsule. He still seems very out of it. All their effort and willpower put into not being killed by the gales even after being slammed with a deadly concussion. I quickly reassure Bonfire before finding the clasp on the capsule and opening it, expecting to find a staircase, onto to find the inside of a tiny room. It would barely fit a large man, let alone two. Sighing, I step in, assuming it is some kind of technology that Eli has made. Bonfire alongside me squishes us into the capsule so badly I struggle to maneuver at all. And as I enter, lights turn on above me, with 2 glowing squares waiting. Ground lab. Not having much time or opportunity to ponder on it, I press the left square. A rumbling immediately surrounds me, and I start circulating ether in case it is something dangerous. But that fear rapidly subsides as the capsule stops, opens, and is filled with the sun's rays. Frantically, I push myself out and find the capsule above the upended earth. I twist around to find the library behind me and a massive body covered in fur, unmoving. What? Echoing sounds come from a forest behind me, but an even louder detonation of something originates from within the library. Instantly, I move toward that. I bet that's where Johnny is. Virgil Wraithbone. As I flicker in and out of reality, constantly entering that world between worlds of the Bakwa and many other creatures, my heart races with each transition. With every flicker, Strange and unfathomable creatures from another realm surround me, distorting my perception of reality. Each time I shift between worlds, I feel a jolt of disorientation, as if reality itself is trying to reject me. At first, it's just odd shadows and fleeting glimpses with that sensation, but the visions become more vivid and haunting as the fight goes on. Those beings are approaching me, getting closer. I've never flickered this much before in such a short time frame. I can't tell whether or not I'll turn into a puddle of flesh from ether saturation, or I'll simply be devoured by these things. The strain on my mind and body intensifies with each transition, but I push the discomfort aside. If I can't buy enough time for Earl to get Johnny, Tomas, or even Lennon, we'll all die down here. My mind and body strain under the constant shifts, and the line between the two worlds blurs. But I continue fighting, grounding myself with the sensations and feelings from my silhouette. Sequester often destroys the manifestation of my night whips, but I recreate it the moment I return to reality, the headache of doing so helping me stay steady. I can't beat him. I know that. I can't even last another minute. That is clear. But I can buy time. When it's just me, I can flicker in and out. Not even Tomas and our duels and Bint could hit me if I placed my all into the skill. I just wish it was night. I can't use Illuminate during the day, even indoors. At least Abraham is still using his ether. The random pressure he exudes on Sequester has saved me thrice already. I just worry that Sequester will give up on that promise to let Abraham be executed and kill him right now. Sacrificing my silhouette, I avoid another strike from Sequester as he grows increasingly enraged, his winds of malevolence picking up once more. But a second slash comes from him, this one originating behind me out of thin air. I notice only due to the recreation of silhouette as the highly sensitive ether detects the breach in the air. Once again, I flicker, my entirety leaving this plane as I let my whole self enter the other world. Otherwise, I can't dodge things so densely made of ether. Blinking lights play havoc with my senses in this nightmarish realm, casting eerie and shifting shadows that seem to mock my presence. Fog warbles and waves as it is all that remains. The figures I catch glimpses of are awful satires of what can be called alive, their forms morphing and warping in the ever-changing landscape. My own mind turns against me, playing tricks and leaving me disoriented. I feel a hand brush alongside mine, and I pull back immediately, afraid of what the thing is. Every time I come here past a certain point without resting my mind, the hold it possesses on me grows deeper. Flicker is unlike most other absolution skills or powers I've seen. Its ability develops over time, but as it does, the negatives do so as well. The more I use it, the swifter, the easier, and the more potent it is. But the same is true for the damages it causes. I gasp aloud as I haul myself back, concentrating on the battle as I reappear a foot away from where I flickered from. Odd. That's new. I can use that. I hope that has nothing to do with the physical contact. Sequester pivots with a swing of his blade, leveraging it toward me with a cluster of beguiling winds that appear from all directions, forcing me to leap toward a wall. As I move, 1,000 cuts slice into my flesh, but I hold on. Reaching forward, I flicker into the wall just in time to not be eviscerated by the Nahullo. I only hear his scream before I enter the other world. Coward! Not giving me time to grin at his rage, grasping hands emerge from the darkness, their emaciated fingers reaching out as if to drag me deeper into the abyss. Yet, the phalanges touch me without effect, simply phasing through my body. Physical forms have no substantial impact here, but their proximity does little to stem my fear. Panic claws at the edges of my consciousness, threatening to overwhelm me. The unknowable figures surround me, speaking languages that are impossible for a human tongue. Gritting my unearthly teeth, I force my ether to move, reconnecting me to my world. But, unexpectedly, I appear, not out of the wall, but right behind Sequester. Can't waste this opportunity. I swing for his back with daggers dipped in necrosis, seeking to put at least some lasting injury through the weak points in his steel left by Earl. Another silhouette forms as he just destroyed the last one, but my saturation runs dangerously low. My head blasts with nonstop pain, and I momentarily think of Vernon, nearly dying because he fell unconscious from the pain. But I don't let it distract me, and before Sequester can turn around, I land both daggers, though only the right one digs deep enough through a weak point to meet flesh. However, before I can see the result, I flicker again, not wanting to lose my head to his claymore. With each flicker, the hallucinations grow more vivid and menacing, but usually, the effects take a while to appear or not at all. This time, I instantly see faces leering at me from the corners of my vision. Two of them hold the same countenances as my parents, their long-deceased faces pausing me in my tracks. Ma, Pa. My voice echoes eerily into the elongating hallway that forms, but I can't look away. No matter how much I try, I can't. It's been nearly 2 decades since I saw them last. Hey, Virgil, have you been all right? We're sorry we weren't there, but we didn't have a choice. What about your siblings? Are they okay? Is little Vernon all grown up? What about Aaron, Nora, Victor? I can't help but reply instantly, trying to explain. But I quickly stop, shards of reasoning returning. Yet, my parents take that as some admonishment of guilt. You got them killed, didn't you? Virgil, I knew we should have just taken your siblings and left you. You're useless. You're nothing but a trained murderer, attempting and failing at atoning for his sins. Both of them speak as one, sharing the exact words that cut deeply, but I shake them aside. They aren't real, and even if they were, they left me. They left us. I had to pick up the pieces of our family. Everything was shattered when they disappeared from our life. I was only 14 when they left, hardly a young man, barely more than a boy. Yet, I picked it up just as Pa told me to. Just like I have to pick up this fight. I failed Vernon. I failed my parents. But I won't fail Wyatt. I'll buy him enough time to heal. I say a final parting as I force Ether to reconnect me, knowing I will likely have to find something else the next time. And as I do, the two figures shift, revealing long, extended maws that fall to the ground, opening to fit an entire human should they step in. Chills run down my back, comprehending these are the two creatures that were speaking to me, hidden by confusion. But I don't stop. I need to get it off my chest. I did all a young man could. All a poor, homeless young man could without any help and 4 siblings to protect. Sleepless nights have turned into sleepless weeks. Even my own sigil is built so that I would never lose watch of them. I did all I could. After I finish, their faces fade, returning me onto the hallway floor as I find myself held down by Sequester, the Nahullo preparing to kill me. My heart races as I realize I came back over a second ago, but my mind was left in that world. Sequester's blade rears up as I see a moving figure behind him, about to pounce on his back. My brain fires at incredible speeds, calculating the 2 diverging paths ahead. I can risk another flicker, one that I may not return from, or I can take this slash and die. One is a dead end. The other is a harrowing hallway filled with never-ending nightmares, memories, and darkness. Maybe it's time I face my past. Too many men and women were slain by my darkness, both good and bad. I always figured I could make up for it, and that minor, tiny, almost inconsequential run-in with my parents is nothing. The death of Vernon weighs heavily on my soul, the greatest of all those I've failed. But he is one of 1,000 and merely a testament to my loss. I don't know what will come next. All I know is that, at this point, I enter so very deeply into that realm with each flicker. It could be a massive spirit, an other planner, or some other creature that quickly could kill or madden me. Ether quickly suffuses my body, latching it onto the other world, and as a deluge of colors consumes my vision, I flicker into the ground, the claymore riding the edge of my flesh downward yet not entering it at all, only managing to cut my clothes. 291. Ace in the hole. Virgil, little night boon. The cold metal of the chains presses against my wrists as I sit among the other men in this smoky cell. Trails of cigar clouds surround me as I try to uncover my situation. Fear gnaws at my insides, but I try to hold it together, to be strong like the others around me. They may appear harsh and formidable, but we are all restrained, helpless against whoever took us. I am in the same danger as them. Surely they can't take advantage. The last thing I remember was running from the nearby baker, holding bread in my arms for Vernon and a small milk bottle in my father's too big boot for the other 3. Then, nothing. My memory stops abruptly in the street. I know I was caught, but I don't know how. Across from me, the man in the chair exhales a cloud of smoke from his cigar, his face hidden in shadows. The lights in the room come from soft gas lamps, obscuring the man's face alongside the smoke. It's all suffocating, and the silence is deafening, broken only by the occasional creaking of the wooden floorboards beneath our feet. My breath is light, held into my chest carefully, but those around me are rough and heavy, as if full of anger or panic. Suddenly, a man from our group dares to speak, stepping up with a raised hand, perhaps to challenge our captor, but a deafening blast rings out before a word escapes his lips. The man's head explodes only 2 people over from me, covering me in blood and brains. No one has the gall to speak again, leaving behind a chilling silence as the smoke from the revolver mingles with that of the cigar. The realization hits me hard, and my heart races in my chest. I can't move my eyes from the blood, but I can't wipe it off. It'll be too loud. I don't want to die, too. They need me. Panic wells up inside me, but I force myself to remain still. I have to. Push it down, Virgil. Push it all down into the darkness. Panic later. I recall my father's words, echoing in my mind like a mantra from when I was very young. A man takes care of family without flinching. If I am to be scared, I do it while sleeping. One day, you'll have to take care of this family. Life is short. Mine will be no different. The responsibility weighs heavily on my shoulders, partially fighting off the blood dripping down my arms and fingers. But even as I slowly calm my breathing, I am acutely aware of the flowing liquid. It's impossible not to be as the clouds of smoke waft through the room, entering our faces and smothering us. As the silence stretches on, the man with the cigar finally rises from his seat, the dim light flickering across his face with the top part covered by white fog. It's impossible to see who he is, but a skull is tattooed on his neck, denoting some kind of affiliation. I don't know who it goes to, though. Some sort of hunter? Oh no, what is this? He looks at each of us in turn, the light of his eyes somehow piercing through the smoke. My heart thuds loudly in my ears, and I can't help but feel like a trapped animal, desperate for a way out. But like an animal in front of its greatest predator, I can do nothing but wait for my end. The man finally speaks, his voice low, gruff, and without an ounce of negotiation. His gun waves in front of each man, one by one, as he enunciates his words until landing on me, the person on the furthest end. You have all been given an opportunity to escape the fate you have been dealt. Most of you are thugs, thieves, and minor outlaws, but a glorious benefactor has decided to put you to a higher purpose. As long as you can survive the next day, you are no longer a wretch, but instead a soldier. And as a soldier, you will become greater, more powerful. Money will flow like water as long as you complete the missions given to you. Though, it will not be easy. Only one of you will leave today. The rest will meet the Pale Lady, and I have my bet on which will be which. As the man finishes speaking, I lock eyes with him, and an unspoken understanding enters my mind. He thinks I'll win? What? Why? I'm the youngest here by at least 3 or 4 years and the shortest by a foot. Nevertheless, the man leans in and whispers into my ear. The tree found you intriguing. He hopes you can live up to his expectations. But there are no handouts. If you die, you die. The words shake my brain, giving me some form of lucidity as the man leans back and waves an arm. The scene continues as if clouded by a dream while my mind stutters to start. A half-dozen masked servants enter the room, unshackling us as we're led through a long, dusty hallway deep underground. I can't focus as I walk. All I do is stumble at the back of the group, pushed forward by a servant with a dagger to my back. A single word, one I've long forgotten, wakes me from the stupor of this illusory realm made real in the other world. The tree? Eli was the one who got me kidnapped and put into the damn training? How? Why? What? I forgot this? I don't understand. Well, maybe. Is that why I was let out? Am I part of some master plan of his? Am I a root? No, I can't be. They can't think for themselves. They are merely vessels for his sight and hands. The only thing I can grasp is that I forgot this little detail. These beings must have extracted it from some profound depth. What comes next in this memory made me forget and block out all that came before. I completely forgot Swashbuckler was the one who introduced me. I hated doing it when it was my turn. At least I didn't have any kids to watch die, though, which was odd. There were few other kids now that I think about it, and they were all older than me. I take a deep breath, focusing on the now instead of the past. Now that I'm conscious, I step through this memory. I immediately reconnect my ether with the real world, but after a second of trying, I find no connection to be had. Am I lost? Unable to return? No. Something must be blocking me. A being must have found me. Something deep in this realm, known only to me, unfathomable creatures, and the Bakwa. I quickly step through into a familiar cave as each person is led away by a different servant. Faint glimmers of moonlight filter through the cracks in the ceiling as the vast expanse showcases itself to my eyes, casting eerie shadows on the rocky walls. I clutch the small dagger given to me tightly in my hand. It's all so familiar. I think I know what I have to do. I have to repeat it all the killing. Inadvertently, I shudder. The memory of this night long pushed into that depth of darkness I keep inside myself. The other prisoners stand at a distance, hidden by some curve or darkness in the cave away from sight. We've all been thrown into this grim contest, forced to fight for our lives until only one remains. My captors only want those with the drive to kill among them, and apparently, they thought I, a young thief stealing bread and milk, had it in me. I glance around shortly but know where I must go. I know nowhere else, after all, and it is the same I did that night, long, long ago. The shadows are my refuge as I creep around the edges of the cave. I attempt to rotate ether for shaded and mask, but nothing happens. It seems I'm crippled here. So, I return to my roots, only far more experienced. Gliding along the sides in the dark, I stay hidden. I observe as the combats unfold, observing the mistakes and tactics of the others, of which there are many, biding my time until the perfect moment to strike. I wait for weakness to show itself, for exhaustion to take its toll on the other prisoners. And when the opportunity presents itself, I pounce, swift and silent like a hunting panther. My dagger finds its mark with deadly precision, and I withdraw before anyone can react. I did this back then too, but I nearly died after just one kill. The second almost broke my mind. The third I did to survive in the end. But on this night, I don't have the time. Who knows how time passes in this realm? Hastily, I strike, moving from prey to prey with an additional dagger I stole from my first kill. Too many sights have crossed these pupils for me to waver at a single murder. I have not the purity of many I know. In fact, I am confident none have done worse things than I have. They all fall before me from 1 to 2 to 10 to 20. My muscles scream in pain and terror for my efforts, my whole body trembling. I ignore it all, and once all my opponents die, Swashbuckler reappears, the clacking of his boots in the cave evident to my heavy breath. He presents a $10 bill to me from his high posture, as if looking down on me. Back then, I took it happily. Amazing. I knew you would do it. Here, payment. Next week, there shall be another challenge. Feed yourself. Get a weapon. On Monday, you can have a partner. 2 will make it out that time, little knight. He told me to eat, to replenish myself, to heal. I did not. All 10 of those dollars went to Vernon, Victor, Nora, and Aaron. I was stabbed, bleeding, and severely hurt, but I lived. And when I arrived that following Monday, still bleeding, I found my partner, Dennis. He was clumsy, stupid, and slow. Yet he was like me, young, weak, and poor after being expelled from his family. He was only 3 years older than me. Together we fought, together we bled, and together we lived. I hope he's doing fine. Not that I have much hope, though. He wanted to get back at the Harveys. No one gets the Harveys. And so, as Swashbuckler, his real name unknown to me even now, holds the dollar out, I strike, stabbing his neck and heart simultaneously as I tackle him to the ground. He quickly dies, unlike how the real one would, dissipating into shimmering bolts of dark light. Terrified of being infested, I leap backward as a ghostly figure, covered in tentacles and fur, materializes beside me. Some remnants of the Bakwa show, like the bulging eyes and limbs with bizarre and unorthodox lengths, but all of it hastens my heart. Pereir you arar, such Pereir dark. Stay forever eternal life, all power, joy. Its voice crackles and rolls on its R's as it speaks, staring intently at me. What being is this? I've never heard of anything like this before. Where does Flicker truly take me? Void, the space between space, the time beyond time, life beyond life, the soul between souls. I receive an answer to a question I don't ask. It's cryptic, confusing, and unfathomable, but it is an explanation. Who are you? But I don't receive an answer to the question I do ask. I will be watching. Join us. Too few. I will be waiting. Then, without another word, it fades away into nothingness as my vision begins to crackle and break, returning me to the real world. Several seconds have passed since I left, and I reappear beside Wyatt, who now has his lungs once more. My leg still thrums in incredible pain, but I wipe away the encounter from the void and strike at Sequester as he doesn't expect me. Night whips lash out and form into a silhouette, turning the fight into a 1 versus 3 as the bloody palm rages against Sequester. Yet, once I return, I notice a light materialize in Wyatt's eye, unobscured by the mask. He slides back, letting the wind push him as he shouts to me. Wolf fight. Sequester's head twists oddly at the combination of two words, but I nod. He refers to our defunct technique of fighting Tomas. In Bent, we practiced often, coming up with ways to defeat even Marshall's most outstanding soldier. Wyatt kills. I restrain. The wounds licking Sequester's armor alongside his evident exhaustion give me some hope with how energetic Wyatt seems, especially as that mask breaks off, reforming his left hand with a shimmering bolt. Not to mention the waiting Abraham. We can do this. But as the bolt forms, he runs his other hand over the blooming spider lily, not quite touching it, but drawing my attention. Got it. One shot. He will likely sacrifice an awful wound to get the shot off, as he'll heal afterward. But I need to set him up first. Okay. One last run. Our understanding passes in less than a second before Sequester charges Wyatt. Gales push the back of the armored Nahullo as he speeds for the young man, and I follow, unwilling to flicker anymore. That being, it seemed neutrally curious. Regardless, I don't want to meet it again. I rush forward, using additional night whips and shaded to supplement and augment my busted leg as my silhouette dashes ahead of me. Wyatt quickly clashes with Sequester, blocking a swing as a chunk of Earl's prosthetic breaks off. Yet, in exchange, he aims his ballista under his broken arm. My silhouette wraps around Sequester as he moves to dodge the ballista, and while it can't stop him entirely, it holds him enough for the attack to scrape him, breaking open a large portion of armor on the side of his helmet, just enough for the blooming spider lily. I watch as the silhouette is broken with a raging gale, and I conjure another as my vision crackles, a foggy mist covering all. It did do something to me. Fuck. Shaking my head, I try to break out of it, only to realize I'm right beside Sequester, precisely where the mist in my eye was. Pivoting onto my good leg, I barely dodge a half-hearted swing as Sequester focuses on Wyatt, supremely pissed by how hard the two of us are to kill. A half-smile pulls itself onto my face as night whips grow into a silhouette. Why won't you two die? Just die. You're like a damned cockroach. Come here, roach. Mist appears in my vision again uncontrollably, but I try to prepare for it. Wyatt is readying his gun, and I need to give him a chance to use it without it being evaded. So, I let all my night whips grow out, pushing my very limits as several lick out of my silhouette to help Wyatt. Then, as the fog consumes, I reappear at the location it was, on the ceiling. And like my title, I fall, dispersing my wrath with a volley of restraining dark whips. They lash out, wrapping around Sequester's limbs as my shadowed figure joins, grabbing onto him as well. The moment I have him held, I shout for Wyatt before Sequester breaks out. Now! Wyatt doesn't wait a moment, moving with such speed. He almost teleports and reaches the barrel of the blooming spider lily for Sequester's cheek from the side. The Nahullo bursts out with a roar of effort, and my body screams in pain as he tears my muscles apart. Yet, the moment before I'm forced aside, the pain lessens, a choked gasp from a nearby half-Nahullo. With the opportunity provided, Wyatt squeezes the trigger while the Nahullo rages, crashing the Colt's barrel into the opening of his armor. The lily fires. Instantly, Sequester slumps and weakens. His whole form languishes as he falls to one knee. I quickly slide off him as Wyatt steps back, exhaling his breath and similarly falling. Fucking hell, Virgil. He almost got us. Nodding, I raise my hand and push ether to the tip of my finger as Sequester lifts his head with a growl. I aim illuminate for the gap in his visor as I gradually build up the verve. It seems not impossible to do underground, only far more demanding than at night. Earlier, I reached for it with no response, though. Perhaps it is because it was noon? I'll have to test that out another time. The Naholo isn't dead yet. The tough bastard pushes his hands on the hard steel as he shambles up with deep, wrenching gasps. But before Sequester can do anything else, a beam of light, one so blinding it fills the whole hallway with radiance, enters his visor and exits the back of his head. Yeah, not quite though. The bastard quickly falls, slamming onto his back as his armor reverberates through the enclosed space. Furthermore, a moment after he dies, his armor melts and turns to liquid as it falls to the ground, joining the metallic floor. Once he's dead, confirmed dead, my leg finally gives out, and I slide down the bloody wall to land opposite Wyatt. Thanks. The young man speaks aloud, though his words are curious. His eyes stare at the unmoving corpse as he stays quiet after the one word. Thanks about what? Wyatt shakes his head, tapping his ruined prosthetic against the floor as his wounds heal to the visible eye. I sure wish I was like that. I only heal while sleeping, and while it's far faster than usual, this leg will take at least half a week with all the breaks in it. Nothing. I was talking to the bloody palm. It's growing more sentient. Not quite intelligent, but close. I can't help but bite my lip at the thought. The damn artifact is dangerous enough without a mind. With one, I loathe to imagine its deadliness. Sighing, I retrieve a box of matches from my pocket, opening it to feel the contents. The motions calm my racing heart as we wait for the others to arrive. You smoke? Wyatt asks me another question, but I shake my head. Vernon did. Sometimes, I just fiddle with the things. He nods approvingly, then asks another question like usual. Though, unlike the standard ones, this one is beyond stupid. Should I give the palm another sigil? Instantly, I shake my head, but as I do so, I gradually stop. It's no longer what it once was. In Bent, they formed a connection, and here, he came back so smoothly during a fight. It seemed like he was simply given back control, not fighting for it. Not to mention the power. I could only hold back Sequester by constantly turning ethereal and impossible to hit. He, however, as opposed to the rest of us, actually fought him one-on-one for a while there. And that mask gave me chills just seeing it. But the increase in power was pronounced. He moved 5 times faster and with twice the strength. If he was a 6th sigil, with more ether and a few more skills on his belt, he just might have been able to win. Maybe, but only if you trust it. Don't do anything you aren't absolutely sure of. Wyatt nods his head back and forth, lightly tapping the back of it against the wall while I lightly rub my matches. Another fight, another day. Slowly darkness encroaches over my vision as fog appears, drowning out Wyatt's voice. Tiredness sets in as I battle it and fail. The thing in the void wants to see me, and I can't say no. 292, White-Eyed Lacing. Wyatt Graves. Virgil's body flickers in and out of reality as he falls unconscious. Confused and with trembling hands, I crawl over to him with my body sore to the bone. Lily healed all my wounds, but the lost life sits deeply within my body. The side effects won't leave for a little while. Before I reach the man, however, he vanishes completely. Not even a puff of smoke or mist is left behind as he disappears. I wouldn't be worried if it wasn't for the fact that he was sleeping. That, and I know flicker is taxing, both on his mind and body. That other world he enters, it's not normal. Not that anything extra-dimensional is. I scan my surroundings for any sign of him, but there is not a trace of him but the ruined and destroyed hallway covered with slashes, dents, and torn pipes. He is simply gone. Virgil? I call out to him yet receive no reply, my voice echoing against the steel as Abraham slumps against the wall. The pale man immediately falls unconscious, but I still see his chains. He's alive, just drained. A deep sinking feeling fills my chest, and my head hangs low. Silence, echoing silence, is my only company as Sequester's body lies limply beside me. The Naholo is emaciated, drained, and lacks any sign of life. Virgil, is he dead? Is he coming back? What's happening to him? He's never entered that world for this long before. Usually, it's fractions of a second, but sometimes he vanished for several seconds at a time during this fight. And the time is ticking. Close to 10 seconds have passed since he left. Is he coming back? My mind rapidly spirals into a mishmash of thoughts. Did he push himself too far? Did he flicker into that world permanently? What is happening? Can I help? I drift to Sequester's dead body, a hopeful thought blooming. But the idea is rapidly dashed. No way that the bloody palm manages to pull him from another dimension. Its sigils have nothing to do with that. But the thought still comes back, this time for another reason as I try to distract my meandering worry. The bloody palm has been much more lenient, kind, and intelligent than before. I think the time as a sixth sigil has given it some wisdom, allowing it to push past some of its carnal desires. It isn't like Lily, not quite genuinely sentient, but it's close, and I'd be dead without it. Can I trust it to be even further above me? Or isn't that the very type of trust it was asking for? I gave it what it asked for, and it delivered. After running, the bloody palm diverted all of its ether to heal instead of splitting it to fight as well. And in only half a minute, my lungs were regrown. The instant that I asked for ownership of my body, it was returned to me. No fight, no hassle, just as the deal we made went. Perhaps it was asking for this precisely. A leap of faith. Huh? I shamble forward, knowing there is nothing I can do to help Virgil as it is, and stare at Sequester's body. 2 down, 2 to go, Lily. A roiling hum is my reply as Lily speaks to me. Her voice seems to cross 1,000 miles to reach me as I don't hold her by the grip. Yeah, 2 more. Hopefully, a demon and a human. I twist my head almost instinctively as I ask her a question aloud. She can't speak unless there are many deaths nearby to give her sustenance. How is she doing this? How are you talking? I thought. 6 angels have died in the past half hour. Oh, and a manipulator. They gave me plenty of energy. You guys sure gave a good hit to the Nahullo. 6? 6? What? There was what? What? I immediately shout into the hallway, seeking answers. The numbers don't add up. Not at all. Who died? Lily giggles softly as her voice fades in and out. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a bit confusing. Huh? No humans died. Though, I had Lennon's soul for a second before Johnny ripped it back. Also, Johnny is hurt pretty darn bad. His life is flickering. You should probably give the palm that sigil. Maybe it'll be able to help others? I'm no good at that. I breathe a sigh of relief that no one is dead, though the numbers still don't make sense. However, the news of Johnny puts some fervor in my veins. I ask another question, hoping she'll have the answer. What happened? Is Johnny going to be okay? Lily mentally shrugs and encourages me onward. Dunno. His life started phasing in and out when a big fish died up there. I think it was a virtue. You really should give him the sigil. It'll be at least a month until he rises anyway. Surely you'll get up another sigil by then. Dummy. More and more information confuses me, so I attempt to wade through it all. I start with the most important, as I can walk and talk for the others, heading to Abraham and picking up the feeble man. A month? How is that? Why is it going to be so long? Again, Lily giggles, and I can practically see her laughing at me from the roving lilies upon her dark steel. Another thing I see, however, is a forming bullet within a secondary cylinder, the one beside the chamber with the hammer primed against it. It's stunted and not quite filling the whole section that a standard bullet would, but it's progress. All these deaths are hurrying her formation of a round. You think us artifacts are like you humans? No way. The formation of a soul takes months in the womb. How else will a sigil form its own soul without time and sufficiently dense ether? You truly know so little about us. Artifacts have souls. Well, Arca do, at least. That's what I'm getting from this. Biting my lip and setting Abraham beside me, I kneel down and endeavor to explain things as I understand them to Lily before she runs out of steam. So, souls can form within artifacts? Your soul was created in the same way? Time and dense ether? What does this have to do with being an angel? Lily hums in approval through my first few statements, but opens up to answer the last. That is the one I'm most confused about. Angels fuse their souls with their sigils. That's why they obtain powers. That's the manifestation of the soul's strength. A virtue is a manifestation of the soul's will and endurance. A dominion is a manifestation of the soul's innate need for dominance. Along the way, the fusion deepens until it completes at the 9th sigil. That's why such a gap exists amongst the dominions. Some, like the Creator, can demolish 8 THS but get ruined by the Prime. Though, everyone gets destroyed by the eldest man. I can't help but ask another thing as she completes her thoughts. Even Killian? Lily hesitates for a moment before answering unconfidently. But that insecurity rapidly blooms to naive Shorty. Killian gave himself a 1/10th chance of winning. But that was over a decade ago, and he was still growing. I'm sure it's higher by now. I nod as I understand quite a bit more about Sigils, but I'm also cursing myself for not asking her before. She is a sigil. How could I not think about asking her such things? Indeed, Killian would have told her about herself. Not that what she knows matters all that much right now, despite the fact that the bloody palm will need time to become an arca. But how long? Is a month the normal time frame? How long did it take you to become an arca? And we should really get moving, right? How is Johnny doing? Lily's voice begins to flicker rapidly as she speaks, signaling that she's running out of time to communicate without more deaths. It typically takes around a month. Mine was about 40 days or so. He'll be hibernating during that month, so we'll have to come up with a good name for him when he comes back. I always wanted a little brother. Oh, Johnny's getting rough. You better go. Fuck. Lily and I are awful together. We get so easily distracted. Leaning down, I search for Sequester's sigil and quickly find it. A radiant, boiling vortex of swirling winds, blades, and life sits deeply within his lungs. Merely looking at it stings my eyes, but as I squint, I find hints of what I was hoping and expected were present. Based on how he fought, I figured he either had a Comanche or Abbot. Occultist was entirely off the table, but those two seemed relatively likely based on his style and how he had 7 total sigils. And within Sequester, there is indeed a lone flickering Abbot beside 2 metamorphosized sigils within his core. I reach forward and thrust the bloody palm into the emaciated and fragile lungs of the dead angel, allowing my artifact to feast. And immediately, it takes hold of my hand, closing the fist around the sigils and devouring the Abbot. A second passes and nothing happens. Unlike last time it advanced, we don't enter the cathedral. Instead, the wanted sigil is devoured, and the rest quickly flutter away into the air as their cohesion is broken, dispersing into flickering lights. I suppose I now have an answer why angels can't be revived, not effortlessly, at least even for a god. Their very souls contain their sigils. However, the connection must not be deep enough for them to excel in the underworld without a body. The fact that the bloody palm just devoured a portion of Sequester's soul comes to me, but I brush it aside. I can't bring myself to care. So, I stand, glancing at my hand. Nothing has ostensibly changed, but I can feel a difference. Typically, I feel the passenger in my hand passively, as if it, or he, is merely observing. But now, even that secondary sense is gone. The palm is no longer watching, no longer listening, no longer present. Unlike humans who must leap, it is making a steady climb upward. Is this what it would be like if the mother below wasn't smothering us? Virgil mentioned that from the prime, he heard that the god keeps us weak by lowering our connections to sigils. Do artifacts not have that problem? I suppose not. Shaking my head, I walk back through the hallway with Abraham on my shoulder, heading toward where I entered from, but Virgil manifests in front of us as I take a step. He falls to the ground with smoky fog billowing off him. Reactively, I catch him and grunt in pain when he breaks off a hanging piece of Earl's prosthetic. The metal arm still hurts when it gets damaged enough, and at this point, it's only working due to the fact Earl expected this kind of catastrophic breakage. I nearly fall myself as the strain of carrying 2 bodies exceeds what I can handle. Clenching my hand, I only have my thumb and index left on my prosthetic. He's gonna be so mad at me, but I don't have room in my head to worry about that. Holding an unconscious Virgil and Abraham, I hobble toward the exit with the desire of a sprint. Virgil, what the hell is happening? The man mutters something inaudible under his breath as I notice something incredible. He's 6 sigil now. Dark blue fetters line his whole body, focusing around the shadows like his elbows, armpits, and knees. What the fuck? Tempering my hearing, I listen closely as he murmurs again, and I pick it up this time. Half the words are incomprehensible, from some unknown language, but the other half are Chero. Sukwat numunu tokati samipu. Midday shadows fall silent. Okay, that is not normal. Kicking forward, I quickly reach the entrance of the laboratory that Sequester ripped open to follow us. It takes me only a moment to climb out and into the ruined library as I find Earl shouting at a kneeling Johnny with bonfire beside him as well. I traverse over rubble and fallen bookshelves to reach them, and I'm noticed almost immediately by Quakes. Her head stays on a swivel as it follows me to Johnny. The gunslinger is kneeling on the floor, blood nowhere to be seen. It doesn't even look like he's hurt at all, but it also doesn't look like Lily was wrong, as he isn't moving. Earl? Blake? What's wrong with Johnny? Earl replies first with a breath of relief, finding Virgil, Abraham, and I safe. Behind him, Lennon dozes off on probably the only non-broken chair in the whole building while Quakes doesn't move her gaze, covered by the blindfold from me. It's disconcerting, but I don't call her out on it right now. One of the Viceroy's phantoms hit him before Clarence Love put the final hit in. Quakes said it is internal only. Somehow they skipped past his flesh and got his innards, so I have to take him to the train immediately. Same with Bonfire. Did you kill Sequester? I nod quickly as I move on to Virgil. These are a whole lot of injuries to deal with. Yeah, I can get them, but Virgil is hurt too. Not by Sequester, though. We killed him. He's phasing in and out randomly and muttering odd words. I think it's something to do with his flicker. And Abraham is catatonic. He's breathing but not responsive. Earl bites a nail as his eyes go between Johnny and Virgil, then out toward the forest. He only takes a moment to think before making a decision. Wyatt, leave Virgil here. I'll just have to make do. I need you to go into the forest. There is something in there that I only trust you with. Lennon, can you guard us? I'm worried more may show up. If you do, I'll provide you with a new weapon. A sixth sigilled flam. Should be beneath inside the hallway to the lab. Lennon sits up at the offer of a new weapon as it seems he is bladeless. Meanwhile, I agree wordlessly, but Earl holds a hand for me not to leave yet. Sounds like a hell of a deal, kid. Be back soon. The bladed monster then stands precariously as if he's awakening from a terrible hangover. But after his very first step, he recovers. Etherless, he wades through the books and debris without complaint. I think Earl just wanted to get rid of him. And furthering my thoughts, Earl turns to the blindfolded lady beside me, striking a deal with her. And finally, Quakes, can you go to our train and get a lady named Pri and another called Primrose? Need them both to treat these people. But the woman disagrees. She puts her hands on her hips, the left beside her blade, and counters. Meanwhile, Blake shuffles beside her, wanting to do her job. And what's in it for me? I won't just be a courier for you people. Earl pauses, unsure momentarily, before retrieving a vial of eyes from his pocket. You're blind, right? I notice that you don't look at people's faces, only their bodies when you talk. This is a vial of 2 ales made by Eli. They give a weakened version of powers, according to his logs. They siphon vigor upon use. But if you can handle that, these 2 would be massive boons. I raise my eyebrow in confusion as Earl continues, pointing at the top eye in the vial and then the bottom one. As he talks, he quickly reads a section of paper on the back of the vial. This first eye, it allows for one to conjure earth where one's eyes land. Apparently, it can create enough to block a whole cascade of cannons. The second allows one to gather lightning that jumps to each place one shifts their gaze. I'd go into more detail, but I'm in a hurry. I need to cut open Johnny and see how bad the injury is within the minute. Then, I have to move on to the others. Quakes tilts her head to the side as she thinks for a moment. Meanwhile, I'm stunned by the abilities. How is that even possible? How did Eli do that? And while I'm shocked, the swordswoman questions Earl. Are there any other negatives? Are these artifacts? Earl vehemently shakes his head. He continues speaking as he pulls out a notebook, speed reading and speaking simultaneously. These are not artifacts and do not give any mental feedback from using them. They simply lose eyesight with every use, eventually dissipating the remaining ether inside. The more ether you use of your own, taking small amounts for its essence, the slower you'll go blind. However, Eli did find that only sufficiently powerful humans can withstand these eyes as they devour vigor to sustain themselves. Though, if you don't need it to see, I imagine you could block off the ether. Now, please make your choice. Quakes nods, pointing to the top eye. The earth one. I don't like lightning. Earl then takes out the eye and hands it to her carefully. I squint my gaze as simply seeing a rolling eyeball is uncomfortable. As he does, he imparts some wisdom and an offer of help. I can put it in after all this if you would like. There is a guide in the logbook, but thank you. Please, hurry. I don't want anyone to die. The woman then nods, shifting around and putting the eye in a small bag before departing with great speed. She laughs softly and speaks to herself as she runs away. The only reason I even hear her is because temper is still active in my ears. Blake follows her out after getting a quick nod of approval from Earl. She must want to make sure Quakita actually gets help. Makes sense to me. See? Told you it was worth it. Ah, you're just pissed that you have competition now. Who is she talking to? Herself? Oh, right. She is Artifice too. It must be her artifact. I should ask her questions later. Hopefully, she doesn't leave too quickly. Now, Wyatt, one final thing remains that I need you to handle. Earl calls for me as he clears out an area for Johnny. The wounded angel is set softly on the ground and removes his shirt so Earl can access his flesh, while he procures a scalpel and a variety of concoctions, including his blood replacer. He tells me of a mannequin, of a vessel containing the soul of Eli's daughter, and the way to gain control over it. 293, on the pinch. Running through the densely packed trees as I follow Earl's directions behind the library, my heart pounds with my ears following the sounds of brutal impacts. Every step brings me closer to the chaotic symphony of what sounds like a man being repeatedly beaten, reverberating through the air. Earl sent me because he only trusts me to handle this vessel, left behind by Eli. It's powerful, incredibly so, and he doesn't want Lennon or Quakita to control it at any level. But my whole body is sore, not of pain, but instead of growth. Every time Lily sends life into my body from an angel, it repairs everything rapidly, but it does so in a way that improves me permanently. She's managed to alter the way her ether heals me, granting gradual improvements over time. Lily's skill of ether is beyond my own, but her form limits what she can do with it. Even still, it's like I condensed 100 training sessions into 1 minute. My legs are leaden, and the breaths inhaled are shallow. Even the bloody palm, though it is now hibernating, is slightly painful to open and close. Though this is all good. It means I will be a little faster when the pain is gone, a little stronger, a little more angelic. A light emerges from between the branches ahead of me, and I redouble my speed, pushing forward with a bit of careful ether. At last, I break through the foliage into a small clearing that seems to have witnessed a violent cataclysm. Trees stand in shattered ruins, their branches splayed like broken limbs. The ground is marred by deep gouges and upturned earth, as if some fierce struggle had occurred. Momentarily, I think back to Marshall's way of fighting. Overwhelming force, complete, overwhelming force. However, it is at a much smaller scale. For the old man would upturn whole forests and fortresses, not minute clearings. And the thing that cements the fact it's not the work of the fallen general is the remaining form that yet moves. My gaze zeroes in on a bizarre and inhuman figure, like a distorted reflection of humanity made of marred bronze and porcelain. Much of the bronze across its body is damaged or ripped off, revealing the porcelain underneath. It stands over the near-lifeless body of a man in armor, its movements mechanical and relentless. But I realize that the man, the Nahullo, taken over by the mother below, is not yet dead. Shards and fragments of dark light attempt to squirrel their way out from the gaps and holes in the armor. Yet, the vessel of Icarus refuses to let the harrowing light escape, slamming each reflective fist into the fallen councilman's armor. With every punch, the once proud steel armor continues to shatter, dissolving into nothingness and flowing into the very earth beneath. I almost feel bad for the Nahullo, for he was not only taken over and used as a pawn but also died in this way. Yet, as the vessel persists in its assault in eerie silence, I do not intervene. There is a chance I could ruin this, and based on the things around me, I don't want to stop the beatdown. And so, I gaze around as the vessel kills the Nahullo, as if executing a grim and preordained task. Near this depressing sight is a row of death and destruction with fallen figures all over. Thankfully, though, they are all motherbound. The clearing before me is littered with the lifeless forms of creatures, some humanoid, a few corrupted humans, and others twisted and bizarre animals. Despite their deathly stillness, they emit a faint and sickly radiance, casting an otherworldly glow upon the scene. That's a lot of dark light and dead motherbound. My breath catches in my throat as I see how powerful the vessel is. Whatever it is now, must be near the strength of an angel, if not already at it. Eli's creations are beyond understanding. From the train that only moves slower than Marshall and Kai to the first armament. Those eyes were also insane. How did he manage to put a power into an eye? And this vessel? I've looked down on him, thinking that he's only capable of scheming and taking advantage of other people. But as I observe this creation, I know that is not true. The vessel's limbs, once pristine and delicate and based on the simple mannequins of the pygmies, are weapons of destruction, capable of shattering a councilman's armor. Something that took my ballista to do the same. And each swing comes out a dozen times a second, breaking apart the Nahalo that is rapidly turning into a corpse. From my stepping foot into this clearing, it takes the vessel less than 30 seconds to end the fallen angel. Similar to Sequester, the armor of the once councilman of the high table liquefies and joins the soil. The vessel turns to me only after it is done smashing the face into unrecognizable mush. The air is heavy with a sense of death, and yet, the most disconcerting aspect is the silence that accompanies this grisly scene. The sound of impact, the cruel thud of porcelain upon steel, dominated the clearing until it faded to nothing. Now all that exists is silence. No grunts, groans, or exerting sounds were even used. It was all just emotionless violence. And the vessel turns toward me, taking a short step in my direction. Immediately, I call out the numbers Earl told me before, careful not to mess up the order. 1849-001. The words out of my mouth echo through the clearing and into the forest as the vessel stops moving. It then raises its head and looks me in the eyes with its missing orbs. The sight is the opposite of Silas' undead eyes. For him, the flames of undeath suffuse his sockets, breathing a bit of life into his gaze. For this being, they are empty, void of any emotion or thought. Or so I thought. Master, I am Icarus due. Systems are at 5%. Rest is needed, or I will shut down. I raise an eyebrow as it speaks, thinking back to Earl's forewarning that it wouldn't talk much. Or maybe this is what he meant. This isn't expressing oneself. This is a report. Gingerly, I step forward, raising my right hand to block out some of the high sun's rays. When I get close to the kneeling, I'm calling it her due, I ask her a question. How do you rest? A short nod is my reply as Dew stands to attention without emotion. It's so bizarre. I feel like I'm watching some sort of act, but I know it's not. Time. The materials in my body naturally imbibe ether while my soul partners with the present sigils to create more to be used. Actions expel some of this ether, and the more strenuous, the more that is used. According to Weiss law, I have 4 times the saturation limit of an average human 7th sigilled. Another odd term. Weiss law. I assume that comes from Eli. And what is this, Weiss law? I've not heard of it. Again, Dew replies. A monotone and unforgiving voice emits from her open mouth. Even the inside of her maw is reflective like porcelain. The general expectation of saturation limits for a human. Eli Weiss performed experiments to average and categorize each sigil into levels of ether that one can withstand. In the report to the Prime, he mentioned that saturation limits have little to do with direct might, and instead have to do with sigil level and innate aptitude. Age and time improve this linearly. Exhibit A is Eli Weiss himself. He only has the saturation limit of a 5th sigilled, despite being an elderly 8th sigilled. I could provide the numbers if you desire. I nod inwardly to the information, finding it relatively accurate, but shake my head at the numbers. They won't mean anything to me. Virgil has far less ether that his body can handle compared to me, but as I've learned the hard way, he would kick my ass. After the report ends, I stare at the many dead motherbound, searching for anything that may be useful. Dew beats me to it. 47 dead motherbound, 1 manipulator, 1 fallen. The recommendation is to take the eyes of the fallen after dissecting the body for artifact dissemination and deliver them to Weiss for experimentation. Directive number 11 is the advancement and production of ales. I give her an odd look, but she doesn't seem to notice, simply staring at me for an order. It's uncomfortable and unnerving to have her stare at me like this. In fact, I hate it. But she's strong, very strong. I'll have to deal with it for now. As for the eyes, why not? Fuck it, get the eyes. No point in getting the artifact. Fallen don't seem to release them. I'm sure Earl can manage something with them. Do steps forward, traversing over to the dead Nahullo, and crouches down. Her arm extends before shifting into a blade that she uses to cut the body into many parts. I look away as she does so, preferring to focus on the other mangled corpses in case something is of use. Seconds pass of grotesque noises behind me while I examine the dead that has bits of dark light streaming out from them. Each one I find, I allow them to infect me and have Rapturous cleanse them. I'm sure it's better for everyone if more of this stuff is gone. A crunch from behind me while I'm working distracts me. However, I turn around to find Dew standing behind me with an outstretched arm and 2 eyeballs on its palm. I stare at the vessel, expecting it to speak or something to announce its presence, but it doesn't. It just looks at me, unmoving, unthinking, unervingly. Okay, thanks. I reach out and grab the eyes before putting them inside a bag. They're squishy and uncomfortable in my hands, making me snarl as I close the bag. That is awful. Gazing up from my bag, I find Dew still standing there noiselessly with her black orbs, void of thought. Okay, let's go. Still, I receive no reply. Finally, that warning silence seems to make sense. Does she only reply to direct conversation? Dew. No reply. I must have to use her full name. Icarus Dew.
Yes.
She articulates a single word after my attempts, but it doesn't even carry the regular inflection that a questioning word would have. Shaking my head, I walk from the devastation back toward the library. We should really get going. But as I walk, I give her a command. Can you respond to Dew, as well as Icarus Dew?
Yes.
Okay, that is so bizarre. Sighing, I return to the library with Dew on my tail. Even her steps are silent. I can't hear her with temper or echo. Blake, Deathguard, Nightingale. My fucked up ankle is vastly outdone by my pounding heart and paced feet. The news of Johnny reached us just a minute ago, and I almost hurl every time that man is hurt. It didn't used to be that bad, but the feelings have only worsened over the months I've spent near him. It was so hard to listen to Johnny's orders. I almost ignored them and stayed. But he knows better. He always has. So I retreated while that huge fight was happening, immediately going back in once it was over. Just because he orders me to leave doesn't mean I leave him alone. A spirit of mine displays the library as I haul my way to the train. But as I do, I find a gaseous figure land beside Johnny's body. Primrose. She shouts at Earl to heal him, the words dulled and subdued through the distance. Just to see them, I have to cover an eye with another ghost, connecting the two with a technique called Death Watch from the Demonimicon. It combines my ability to manipulate spirits and a unique type of ghost called a dried eye, basically a soul turned into a floating eye. With it, I can't see out of the side I use it on, but I can watch whatever plays out from the hidden ghost's vision. Earl let me go as there was a chance something was off with the train, but seeing how Primrose is back, I doubt there is. Fix him, Earl. What the fuck are you doing? Earl partially ignores her, but even he is shaken. Primrose's voice is high-pitched and erratic as the woman disregards her wounds. I don't even know how she knew to go there. Is the fight over? I want to just head back, but I have to get a medic. There's a chance Pri doesn't come on her own. So, I continue sprinting with all the skills I can muster right now, with my edge of saturation approaching. A single use of Death's Defiance nearly drains me, regardless of who or what I pull. And this time, it didn't really matter what undeads came up. They would have been fodder anyway. Primrose's shouts continue until Earl speaks over her with a yell of his own. Shut it. Help me. Use your gas to move his lungs. Not too much, though. Let her follow your lungs. I'm searching for his wound. It's hidden somewhere in his torso. Nodding to Earl's words, I continue through the streets, finding them awfully quiet once more. The battle at the train must have ended. That's why Primrose went back. She was probably worried about Earl. They have got something going on lately with how much time they spend together. I'm kind of jealous, to be honest. I wish I could be with Johnny for all those hours alone. Stop it, Blake. He's hurt. Focus. Cutting a thin line along my hand, I force myself out of my thoughts and into the world. Earl and Primrose discuss more of helping Johnny while I rapidly near the train. Turning a corner, I find the station only a few hundred feet away. I approach the train, my steps cautious and deliberate, my heart heavy with foreboding at the sight before me. Once simply abandoned, the station has been left devastated, a show of carnage that defies reason. The train, once proud and rigid despite the horror it passed through to get here, now sits damaged and awfully stricken by bullets, blood, and various effects of ether. The station itself before the train is a twisted mess of crumbled bricks and shattered stone. My heart skips at the bodies lying strewn across the platform. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and smoke. The obvious signs of death are far different from the grim silence that I've grown used to from living in Sinskreek. Rarely does a body last more than an hour without being devoured. But there are moving people, soldiers, and recognizable faces that pull my attention. Frank and Lennox are ripping rubble off the train while the conductor repairs it, shifting metal with his hands. Quakes steps in front of me, seemingly out of nowhere, but I place a hand on her shoulder, careful not to rouse her anger. Let me talk, okay? They don't know you. Quakes steps to the side, understanding that she was sent only as insurance as I focus on the goal. Beside Lennox, Elizabeth shouts orders constantly to get things in motion. I quickly move to her, finding more blood as I approach the train. The magnitude of the battle becomes even more apparent as step by before it. The exterior of the train is streaked with crimson, lines of death painted with the struggles of those who fought valiantly. The ground is littered with discarded weapons and broken equipment, the aftermath of a desperate fight for survival. But as I enter the train through a gaping hole, I find the inside much better off. Many wounded lie inside, but the dead soldiers are far less than the bodies outside. Blood pools on the ground, but it doesn't run across the floor like it did in the station and around it. Medics run wild treating people, and as I step to Elizabeth, I feel some remorse for them. I'm about to take away the best medic they have. Blake, why are you here? Is the fight over at the library? Millie is right beside Elizabeth, with the two massive Rougarou just outside the train. Ro, the larger one, peers in through the side of his eye as he chews on a human body. I have to force down the discomfort to focus on Millie's question. At least the human isn't wearing a uniform. Bits of dark light seem to emanate from the body, lessening my concern though it still remains. With a dry mouth, I do what I must. The fight is over, but Johnny is hurt. Earl needs help to take care of him. Abraham, Virgil, and Bonfire. Can I take Pri? Their eyes widen as Elizabeth gasps and asks for more information. As she does, she grabs a passing soldier. Yes, of course. What happened? Are Earl and Wyatt fine? Hey, Claire, go get Pri. Right now. I don't care what she's doing. The female soldier nods and sprints off, kicking with all the speed she has. As a sentence from my left eye throws me off. Primrose, with her usual open mouth, says something that I'm not expecting. My focus splits entirely onto the view of my ghost. Blake's gonna be pissed if you let him die, Earl. You know she has a thing for the old man. My body freezes, and I can't answer Elizabeth. They know? How do they know? Everything goes cold as I try to reason, but I can't. Earl continues the conversation as he examines the innards of Johnny. His hands move like an expert's, not shaking in the slightest despite the stakes. Don't say it like that. He's not that old. But no, I didn't. Primrose scoffs, laughing as she inputs life into Johnny. The woman keeping his lungs moving persists in making my meltdown. How could you not tell? She follows him everywhere like a puppy, does whatever he wants, and blushes with a slight look. Hell, the girl went to the underworld with him. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd go to hell as well if he asked. Doesn't help he's so lovely to everyone too. Though, she should just go for it. He hasn't got some in. Like, what? A decade? More? I don't think he's been with a woman since his wife. Could we maybe not discuss this while he's bleeding out underneath me? Earl cuts into Primrose with a rebuttal, but she just laughs, continuing. I can't handle it anymore and cut off the flow of ether to my eye, sacrificing the spirit to disperse. It's painful, but it's better than listening to her ramble. I can't. I wouldn't. Johnny would never. He's faithful to his wife, even long after her death. I wouldn't want to ruin any of that. Besides, I don't like him like that, right? Blake. What? A voice reaches me as I twist to find Elizabeth and Pri shouting at me. They both look supremely concerned and worried as they reach out to me. What's wrong? Why are you so pale? Did something happen to Johnny just now? I shake my head rapidly and reach for Pri. I can only hope she doesn't notice my trembling hands. I'm fine. Let's go. Quickly, we can't waste time. Earl doesn't even know what's wrong yet, so Primrose has to fill his lungs with air himself. Pre nods as I cloak us in two ghosts, a scalped arm and a black imp. These two I received from one of Marshall's soldiers with a similar sigil as mine, though that man is strictly physical enhancement while mine is a mix between inner and outer. A jacket of blackened flesh, partly see-through, covers the two of us while an arm pushes us from the back, bolstering our speed. Pre shouts in fear, but I try to encourage her as we speed through the city. Now that I don't have to keep that dry eye connected to me with Deathwatch, I have some more ether to spare before reaching my limit. It's fine. It's just a ghost's hand, not an enemy. Damn it, Blake. That's precisely why I'm about to piss myself. I always hated Pete's apparitions. 294. Over head, ears, and eyes. Blake, Deathguard, Nightingale. I ignore pre-screaming, knowing she is pretty dramatic, and speed toward the library. The ghostly hand on my back bestows me additional momentum and gives me more balance so I don't fall. This all extends to Pre, too, keeping us moving at a rapid pace. Quaketen nods to me as we run, shooting ahead with an odd voice that enters my mind from hers. I'll look ahead. Could still be an ambush or something. I thank her for her care, but don't receive a reply and continue on my way. In less than a minute, we traverse a vast portion of the empty and isolated Pridestead, arriving at the library with the laboratory of Eli Weiss hidden underneath. On our way, and especially as we near the library, I notice more and more hints of red along the stones of the city. I don't want to believe it, but I already know the truth. These people were led somewhere by the Nahullo. Perhaps even all of them are already dead. Biting my lip, I climb up the broken and ruined marble steps with Pre still on my back, and I'm surprised as I reach the top. Wyatt has returned with that mannequin thing standing eerily still behind him. So have Lennon and Quakete, the two of them sitting on chairs they somehow found undamaged. The slightly older man is rocking back and forth while snoring, utterly unmoved by the scene before him. I rush forward, bringing Pre to Earl as he works on four men: Virgil, Johnny, Bonfire, and Abraham. Though the man built of flames is already treated and put on the side. His injuries did seem the least extensive. Set me down. Pre screams at me from her position over my back, and I oblige, placing her right before Earl. I brought her. The genius looks up from Abraham and glances at me for a second with a squint in his eye. Brog, you brought her vomiting. Oh, I thought she was tougher. Sheepishly, I try to ignore Primrose's words while she keeps Johnny's lungs pumping, and as I feel bad for Pre, I gently tap her on the back, similar to how I've seen mothers do it to their babes. There. Stop it. She pushes my hand off her and kneels beside Johnny. Immediately, even still with a green face, she asks for an update. What's the issue with them? Walk me through one by one. I sit beside Pre, disregarding her stink eye as Earl speaks while cutting open a thin line along Abraham's nose. Johnny has some non-physical injury hampering his recovery while his spine is compromised. Without Primrose, he'd have died minutes ago from not being able to breathe. I don't know how to fix that whatsoever, so please try. Bonfire is fine, just a semi-major concussion. No need to look over him. Abraham has a brain aneurysm, and the only thing my medical book from Scott tells me to do is to place a clamp on it and close up the wound. Thankfully, Quakete over there can see where it is and point me to it. As for Virgil, I'm not sure. He was flickering in and out of reality for several minutes, but it stopped suddenly. Not much we can do for that. Pre nods to Earl, shifting to Johnny and rolling him onto his back. I offer my help, hoping that I can do something to help him live. Is there anything I can do? Anything at all? The medic shakes her head at me while Primrose wags a hand at me. Shoo, you'll only get in the way. She needs focus, Blake. Don't distract her. My head lowers instinctively, but a hand places itself on my shoulder. Looking up, I find Wyatt. He presents me with a wry smile and a hand to help me up. I take it. Sorry, I'm not much help either. Daydream is on Virgil right now to keep him physical, and I think it helped. But I have nothing else that will aid. He pulls me aside and continues, asking me a question as that mannequin silently follows. Apparently, he finds it uncomfortable as well. Can't you transfer vigor like you did that one time to me? That might be enough to help him. Just ignore her. I have to wait till Earl can take control of her. It's bizarre, I know. I shake my head as disappointment flows through me. I used all my vigor stored up in that fight. I could leech some, but no one here is healthy enough. Except for Wyatt. Recently, he hasn't been all that hurt after battles. He's grown so much from that scrawny little kid. He even has some real muscle now. Nothing like Johnny, but still. No, I don't have any stored up. The only person I'd feel comfortable taking it from would be you. Is that fine? Wyatt takes only a moment to think before nodding. He then holds out his hand, offering up bits of his own life. I need him to know what this means. You sure? When vigor is taken, it's not just energy. It's lifespan too. I don't know how much, but it'll be reasonably significant. I'm not even sure it will work. Is this worth it to you? The young man's gaze hardens, and he answers without hesitation as he glances at the gunslinger. Yes, do it. Johnny has done enough for all of us. Without him, I'd have died long ago. I nod, knowing a similar experience. There is not a person among us from Rustbank or Starkbluffs who doesn't feel similar. Johnny protects us all. So, I reach out and grasp his wrist, leeching vigor from him. Vigor is odd. It's ether, but it's not. It makes one more energetic, muscular, and physically powerful. It even increases lifespan, which is the reason why abbots can live so much longer than other sigils. Many think that the prime is part abbot, attesting it to his century and a half or so of life. But even that comes to an end eventually. Warmth enters my hand, but I don't let it disperse and heal my minor wounds or store it. Instead, I give Wyatt thanks and move to Johnny. Wyatt wobbles worryingly, but the kid stabilizes after a moment, letting me concentrate on helping. Here, I can help a bit. I have some vigor I can spare. Pre points to a spot on Johnny's open spine. I almost flinch at the sight, knowing that the man is hurt, but I gather my resolve. Kneeling and leaning over, I place my forefinger against the area, the top of his vertebra on his back. It's corroded, almost slush, and I can see it spreading outward like a plague. The injury is insidious, something only a man as awful as the Viceroy could manage. I then release the vigor, gradually compelling it to enter Johnny, and it does. I watch as the flesh and bone around where I indicate slowly recover. As I do so, however, my vigor fights against whatever was placed within his spine, and as my vigor battles, it dies out, leaving none left after just 10 seconds. Damn, that only helped a little. Thank you, Blake. I'll keep on it. It seems as though vigor fights the symptoms of the wound. We'd need so much more for it to be truly impactful. You might kill someone. Pre thanks me, but my heart still sinks. Even with that, it didn't do much. Good thing I refrained from taking a lot of vigor from Wyatt. It wouldn't have helped in the end. I take a good look at Johnny, the once powerful man lying unconscious and frail, and my knees go weak. Tears bloom in my eyes as I get memories of Dragoon's death coming back. I can't. Dragoon's death broke me for a long time. It wasn't just him who died either. Dozens of our group were killed in just a day. All of them left to bleed out or die of infection. Bile rises in my throat as I attempt not to puke like Pre earlier. I step away, unable to watch another idol die, as my hands reach out for anything to help me walk, and my feet journey me over to Earl while I'm lost in thought. He's already sealing up Abraham's nose and skull, closing the wounds with careful stitches. I plop next to him as I see Wyatt several feet away, sitting beside Virgil's unmoving form. Seconds pass as Earl works, tending to the unconscious Hafnahullo and ensuring that he will be fine. My eyes lose focus as I watch, the acts blurring. Not too good of a fight for us. Sure, no one died, but that remains to be seen whether it will stay that way. Abraham should be fine now. A week or so, and he'll recover wholly. However, he needs to be more careful with his nightmares and forces. Having several nightmares die at once is too much of a repercussion for him to withstand as he is. Earl's voice reaches me, but I don't really pay attention. I merely observe him with unfocused eyes. I don't want Johnny to die, but there is nothing I can do. Transferring vigor hardly did anything, and if I want to save him, I'd have to bleed someone entirely dry. Not that I can even do that. I can only accumulate so much vigor from others per day before it has adverse effects on me. As for Bonfire, he's okay. The dumbass had a bad matchup and didn't retreat. Wind against fire. You'd think he'd be the victor, but not when the wind can smother the flames. I believe Virgil will be fine. I'm unsure what's happening to him, but the flickering has mostly stopped. Plus, he's not reappearing in different places like he used to. However, there is always the chance that that is a bad sign and not a good one. He might drop dead at any moment or never reappear. Again, he speaks, refusing to stop. It grates on me, but I don't stop him. It's better than listening to Johnny's raspy breathing forced by Primrose. I simply attend as he continues even further, but my attention is picked up by the first word in his next rant. Johnny is questionable. Pre could probably keep that wound at bay indefinitely, but it's not something I can help with. It's some kind of self-replicating ether that devours his flesh, bone, blood, and ether. Kind of like an occultist's blood curse, but more powerful. In fact, that might just be what it is. Too bad the only occultists I know are Wyatt's left hand and Edward in Blackreach. But the former is hibernating, and the latter is far away. We might make it there in time to heal him, but with any kind of delay, Johnny could die. Earl continues down this rabbit hole, listing off a dozen ways Johnny could die until I can't handle it any longer. My nails dig into my skin, and my teeth grind before I break. A curdling feeling takes over my stomach as I just want to die myself. Shut up. Stop. I don't want to hear about how he will die. I want to help. I'd do anything. But nothing matters. I'm useless. We all are. The man stares at me, slightly shocked by my outburst but recovers quickly. I feel even worse as he looks down. I'm sore. Earl waves me aside as he removes his duffel bag from his shoulder. The genius then reaches into his bag, taking as much as he can out of it. Like an animal digging for food, he unloads his backpack onto the ground, searching for something. I even spot the ear that Marshall helped arrange Ray's sigil to cement in. But even 3 months later, it hasn't fully formed into an arca. Angelic sigils are utterly different from anything else. Though, we're starting to believe that Motherbound don't form into artifacts. On the bright side, after today, there should be several more artifacts to form. The bad news is that Clarence took Irem's body. Yet, that ear is not what he wants. He spreads it all out as he grabs several vials. Earl then lifts them to his eyes, murmuring just loud enough for me to hear as he reads the slight text written on them with some ink. 7 vials of eyeballs exist, each with odd colors and shapes of pupils. Daedric's lightning, Scent Hollow's venomous gaze, Kudo's rapture, Blightraven's haze. What the fuck? Shit. Abanaki's touch. This one. After only going through 5, Earl hands a vial to me, offering the eye inside as I gape at him, confused. The pupil floating within the liquid stares into mine with a light green shape that reminds me of a sapling. Earl opens his mouth while pointing to the vial. These are ales, made by Eli Weiss. The ones made from angels grant the power that the people had in life without any of the disadvantages of an artifact. The only bad parts are that they consume vigor over time and slowly go blind with each use. Once they are blind, they lose any sigil's powers they once had. It appears as though Eli managed even to get Blightraven's mist that he used before his death, but this one has a healing power, or at least one, with some finagling with your sigil, can be used as one. I take it from him immediately and read the text on the vial, enraptured. I can save Johnny? My heart accelerates as I learn the effects of the eye. This ale is built from Abenaki Jerusai's 2 eyes. The demon, known as the Life-Bringer, will now, in death, give his power to humanity. Abenaki's touch, shortened to Abenaki for brevity's sake, takes ether from the air, converts it to vigor, and delivers it to one's body. It does it in a process that takes advantage of the transference of solids in the air to ether and then into vigor, capitalizing on Abenaki's skill as a virtue. Due to this trait, this was the only ale from an angel able to be used by those in the basic realm. Abbots and those with little life left will gain the most from this eye. However, while Abenaki is in effect, the left eye will be entirely blind. Additionally, one must not take it too far. All things are poison in large enough quantities, even life. Recommended to be implanted in a left eye, for that was his dominant eye. The installation process is detailed in my journal. Should you not have my journal, then you should not have this eye. As I finish reading, I turn to Earl immediately. Anger rises at the fact he kept this from me until now. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? This is incredible. Converting the air to vigor. What the hell? I could. Put it in my eye. But the boy genius raises his hands in defense, offering me a whispered warning. We need to be careful with this. It came from Eli, and they were all just sitting there, ready to be taken. Who knows what he did to them? They could be traps for all we know. I want to test them and experiment with one or two before letting any of us use them. I shake my head and hold it out to him, shaking my hand with force. That doesn't matter. This is an emergency. I'd rather risk that than let Johnny die. Earl looks me in the eye, and I refuse to budge even an inch, returning an unblinking gaze. He sighs and sets out his hand with an open palm. Fine, lay down. I need to put you to sleep for this. The journal says it's a requirement. I nod and lie down on a clear section of the library free of rubble. Earl then steps over to me with a syringe, stabbing it into my arm. I will perform so many tests on you after this, but for now, just be careful. If anything feels wrong, or like you're going to die when you wake up, say something. Saving Johnny is the goal, but having you die before you get to is a waste. Okay? Yay. My words already begin to slur as I agree. Though, I'm not really being honest with this. If I die to save Johnny, that is entirely worth it. After all, I'd have another shot in the underworld. He wouldn't. Angels don't get a second chance, and he'd come for me, right? I hope that he would. And rapidly, my vision blurs as Earl continues to work around me, setting things up. I hardly hear him as he asks me to do something before everything goes black. I wake up confused, worried, and drowsy, but adrenaline effortlessly breaks through it all. My eyes. Johnny. Without waiting a moment, I open my eyes. A world I never knew existed unfolds before me. It's as if I've stepped into another realm, one painted in shades of crimson. The whole library is suffused with red, an eerie glow that casts everything in a surreal light. As I look around, auras of crimson glow even brighter around people. I can see vigor. I can see vigor. The bizarre effect occurs in both eyes, despite only my left being transplanted. I blink, trying to adjust to this new reality, my heart pounding with awe, disbelief, and confidence. I can do it. I can save him now. I lift my hand to my face, gingerly touching the eye, allowing me to see this crimson world. As my fingers make contact, a surge of sensations courses through me. I can feel my inner vigor, the remnants all beings have flowing within me, the rhythmic pulsing of life. I feel more control over it than I had before. Somehow, as if the eye deepened my connection with the substance. As I gaze around, I notice pulsing veins in the air, tiny but visible lines of vigor that rest within the wind. They snake through the atmosphere like ethereal threads, weaving a tapestry of connections I never knew existed. With a gentle hand motion, I grasp one of these flowing veins, feeling the stringiness as I pull. A voice reaches me from the side as I feel tension within my eyes, and a vast warmth suffuses me while the left side of my vision goes black. A colossal wave of vigor enters my body as the eye pulses, bringing the pain. Ow, are you fine? What's wrong? I shake my head to Earl as I slowly stand, the vestiges of sleep unable to stop me. I wave a hand to him as I stumble over to Johnny, observing how the vigor in the air flows. I always thought vigor was the essence of life, but if it exists in the air, is it any different from ether? Is the air alive? Is the world alive? I am fine. Using the eye hurts, that is all. Let me save him. Or are they two sides of the same coin? Vigor for the form, ether for the soul? I do not know, but I place myself next to Johnny and immediately get to work. Inhaling a deep, hearty breath, I resolve to heal Johnny. With all this vigor, I can heal anyone, though it's probably far more efficient to use on me. Plus, it's not infinite. Earl did say they slowly go blind. Even the text held a warning on too much use. I can only hope it doesn't make my other eye blind, too. 295, signalized. Wyatt Graves. Rubbing my forehead in pain from the headache of having vigor siphoned from me, I watch Blake wrap her arms around the gunslinger as he sits up. He returns her hug as he glances around, confused. The first person's gaze he meets is Primrose. What happened? Is Iram dead? Primrose nods at him, offering a hand to help him up. Johnny moves to take it, but after looking at the crying Blake, he stops. Yeah, you, Lennon, Quakete, and Clarence killed him, with the silent scorpion landing the last blow and taking his body. No one stopped him because, well, you are all fucked. You got hit with something by the phantoms before he died. Lennon is sleeping from exhaustion, and Quakate was quite out of it. I skim my sight over at the sleeping man and bored woman while Primrose mentions them. Quakate returns my gaze, moving her blindfolded face toward me. It feels so weird to have her look at me like that. Same with Dew. Thankfully, I already transferred ownership of Dew to Earl. He already started experimenting on it, and now the vessel has an ale inside its right eye. He placed St. Hollow's venomous gaze, as it seemed the least useful for a person to have. Creating poisonous liquid with your eyes seems useful, and all until you touch it by accident. While Primrose and Johnny talk, I step over to Quakate. Before I do so, however, I check on Virgil. He's not flickering. He's still just lying there. It's not right. Maybe I'll have Blake help him, too? Will that even work? I'm not sure. Perhaps Abraham has to enter his mind. I don't know, but I will save him, and Quakate might help me. The second I get near her, I feel an additional gaze touch me. There is no need to look around. It comes from her. Quakate, I see that you are artificed as well. Are you a hollow? I choose to be blunt. I'd rather not fuck this up by wasting her time or something. She seemed quite annoyed every time Lennon did anything that took too long or squandered effort. She stares at me through her blindfold, not moving her gaze for several seconds of strained silence before speaking. Her voice is rough and annoyed, as if she hates who I am, as if she hates that I even exist. Yes, but that is not what we are called. That is a name forced upon us. We are Comanche, the only people to survive within the wilds. Until your people ruined it all and slaughtered us. I throw up my hands, trying not to show that I'm not a threat. I didn't do anything to her people. What do you mean? I never did anything to the Hollows. I've only ever been mistaken for one. Here, let me try this again. I'm Wyatt Graves. I wish to know more about your people. I can't gauge her expression through her eyes, but her mouth twitches, showing a small instance of emotion. I latch onto that as she stays quiet. I need help. I've been artificed for over 6 months, and my artifact and I are pretty friendly to each other. It was bumpy for the first 4 months, but we've been closer recently. And just underground, I let it advance to an Arca, entering hibernation until it's done. I need. Yeah. You need help learning how to control it. I've heard this all before. Go die. Quakate butts into my sentence rudely, standing and strutting past me toward Lennon. She even bops him on the head, waking him up and asking him to leave. I sputter, attempting something different as she didn't seem to hear me. I don't need help to control it. I want to know how to become its friend. It needs help. It's asking for it. Please. It has a soul, too. She pauses, standing still for a moment before turning around. Then, the woman turns back as Lennon stands, the swordsman looking around for his blade. After a moment of looking, he finds an iron pole from one of the fallen bookshelves and shrugs, sliding that on his belt. While he does, Quakate focuses on me, her gaze is piercing through that black blindfold. You think artifacts have souls? Yeah, the angelic ones, at least. How else would something have a power? But even the weaker ones have feelings, memories, pasts. The bloody palm has gradually been unloading it all onto me. Cassidy Monroe was his name. I think had he been alive, we would have been friends, close friends even. Quakate steps closer to me as if checking to see my lie, but she only grows nearer every step until she stands just a foot away, peering down at me from her tall height. I'm not short, but I'm not tall either. She is, however, and towers above me by several inches. You lie. No one believes they live. They only think artifacts are unfeeling tools and monsters. I examine up at her, refuting her claim with the Colt on my hip. No, that's not true. I have 2 of them. And Lily, she is as much of a person as we are. She's only a few years younger than me, too. It's like having a little sister stuck to your hip, though. We can only talk in dreams or when many people die nearby. The woman reaches for the Colt, and I offer it to her. I don't think she'll use it, and even if she did, Lily can't shoot me. Quakate examines it closely, her lips soundlessly moving before me until she spins the Colt and hands it back. After she does, he reaches up and pulls her blindfold down slightly, revealing a single opened eye. It sparkles with purple and yellow light, half sickly, half hallucinogenic in a spinning shape that reminds me of a flower. It reminds me of nightshade, the poisonous flower. But the pupil is missing, entirely white within that flower. She is blind. I believe you. The lass in there is jovial about you, if not reverent. I will help you, only to twilight, however. Dawn is not something I can aid you with. That is dependent on the person and artifact. Even my father struggled to reach that stage. I'm not quite there yet myself, and you can call me Kate if you would like. Quakete is a mouthful for you Easterners. As she speaks with her eyes shown, I realize how young she is. At most, a few years older than me. I thought she was closer to Lennon in age, but it appears I'm wrong. Quakete then lifts up her blindfold, hiding her eyes once more. I nod and thank her but ask my first question. Thank you. But what is dawn, exactly? And twilight, for that matter? Kate sighs, shifting and glancing over at the rest of the people preparing to leave. Then, she points toward the exit of the library. I'll get to that in a moment. I overheard you are all taking a train to Blackreach. Do you mind if Lennon and I tag along? Hey, I never. Shut up, you idged. I'm getting you a ride. Or would you rather fucking walk and get controlled by Eli Weisvia-Roots corralling you? Huh, thought not. Her outburst at Lennon's interruption ends with her waiting for my input. I shrug and agree. Lennon is dangerous, but Tomas and Johnny can handle him. Plus, we have to now. He also isn't inherently evil. It seems he wants fights to grow stronger. I can understand the feeling, even if it's a bit drastic. Sure, that works for me. She nods in agreement before pulling me forward out of the library. I hold my hand up, moving to Earl first after pulling my hand away. Wanna see? I shift over to Earl, asking the man focused on Dew. He's checking out all of her body while she stands still. If Dew weren't unliving, it'd be creepy. Can you watch out for Virgil? I need to discuss artifacts with Quakete. This might be the only chance I get, but I'm worried for him. I'll only be comfortable leaving if you take care of him the whole time. Earl rips his attention away from Dew, glancing at my ruined right arm first before answering. Yeah, don't worry. I'll do everything I can to keep him here. There is even an ale that freezes time at a point in sight. I'll put it on Dew and have her help him if necessary. While I do, I'll think of some upgrades for your arm. The fact that Dew can withstand and use an ale is a good sign for your prosthetic. Imagine having two arms, each with a power. It'd be incredible. I can only hope my craftsmanship can keep up with the bloody palm. I pat him on the back with thanks and walk back to Kate. I feel way better knowing that, worst case, Earl can still save him. When I get back to Kate, I let her know I'm good to go. Good. We'll walk and talk. Better if only you hear this. I follow her, stepping after her as we quickly enter the empty streets of Pridestead. I still don't know where all the citizens went, but they aren't here anymore. Did Eli sacrifice a whole city for the death of the Nahulos viceroy? Or did the Nahulos simply force them to run for the hills? He might have. Once we enter the streets of the city, Kate begins speaking. Her voice echoes against the empty streets, bouncing off each unopened door and closed window. Most people hate artifacts. They think them dangerous tools only to be used and tossed away if they ever stop working. But they don't know the truth. Each and every artifact can feel. They can think. Some can even speak. Mia, my eye, has been with me my whole life since I was a few days old. Anytime we find an artifact being mistreated, we either free it or take it with us if we can. Free it. I can't help but ask the question as she takes a mouthful of air for her lungs. She turns her head to me as we walk, the streets utterly empty before us. A friendlier way toward killing it. The emotions and feelings will simmer so long as they are not treated kindly, and some simply cannot be saved. In that case, we release them to the world for peace. I nod, understanding. For a long time, all the bloody palm had was hate and a need for survival. And for most artifacts I've seen, they've been similar. They are typically plagued with either horrible side effects or rampant negative emotions. So much so that few influential people actually use them besides some leaders of the estates manipulating artifacts born of old pillars from their families. Aniwai was the only individual I'd met who carried multiple at a time to fight with, even including her. Though, it seems to be too much of a risk to wield an artifact above your own power. But the War Master of the Nahulo does. He must have figured out how to tame or calm the pale cavity. After all, it is the most legendary artifact in the world, birthed from one of the only figures ever to defeat Behemoth in battle, Itriel, the Furious Gaze. It is said to possess his power, his virtue, his dominion, and even his Zil. Thankfully, Itriel lived centuries ago, so I won't ever have to deal with a living version of him. The only ones to know what he even looks like alive are Behemoth and Leviathan. Perhaps a few long-living demons also know, but that is where it ends. So, I understand where Kate comes from. It is barbaric to let these things simmer in hate. They come from us. After all, they are, in a way, human, too. Makes sense. In some ways, they are more human than we are. She nods, continuing as we walk toward the train. Yes, that is exactly what Mier and I believe. As for your questions, Twilight is the point where you and your artifact can switch who drives the body. In this way, you can fulfill each other's wants. For instance, Mia loves to read and watch people fight. So, often, I'll give her free rein to read whatever she wants. We share a body. After all, you might as well actually share it. The concept she introduces to me is odd but not new. The bloody palm has rescinded control to me before. I agree with her and prompt information about what it actually entails. That makes sense. So, I'll have to learn what the bloody palm wants. What does the stage do, though? Kate shakes her head as she scoffs, pointing to my left hand. You need to stop calling it that. Find a name for it. It will have a soul when it awakes, which means it deserves the respect of any other living creature. Name it. You don't have to do it right now, but do it. I nod, having a name come to mind immediately, but it sounds stupid, so I toss it aside. I'll have to think about this. Of course, I'll figure out a good name. Good. Now, for the effects, it will give you more time to train and rest, mainly because your artifact can heal. Your mind can sleep while it takes over for you. I'm sure you've noticed, but you recover much faster while it is in control. While in the front seat, artifacts expel ether from our bodies far quicker than we do naturally. Secondly, while either of you possesses the body, you will gain rudimentary control over the other's ether and skill, but only the things closest to each other. Again, her words make so much sense. That's how the bloody palm managed to use madness. It's built on insight, which comes from chain eyes, my oldest skill. That means we are nearing or have already reached twilight, right? My artifact managed to use my first sigil skill only a while ago. Does that mean we are at twilight? I propose the question to her as she laughs softly. It's a kind of half-deprecative and half-apologetic laugh. It kind of hurts my feelings, but I ignore it. I'm here to learn from her. Not many of her sort are around, less so at her power. No, not at all. Until you can use its first sigil skill, whatever that may be, you are not at twilight. Artifacts have better instincts than us, so they can use our bodies and skills with far greater ease. Makes sense why Wendigos are so dangerous, huh? Yeah. Well, what about Dawn? What's that one about? I see her point and move on to my next question. I need to know only one other thing from her, as Marshall hinted that I can only become an angel if I reach Dawn. I'm not too close to the 7th sigil, but I'm not that far either, especially with my 2 absolutions. Kate skips a rock with her closed-toe boot and answers me with a twinge of sadness. My father, before he died, was the only Comanche ever to reach Dawn besides our first chieftain. He left me some notes, knowing somebody, likely Eli or Marshall, would kill him, that Ed gave to me when I matured. They detail each stage, even a theoretical final one. Unity. She pauses momentarily, her face pivoting to look at the sky. It feels like she's giving her father a moment of silence. I join her until she starts up again. Dawn is required to be an angel, and that is why my tribe was weak. For our sigils ranks, we were unbeatable. Quethel, my father, could kill an entire skilled team of 6 sigils with little effort. He even managed to kill a pillar, one known as the Horseman of Pestilence, who fought alongside Ed, Annie, and Marshall. But the others were far weaker than Quethel. They couldn't fight as he did, uncaring of sigils. Again she stops, this time lifting her blindfold for me to see her majestic eye again. Mia, that is her name. The reason is that our artifacts connect with our bodies and impede the act of our soul merging with our sigils. Only when the artifact can blend fully into your body can you reach the angelic realm. This allows the 2 of you to swap freely in battle and use all of each other's skills. Not powers, though. My father was sure about that as Mora couldn't use his absolution skill. She continues as we turn a corner, the stream train coming into sight. The view of the steel covered in blood and bullet holes astounds me, but I calm myself by hearing the situation from Primrose. Despite how it looks, not that many died, at least toward the front of the train. Of the few hundred on the train, only 50 died, most being soldiers I've never even spoken to, but not all were. One of Rich's teammates, Holt, was killed defending the train. My heart hangs low as we near the train. I'll have to find the quiet musician. I'm confident he's hurting. They all looked quite close. As for Unity, my father only assumes this exists as he couldn't use his artifact's power and vice versa for his absolution skill. Personally, I figure this one would go far deeper than Dawn and allow that precisely. It's also probably required to reach godhood. Not that it would ever matter. I doubt we're making it that high. Yeah. I reply to her shortly as I walk past bodies covered by sheets, the blood evident on the outsides of the cloth. Kate quiets as we come across several soldiers moving around. Gradually, we enter the area around the train and finally step into the train. The smell of blood and medicine bites into my nose, and as I look out toward the opposite side of the train, I freeze. Outside, along the trees of the woods beside Pridestead, lies hundreds of bodies. Some are giant, some are miniature, and one even is half the behemoth that the Urayuli was. Tomas or Primrose must have killed that one. Dark light creeps out of some bodies while others are burnt so badly that they don't have any of the sinister light. Damn, they all put in some serious work. 296 Blue Devils. The first thing I do when I reach the train is find Elizabeth. Striding past moving and wounded soldiers, I find the woman petting a bloodied Dakota and speaking to Millie. Immediately, the fox jumps for me, and despite its larger size than before, I catch him and fall to the ground, rubbing his face. Hey boy, you keep Elizabeth safe? Yeah, he did a great job, Wyatt. How are things over at the library? Petting Dakota's soft but crimson fur and slowly standing, I introduce Kate to Elizabeth as well as inform her of Johnny's condition. The fox strains to pull me down as I do, causing me to laugh and almost fall again. Johnny is healing now with Pre and Earl's help. They should be here soon. And this is Quakes. Lennon Hull and I will be joining you all on your way to Blackreach. I wish to see Marshall's monument for myself. Her words spur confusion from the three of us, with Millie asking the question first. The woman did serve under Marshall for the longest of all the soldiers I know of, so it makes sense she's sensitive to topics regarding the late general. Monument? What do you mean by a monument? Kate, or Quakes as she goes by to most, sits on a nearby seat riddled with bullet holes. Once she plops, the woman answers the inquiry. Edward, along with many of the citizens of Blackreach, after news of Marshall's death reached Blackreach, decided to make a monument for a funeral. I left before it was completed, hoping to do what I could to help as I was already fighting roots to stop them from impeding Marshall, but they should be almost done by now. Her words make me stop and think. We've been so go that I didn't even ponder the concept of a funeral, though we literally have only stopped the train for a grand total of 5 minutes since we left, so I suppose it's not entirely our fault. I also did hear rumors of a funeral for Marshall once we stopped, but now this is confirmation. I can see Millie get visibly excited and distraught at the idea, as if she's happy her general is getting the respect he deserves, but saddened that it has to happen at all. So, when do we leave then? We can't miss his funeral, right? I know his body won't be there, but still. I propose the question to Elizabeth, and she sighs, shaking her head disappointedly. Wyatt, we have so many wounded and injured that we have to wait at least until they are stabilized to move. Plus, the train is severely damaged. The conductor has to spend a while to repair. A man intrudes, stepping into the room as steel contorts and wraps around his hand into a glove. His voice is low and rough, but filled with the most solemn respect possible. For the general, I can get the last going in an hour. Just get everyone on board. Nothing will stop me from seeing the man's funeral as I missed his death. The conductor, the only man trusted by the unyielding wall to helm and sustain the steam train, levies his hat as he steps past us all, leaving a final word to strike my shocked face. Can he fix all this damage in an hour? He notices our disbelief and offers words of encouragement. If Marshall can conjure a hurricane with his fist, then surely Lil Old Me can get this thing going. As he passes, I notice that he only has one eye for the first time ever, as the other is a fake. Something doesn't feel right about him. Once the man leaves, I turn to Millie. Who, exactly, is the conductor? He seems off. I catch a glimpse of him through shredded steel as he repairs the train with a sliding grasp, the metal contorting under his very whim. Millie responds with an uneasy voice as I observe him. I do not entirely know. He is an old friend of Marshall's, and no one has ever called him by a name. Though, the general has told me many times to respect him just as I would Marshall. So I do. Even Elizabeth is confused as she twists her head back and forth, staring at a miniature map in her palms. I step a bit closer and see what she's looking at. It's a version of the map I saw within Bent, only updated to add Storm's Hand instead of Bent to an area considered right for the storm size. Yeah. We need to watch out for the Nahullo when we make it to Blackreach. If they made it this deep into Timberlands, then there is no telling how far they've gotten so far. Same with the demons. I know they are going to leave Lawless Lake alone, fearful of Maddox's wrath, but Valens is a clear break. Shrugging, I join Kate on the opposite seat from her. The Comanche woman gives me a quick side-eye before shifting her gaze to the book that somehow appeared in her hands. I suppose Mia got bored. Dunno, but doesn't that only bring further cadence that we should get moving? Elizabeth nods as more people begin to arrive. Earl, and Primrose step into the car of the train, carrying Virgil. I stand to help, but Earl waves me off. Chill out, Wyatt. We're doing what we can to help Virgil, but I think it's on him. Worst case, Pre told me of a man in Blackreach called Ely. He's known for extra-dimensional powers. Perhaps once we get there, he can help Virgil. I nod and sit back down as they relocate Virgil to the medical car, while Bonfire stumbles into the train with Abraham around his shoulder. They both walk as if they are drunk and slam themselves down on a seat not far from me. Hey, WYT. I'm asleep, Bonfire slurs his words as he passes out right on the chair. Abraham slumps onto the Pyro's back and also falls unconscious beside him. The half-Nahullo's head rests on Bonfire's back like a loving wife. A chortle of laughter comes from in front of me as Kate knocks her book against the wall. They should be fine, just as Pre said, but it is hilarious to see them act so close, especially when I know neither swing that way. Even more so, their brain traumas are making this happen. They won't be happy knowing what it made them do. If only we had one of those photo thingies. Too bad they're so fragile. I laugh with Kate, but Elizabeth and Millie don't find it so comical. The latter steps out to encounter Johnny as the man enters with Blake and Lennon behind him. I wave, but the gunslinger doesn't respond as I realize he's blind. His golden eyes grayed out. Are you feeling better, Johnny? Finally, the man reacts, nodding before walking away, guided only slightly by Blake. Yeah, just need to sleep a bit. Keep things going while I'm out of it. No problem. I reassure him as the gunslinger stumbles away, gradually making his way to a place to rest. Sitting here as things slowly start to calm down, a wave of tiredness suffuses me, probably from Lily's bullet. My head tilts a bit as I rested on the back of the seat. And as minutes pass, people moving about attempting to get things done, I nod off while watching Kate or Mia. I'm not sure which, read their book. The darkness consumes my mind quickly, and I'm soon transported elsewhere, as promised. Sitting up on the bed of lilies by the riverfront of the Cardinal, I find a giddy and excited Lily waving toward me. The young girl soon shouts and motions for me to walk to her. Grunting in exhaustion, I do as she requests. Come here, see what I learned. Oh, and I got another bullet. All those dead angels sure do add up. I smile and stride tiredly to her before plumping down on the bank beside her. The ground is so soft and has a slight chill that feels amazing on the skin. That's awesome. What did you figure out? I peer toward her hands as she lifts them to me, and she shows me her tiny, pale palms that are arcing with a flash of bizarre red lightning. The bolts jump from finger to finger before entering her skin, leaving a glowing color. Look, I did it. That physical strengthening you spoke of. All those souls make it so much easier to use ether. The enhancement won't last forever, but I think now that I know how to do it, I can manage regardless. Her palms continue to channel the electricity, but I don't know what it does. Sure, it has a visible effect here, but what about in the real world? What will it do? I propose the question to her as she jingles her glowing fingers in my face. Cursing at the same time, I push her hand away from me as it is getting too close to my eye. Well, what is it, fuck? What the hell? Sorry, I wasn't sure what it did. The lightning jumps from her hand to my and then back, eliciting a sharp and reverberating pain. It runs from my thumb all the way to my heart, as if endeavoring to steal something from the organ. Instinctively, I yank my hand back and scoot away, but Lily continues to apologize as I hold my fleshy hand against my chest. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It only hurt you, at least. I felt it try to rip vigor from you as well, but I can't take vigor from you unless you create a bullet willingly. I place my thumb in my mouth as the pain centers there, but it doesn't fade any faster. I take my thumb out and instead bite my lip to endure the pain. It's fine. It's going away. But that really fucking hurt. Do you have any idea how this will work in the real world, at least? A pain like that and vigor siphoning could be useful, but only if we don't have to hit a target with a bullet. Lily shrugs as if she is unsure of her answer, but she still gives me one after a moment of thought. Her words gradually grow in detail as she gains confidence in her ideas. I'm really sorry. It'll make whatever touches the gun have that effect, most likely, which means I can now force others not to wield me. And, with your permission, I could probably extend that effect to your limbs or skin, like a defense. Stop people from laying hands on you. However, this connection will need to be a bit more stable than the one where I flow vigor from the collected souls. You'll probably have to touch me with your hand or something to work. As Lily speaks, she moves her hands around to show me what she means before pointing at my hip at the tail end of her words. I nod along with her and give my thoughts as well. That'd be amazing. Between you and the bloody palm, soon we'll be invincible. Any other ideas for skills you've seen me use? I also bring up future skills she could learn, but I see her face turn weird at the mention of the bloody palm. Her brows furrow and concentrate as she seems to ignore me. Lily, is something the matter? She shakes her head and refutes my concern with those piercing red eyes. No. I was just thinking of names. Blodwyn sounds really cool. Don't you think? Fits with the whole bloody thing, and I don't know. I think the other half. It's also a flower. I see her purpose at the edge of her explanation. She wants the name because it's a flower. The blooming spider lily. All these flowers, the petals when she shoots, and even her name. She must really like flowers. But I don't even want to refute her. The name sounds good. It fits. Blodwyn. I doubt it'll wish to have the name of its former life, but it'll be able to think by then. I'll let it choose. Yeah, I quite like that name, Blodwyn. But we should also give it a chance to choose, though. Maybe it'll want its former name. Lily nods, then slides backward, swishing her arms through the flowers on the ground. The young girl, made from a weapon, falls silent for a few moments. I join her for a while. Eventually, however, I pick up the conversation again as I give her hints with ether. If she can learn some more skills and be as flexible as Blodwyn is, then we'd basically be a trio of people fighting in tandem. Unfortunately, however, her stored soul enhancement or whatever runs dry quickly. We'll have to kill either a lot more living things or a few angels for her to learn another skill soon. That's all right, though. Something tells me Blackreach, even if it's split in half right now, will be quite the battlefield shortly. After all, it's now a border territory after the rapid fall of Valens and the soon collapse of Timberlands. Bone Dunes were basically abandoned over a month ago by the powerful hunters, leaving the weak to run for their lives. If we find any on our way, we'll pick them up. It'd be wrong not to. My eyes flutter open to darkness flowing in through the shattered window beside me. Winds slap by my face, striding in through the opening. I have to squint slightly as I realize the train is already moving once more. And before me, I find Kate still reading, but she has a different book now. Checking my watch, I find Dakota sleeping on my bag on the floor, his head nestled into the fabric. Sighing, I instead ask Kate the question I seek. How long was I out? A reply, holding a slightly different tone than usual, comes from Kate. It throws me off at first, but I rapidly realize why. It's Mia, not Kate. About 8 hours or so. Most of the train is sleeping. Your buddy Virgil is awake as well. He's still in the medbay as well, counting us two. Only 5 have their eyes open right now. I nod as she finishes, slowly pushing my way up from my chair, doing my best not to wake Dakota. I still fail, but the fox lies his head back down after seeing nothing significant. The information given makes way more sense once my brain falls to who precisely I'm speaking to. Mia can likely sense the minds of everyone in this train at once without effort. She is, technically, an angel. After all, I doubt her limits end there. And she's been one the longest of anyone I've met besides Marshall. Almost 20 years, I believe. Even Blightraven had only been a pillar for a decade and a half. How is only 7 or 8 years? Tomas, Johnny, and Lennon are all under the year mark for angels. Thanks, Mia. I'm going to check on my friend. I'll see you another time. The artifact controlling Kate's body nods as I step away, pushing past a sleeping Elizabeth and several other soldiers. While I leave, however, she thanks me. Thanks. What for? I pivot slightly, confused, but Mia quickly clears the uncertainty. For realizing it was me so swiftly, and for treating me like a person. Very, very few do. Only you, Kate, and Father, in fact. I scratch the back of my head as I approach the medical car. Her mention of a father confounds me, but I lay off it for now. It's nothing. I have my own chaos in my head. It's no issue to recognize you for what you are. A living creature worth respect. The smile on Kate's face widens to a vast grin, one full of giddiness, before I exit. Thank you. And with that, I leave with a wave, entering the next car. Everyone in this one is asleep, from soldiers resting their heads on chairs to one guy who got his entire arm out a window. Shaking my head, I continue and quickly reach the medical car. Stepping in, I find a cot surrounded by 2 chairs, one with a sleeping Victor and the other occupied with an awake Aaron. She sees me and smiles as Virgil also notices me. But the moment the man lying on the cot waves at me, he vanishes, disappearing entirely from my view. Damn it. 297. Leafless trees. Go get Johnny, Aaron. Tell him it's an emergency with Virgil. I whisper a shout to Aaron so I don't wake the sleeping wounded, but I hurriedly stand and move to the other side of the room while she heads to the front of the car, listening to me immediately. Sliding quickly beneath a double-height cot, I find Pri sleeping soundly on the bottom bunk. Sorry, Pri. There's a chance Johnny's eyes aren't back yet. Pri. The doctor doesn't wake up at first, and I have to shake her softly with a hushed jostle to get her to wakefulness. She turns over and glares at me for a moment before seeing my seriousness. Instantly, she knows, even from the depths of slumber. Blinking the sleep out of her brown eyes, she pushes her sandy hair aside as she wakes up. Oh, no. Is Johnny on his way? His eyes should work, as Virgil is technically still there. How long? Just a few seconds. Pri nods to my reply, shuffling out of her cot and bringing a bag with her that she sets beside Virgil's bed. While she does so, I stand beside her, unsure of what to do. But the woman seems to have some experience with this and explains the process of what we will have to do after lamenting the lost knowledge. I thought it ended on its own, but apparently not. Wish Scott or Marshall was here. They are far more experienced with other planers. Whatever is taking Virgil is obviously extra-dimensional. The exact plane is unknown, but it's at least not an elemental realm. So that's good. He'll have some time if he's stuck anywhere other than the Ocklets. We just have to bring him back. The doctor pauses for a moment as she continues to unravel instruments of medicine from her bag, including glowing bottles of unknown liquids and syringes. Gale tears and sign sap help lock down the dimensional barriers, but we have very, very little. The last time any was gathered was over 30 years ago when Ed killed a virtued Natosi. The beings from the Morningstar plane don't play around. Usually, this stuff is saved for when the War Master attacks with the Pale Cavity, so it's best to keep as much as possible. Do you know if Virgil ever woke up? It'll be way better if we can get him back and have him help us with this. I nod, answering her quickly as she finishes her preparation. Yeah, he was awake. I didn't get a chance to speak to him, though. Damn it. Why didn't they wake me? Whatever. What's done is, Johnny, come here. Fast. Pri curses that Aaron didn't wake her up, but as she accepts the unfortunate situation, Johnny steps through with Aaron far behind him. The gunslinger fast reaches us as both his eyes share a dim golden glow. Good. The golden eyes are almost entirely back. I slide backward to let Johnny get closer while Pri informs him of the situation. Virgil's been gone for approximately 30 seconds. We need you to pull him back. Then, I'll begin the exorcism. Whatever spirit or thing that has its hold on him is pretty strong, though. Whether or not we succeed depends on how far back you can haul him. Johnny nods as Pri continues setting up candles made of blue and red wax with shimmering hues, while she pulls out a small vial of a pure white liquid. Okay, let me know when you need me to. I have a total of probably 90 seconds I can do. My head swivels back and forth as Pri quickly curses. The atmosphere soon sinks at her words. Fuck, I don't think we'll have time. Anything you can do to bolster that? Johnny shrugs disappointedly, but as his head hangs to Virgil's empty cot, an idea blooms within my mind. I step around Pre and place a hand upon the gunslinger's shoulder. He looks at me oddly, but I sputter out the words as fast as I can to explain myself. I'll daydream for you. Just bring him back, okay? The iron consul gives me a steeled gaze as he nods. Of course. Sighing outward slightly, I do one of the few things I regret doing in the past. Breathing in a gasp of ether, I fill my lungs. Then, I release my brain, feeling my mind speed up a bit as everything turns clearer. It's not as drastic as liberation, but it's noticeable. What's even more pronounced, however, is that my ether turns smoother and more malleable. I bolster a short grin as I funnel all the ether I can, including that from my struggler's gasp, toward my pupils, delving deeply into a daydream. Rarely, very uncommonly, I use daydream on another, and almost every time I have, I've gone over my ether saturation, so I have to be beyond cautious this time. The price to do so is costly and typically beyond what I have to give. Thankfully, I'm fully recovered from ether saturation from that whole night's sleep, meaning I have much to spare. With closed eyes, I step into a daydream, where possibilities take shape as vivid as the light of dawn. Before me in my mind stands Johnny, his figure resonating with my hand against him. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, shine with an intensity that mirrors the sun's radiant embrace. They are windows to the mythical river of time, present long before even the first god. The river is pure, it's mighty, and it's unstoppable. I can only hope that I can bear its power as Johnny's eyes manage to. But I focus on the daydream, imagining his eyes to glow even brighter as he steps into that godly river, joining the depths of its waters instead of leaching a mere pint of its aptitude. His form slowly sinks into the water as he quickly rises, learning to walk upon the crashing waves of gold. As this image forms in my mind, a painful yank reaches into my mind as ether rips its way through me into and out of my pupils at a pace that has my knees buckle. The price of bolstering an angel's power is far more than I estimated. Gritting my teeth, I hold on to a nearby cot while Johnny focuses on Virgil. He knows I can't keep this up forever. I feel his power resonating within me, intertwining with my own ether as the feedback from daydream forces its terrible path through my body. It's as if the river of time is now part of me, flowing through my veins, connecting me to the very essence of existence. How does Johnny manage this? How? This must be worse than usual. I can feel myself crumbling under the pressure, but I fall, biting my lip and gripping the bed so hard I place holes into its fabric. I focus on this connection. I soon become aware of the intricate patterns that shape Johnny's power as he begins to use it, his eyes twisting into an even more dazzling sight. It's a symphony of moments, harmonizing past, present, and future into a timeless melody. I watch in pain as Johnny's eyes shift partially to a luminescent silver, piercing straight through the gold as he finds Virgil through the plains. And then, reality shifts. Time itself bends and warps, like a river flowing in reverse. I can feel a hand grasping into those golden waves, plucking a single droplet before dragging it upstream. So that's how it works. Interesting. It's not his eyes that do it. It's his hands, guided by his eyes. The lost Virgil then emerges from the depths of other dimensions, his form flickering like a mirage in the desert. For a split moment, I worry if it will work as Johnny's right eye sputters out. But the gunslinger is just as stubborn as I. He holds on tightly while the force against us amplifies. I fall to the ground, barely holding the connection as my mind screams of warning, my ether saturation only instants away. Yet, the beat I hit the ground, a sleeping Virgil stabilizes upon his cot, soundless and peaceful. Then, the pain abruptly stops as Johnny's other silvery and gold eye dims wholly, leaving us bereft of his power for a while longer. However, it would appear as though I was not the only one suffering. The iron consul, too, falls to the train's floor, joining me on the cold steel. His head falls backward as I find sweat trickling down onto the metal below. Minutes. We dragged him back almost 10 minutes, Wyatt. The gunslinger breaks into laughter, and I join him as Pre immediately gets to work. She shuffles above us, and not wanting to leave her alone to work while Aaron watches, I grunt, gradually standing as my whole body shakes. Johnny joins me momentarily as he rolls and sits on an empty cot. Awesome. I'll get to doing the exorcism. I stand in quiet anticipation, my gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before me as I tightly grip the bed's metal frame beside Virgil's. The room is heavy with tension and anticipation, an invisible veil between the realms hanging in the balance. Pri holds a candle in her hands, the color constantly shifting from red to blue as she prepares the ritual she likely learned under Scott's tutelage. I would assume this works for any other planner because of the materials used and their effects. The sleeping Virgil lies upon a makeshift altar, his cot turned into one with candles made of sign sap. The smoke from the candles is supposed to drive out spirits, helping Virgil push whatever is in his body out. His breathing is shallow and relaxed, as if he was only sleeping. The traces of the otherworldly intruder lurking beneath the surface of his skin are unseen. Pri's movements are deliberate, every action calculated as she continues. Rapidly but accurately, she arranges each candle around Virgil and places the vials of gale tears between her palms. The white vials shimmer with a brilliant white radiance as she holds them forward. The liquid is essential for blocking the way back and forth within a region. The ether contained, stored from whatever being they came from, can manipulate the fabrics of reality, and with the proper use, they can hold the other planers back once pushed to the other side. With careful precision, she uncorks the vials, letting the liquid spill forth like radiant pearls, creating a perimeter around Virgil as the white flows around him. Unlike most fluids, it doesn't sink into the sheets or cloths of the bed. Instead, it cradles itself against Virgil's form, waiting for the unique ether within to be activated and released. Candles made of sign sap cast a warm, flickering light across the scene without even being lit. But Pri moves to them next. With a delicate hand, she ignites the candles, the air fast becoming heavy with the intoxicating scent of the sap. The smoke dances in intricate patterns around the train's car, focusing on the area around Virgil as if sniffing out a spirit to fight. With her eyes closed, the woman's focus deepens, her hands thrusting with ether at their tips. Pri waves her hands back and forth, creating a waving current of air that brings the smoke from the candles down into Virgil's body. The feat of ether reminds me of how Marshall taught Johnny to use willful strand by contorting the air. The smoke then swiftly enters Virgil's unconscious form, and immediately, his body jostles abruptly as if in intense pain. I reach instinctively for him, but I quickly stop myself. This is for his own good. His body convulses in a surge of energy, and a ripple of distortion passes through the air. It's as if a storm is brewing within the confines of the room, an otherworldly tempest threatening to tear Virgil apart from within. Yet the Pri remains steadfast. Fight it, Virgil. I know you can hear me. Whatever is speaking to you is not what you think it is. She enunciates a warning to Virgil before doubling down, grabbing more candles from another duffel bag nearby before igniting them as well. All I can do is watch. I wait for Pri to save Virgil by expelling the spirit and using the gale tears to keep it from coming back. My hands shake in anticipation, but there is nothing I can do to help this. I don't have enough saturation left for a daydream, so this is all on Pri and Virgil. Virgil Wraithbone. Shadows dance around me, whispering their dark secrets as they draw me deeper into this lengthy hallway. It all points to a test long ago from the web of my past. I know this is a twisted illusion, a construct of whatever grabbed me, yet the chains of memory hold me captive. But what I don't know is why I'm here. This was a test Dennis and I had. Our last one before becoming full-fledged damned to be sent out on assassinations and missions. Shaking my head, I step forward, heading toward the closed door for the tiny arena used for combat exercises. Once again, I am cast back into the tumultuous days of my youth, a puppet of the estates, a soon-to-be headhunter with blood on my hands. The air is heavy with the scent of desperation and the acrid tang of gunpowder from the endless guns fired and blood spilled in these underground halls, as if the very essence of that time has been summoned to haunt me once more. Stopping at the door, I wipe my face, wishing I could feel the comfort of my imprisoning mask. It angers me typically, and I oft wish that my absolution was different, but right now, I'd be relieved to touch the cloth on my head. I sigh before stepping through the door, expecting to see Dennis and our proctor. If I remember, this was a duel between the two of us. I lost. Usually, I'd win our practices, but I remember the sense of defeat even now. Dennis is no weak boy from the poor sections of the territories. He grew up as an estates-man, after all, and I do find him when I step through, but what I see is not what I remember. Before me stands a familiar figure, a manifestation of my past, pointing a gun at my chest. Dennis, a vibrant soul who walked beside me through the inferno of the damned training, which was more like a slaughterhouse for the best tools they could find. His eyes gaze into mine as his Colt, a simple first mark, beats down onto my heart. My heart races, but I cannot tear away from the haunting scene before me. Dennis's words cut through the air, his voice accusatory and mournful, but they quickly switch to a happier tone, one that makes me confused. Virgil, I know what you are. I know what I am. You were late today, unlike usual. Tell me, were you with your family? No, don't answer that. Do you know the test for today? Our final one? My mind races, searching for what he means. But words leave my throat not of my accord. A duel, right? It's no big deal. Just try your best, Dennis. My heart sinks as Dennis' head lowers and shakes before his eyes flicker to the proctor with his face covered. The young man opens his mouth again with his green eyes, unable to face me. It is a duel, but it is not a normal one. It is to the death, brother. To the death. I suck in a deep breath, not remembering any of this as the air in my lungs hitches, disallowing any more to enter. Coughing slightly, I pivot to the proctor. Is this true? He simply nods, pointing to the gun on my hip without further explanation. Then, he raises his hand, opening all 5 fingers. The proctor then wiggles one as if preparing to lower it. Dennis's voice cracks, his vulnerability stark against the backdrop of our brutal reality. Shambling forward, shaking the whole step, I can only stare as he hands the gun to me. I can't do it, Virgil. I can't. I tried. They never wanted me to live. My family really hates those who walk out. I was never going to escape them, no matter what path I took. I try to hold back my memories, thoughts, and tears. For a moment, I consider attacking the proctor, fighting our way out together, but I shake the foolishness aside. We would be put down like dogs in seconds. What is happening? This is not what happened. But the images surge forward, unbidden, like a torrent of memories I had long buried. I see the two of us, side by side, facing the horrors of our training. Dennis's laughter and optimism were the beacons that guided us through the darkness. His strength a pillar I leaned upon when the weight of our actions threatened to crush me. A ghostly voice enters my ear, whispering softly. It echoes within my skull, resounding dozens of times. Something hid this from you. I show it to you. You join me. The voice reverberates powerfully through my head, shaking everything as Dennis forces the gun into my hand. And then, as if in slow motion, the scene shifts. The gun in Dennis's hand trembles, a mirror to the turmoil in his soul. My own hand, holding a weapon, is steady, fueled by the merciless conditioning that transformed us into instruments of death. Yet, simultaneously, my mind wavers terribly, unsure of what to do. But Dennis isn't uncertain. Do it, Virgil. You have a family. I don't. I never really did, I think. If we had met in any other place, we'd be friends for life. Don't feel bad. Just do it. The words reverberate through me, a haunting echo that refuses to fade. It stabs deep, creating future sights of me pulling the trigger and the aftermath that is left. I remember the choice that lay before me, the ultimatum I faced. It was kill or be killed, a ruthless decree from the very forces that controlled our lives. And I chose, in that damning moment, to extinguish the light that was Dennis. Because, if I didn't, we both die. That was always the rule of one. It starts with one, and only one can emerge in each group. I thought that didn't apply to us. The best? I thought wrong. Do it. Tears blur my vision, my fingers trembling against the weight of the truth that I've tried to bury for so long. The nightmare holds me in its grasp, a relentless reminder of the past I've been attempting to escape. Dennis's eyes, filled with hurt and confusion, haunt me as I relive the devastating choice that forever stained my soul. The man I wanted to meet again for so very long has been dead the whole time. The gunshot echoes in my ears, a gunshot that pierced not only Dennis's heart but my own as well. And even though I know this is a nightmare, a manifestation of my guilt and pain, I cannot escape the prison of my own mind. I fall to my knees as a ghostly and ethereal hand wraps around my shoulder. Nothing is hidden from our eyes. Wouldn't you like the same? Nothing can hold us. Wouldn't you like the same? But the moment it murmurs to me, the entire realm shakes, smoke wafting off each and every surface in this memory. As this occurs, another person speaks, this tone booming and frantic. Fight it, Virgil. I know you can hear me. Whatever is speaking to you is not what you think it is. I chuckle dryly. They have no idea what's happening here. No, I know what it is. It's not the proctor. It's whatever being has found me and grabbed me from the other world. Sighing as I watch Dennis' body cool, I turn from my first friend that I've thought was alive all this time to face this spirit. But one part hangs on to my mind as I do. Dennis has sent me letters once a year, under his call sign Crooked Smile, of course. So, is he dead? Or is something more sinister happening behind my mind? 298, Fuss Dark. Virgil Wraithboon. I can show you much. They hide from you. The secrets. Simply open your eyes. Let me take a peek inside. I twist and find that the figure speaking to me is the proctor. Only it is a world away in difference from what I remember. Tentacled purple light emerges from the mask on its face as it speaks to me. The words coming from the light. They branch out like shivering lacerations upon a deceased corpse. My mind shrieks with warnings, the instincts built upon years telling me to run. But I can't. I can't go anywhere. And as it communicates to me in its bizarre way, smoke begins to waft off its form, gradually siphoning away substance. What the hell? Listen. Open your eyes. The tentacles surge toward me as I leap backward via instinct ingrained in my bones, tumbling over Dennis' dead corpse. Is it desperate? That voice, it was right? Are they helping me? Shifting in reverse, I aim the Colt at the being, hoping to fight against it, but the thing speaks again. The very essence of its words shakes my mind and blurs my vision as it pursues me. We can give you so much. Let me in your pupil. I fall to a knee, my free hand grasping upon my face as it gnarls itself in pain. Footsteps tear through the haze of pain rapidly, however, and I rear my head to gaze upward. No longer does the mask exist. Pain racks my very being as I quickly remove my gaze from its face. Trembling, unable to move or speak, I feel a leathery, nearly scaly hand tighten onto my shoulder, and as it holds onto me, my head moves without my guidance, shifting up toward the being's face. My breath comes in ragged gasps as pain radiates through my body from merely peering upon the face of the twisted monstrosity, dominated by writhing tentacles that writhe and pulse like serpents from a realm beyond comprehension with purple pus staining each end. The pus has holes within it, bubbling even further with hidden eyes within the liquid. Blood rapidly dyes my clothes, and the dusty ground beneath me wets with crimson from a nightmarish liquid, leaving all of my orifices. The world around me seems to blur and sway in a haze of agony, with nothing to focus on but this deformity. I struggle to keep my grip on the Colt at my side, my fingers slick with sweat and shaking with the effort. But there's no respite for the wounded, no moments of reprieve. As if summoned from the deepest depths of my nightmare, the pain, loss, and hurt of Dennis and Vernon strike me repeatedly, as if they were just killed. My instincts scream danger, but I can't move or even shift the target of my pupils as sadness, pain, hurt, depression, and every negative emotion I had at the death strike with power more significant than the original. The replay of killing Vernon myself replays within my mind a seemingly infinite number of times as the body before me ripples into a different form. Shadows and flesh twist into a grotesque fusion of humanoid and aberrant. This being has no eyes, but the place where they should be gleams with a malevolent intelligence that sends shivers down my spine. Its grip on my consciousness is undeniable, a psychic force that tugs at the edges of my mind with an almost magnetic pull. However, it cares not for my thoughts. It only wants my darkest memories. I scream out in pain as it rips up the many people I've killed, replaying all my regrets before my very eyes. Stop! I try to raise my Colt, my fingers trembling as I attempt to line up a shot, but my movements feel sluggish, as if I'm wading through thick molasses, and the creature's influence prevents me from even raising my hand a half-inch. The presence looms over me, a suffocating weight that threatens to crush my spirit. Its tendrils twitch and writhe, each motion sending ripples of unease through the air around us as it gradually nears the serpentining figures toward my face. Its voice echoes in my mind, a chilling whisper that speaks of domination and a hunger for knowledge that transcends human comprehension. Then let me in. Its grip tightens, its influence penetrating the very core of my memories, as if peeling back the layers of my identity. I struggle to hold onto my sense of self, my fingers clenched around the colt as if it were a lifeline to reality. But this being simply does not care. The force is unrelenting, a tidal strength threatening to sweep me away into the abyss of its desires. My vision blurs, my consciousness teetering on the precipice of surrender. No, I can't. They said to fight. I have to. Come on, Virgil. Fuck. The tentacles reach my face, slathering that pus atop my skin as it burns deep into me. The agony worse than being tortured with the branding iron. The pus runs into my veins, staining my innards as the being shouts at me, every tentacle speaking for the being without a mouth, eyes, or nose. Open. A final memory is pulled, the one that I've harbored in the darkest part of me for the longest time, not daring to look. Long ago, I starved nearly every day to feed my siblings. I'd eat maybe once or twice a week to ensure they were provided for. And it did numbers to my mind and my body, standing in front of the sleeping Aaron, Nora, and Victor, who all used to share a small room in the abandoned house I found. I hold a dagger, the blade pointed toward their sleeping form. It shakes, wriggles, and trembles as I contemplate my decision. If I kill, put them out of their misery, I'd get to eat. I'd get to live, to rest, to enjoy myself. They wouldn't have to worry about their following meals either, or what might happen while I'm gone on a mission. They'd all be at peace. Indeed, the devil would judge such poor children kindly. He would care little for me, but that's a worry for a later time. Taking a deep breath, I raise the knife, held by gaunt and starved hands covered in scars. But before I even move it down an inch, unsure of who to send first to the devil for judgment, a creak in the floorboards behind me elicits a pivoting step from me. Instantly, I rear the dagger to strike, assuming it is a robber or bandit. I don't even hesitate, all my weeks of training ruining my nerves. Brother, I thought you wouldn't be home until tomorrow? Standing in the doorway, wiping his eyes of sleep, is Vernon, my little brother. They are all my siblings, of course, but Vernon is different. We spent time together before our parents died, even if he might have been too young to remember it. But I do. The knife trembles in my hands as I struggle to decide. Do it. Open yourself to the void. You know you want to. It is the only choice where you are all happy. A shadowy voice eats into the back of my mind as tendrils wrap around my hand, driving it forward. The knife quickly sinks into Vernon's chest as the young boy widens his eyes, broken by the betrayal. I try to speak, to say anything at all, to tell him that it's not me, that something is controlling me, but I can't. No words leave my throat as the tentacles rip the dagger out of Vernon's body and turn to the other three. But as I move, my mind can't leave Vernon's saddened face, the heartbreak. Stop. I step against the bed, hovering over it with the bloodied knife. Stop. The dagger rises into the air, preparing to lunge down into Aaron, the one sleeping the closest to me. Fine, come in. You think you can handle it? Finally, I break, unable to watch any longer, and the monstrosity from another plane releases my arms and legs as all the tendrils dive into my eyes. I attempt to squint and close my eyes, but the tendrils dive through, somehow painlessly but incredibly uncomfortably. As it does, smoke continues to emerge from its arms. My anger reaches heights I've never known as my lifelong depression sinks to a new nadir. It dives into me, devouring these emotions and branding me with crippling pain. Yet abruptly, the smoke deepens as a guttural scream comes from the being. Its grip loosens on me momentarily as I take the chance to fight back, unwilling to wait a single moment. The searing hatred has been eaten into, but there is a reason why I resonate so closely with that of the Nidal. I was born on a moonless night during a Skinwalker attack. Even my first moments were not of peace and tranquility. Grabbing the tentacles driving deeply into my eye, I twist and throw myself against the nearby wall. Again, it grunts in pain as it releases itself a tad. Tendrils fall out of my eyes, and I continue to beat them against the ground with all my might as smoke and shadows surge out of the being. Gradually, fewer and fewer tentacles touch my skin, instead writhing upon the floor of the abandoned house as smoke wafts from them. And I continue to assault them while I'm not controlled, dishing out the anger rising deep from the torture it inflicted upon me. It devours my darkness, rejuvenating itself with every gulp, but I have far too much simmering for it to handle. It was looking for a mind filled with negative emotions to devour. It chose a man with too many. In the moment that no more tentacles ground me, I open my eyes. The train reveals itself to me, with Pre performing a ritual with some kind of expensive materials and Wyatt watching. Aaron and Victor aren't far either. Neither is Johnny, but the man is obviously blind, the light in his eyes gone. And as I glance around the room quickly, shouts of relief come out, but I focus on the billowing figure above Pre's head. It doesn't seem as though she can see it. Tentacles writhe from its face, emerging even from the ends of the bizarre robe it adorns. Pupils, by doing what it did, I can see them now. Was that the purpose? To attempt to make me some kind of agent after taking my emotions? I don't care. I'm going to kill it. Grunting, I pivot and leap off the cot, a night whip thrusting me over Pre as I flicker, knowing instinctively that I can't hit it otherwise. And I'm right. I flicker right through the smoke, entrapping the creature as I enter the smoke of the other world. But during that in-between state, I clench my hand around a tentacle and wrap a leg around it as I tackle it, clenching its body. The being fights back, but my night whips form as we stay in this between state unusual of flicker. The people around us can't see us, but we can partially interact with objects and them. Rolling the being as tendrils wrap around me, I follow it in tune, doing the same. Mine are made of darkness, while theirs are of flesh, but as we fight, a radiance glimmers deep within me. All the pain, struggle, and torture occurred under a realm without a sun. Tightening my jaw, I rip my arm from a collection of tentacles holding me as all my skills push my strength past the physical might of this mental being, and I arrange my palm against its head. Then, the light appears. Illuminate burns a path of terrifying heat through its tentacled crown as the being quickly slumps, all its tentacles going limp. I breathe heavily, sitting in this between state as the radiance of Illuminate had no effect on the train. Wyatt, Pre, and Johnny are freaking out while I kneel off the being's body as they can't manage to find me. My brother and sister are nearly hysterical, but I can't get up. Everything hurts. Falling back onto the wall of the train, I'm surprised to feel my body stop against it and not flicker through. This state is odd. It's like a half flicker. Did I manage it by watching the creature do it, or have I always been able to do this? If I could, that would have saved so much pain. I sigh as I look upward momentarily, taking a second to rest. Long ago, I thought of killing my family to save all of us from pain, misery, and effort. I only stopped back then because Vernon was awake, and I couldn't do it to him while he was conscious. For a long time, I held that thought, simply waiting for a moment. I've never told anyone this, nor will I ever, but at least I'm not the only one to ever know. And now, I know I would never do it. The pain, I'd stop mid-swing. I know it. I know I would. I always wondered, but now I know. I'm not that evil. I'm dark, but I lie there for a reason. My vision pulsates as I come to this conclusion, and I quickly find myself within the bounds of a surprising room. One bleak and surrounded only by wood with a tome in the middle. An absolution? What? No way. It can't be that easy, right? Or maybe it is. I'm between worlds right now, not entirely under the hold of the mother below, and not quite not. Perhaps absolutions aren't meant to be such grand, monumental, near-death awakenings. Maybe they are simply reflections of the past of becoming better, and that the most potent forms, ones that not even the bitch below can hide from us, are those near-death ones. Inhaling a deep breath, I step forward. My hand reaches for the tome as lights and sounds come outside the cabin. Ignoring them, I read the shimmering shapes on the book that deliver knowledge. Congratulations, my nightshade. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the fell mind. You have achieved another act of absolution in your attempt to overcome your own limits. But the second is different from the first. To absolve once means you are powerful, and the powerful are worthy. To do it twice means you are virtuous, and the virtuous are honorable. A diamond emerged once from the amalgam of man and sigil. To absolve oneself again is to shatter the diamond and reform the splinters. And so, may you, the beguiling nightshade, reconstitute as a dimming jewel, one that glows with a never-ending darkness, for you, the soon-to-be Fellmind, have performed the Fellmind's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it, just as it shifts to better match you. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, beguiling nightshade. From the beguiling nightshade you once were, now, you are the nightshade, the depth omen, one who emerges from the depths of any darkness, regardless of the realm of origin. Never will you be caught, never will you be seen, never will your night be quenched. One moment, there is darkness. The next, there is you. And within that darkness dwells a hidden light that cannot be extinguished. Should one see this light, then they are to know your deepest secrets. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that fills your virtue with meaning. You are now virtuous, and your virtue holds true under any light, underneath any inquisition, and beneath any darkness. Never will your virtue fade unless the soul is extinguished. The planes bind most like fickle shackles, unable to ever be released from. Now, you may step between the realms unimpeded. A single footfall means a dozen in another domain. The depths of any realm cannot hold you, not even those where the deepest terrors lurk, for, in the dark, you are an omen of the dawn. Though, your form is insufficient for a virtue, and as such, only a merit can bloom. Any more, and you will succumb. For a virtue to blossom, a shred of divinity and power is needed to sustain it. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is more pure and effervescent than ever before. A long, drawn-out sigh leaves my mouth as I contemplate what my virtue means. One footfall means a dozen? Does that mean when I'm in the other world, I move 12 times faster for when I reappear? Is that what was happening before with the fight against sequester? Wyatt thought it was teleportation, but sufficiently high speed is almost indistinguishable from teleportation. But that also means I move 12 times the distance in the other world while in the real world. So, getting caught by anything will be much more challenging. Most of the time, the beings get close because I flicker too often without walking away from them. That's how this all came about. Smiling, I reach forward, tapping my hand upon the tome as I can't wait to show this to Wyatt. He's the reason I got my first absolution, after all. Plus, I'd never have gotten this one without the nature of the first. Before I exit, I take a quick peek at the form of my sigil, and it isn't much of a surprise. Many tendrils of shadow encapsulate a newborn ember. They caress the light, egging it to grow, to devour them and emerge even more potent a light than they are dark. It reminds me of training Vernon after his time with the hunters. Teaching him always felt right, like I was adding fuel to a brilliant light. And here I am, with a light hidden in the depths of my sigil. I hope I can make that light emerge into a brilliant sigil, one bright enough to make Vernon proud. 299. Weatherbreeder. Wyatt Graves. My heart beats erratically as we search for Virgil. Tripping over my own feet, I shake Pre roughly, shouting into her face. Where is he? Where did he go? I thought you said it would work? She stammers, hardly retrieving an answer before I notice her eyes widen. Raising a finger with trembling eyes, she points behind me. It did. Look? I twist around, checking behind me, and I quickly find Virgil slumped against the opposite side of the train. His head is lowered, unmoving and shadowed while he sits. Aaron also sees and jumps for him, wrapping him into a deep hug that tightens his form-fitting gear. For a moment, I think I see him flinch as he wakes up and then returns the hug, but I shake away the thought and move closer. You okay, Virgil? Did it work? Virgil nods slowly, still awakening as he thanks us all while patting Aaron's back. Yeah, it did. Thank you all for the help. Plus, a hand clamps around my shoulder, a short chuckle forcing me to pivot around with a closed fist, only to discover Virgil. He catches my hand and pats my back as well. You ain't the only one with 2 absolution, kid. What? How? He got 1 from that? What does it do? Wait, did he just teleport? Johnny is the first to speak as Pre begins to clear up all her materials and ingredients used to save Virgil. The gunslinger, still blind, steps up to Virgil. How? Absolutions require insane levels of stress. I don't mean to downplay your actions, but I have an issue imagining this quite reaching that. I'm sure you understand, though, as this is your second. Virgil nods, lowering a bit of his mask to reveal his face. His eyes are no longer the dull color they used to be. They glimmer with a moving twilight. One instant, the pupil is white, the next gray, the following black, continuously in transition. No, I get you. My first one required me to literally turn half ghost. This one, I think it was easier because I wasn't here. Like, this plane. Flicker sent me to the in-betweens, if that makes sense. And there, I suppose the one below has a weaker grasp on reality. Johnny and I both nod as Erin comes back over, slapping Virgil on the arm. She chastises him for sneaking away from a hug. I laugh a bit as I focus a little more on the fact he got an absolution. It's plausible that things work like that. After all, even the Prime said the mother below made it all so much more difficult for us to progress. Virgil, so what does it do? The man in question turns from his little sister and answers me while scrambling the hair on her head. Erin glares daggers at me while he does so, but I can only provide her with a wry smile. It makes it so each of my steps is a dozen times more potent in any plane I'm not in. Sounds confusing, but it means that if I step during flicker, instead of being unable to really move like before, I can traverse a dozen times the distance in the same time for one step. My eyes widen at his words, and the complexities are instantly revealed to me. Virgil is now way faster than me. The bastard basically just earned a short-range teleport. One step, and he moves 12? What about when he becomes an angel? One step means 100? 1,000? I open my mouth, asking another question, but Johnny stops me. Let him rest, Wyatt. Ask him your questions later. We're only a few hours from Blackstone, Edward's current headquarters in Blackreach territory. Go sleep, prepare. Who knows what might be waiting for us? I hope it's that funeral for Marshall, but you never know. Myriad might just decide to show up to ruin it all. Nodding disappointedly to Johnny, I give Virgil a quick hug before moving forward through the train to find Earl. While I leave, Virgil gets an earful from his sister, and his brother rolls his eyes. Sighing, I increase my pace. I really need my arm fixed up. I thought you were dead. She was gonna kill you if you died, Veer. I'm sorry. Okay? You think I did all that on purpose? I dunno. I don't have a sigil. Huh. You fine. Give me a day or so. Earl shakes his head, exhaling deeply as he takes a look at the prosthetic arm he made me. His eyes run up and down the metals, taking in each scar and dent left behind from the battle with Sequester. Some fingers are even missing. The pain a feeble echo at this point. Do I need to take it off? I ask the question, assuming the answer is yes, but he stares at me as if I'm stupid. I scoff as I try to clear the air and hold out my right arm to hurry things up. I was just asking to be sure. Don't look at me like that. I'm not that dumb. Earl nods, apologizing shortly before removing the arm in quick order. Only 10 seconds or so after I finish speaking, he manages to already start to fix it. While he retrieves tools and materials, he talks to me. Your lucky Weiss lab had arms similar to mine. That makes it way easier to repair and upgrade this kind of stuff. If I'm lucky, I might be able to squeeze a 4th sigil into it this time. Now go. I need to focus. Though, if you see Primrose, tell her to come. Not understanding why he would want that awful-mouthed person, I question him with a gaze, but he doesn't answer how I want. Just get her. I need her help with this stuff, okay? Exhaling and feeling the lack of weight on my right side, I nod, stepping to search for her. As soon as I sit down to rest and close my eyes, Elizabeth crunches into the seat beside me, scooting Dakota over slightly to join me. The woman folds her fingers together as she stares at me without even acknowledging that she's here. A second, 2, 3, 4, 5. She merely stares at me in silence as I grow uncomfortable. Her eyes pierce into mine with her clasped hands until I break in confusion. What? Elizabeth opens her mouth, a slight smile on the edge of her lip. I heard you were going to go on a date with Aaron. Fuck. I'd rather if you went on one with me. I think we'd have more fun. Double fuck. Sounds good. Elizabeth stands and walks away with a bit of swagger as I plant my face on the table before me. All these people stress me out, Dakota. A grumble comes from the fox that is only endeavoring to sleep more. Elizabeth and I woke him up multiple times during our talk, where she hounded me for details until I finally agreed to only go on a date with her. She was supremely adamant that Erin was only doing it to be friendly and that I would have more fun with her. Whatever. All the girls I know seem to be at least a little crazy. And while I like Elizabeth, I don't know if I'll ever have the time to really spend with her. Though, time with her is far more appealing than with Erin. She's nice, but I know very little about Virgil's family other than what he's told me. Perhaps it's best I don't get too attached. Just have some fun, then focus back on the critical things. Exhaling deeply once more, I lie back on the bench, curling slightly to fit onto it fully as I close my eyes to fall asleep. I awake to another grumble from Dakota as I quickly discover the train to be stopped. Wiping the sleep from my eyes, I look out a nearby window to find concrete buildings surrounding the train alongside a crowd only a dozen feet from the steel behemoth. Are we there already? No way. Confused, I stand as people are grabbing things, both belongings and weapons, around me. Sking at Dakota, I step toward the front. All the things I need, I have on me. Death's lantern on my hip, the blooming spider lily in her holster, and some food in my pack. It's all easy to access and on me. Besides my arm, of course, but I trust Earl to handle that. Rapidly, we reach the nearest exit of the train and step out to find Johnny discussing with a man in front of a crowd. The figure seems familiar, yet not. Squinting to further examine him, I start to see a resemblance. Tall, dark hair, muscled all over, and with a sharp gaze that burrows into anything he finds of interest. The blade on his hip even fills me with some wariness from here. Definitely a swordsman. He kind of looks like Edmund, only younger and with deep crimson eyes. Wait a second, that's Edward. I kick the ground, hurtling myself forward as I sprint toward the man, surprising both him and Johnny with my speed without even using ether. Edward, with a slight beard and focused eyes, pivots to me as I get within arm's distance. And who would this be, Johnny? Johnny clears his throat before arranging an arm around my shoulder and lightly stabbing a fingernail into my arm, as if to tell me to be on my best behavior. This is Wyatt. Wyatt Graves, the last student of your late father. A silence hangs over us for a moment as others exit the train and enter the crowd. Many of them are soldiers, finding their families after months or even years away. But amongst the chaos and discord of joy, Edward peers down at me with a dissonant quiet. He stands tall, taller than me, peering down at my form, his expression hidden by a steeled gaze. As he studies me, I can sense the weight of his gaze, as if he's assessing me in ways that go beyond the physical. It's a gaze that has seen countless battles, witnessed numerous die, and now staring at the reason for the last of their family to disappear from this world. I open my mouth to speak, yet his words are faster, and his body is even quicker than that. Arms wrap around me before I can see him move a little, the man whispering into my ears as I think of the skill he must have used. Shiver. Welcome home, Wyatt. I'm glad you're safe. The west side of Blackreach is open to you. Stunned, I can't return the hug until he pulls away. Stammering out a reply, I can't grasp what's happening. Why is he so kind? You're not angry? Mad? You don't hate me? Why? Edward smirks as he glances at Johnny before laughing heartily. I was furious, once upon a time. The fact that my father chose you over many others, including myself, hurt. But Edmund is a man of his word. I could not and cannot change him. And while you might not be of my blood, I know his care for you was genuine to have died for you. Additionally, I can sense the vitality in your blood. It is scary, even for a Graves. The blood of my father is blood of mine. So come, rest. Tonight, we have the funeral for Marshal Travis. You are all right on time. Johnny tries to speak as well, but Edward waves him off. Not today. You all enjoy yourself. Let the soldiers return to their families. Check out the statue I had Ernest make. Tomorrow we will discuss the future. I can see the journey has been hard. Take a day to soften those muscles you all keep so tense. Edward manages to make even Johnny relax as the man strides away, stepping around the crowd with a wave. Tonight, I will keep watch over Myriad. No need to worry about him. Smiling, I twist to Johnny. As I do, I notice his eyes are still pretty dim. I bet he can only see a slight amount of light with those pupils of his. Hopefully, he can see better by the time the funeral comes tonight. Can we go see the statue? Please. The gunslinger shakes his head but agrees. Yeah, of course. Let's get Tomas first, though. I nod as we wait a few moments for more people to exit the train, gradually joining the crowd and finding their loved ones. I even see Primrose find a cousin she hugs before rejoining Earl on the train to continue the work on my prosthetic. Those two are spending an awful lot of time together. Odd, but many of us from before Bent don't have any families here, or anywhere else. So over time, more and more drift to us. Virgil, Bonfire, Abraham, Silas, and many more until, finally, Tomas steps off the train. I wave him over, and he moves slowly over to us as if exhausted. Man, I know the feeling. When he gets next to us, I tell him where we're going. Hey, we're going to see the statue made for Marshall. Wanna come? Tomas' eyes immediately light up with his signature vertical yellow pupils before he acquiesces. The man waves his arm in a forward motion, indicating for me to lead. Yes, please. Show me the way. Ooh, I don't know where it's at. A fit of laughter originates from behind me as Bonfire and Abraham together point at me, their hands outstretched in derision. Even Virgil chuckles softly. Hey, I shout at them, but they won't stop until Johnny makes them. Quit it. I'll lead. Edward already told me where it was earlier. The gunslinger does as he says he will and leads our decently sized group through the vast and crowded streets of Blackstone. Almost all of Blackreach is covered in sprawling cities. If they aren't, they are left with flat stone earth to walk. No grass or trees grow oft in Blackreach, as most of the soil is hard rock, but that makes it relatively easy to build on. I see the statue made of stone from far away, but I restrain from looking at it in detail until I near it. Moments pass until we finally enter the massive square in the center of the city where Marshall's monument lies. I approach the colossal statue with a mixture of reverence and nostalgia. Weakness suffuses my muscles simply with the image of the man. The 3-story monument towers over me, casting a shadow that stretches across the square. It depicts a powerful general frozen in time, his muscular form captured mid-swing as he unleashes a devastating punch into the air. What makes me pause is the way the very air around the fist seems to crackle with energy, as if the stone version of the fallen man possesses the same near-godly power as the living one once did. Dark blue chains wrap around the entirety of the statue. Somehow, Ernest, the man who trained Earl in sigils and coltsmithing, must have put a 6th sigil into this statue, deserving of Marshall. And as I look closer, for a moment, I see a shade of violet, but it fades just as quickly as I notice it. My gaze traces over the intricate details of the statue, the sinews of the general's muscles, the determined set of his jaw, and the intensity in his eyes. It's as if Ernest managed to capture not just the physicality, but also the indomitable spirit of the general who once stood as a symbol of strength and safety to the entirety of the territories. Memories flood my mind as I stand before the statue. Memories of the days, nights, mornings, and evenings spent with Marshall. Whenever we had the opportunity, the general would force me to my limits and beyond. I remember the grueling training sessions, the bruises and sore muscles, all in the pursuit of becoming a better fighter, a better man. He wasn't just a stern teacher, though. Amidst the toughness, there were moments of unexpected kindness. He often told me old stories, depicting his past in gruesome detail. But while he did so, he'd share bits that warmed my heart, even on cold nights. One day, he even left me to sleep the whole day, choosing instead to let me enjoy it while he took on even more duties. But beyond the physical training, it was the life lessons he imparted that truly left their mark on me. He spoke of honor, discipline, and the responsibility that comes with wielding power. As the powerful, we must protect the weak by any means necessary. I am unsure how much I agree with that exactly, but I do follow that decree for the ones I care about. He taught me the importance of building a relationship with my artifact, to become more than just 2 separate parts. Marshall's teachings together made me a much more powerful sigilled and a much better man. As my memories come to a close, I turn my attention to the plaque at the base of the statue. The words are etched in elegant script, a A quote from the fallen man followed by a solemn thank you. I am old. I am stubborn. I am arrogant. I am 1,000 other harmful things. But I am not weak. Forever will my wall stand so long as I live. I fight not for myself or for the luxuries of the world. I fight for the children who grow behind me. They are our future. They are all that really matter. Marshall Travis, the Skybreaker, bestower of strengths, slayer of thousands, the horde destroyer, explorer of the north, founder of Northene, the liberator of Valens, the fist of the prime, humanity's shield, ender of demons, the shatterer of hollows, the knuckle of diamond, the pained heart, the horseman of war, the unyielding wall. Forever shall he rest, not in any heaven, hell, or limbo, but instead in our hearts, forever and eternally. We thank you, Marshall Travis, for your life of service to mankind, and may the devil weigh in your favor. Under the script is a vast area where many have signed their names into the stone with a short token of what they were to him. I add mine with a hand so shaky I almost misspell my own name. Wyatt Iron Graves, apprentice to an undefeated master. Even at the very end, Marshall was not bested. The unyielding wall did not break. He simply made a new wall, this one of wind that will last far longer than his fleshy body. 300. Death on Funeral. The sun rapidly falls as we spend time taking in Marshall's statue. Many people clear out, waiting for the funeral to begin after sundown. But a few of us stay as Tomas tells 101 stories of the old man, most of which involve them fighting together. But not all do. The one that makes him tear up the most is a simple memory of his childhood. I remember when I was young, really young. I could hardly speak correctly, but Marshall was constantly annoyed by others asking if I was his son and 1,000 other things. Whenever someone mentioned that, the old man would simply pat me on the shoulder and ignore them. He was never big on emotions, but he was always there for me. Ultimately, he even called me son, something I never thought would happen. Tomas falls to his knees, his head falling as his voice breaks. The wolf's shoulders shake and tremble as he pours his heart out. I almost look away, but I don't. I take in the man's sorrow as my own. All my life, he's been there for me. I had no parents or siblings, only him. He protected me when he had a territory to protect. He trained me when he had an army to train. He saved me when he had a world to save. The man finally cracks and sobs as Millie quickly drops to her knees and holds him. She pats him on the back as she whispers something inaudible to me. Sighing lightly, I pivot to Johnny, the partially blind man staring upward. Johnny seems to spot something, even with his impairment. As always, his gaze is as sharp as an eagle's, regardless of his condition. Does the statue feel odd to you? I know a 6th sigil was put into it, but it still doesn't feel right. Glancing back at it and remembering the purplish tint I saw from it previously, I nod. Yeah, do you think it's dangerous, though? Maybe it's a secret weapon? The gunslinger shrugs his shoulders before turning around. It doesn't seem to be antagonistic in any way. For some reason, it feels comforting. It reminds me of that thing left behind by Marshall's death. His words confuse me as I stand there. Johnny steps away to greet Edward, who is entering the square with many other people, most of which are sigiled. But not all are. They hold candles in their hands while they approach the statue. I backstep out of their way as the procession nears and surrounds Tomas. I stand at a distance, hidden in the shadows cast by the towering statue that stands as a reminder of the fallen general's legacy as the sun's rays fall beyond the horizon of stone. The candlelight funeral before me is a sea of flickering lights, each flame representing a life touched by the deeds of the man we've gathered to honor. More and more bodies enter the square, adding endless lights to the sea. Hundreds, if not thousands, have gathered to pay their respects to a figure who has shaped our lives, even if we've never met him in person. I see so many faces in one breadth of view that I can hardly breathe. These cities, there are so many. How are there so many? The numbers only add to the reverence as the air is heavy with a mixture of somberness and gratitude, with people sharing stories, memories, and tales of the general's heroism. However, most of these people have never met or even seen Marshall. The general spent the majority of his life fighting with few breaks. The apparent indication is his many scars, his broken bones, the blemishes visible simply from looking at him. Even his manner of speaking was proof of his way of life, blunt, brutal, to the point, like that of a fist. Though Some have indeed met him. The soldiers from the train, Tomas and Millie, preach the deeds of the fallen man. I listen to the hushed conversations that blend together in a symphony of appreciation for the sacrifices made to keep us all safe. The warmth of the candlelight reflects the warmth that he brought to our lives, even from afar. Looking down, I focus on my left hand, twisting and moving my wrist. I feel my blood flow to the slightly discolored limb. We walked into that fortress as two beings with hate for each other for what we've done. But Marshall changed that with his precise hand. He birthed a flame between the embers of the bloody palm, Blodwyn and I. From a tenuous hatred, we've become fragile allies. And hopefully, that alliance will only continue to grow. I watch as individuals step forward to place flowers, tokens, and notes at the base of the statue. Each offering carries with it a piece of their heart, a tribute to a man who embodied courage, leadership, and unwavering dedication. The general's legend has united us all, bridging gaps in age, background, and circumstance. I don't join them, preferring to stay on the edges. I never liked crowds. Unsigiled, sigilled, children, adults, elderly, everyone comes. I even spot a few outlaws amongst the crowd from a nearby bounty poster, but not a hand moves for them. Peace reigns under the statue of Marshall. Amid the crowd, I feel a certain awkwardness. I was one of the fortunate few, alongside Tomas and Mill, who had the honor of being personally trained by the Marshal. His teachings and guidance have shaped me in ways that words cannot fully express. And yet, as I stand among those who share their stories and their tears, I find myself feeling like an outsider to their grief. I remember the rigorous training sessions, the moments of camaraderie, and the lessons he imparted that extended far beyond the battlefield. He believed in me, in my potential to make a difference, and that belief persists as if resonating throughout the square. As I stand still, gazing back in time to the brutal endurance tests he would impart to me, I feel a weight fall onto my left. Looking down, I find Elizabeth leaning against my side. Her warmth seems to push aside some of the cold left behind by Marshall's passing. I wrap my arm around her as we stand, observing it all from a distance. Elizabeth doesn't say anything, and neither do I. Minutes pass as more and more stories enter the air. Remember when Marshall broke through the Nahullo and made Northine? He settled it all by himself and brought the poor behind him to make it their home. What about when Valens was constantly under siege? Our farmland was in danger as Kuhn hadn't started to produce yet, and he took the field. The man brought no one but himself and pushed the pygmies back after 2 years. I think the greatest thing he's ever done was far more recent than that. That storm? The talks of the Sigiled are that it'll last decades, perhaps centuries, before breaking apart. He gave Valens an unbreaking wall for years to come. Even past his death, the atmosphere only grows more sacred, as if Marshall were to become a god simply from our admiring. But as everyone grows more heartfelt, a sickening feeling enters the air. Dense, mighty footfalls with the sound of metal cut through the air as the crowd parts, revealing a maddened man cloaked with a white mask. Myriad. Everything pauses as Tomas, Edward, Johnny, Lennon, and I grab our weapons. Lily seethes in my hand with a cool sensation, wanting to devour the soul of a human. She knows I don't like to kill people, but this one would certainly count. This madman has killed countless and caused near infinite amounts of suffering. His half of Blackreach is nowhere near the level of peace as this one is. They are constantly preparing for war, forcing even children to wield weapons. And while it's not entirely his fault, as his own power has broken his mind, it only adds to the credence that he must die. He won't accept any level of surrender from anyone, only complete destruction of whatever way is not his. Yet, as we all prepare to fight, furious that Myriad would come to ruin this time, the angel steps forward, staring upward at the towering figure built above him. My fingers tremble in anticipation around Lily's cool handle while the crowd cowers in fear, stepping back as Myriad continues his oddness. The angel slowly kneels, causing a gasp from many in this field. Myriad then removes the hat from his head, lowering it to his chest as the madman speaks. For a moment, it seems as though Merle Dare has returned to sanity. A truce, Edward. In honor of this great man, we have much more to deal with than our opposite ideologies. We both want reform. We both want change. We both want life for us all. Myriad stands, his back shifting to face the statue as he addresses us all. Enemies are coming, and fast. They are coming to kill Ed, trapped by Weiss. But those above the powers and virtues are seeking something other. I propose that we save the old man and strike back at them all. They hung Ed on a spire and prevented me from even approaching with those dolls. Now, the man is hidden once more within that building. Myriad pauses as he beckons for a reply from Edward, who is amongst the crowd. Meanwhile, Earl's eyes meet mine as we share a thought. The vessels. One of them must be here, commanding those mannequins. Edward steps forward, heading straight for Myriad as all shifts around him, not wanting to slow him or impede him in any way. In but a beat, the bloodied beast stands before the interminable mask. You want me to ally with you? You have killed thousands of the people under my protection. You've slaughtered children, women, elderly. Unsigiled are grass for you to slay. Myriad cuts him off with a hint of frustration. Statesmen, they hold no mercy against us. We shall keep none against them. Edward shakes his head with evident anger, but he cools himself before speaking. His long brown hair, with tints of crimson red, hangs softly as he sighs. You are impossible, though. I suppose the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Only for this we will ally in honor of Marshall. You must keep your psychos and clones to yourself. If any of mine are hurt by yours, you will die swiftly. Myriad of that, I promise. And those that you force to fight against their will, let them free. Merle Dare smiles widely, the grin stretching far too inhumanely for a person, only noticeable as it extends beyond the edges of his mask. Then, he lifts his hat, and the man vanishes, the clone dissipating into smoke with little effort. The atmosphere hangs heated for several moments, but Edward spins around, gazing at each and every figure within the square that numbers in the hundreds before speaking. Thousands more stand in the streets as his voice is amplified by some skill of ether. All of you enjoy tonight. We have made a truce with Myriad to retrieve Ed Summers from the Iron Veil in honor of Marshall Travis. Rejoice. Tonight is both an evening of remembrance and mourning, but that does not mean we must be sad. Live, breathe, enjoy every second. Soon we will be utterly free without attackers. His words reverberate through every inch of the square and echo outward into the city, informing all those who stand on the streets and pay their respects. Cheers roar through the air as peace is established on this very night. It's not an eternal peace between the revolution and the rebellion, but it's close. And it's the first ceasefire they've had in months of brutal back and forth between a multitude of cities, while at the same time striking at the estates. I stand in silent awe as the solemn funeral slowly transforms into a vibrant celebration of the general's life. The transition is surreal, almost jarring, as mournful faces give way to smiles and laughter. The atmosphere shifts, the weight of grief lifting as if by some unspoken agreement. Music erupts in lively melodies as I spot Rich playing a tune on his guitar beside Tomas, alongside a few other musicians from the city. Marshall's adopted son slowly recovers from his grief, at least temporarily, as he witnesses just how many people cared for his father. The sound swells, filling the air with an energy that's both infectious and cathartic. People begin to dance, their movements full of saddening joy. It's a spectacle of life and vitality, a way to honor his memory by celebrating the very essence of existence. It's odd, I'll admit, but Blackreach is known for its parties, and that's not merely because of the gangs that used to run it. It runs deep, all the way back to the liberation wars of the past. I find myself caught in the whirlwind of emotions and music, caught between the remembrance of loss and the celebration of what was gained. The juxtaposition is strange and beautiful, a poignant reminder that even in death, life persists. The dancers, most amateur or inexperienced, just like I would be were I to join, move with a fervor that echoes the music alongside. A hand wraps around mine, prompting me to glance down. Elizabeth is the only person near me, and I find her smiling brilliantly up at me. Her dimples bulge as she calls to me. "Want to dance?" I twist my head, unsure, as I see many other people already doing so. "I don't know how to." The woman grins and pulls me softly. Her force is 100 times less than what is needed to genuinely force me to move, but I can't resist her. "I do. Let me guide you for once." Laughing, I grab her hand back and step toward her. Blake, Death Guard, Nightingale. Standing beside Johnny as hundreds of people enjoy their night, I feel so uncomfortable I could die. He smiles at me before turning to Edward beside him, discussing something with the man. I lean in to listen, but a hand on my shoulder pulls me back. I twist around to find Primrose glaring at me, Earl's head wrapped in her elbow like they were wrestling. The genius tries to fight and maneuver out, but Primrose isn't an easy lady to outdo. All his attempts are null as she whispers harshly at me. Her words make my heart skip a beat, and my eyes glance at the figure beside me rapidly. Girl, if you want something, just take it. I guarantee you he won't refuse a dance. Go on. Enjoy every second. As Edward said, who knows which will be our last? Do you want to die without even dancing with him? I tremble under her gaze and fire back immediately. I can't dance with him. His wife? She's long passed, but I can't. My stutter reappears, and I fight through it to get my words out. I don't know how to dance. I grew up in Sin's Creek, remember? And what about his wife? He still wears the ring. Primrose scoffs at me, shaking her head while Earl's face turns red from lack of air. The woman lets him go when she notices and pats him on the back. Don't know how to dance? I'm sure he knows. Let him guide you. Worst case, move like one of those snakes you know so well. As for his wife, that ring was a gift from his daughter, not his wife. And while he speaks little of his past, he talks to me. His wife told him to move on before she passed decades ago. You will only be helping him. So, go on. I tremble even harder as my normal eye rotates over to Johnny. The gunslinger is tall and resolute, facing Edward. Swallowing a heavy nervousness, I step forward slowly. As I do, a great force from my back pushes me into Johnny as the man turns to me with concern. Is there something wrong, Blake? Are you all right? Surely you couldn't have drank too much already. His eyes glow a dim golden, slowly recovering to their full splendor. I reach a hand upward toward him and ask my question. It stutters the whole way out, but he waits patiently for me. I can't even use Heath's technique to restart the word as I'm too anxious. WW will YYYU DDDDDD dance WWWW with MMME? Johnny grins, wrapping a tough hand around my calloused hands, and nods. Of course, Blake. I'd love a dance. He gives a quick wave to Edward and steps aside with me, but his voice doesn't sound like how I want it to. It's that kind tone he uses with everyone. I want my own. Is that selfish? I hope not. My steps are unsure, and I can feel my cheeks flushing as Johnny pulls me along. I take a deep breath, mustering the courage to tell him the truth, but the man always knows. He always knows. I know you can't dance, Blake. Want me to lead? Smiling wide, I nod happily. We begin to move to the music, Johnny's presence and guidance providing me with a sense of comfort. Many around us distract me, but his patient guidance helps me find my rhythm. And with each step, I become more attuned to the music and the sensation of being in his arms. As we sway to the melody, I catch his gaze and hold it, willing him to see me not just as the girl from Sin's Creek or one of his friends, but as someone with more to offer. With every step and movement of our dance, I try to convey my feelings through my gestures, hoping that he'll understand the unspoken words between us. I feel his gaze soften, his eyes searching mine as if he's trying to decipher my intentions. With each passing moment, I find myself drawn closer to him, our bodies moving in sync as if we were meant to be on this dance floor together. The distance between us gradually diminishes, and before I know it, we're standing short inches apart. My heart pounds in my chest, the proximity intensifying the connection between us as my nose comes close to his. The world around us rampages with a flurry of movement and music, but I hold still in his gaze. Johnny's golden pupils stare deeply into mine as we pause momentarily. Blake, He goes to talk, but remembering Primrose's words, I just take what I want. I lean forward as if guided by an invisible force, meeting our lips. Johnny is surprised for a moment, hesitating, but he quickly returns it with his total devotion. The world around us seems to fade away, leaving only the two of us in this magical moment. The kiss is soft, sweet, and filled with unspoken emotions that have been building between us for so long. As we pull away, his eyes search mine, and in that gaze, I see a reflection of the feelings I've kept hidden. His lips curl upwards, smiling in a way I've never seen before. I've seen him joyful. I've seen him laughing. I've seen him relieved. But I've never seen him happy. And now I have.